In the world of One Piece. Darling, what do you think we should name the baby in my belly in the future? It will definitely be an adorable baby, so it needs an equally adorable name. If it's a girl, let's call her Charlotte Lingling. If it's a boy, let's call him Charlotte Ding Ding. Darling, I don't know why, but that name sounds way too much like a class register, and it seems kind of sexually suggestive. You're right, we should change it. But what should we change it to? Aya. What a hassle. Maybe it would be better if we just had a girl. Darling, I'll listen to whatever you say. Wife, you're wonderful. Husband, so are you. Yet in the end, the child was a boy, and most unfortunately, he was given the name Charlotte Ding Ding. When life becomes dull and hopeless, people will often want to live recklessly at least once. Because of this, Xia Yun was deeply satisfied with his own transmigration. In his previous life, he had no family, no assets, and no debts. All alone, solitary, and isolated, he was nothing more than a young corporate drone who liked to complain aside from being slightly handsome. Xia Yun had few friends in daily life, but what he loved most was bickering with goofy strangers online. After a day of exhausting labor, when he was completely burned out, Master Xia would sometimes think that perhaps he was already tired of living, yet he still feared death. So if he could travel through different worlds and live a different kind of life, of course he would be willing. And so Xia Yun transmigrated. Although his system had yet to activate, and he did not know whether he would ever receive one. However, as an alternate gender counterpart of Charlotte Lingling, his innate physique as a natural-born bringer of destruction was enough to allow him to live unrestrained even without a system. Yet the waters of the One Piece world run very deep, and Xia Yun felt that when necessary, he still had to lie low at first. In a world like One Piece, the weak are often not bound by chains, but powerful monsters are the ones who can make the rules. Xia Yun understood that as long as he developed normally and followed the script, he could become one of those powerful monsters. Right after he was born, Xia Yun absolutely loathed his own name. There were many things in his past life worth remembering, but the Ding Ding Office app was definitely not one of them. Why had that damn thing followed him like a shadow into this life as well? But it did not matter. Soon he would be able to change his name, and there would not be many people left who even knew it. From the moment he was born, Xia Yun had brought endless trouble to his parents in this life. An enormous child with an almost inexhaustible appetite. Though his emotions remained stable, he could still eat them into poverty. Because he carried memories of his previous life, the rationality of one who had lived twice allowed Xia Yun to suppress that surging gluttonous craving. His exceptional mental strength also kept him from falling into the frequent fits of madness that plagued Charlotte Lingling. He did not know whether the original Big Mom had already suffered from that terrifying eating disorder as a child, but right now Xia Yun did not have it. He merely felt endlessly hungry. Though he was ravenous, Xia Yun managed to stay rational, and he did not resent his parents in this life in the slightest. His parents had already done everything they could, but feeding a monster was simply not something an ordinary couple could accomplish. As his appetite grew and his body became ever larger, their finances grew increasingly strained. The neighbors' gazes turned stranger, and their child's intelligence far beyond his age all made the couple feel that the towering boy before them was not their son, but a monster born from their own flesh and blood. In poverty, every trivial matter becomes a source of sorrow. Even a wealthy household cannot withstand such immense consumption. For the sake of their love, and also for Xia Yun's life, they ultimately made the same decision as in the original story and abandoned him in the Kingdom of Giants. His parents believed that perhaps on the giant island Xia Yun might find a path to survive. The place where he was born was just a small country utterly unable to bear him. Even from the perspective of simply allowing himself to grow up, reaching the giant island was a blessing. Moreover, there was something there he longed for intensely, the soul fruit. In the power-scaling circles of his previous life's One Piece forms, many people believed that Big Mom was not suited to that fruit, but Xia Yun felt that the soul fruit's upper limit was terrifyingly high. It was purely Big Mom's intellect that had restricted the fruit's potential. There was another matter. Xia Yun had to find the head chef Longbread who had eaten the Wang Zulon fruit. Otherwise, he might starve to death before he ever grew up. No matter how powerful a monster is, if it cannot find food on barren land, it is all in vain. In the original story, that guy had most likely taken Big Mom's first time, but it did not matter as Xia Yun was a man now. He could clearly feel that he was definitely not as strong as Big Mom from the original work. Although he was very tall, his physique was gaunt and skinny. The original Big Mom had been a true child. When she was hungry, she devoured everything she could see without a second thought, which ultimately forced her parents to abandon her. Xia Yun could not do that. The moral education of his previous life would never allow him to cross that line, so now he was starving to the point of malnutrition. Yet it was precisely this constantly restrained demeanor that instilled a different kind of fear in his parents. When he first reached the giant island, Xia Yun was cautious. Even though he was a natural-born destroyer, he was only 5 years old, and in his malnourished state, he did not dare guarantee his own safety. Thus, Xia Yun decided he had to find the nun first. Longbread might not currently be in the giant kingdom, but the nun definitely was. On one hand, he needed to solve his food problem. On the other, he had to scheme for that soul fruit. Devil fruits also actively choose their hosts. In the original story, Big Mom gained the soul fruit's power even under those circumstances. In a sense, it was the fruit that chose her. But Xia Yun was not confident that now that his soul had changed, the soul fruit would still choose him. At the same time, he could never accept gaining its powers by eating the nun as Big Mom had. For now, however, what mattered most was not obtaining the fruit, but simply filling his stomach. The nun was skilled at raising children. A thin elderly woman, she had managed to feed Lingling for a whole year along with so many other children. Although she profited from human trafficking, it could not be denied that she was at least able to provide food. His parents in this life knew of the nun's existence. Or rather, local rumors spoke of a saint mother on Elbaf Island who specialized in taking in all sorts of strange children. Thus, the place where Xia Yun was abandoned was not far from the nun's lair. As a sly old fox who had crawled through the muck for many years, you could call the nun wicked, but never stupid. After dealing with children for so many years, she knew perfectly well which ones could be sold and would still help her count the money, and which would only bring disaster and ought to be handled by other means. He was not afraid that the nun would want to sell him. He only feared that she would believe she could not control him. A person with no value is not worth investing in. To make the nun obediently become his meal ticket, he had to display his own value and become a child worth buying and selling. The first step was to present himself as a child, should be lowering her guard. It was time to showcase his acting skills. After working as a corporate drone for so long, he had almost forgotten what childhood was even like. Fortunately, there had been plenty of children in his home village. Even if they had not dared play with him, watching them had taught him how children behaved, especially children in the One Piece world who were exceptionally simple and straightforward. Even if he could not mimic the original Big Mom's strange mix of innocence and malice, he could at least imitate the normal children from the village. The most sophisticated hunter often appears in the guise of prey. After finishing the last bit of food in his backpack at the foot of a seaside cliff, Xia Yun slowly stood up. I've finally recovered a bit of strength. Without a running start, he bent his calves slightly and sprang straight up, leaping directly onto the cliff top. My strength isn't that great, but my agility is incredible. After landing on the cliff, Xia Yun flexed his arms and legs, marveling at how abnormal his body was. Then he gazed into the distance. Before his eyes stretched a vast expanse of land, and in the distance the world tree pierced the sky. Wow, as expected of Elbaf, it's truly immense. A land capable of bearing giants might be classified as a single island in the New World, but its area was still tremendous. There was no time for lingering admiration. He headed inland at once. He had to find the nun as soon as possible. But he could not be impatient now. His parents in this life were just ordinary people. Even if they had resolved to send him to the giant island, they could only get him as far as its shore. The giant island was divided into the celestial realm, the sunlit realm, and the nether realm. The highest celestial realm lay upon the crown of the world tree, and at present no one knew what it was like up there. The sunlit realm occupied the middle canopy of the world tree. Vast in area, it contained many giant villages and was where the majority of giants lived. Even the royal palace of the giant king was built in the sunlit realm. The orphanage the nun now ran was also located there. The place where Xia Yun had landed, however, was in the nether realm at the roots of the world tree, a region of dense mountains, darkness, and cold. This meant that if he wanted to find the nun and did not happen upon her by chance, he would have to cross the entire nether realm and climb along the world tree up into the sunlit realm. Naturally, the journey would be filled with peril. The nun's real name was Galmoro. In the rumors around Elbaf, she was hailed as a saint mother with a sterling reputation because she constantly adopted abandoned children of various races from all over the world. But in private, she bore the code name Mountain Hag and ran the world government's dark child trafficking business. Her supposed compassion for all races was merely a cover for scouring the world for potential combat talent and selling them to the world government for profit. It was only because the giants were simple-minded and reluctant to think too deeply, and because Galmoro had in her youth used trickery to earn the title of benefactor of the giant race, that her scheme had remained hidden. In any other country, the flaws would have been noticed long ago. None of the children Galmoro adopted ever grew up normally. No one had ever seen them as adults. They were always said to have found suitable adoptive families and been sent away when in reality they were delivered to the CP organizations or the Navy. Through this, the nun had lined her pockets to overflowing. Now, feeling her age, she was preparing to retire, but she was still one big deal short of her goal of financial freedom before doing so. Galmoro did not believe in God, yet after meeting Xia Yun, she could not help feeling that perhaps at times God really was watching over her. Xia Yun actually still had confidence that he could climb all the way from the netherworld up to the sunlit realm. The colossal beasts of the underworld were not truly that powerful. Even Loki, the newly born giant prince, could climb straight up like a baby scaling a wall, so there was no reason the present Xia Yun could not do the same. Yet in the end it was still the will of heaven. Xia Yun ran into a nun who was just about to set out to sea. "Oh child, are you lost?" "No, Granny, father and mother told me to wait for them here, but I've already waited many days, and they still haven't come back. Ding Ding is so hungry now." "Ding Ding, your name is Ding Ding." "Yes, Granny, my name is Charlotte Ding Ding." Although he thoroughly despised this name, Xia Yun, for the sake of fitting in with local customs, could hardly give his true name. What a wonderful name. Anyone can tell you'll grow up to be someone who works very hard. Feeling as if he had just taken a critical hit, Xia Yun silently decided that he would repay the nun with a critical hit of his own someday. "But I don't want to become that kind of adult, Granny. I don't want to keep growing. The taller I grow, the more I eat, and I only bring more trouble to my parents. It's because I eat too much that I became so big, bigger than father and mother, bigger than everyone in the village." Ding Ding really doesn't want to be like this. The nun did not doubt him much. She simply assumed that this pink-haired giant child before her was most likely a giant youngster who had strayed into the human kingdom. She truly could not fathom what kind of parents would adopt a giant. Unsurprisingly, they had finally reached the point where they could no longer afford to raise him. No wonder they had abandoned the child here. They had probably asked around beforehand and learned that this was the departure point of the benefactor of the giant race. But was that not even better? A simple-minded giant would fetch an extremely high price. The nun, her face creased with wrinkles, maintained her coaxing tone. "But there's no helping it. You will always grow. You're very hungry right now, aren't you? Let's put that aside for now. Why don't you come with Granny to eat something first?" And so one side felt she had stumbled upon a great bargain, while the other believed he had found a walking meal ticket. Both saw themselves as winners. There were no losers here. The nun had originally planned to make a trip overseas to check in with the CP organization, but she decided instead to return to the Sunlit Realm first and settle Xia Yun down before anything else. She brought Xia Yun aboard her own ship, and using Sunstone drew a rainbow bridge that extended directly to the Sunlit Realm. In the original tale, when Dongli and Bragi ferried the Straw Hat crew to the giant nation of the Sunlit Realm, they had done the same, simply drawing a rainbow and letting the ship slide along it to the harbor, clearly inspired by the rainbow bridge of Norse legend. But the nuns soon regretted it. This pink-haired giant baby could eat far too much. He had been so thin when he first arrived, yet after only a few months with her he swelled like an inflating balloon, growing wildly fat, eyes opening only to eat and closing only to sleep. He spent most of each day in a state where his stomach had seized control of his brain and appetite reigned supreme. Once he was full, however, he became quite clear-headed, a sensible child. Soon the enormous child turned into an enormous fatty. Xia Yun quite successfully ate himself into the same body type he had once had as Charlotte Linlin in childhood. It had to be said the nun had indeed made a fortune by trafficking people. Among the children she took in were many giant youngsters. To be able to feed such a group, she truly had a knack for procuring food. Yet no matter how great the cash flow, it could not withstand such monumental losses. Ever since Xia Yun arrived, the nun's secret savings shrank at a terrifying speed. Wanting the children to appear healthy, she could not let them go hungry. But by now the nun understood that obesity itself was a kind of illness and not healthy at all. "Charlotte, for the sake of your body, you are not allowed to eat anymore. You're far too fat. Go exercise at once." Interrupted mid-meal, Xia Yun was very displeased. "But sister, after exercising I'll only be hungrier, and then I'll eat even more." Struck speechless, the nun grew even angrier. "Then go to sleep and save your strength." "But I'm too hungry to sleep, and when I wake up, I'll still be starving." "Stop arguing, Charlotte. Enough, stop eating. Go into the forest and gather some firewood. You must be a diligent child." Reluctantly, Xia Yun put down the bread in his hand. The food had been getting worse recently. For several days in a row he had only been given bread, but it did not matter. Even without any condiments, he could still force it down. Though that traditional European black bread was sour, astringent, bitter, and hard before his formidable bite strength and stomach acid, it might as well have been chocolate chips. "Remember not to go too deep into the woods. It's dangerous there. Bears appear in those parts." Xia Yun stood up and patted his only one-third full belly. "Got it, sister. Those bears aren't even as tall as my legs. They're tiny. There's no danger at all. Girds, go with Ding Ding. I'm still not at ease." "Yes, Sister Carmel." A giant girl stood up, walked to the front of Xia Yun, and led him toward the forest. People in the world of pirates were generally rather simple-minded, and their tolerance for strange things was remarkably high, especially children. Even though Xia Yun's appetite was enormous, the children of the sheep's house did not despise him. Aside from seeming a bit crazed when he ate, Xia Yun was actually a good-tempered fellow. Most of the children the nun adopted came from different races, many of them raised amid discrimination, so they naturally huddled together for warmth. In particular, this giant girl named Girds felt very close to Xia Yun when she saw that his build was similar to her own, and in daily life, she often looked after him. Later on, this girl Gerds would become a member of Hudruden's crew and serve as the ship's doctor. She was one of the very few people for whom Charlotte Linlin truly felt gratitude for in childhood. She had helped Linlin greatly. Though Big Mom was cruel, she still valued grace and obligation. Ever since Xia Yun was assigned to gather firewood in the forest, the local ecosystem had suffered a tremendous blow. For the bear family in particular, whether Bear 1, Bear 2, or Bear 20, they were all like toys in Xia Yun's hands, totally incapable of resistance. The bears of the forest raged at Xia Yun's actions, while Xia Yun was only greedy for their flesh. Yet this also made the nun realize just how terrifying the strength of this gluttonous child truly was. This was absolutely no ordinary child. Xia Yun had told the nun that he was just a human child, not a giant. In a pirate world with no genetic testing, Sister Carmel was only half convinced by Xia Yun's claim. But she did not care in the least. This child had the makings of a vice admiral. What happened next made the nun realize she had still underestimated Xia Yun's potential. This child had the makings of an admiral. From the moment of his birth, Xia Yun had never been injured. His steel balloon was a passive ability, and paired with his overwhelming strength, even at only 5 years old, his combat power was terrifying. In terms of innate talent, Charlotte Linlin was the strongest among all characters who had appeared in the pirate saga. No one of her age could defeat her when she was 5, and no one now could defeat a 5-year-old Xia Yun either. The nun's orphanage was located at the border of Elbaf's land on the outer edge of this nation, built around the treasure tree atom. Beside it lay a giant village. The giant race was warlike, and so were its children. As future warriors, they were eager to challenge everything. The tale of Xia Yun treating giant bears as rabbits had spread among the orphanage children. At first, the giant youngsters did not care. They could handle bears as well. Until one day, a young giant named Hirar, having once again defeated his peers of the same age, thought of that fellow in the orphanage. Hirar was the great-grandson of the giant hero Blackbeard Pirates. As a descendant of a hero, he was not only belligerent, but also somewhat arrogant. Thus, he decided to challenge Xia Yun and prove that he was the strongest giant child. That day, Hirar experienced the terror of being dominated. In height, the two were about the same, but thanks to the nun's generous feeding, Xia Yun was clearly much fatter than Hirar. "Hey, you chubby kid over there, come fight me." Feeling insulted, Xia Yun grew a little angry. "Who are you calling chubby? I just ate a bit too much, that's all. And who said I'd fight you? I'm very busy. There's barely enough firewood for cooking. TCH can't even take a joke. Whatever, take this." Hirar sprang forward, the product of years of giant training, his posture textbook perfect, as he unleashed a powerful punch. Yet halfway through the strike, he regretted it. What if he knocked this pink-haired fatty unconscious? The nun was the benefactor of the giants and must not be offended. He could not afford to offend her. Yet the moment this thought formed, the fist he had hurled met an overwhelming counterforce. Impossible. With a casual sweep of his hand, Xia Yun swatted the punch aside. The immense force twisted Hirar's arm into an unnatural angle. Before he could even feel pain, the chubby child before him displayed astonishing agility, slipping to the side in a flash, and a gigantic palm came crashing toward his face. After spinning twice in midair, 720 degrees in total, Hirar landed squarely on his head and lost consciousness. Standing beside Xia Yun, Gerds was a little worried. As a giant child herself, she knew that Hirar's ancestor was a giant hero. Though the giants valued warrior honor, and most were hardy and open-minded, what if she ran into an unreasonable elder who doted on his descendant? Xia Yun, however, did not care in the slightest. With his body's nutrition now replenished, he was in no way weaker than the original Charlotte Linlin at the same age. What giant hero, Blackbeard? Not even worth a single one of his blows. In the end, it was Gerds who carried Hirar back to the giant village. From that day on, Xia Yun's carefree life of eating, sleeping, and the occasional hunt came to an end. By giant tradition, lost honor had to be reclaimed personally, and the shame of defeat could be washed away only through victory. Yet after failing again and again, Hirar's mentality finally collapsed. When he learned from Xia Yun's own mouth that Xia Yun really was only 5 years old, a mere oversized human child, and not a giant, Hirar was as shocked as a 30-year-old being told he was still a child. Faced with a natural-born monster, recognizing reality only broke him further. Hirar began using weapons only to discover that even the sharpest axe in the smithy could not cut through the hair on Xia Yun's legs. Hirar turned to ambushes, but found that any trap could be seen through at a glance, and every sneak attack was countered by Xia Yun, who would then unleash a flurry of heavy slaps on him. Hirar resorted to summoning help and found that even his 80-year-old father was beaten like an 80-year-old child. When he tried summoning again, the one who stood before Xia Yun this time was the giant hero himself, Blackbeard. A special guest arrived at the open space in front of the Garmoro orphanage. His imposing figure was breathtaking, standing around 20 meters tall, even in old age. His massive frame, though slightly hunched, resembled an ancient mountain wall. There are only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. Ululous beard truly resembled a waterfall cascading from his chin down to the ground, with large sections trailing behind him. Xia Yun wondered if the giant's hair follicles were truly that developed. Could such a large beard really grow solely from his chin? What if this old man was actually wearing a deep neck using his chest hair as a disguise for his beard? And wouldn't he accidentally step on his own beard? Aside from his eye-catching beard, the waterfall-like appearance was also quite interesting, even though the giant was always battle-ready. Today's outfit clearly indicated a formal engagement. He wore a helmet adorned with horn-like protrusions and draped himself in a thick fur cloak exuding the wild spirit unique to Elbaf. Though his teeth were few, the sword in his hand remained sharp. The enormous double-edged sword almost matched his gigantic stature. However, the waterfall beard felt slightly embarrassed at this moment, sternly questioning his 80-year-old grandson. Boy, come here. Is this the so-called demon from outside the island? An invulnerable enemy with immense strength. But Grandpa, this guy really made us suffer badly. Both Zairalu and his son exclaimed in unison. This is clearly just a child. Losing to a child, is that something to be proud of? How dare you come to me for help? The giant clan never fears battle, nor do they fear admitting defeat. And that rude kid with pink curly hair, you are not allowed to pick your nose while I speak. Unfortunately for Xia Yun, his hair was naturally curly like Charlotte Lingling's. Although it had grown into big pink waves, it once resembled a pink steel wool ball. The flower language of the steel wool ball signifies wealth and endurance, but at this moment Xia Yun was neither wealthy nor willing to endure. Zairula's harassment had begun to irritate him. After all, this was the body of a natural destroyer. The inertia of a character in a story remained strong, and Xia Yun could feel himself becoming less cautious than before. Moreover, Garmoro had been increasingly stingy lately, and Xia Yun was feeling somewhat hungry. When hungry, one easily becomes irritable. Xia Yun impatiently picked his nose, and combined with his natural curls and dead fish eyes, he resembled a middle-aged man from the filming set of Gintama, who also happened to be of the same actual age. Hey, you there with the weird beard, why don't you take care of your grandson and great-grandson? It's really quite bothersome. If you can't win, is it still considered giant-like to call for your parents? And what's going on here? Why report to a higher authority? Don't you know that's a taboo in official circles? According to the tradition of monster hunting, old man, you're still on the next level. Where's your son? The waterfall beard's beard trembled in anger. What a disrespectful little brat. Now I think it's time for a proper education for you. Even if you're a child, such disrespect for the elderly cannot be forgiven. As a large mass of nasal mucus was finally extracted, Xia Yun's mood lightened, and he unconsciously slowed his tone. You think you can teach me? Old man, I'm not doubting you, but are you really not trying to put on a show here? Let's get this straight. If you injure me, you won't be responsible, and no using your beard to hit me halfway through dragging it on the ground. Filthy. Who knows if you'll use it when you have no toilet paper during a bathroom visit? Ah, this is so infuriating. I must punish you severely. At this moment, the surrounding Garmoro nuns and the group of orphans were in shock. Xia Yun was not typically this character. Though he loved to eat, he was mostly calm and rational, not someone who would say such provocative words. The Garmoro nuns thought even more. They could not wait any longer and must quickly contact the CP organization or the Navy. This child was growing too fast. Just a few months ago, he was an easy-to-deceive child, and now he had transformed into a sharp-tongued little devil. What if he discovered I wanted to sell him? After gaining powerful abilities, one's true nature tends to be exposed. Xia Yun was indeed calm and rational most of the time. But after leaving his parents, Xia Yun's concerns diminished, and his latent nature began to surface, showcasing his skill and banter with the netizens. After all, the waterfall beard was regarded as a giant hero, and heroes have their pride, so even when attacking, he only used a controlling technique against Xia Yun. The huge sword he had brought was set aside and used. Instead, he lunged at Xia Yun barehanded, aiming to subdue him and severely punish this uncultured child. Even if it was my grandson's fault, why can't you let it go? But Xia Yun had no intention of concerning himself with some giant hero who he only wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. The fighting skills of this family were surprisingly monotonous. Though their movements were simple and efficient, their initial style was always a straightforward charge. Xia Yun simply sidestepped, grabbing the waterfall beard's beard tightly and forcefully yanked it downwards. Compared to the nearly 20-meter-tall waterfall beard, Xia Yun was still quite small. However, the significant height difference made the fall all the more severe. At the moment he grasped the beard, Xia Yun realized that the strongest part of the waterfall beard's entire body was probably his hair follicles. How incredibly resilient. It was astonishing that he could control such a massive body. Boom. With a loud crash, the waterfall beard crashed to the ground and lay there motionless. Doctor, quickly call for a doctor. Grandpa has passed out. Not expecting this outcome, Zairula shouted in panic and hurried back to his village to find a doctor. Xia Yun, however, was unfazed and smeared all the nasal mucus he had just extracted onto the waterfall beard's beard. Ah, what a shame I didn't catch a cold today, only dried mucus. If I had wet mucus, I would have styled your beard into a white one. Before Xia Yun could take a more offensive action, the giant clan girl Gers hurriedly pulled him aside. This shouldn't be the case, the hastily arriving doctor expressed doubt after conducting a preliminary examination. The waterfall beard should be able to wake up, his body is still quite strong and shouldn't faint for this long. Maybe he has already woken up, but refuses to face reality, pretending to be unconscious, Xia Yun said, revealing his insights without any regard for face. Nonsense. The instigator Zairelu retorted loudly, Grandpa is not that kind of person. How can he not be? This unwillingness to lose resembles you, no wonder it's a hereditary trait. If you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you right now. Gers, quickly bring me scissors. I want to cut off this old man's beard, weave it into cloth, and use it as a diaper for the new kid. Upon hearing this, the waterfall beard emitted a groan and slowly awakened. No need for that, little brat. Although I was careless and didn't dodge, I admit you are indeed strong. As a hero of the giant clan, I acknowledge you. However, I am not convinced. Although I was not as strong as you when I was your age, when you reach my age, you will certainly not be stronger than me. After hearing this, Xia Yun couldn't maintain his dead fish eyes any longer and rolled his eyes hard. That's nonsense. Inhuman, you're a giant, you're over 300 years old, and I would have died long ago at your age. Feeling he had regained some dignity, the waterfall beard laughed heartily. As long as you admit you will be weaker than me in 300 years, I won't hold this against you today. Zairelu, let's go. Hold on. The Garmoro nun, who had been observing quietly, suddenly shouted to stop the waterfall beard's family from leaving. Is this how you claim to be a hero of the giant clan? Attacking such a small child and wanting to leave without giving me an explanation. Waterfall beard, hero of the giant clan, you wouldn't want others to know you were knocked down by a 50-and-a-half-year-old child while pretending to be unconscious, would you? The waterfall beard began to sweat profusely and quickly replied, this nun, please calm down. What do you want? Anything can be negotiated. Seeing the opportunity to extort, the nun could not help but show a businesslike expression, her wrinkled face forming a sly smile. I want 100 million berries. That's impossible. Our village doesn't have that much money. The waterfall beard immediately shouted. Oh, so the reputation of the giant hero is not worth much. Then there's nothing I can do. No, we can negotiate. Berries are the currency of the world government, and we don't have much. Can it be settled with something else? The Garmoro nun revealed a scheming smile. All right, waterfall beard, we've known each other for so long. I know you don't have money. Give me a branch of the treasure tree, Adam. These kids eat too much. I need to go out in exchange for some food. Also, your village needs to take responsibility for this brat and the other kids' meals for a while. I'll be gone for a bit and won't be back for a while. Legend says that in a war-torn island where everything was destroyed, only one giant tree stood tall, and after the war, people rebuilt their homes around it. People thus referred to it as the strongest tree, and its name, Adam, symbolizes an indomitable vitality. Decades later, a small piece of wood from the treasure tree, Adam, could sell for 200 million berries on the black market, but now due to lower inflation, 100 million berries is already a relatively high price. However, the giant clan didn't care. The entire Elbaf was built upon the treasure tree, Adam. What is precious outside does not mean it is precious in Elbaf. As for taking care of this brat's meals for a while, that is even less of a concern. After all, how much could a child eat? Sister Galmalo felt that she could no longer wait. Continuing to raise this little demon would not only lead to her losses, but also risk being seen through by him. The child was developing far too quickly. Although she had not yet realized she had been played by Xia Yun, Sister Galmalo had already decided to contact the CP organization early. She needed to sell this little chubby boy as soon as possible. After sending off the family of the giant with a waterfall beard, the nun told the children at the orphanage that she was going to purchase supplies and contact families willing to adopt children. With the reluctant gazes of the children following her, the nun took the treasure tree, Adam, and temporarily left Alyabaf by boat, but in reality, she did not go far. There were not many ships around Alyabaf, and there was no need for excessive caution. The nun arrived at one of her own hideouts, a small island of modest size. This outing was certainly not for purchasing supplies or finding families willing to adopt orphans. Bringing the treasure tree, Adam, was merely for selling stolen goods. Thanks to that little demon, I defeated the waterfall bearded giant, allowing me to make some profit. But how could a 5-year-old child defeat an adult giant with skin impervious to blades? Truly a terrifying monster. The nun pulled out her phone bug and dialed a familiar number. Is it Mountain Man? Do you have any promising children lately? The face of the phone bug transformed into an expressionless, serious one. Not just promising. If this child joins the CP organization, he will become the strongest shield protecting the holy city of Mariehua. If he were in the Navy, he would definitely become a powerhouse at the general level, perhaps even an admiral. This is a natural monster. Sister Galmalo let out a sinister chuckle and began to describe Xia Yun's extraordinary combat abilities to the head of the CP organization. Oh, The CP organization was intrigued. You better not be lying if what you say is true. This little demon is truly terrifying. How could I possibly deceive you? This is an exceptional potential figure. You must give me a reasonable price or I'll just sell him to the Navy. Your relationship with the Navy isn't exactly good. Do you want to make the Navy a bit stronger? The price will certainly satisfy you. We are not like those poor fools in the Navy. When can you take us to meet him? As soon as you come, I can be ready at any time. Also bring a larger ship with you. This child is quite large, and I also have a piece of treasure tree atom here. If you can handle it, take it all. Don't fool me, we all know the value of this thing. Treasure tree atom. The CP organization let out a disdainful snort. Humph, just because it's expensive in the black market doesn't mean we consider it precious. In the treasure vault of the celestial dragons, this stuff is piled high. But as long as you ensure this little demon is as strong as you claim, we can take it all, and it'll give you 80 million berries for this piece of treasure tree atom. 150 million. 100 million berries, not a penny more. You better make sure you're not lying. If this child isn't as strong as you say, you know the consequences. Deal. Hurry over. Sister Galmalo, feeling quite pleased after striking a big deal, only needed to consider how to coax the child to obediently board the ship. That greedy little glutton, even if he is a bit more mature now, it doesn't matter. As long as I provide enough food on the ship, he will come aboard on his own. Meanwhile, in the village of the waterfall, bearded giant, things were dire. The nun had not been gone long when the village's food supply faced a major crisis. Having confirmed that he was the strongest presence in the village, Xia Yun let himself go. Plus, the waterfall beard had no standing to complain. With leverage in his hands, he naturally indulged himself and ate to his heart's content. Within just 10 days, he devoured all the food in the village, forcing the waterfall beard, despite his age, to go out to sea to fish and hunt sea kings to meet the food demand. Little demon, has anyone taught you the skill of life return? The waterfall beard, having lived for over 300 years, unnaturally knew of this skill. Those adept at life return could always consume things multiple times their weight. However, the waterfall beard immediately denied this guess. No, those who can use life return digest immediately. How could you possibly become this fat? How rude, old man. Xia Yun was very angry. With a mouth that foul, did you just wipe it with your beard? The waterfall beard had long been desensitized to Xia Yun's verbal attacks and kindly reminded, years ago there was a little demon named Brokey. He was also very fat and had been since he was a child, just like you, unable to see his toes while standing. I tell you, this affected his development so much that even now he can't find a suitable female giant and can only mingle with Donley, and now nobody knows where he is. I will slim down soon. This is just baby fat. When I grow up, he'll be tall and handsome. Xia Yun explained furiously. Give me a break. A chubby little demon like you will only become a giant when you grow up. Though he had only been with Xia Yun for a few days, the waterfall beard's verbal attack ability was also on the rise, and he had learned some new vocabulary. Just as Xia Yun was continuously being provoked, but unable to retort, Sister Galmalo met up with the CP organization and returned to Alubaf on the ship prepared by them. The nun anchored the ship far away at the edge of the underworld of Alubaf. Not all giants are close to their kin. There are also those who consider themselves aristocrats among giants and despise their human identity. However, out of respect for their giant benefactors, they allowed themselves to enter the land of giants, but no one from the CP organization could enter. If the ship prepared by the CP organization was discovered, it could very well be shot down at the port. So she could only use the Rainbow Bridge alone to trick Xia Yun over. That little demon's real name is Charlotte, a gigantic child with pink hair. In terms of size, he is not much different from a young giant, just a bit chubby, which makes him easy to recognize. Though I don't know why his parents hated him so much as to give him such a name, it doesn't matter to your CP organization, names aren't important. He is only 5 years old this year. I initially planned to raise him a little longer before coming to find you. However, this little demon eats too much and grows very quickly. He is a clever fellow. You need to hurry up and carry out brainwashing education. If it's not done well, it won't be my responsibility. The head of CP0 organization replied, You don't need to worry about that, mountain man. We have plenty of experience in this area. But is this little demon really human? How could he be this huge? He's almost like a child of the giants. He is truly human, the nun responded. If I didn't know he was really just over 5 years old, I wouldn't believe it. Next, the CP0 organization discussed with the nun how to get Xia Yun onto the ship and have him obediently return with them. The nun still believed that Xia Yun was very reliant on her. Even though she hadn't had the chance to instill in Xia Yun her beautiful ideals of coexistence among various races, she was a kind-hearted woman. However, Xia Yun at least acted very obedient and reliant towards her. The nun decided to take advantage of Xia Yun's gluttonous nature. This little demon is very greedy and trusts me a lot. As long as I tell him there is food on the ship that I brought back, he will board the ship on his own. Later, I can fabricate a story about a food kingdom saying that there are a couple willing to adopt a child who can eat like him, and it will all be fine. After explaining everything, the nun took out the sunstone and drew out the rainbow bridge. Although this is also a secret, there was simply no way to hide it now. Seeing that there was such a shortcut to directly enter the land of giants, members of the CP organization were greatly shocked. They initially thought they could only crawl little by little from the underworld to the realm of light. Lacking a guide, they dared not go themselves. But now there was actually such a shortcut. The head of the CP organization quietly signaled, saying, "Oh, so this child is so easy to deceive. Then we can rest assured, but this also means you are of no use now, Mountain Man." The nun suspected that the CP organization might not need to pay, but she never anticipated that they wanted to dispose of her directly. As a high-ranking human trafficker codenamed Mountain Man decades ago, with the help of the Navy, I saved several crew members of the giant pirate crew who were about to be judged. But that was merely a performance. The Navy released them under the government's orders, and the words I spoke on the execution platform were only believable to giants. The ultimate goal was to infiltrate the giant kingdom. Now I have indeed succeeded. Over the years I have sent a large number of talents, or rather cannon fodder, to the CP organization and the Navy. At the same time, I have also gathered a wealth of dark information about the world government. Oh, my very existence represents the dark side that the world government cannot acknowledge. The great age of exploration has not yet begun. Although the world government is decaying and corrupt, it still has some semblance of dignity. As long as the nun exists, this scandal could be exposed. Therefore, she cannot live. The nun's combat ability is not high, and the soul fruit does not yield much power in her hands. This fruit requires a significant amount of physical strength, and the nun herself is merely an old woman. As soon as the leader of the CP organization finished speaking, he struck decisively. Shaved. He stomped rapidly, making explosive sounds, and instantly moved at high speed to the nun's back. The elderly's reaction was a bit slow. Before she could use her fruit's ability, she realized what the CP group intended to do, but it was already too late. "No, without me you cannot make this child obedient." But before she could react further, she had already fainted. A normally proportioned female member of the CP organization stepped forward and touched the nun's wrinkled cheek. "This guy really don't want to end up looking this old and ugly. She is the current user of the mimic fruit. Don't waste time, you are already familiar with her, so it should be easy to imitate her. Don't mess this up," the organization leader calmly instructed. "Of course I know her hypocritical appearance very well. I recall it every single day over the years," the female member said slowly. "How cold-hearted, you really don't remember me." It was evident that this CP organization member had once been taken in by the nun. Due to her intelligence, she had been sold by the nun to the world government's intelligence organization. Having undergone inhumane training over the years, she had done all sorts of dirty and exhausting work. Due to her talent in espionage, she was specially granted the mimic fruit. Now she dwells in darkness and does not yearn for light, but she longs for revenge. In a sense, the nun has ruined her life. Becoming a member of the CP organization appears glamorous, but it involves so much suffering and humiliation. Those at the top don't regard them as human beings, let alone those celestial dragons. For so many years, the nun has sent numerous children to the Navy for the world government, the vast majority of whom became cannon fodder, dying without a trace, and few survived. However, most of the children did not know until their deaths that it was the nun who sold them. Only a fortunate few who survived and reached higher ranks could learn the truth. Among them, some did not care, but others harbored deep hatred for the nun, and this female member obviously belonged to the latter group. Thus, upon learning that the nun wanted to back off, the CP organization issued a purge order, which she gladly accepted. She quickly transformed into the nun's appearance, even replicating the wrinkles on her face, though she was still wearing a white robe. She did not disdain the nun, dragging the unconscious nun to a cabin, and shortly after changed into the nun's clothes, adopting the same smile as the nun. Indeed, as a high-ranking member codenamed Faceless, your abilities are truly impressive every time, the organization leader praised, clapping his hands. "Prepare the food. I'll lure that brat over. Also, when can we dispose of this old woman? I can't wait to get started." "You don't need to worry about that, as she still has some use. Once we extract the information about the giant kingdom from her mouth, you can handle her," replied the organization leader. "That's good. The Faceless has already thought about how to interrogate her after the mission is accomplished. Not much more to say, nor will there be any rehearsals." Confident in her abilities, the Faceless leaped off the ship. The Rainbow Bridge is very long, but the advantage is that it can directly reach the desired destination. The Rainbow Bridge drawn by the nun leads straight to the village where the bearded giant Yululu resides. While others were preparing in the dark and narrow cabin, the nun cautiously opened her eyes, confirming that no one was watching. Being seasoned old foxes, the nun did not trust them. Each time she met with the CP organization or the Navy, the nun had never revealed her fruit ability so much so that the Autothalop CP organization still did not know she was a fruit user. Therefore, due to negligence, they only used ordinary hemp ropes to bind her without employing the precious sea prism stone chains. However, the nun was not afraid of being bound. Even the tightest ties could not hold her slippery form. The nun activated her ability, conjuring a small white sphere that drilled into the hemp rope. In the next moment, the rope began to move on its own, sprouting eyes and a mouth, transforming into a product of the soul fruit, homie. All right, child, hurry and untie me. Yes, nun. Even though the ordinary homie created from the soul fruit possessed only simple intelligence, it could still carry out such commands. It seems this child cannot be sold anymore, but that's fine. Adam, the treasure tree is still in my hands, which is still a large sum of money. Additionally, I need to think of a way to utilize this child's power to keep these despicable guys here. After pondering for a short while, the nun organized a plan in her mind. She must kill this group from the CP organization and fake her own death to escape. Finding a channel to sell Adam the treasure tree would ensure a large sum of money for her to enjoy her twilight years. After making up her mind, the nun took a deep breath. Though I have never tried it, now I have no choice but to do it. She focused her mind, activating the soul fruit's ability, splitting a piece from her soul and infusing it into the ship beneath her. Even though the ship was on the ocean in direct contact with the seawater, Lingling could still give life to the waves. The homie was not fearful of the sea like those puppets created by the shadow fruit. Do not expose your eyes and mouth. The nun sternly commanded the ship that had just come to life beneath her. The newly born homie immediately shut its eyes and mouth, complying with the nun's request, showing no signs of abnormality, just like a normal ship. The upcoming plan requires meticulous control. Ordinary homies can no longer handle such complex tasks. Since obtaining the soul fruit, the nun, who is extremely afraid of death, has never attempted to split her soul and create a completely obedient and highly intelligent homie. Who knows if this would cause harm to herself? Even in the original story, the only time the nun used her soul to create a homie was when Lingling's appetite disorder went haywire, igniting the giant village. To control the fire, the nun infused life into a flame, creating a homie that absorbed all the flames. At that time, the nun had no choice if she did not control the blaze. Her identity as a benefactor of the giant race could not be preserved, and she could not save Lingling, who had satisfied her appetite and was now in a deep slumber. I will call you Jack. Listen, Jack, can you control everything on the ship? Yes, Mom. In the cabin where the nun was imprisoned, a pair of eyes and a mouth quietly emerged. Clearly, homie Jack, whose essence is a ship, could freely appear anywhere on the ship. Great, Jack. Now tell Mom, can you fill a bucket with seawater and at my command splash it on everyone on the ship? Of course, Mom. Jack, praised by the nun, couldn't contain his excitement, his mouth stretching into an exaggerated smile. You truly are my Jack. Get a bucket of water ready and wait for my command. After the nun made all the arrangements, homie Jack began his mission. He split several ropes, stealthily dragging a wooden barrel filled with fresh water out of the cabin, replacing it with seawater, and placed it in an inconspicuous spot on the deck. Now we just wait for that child to arrive. As a nun with limited power, I keep replaying my opportunities. I only have one shot. If I fail, I might meet my end here today. Fortunately, they spared my life first. Children, I am back. The nun has returned. How wonderful, the nun is back. The faceless one successfully found the village where the bearded waterfall dwells, glancing around, but did not see the child described by the nun. She decided to delve deeper into the situation. Upon seeing the figure of Sister Carmel, the children who had been living in the orphanage of the giant village gathered around her. The chattering noise was incessant. Xiaoyan also heard the sounds outside the window and stepped out with Gyurtzi to greet the nun. After the faceless one disguised as the nun dealt with the approaching children with a beaming smile, she immediately spotted Xiaoyan walking over. The overly obvious traits of his appearance made her instantly confirm that this child was indeed her target. Mimicking the nun's posture, she waved at Xiaoyan. Ding ding, come here for a moment. I have good news to share with you. Xiaoyan, not sensing anything amiss, merely pouted and said a bit unhappily, Nun, I've told you many times, just call me Charlotte from now on. Don't call me by that name anymore. If I hadn't been indecisive, I would have changed my name already. The faceless one's mouth twitched slightly, and she quickly corrected herself. All right, Charlotte, I won't call you by that name next time. Putting that aside, Charlotte, come with me. The nameless one tugged at Xiaoyan's clothing and pulled him aside, signaling him to crouch down to speak with her. She lowered her voice and whispered to Xiaoyan, Charlotte, during my recent trip to gather supplies, I visited a country known as the Kingdom of Cuisine, famous for its food. The residents there take pride in their ability to eat, with larger appetites being more esteemed. In that country, there is a merchant couple who have been unable to have children and wish to adopt a healthy child, especially one with a large appetite. Would you be willing to go with them? The ship I came on brought their gifts, a whole ship full of delicacies. Really? Sister Xiaoyan feigned excitement, but felt a sense of vigilance rising within. As soon as the nun spoke, Xia Yun guessed what was going on, and this old woman must be planning to sell him off. If I go to that country, will I be able to eat my fill? Of course. Their food is abundant, and no matter how much you can eat, you will always be full. Do you want me to take you to the ship to see the gifts they've brought? The faceless one continued to deceive him. Okay, nun, I'll call everyone to come along. No, don't call them. Afraid of too many eyes, the faceless one quickly stopped him. The remaining group of children held little value and could not be transported all at once. They had already decided that after taking Xia Yun away, they would falsely claim that the nun had met with a maritime disaster, leaving the remaining children to fend for themselves. This is a gift from the couple of the Kingdom of Cuisine. If they see you too thin when the time comes. The faceless one glanced at Xia Yun, her eyelids twitching. Clearly this reasoning was inadequate. She decided to change her approach. If they see you too hungry, they'll blame me, the nun. This is a gift for you. I've already prepared gifts for the other children separately. Come with me quickly. Knowing the original plot, Xia Yun still felt a bit anxious, as the CP organization's members were likely coming along too. Although they had no power against the madwoman, the plot might have changed now. What if they sent someone formidable? Xia Yun quickly calculated in his heart. This was a good opportunity to eliminate the nun. From the direction extending from the Rainbow Bridge, the ship should be docked to the west of Elbaf Island. The bearded waterfall who was out fishing at sea was also over there. Although he was not strong, yet his identity and status meant that the CP members would not dare act recklessly and anger the giant nation. In the end, Xia Yun still agreed, as those children were of no help. Apart from making noise, they would only increase trouble. If they were taken hostage, it would be a real mess. Having spent a few months together, even without a deep bond, Xia Yun still couldn't bear to involve the innocent, so he decided to follow the nun. After walking along the Rainbow Bridge for a long time, they finally reached their destination. It was an impressive merchant ship with the deck piled high with food, mountains of caramel puffs, while in the giant nation, this should be called Samura, large loaves of bread stacked neatly, and barbecued meat prepared by CP members wafting enticing aromas, with enormous cakes and many fresh fruits laid out as the main course. The CP members, well aware of Xia Yun's taste preferences, had made thorough preparations, putting large amounts of anesthetics in all these foods, doses sufficient to take down even small sea kings. But they ultimately overlooked something. When Xia Yun stepped onto the deck with the faceless one, he had not yet had the chance to rush towards the food. A section of rope hanging from the ship's railing suddenly moved, lifting a bucket placed against the railing and splashing it forcefully onto the faceless one. Affected by the seawater, the faceless one could no longer maintain the powers of the devil fruit and reverted to her original appearance. She was an extremely frightening woman, her features resembling melted butter smudged together, the boundaries between them blurred, as if her facial bones had been forcibly destroyed and reassembled, an overwhelming impact. This was also the price she paid for obtaining the mimic fruit. To acquire this fruit, she had to demonstrate her resolve to her sadistic superior. She underwent the trials of hell, forcibly distorting her features, and the beautiful woman she presented to the outside world was that very instructor. After acquiring the mimic fruit, the nameless one decided to use the instructor's guise, cunningly scheming against the instructor to eliminate her, then inheriting the connections and resources of the instructor under the pretense of remembrance. Having only watched light-hearted films in his past life, Xia Yun could not accept such grotesque features, in an instant retreating several steps and nearly falling off the ship. Charlotte, don't be fooled by her. I am the real nun. Under the control of Hamit's Jack, the small boat imprisoning the nun opened a hole connecting to the deck. The nun quickly emerged from inside and loudly warned Xia Yun, but did not forget to secretly remind Hamit's Jack to protect himself. That woman next to you is a fake. They are all bad people. Quickly deal with them. Already aware of what was happening, Xia Yun decided to continue his act. What if the CP organization sent a monster over? How would he fight back? Although he knew he was strong, he could not rule out the existence of some superhuman devil fruit users with special abilities. If there were mimic fruits within the CP organization that did not exist in the original work, he would be truly doomed. Thinking of this, Xia Yun decided to act decisively, quickly turning and rushing down the ship. Sister, don't be afraid. I will call the bearded waterfall and the others to come over. If we can gang up on them, why fight unknown? Giants have strong vitality, or at worst they will get hurt. With Xia Yun around, they won't be in life-threatening danger. As long as I can confirm that there are no mechanisms among that group, it will be an easy win and Xia Yun can go all out. After all, in the original work, the Big Mom was characterized by high-end output deficiencies, yet she was great at bullying the weak. The real nun's eyes widened, as she had never imagined that this little brat could be so cunning and cowardly. Charlotte, come back. At least take me with you. Without even greeting one another, the CP0 organization members coordinated seamlessly as the organization leader swiftly used the shave technique, dashing in front of Xia Yun. The closest faceless one also adjusted her stance, grinning and raising her hands towards Xia Yun, of course not in a French salute, but in a gesture of firing a gun. Finger gun. The tips of her fingers emitted an invisible shockwave aimed directly at Xia Yun's eyes. Simultaneously, the leader's attack had already arrived, having transformed during the sprint, layers of armor plating sprouting from his arms, his body towering at least 1.5 times taller, already able to reach Xia Yun's chest. His mouth jutted out, suddenly transforming into a massive toothy maw. This was a crocodile man who had eaten the crocodile fruit. He unleashed his most proficient attack, opening his mouth to the limit and lunging at Xia Yun's neck. Both attackers had a clear intent. Whether or not they got injured was secondary. They needed to control the child first. The attack came too swiftly, like a gust of wind, one from the left and one from the right. The seasoned members of the CP organization struck with lethal techniques, one targeting the eyes and the other the throat. They knew that the nun would not lie. The little demon before them was terrifyingly powerful, and they could not afford to be careless. However, even when they unleashed their strongest attacks, they still underestimated the nun's description of being impervious to blades and bullets. Xia Yun didn't even bother with active defense, simply closing his eyes. The shockwave from the faceless man's spear only produced a crisp sound against his eyelids before bouncing away. Despite the ferocity of the crocodile leader's bite, Xia Yun did not take it to heart. Even a full-force strike from the giant clan elder wielding a massive sword could not harm him. A mere crocodile was not worth worrying about. Due to recent binge eating, Xia Yun's neck was already difficult to discern. Even when the crocodile leader opened his mouth wide, it would be hard for him to engulf Xia Yun's neck. After all, a crocodile is not a snake and cannot bend its jaw to 180 degrees. To guard against the flying spear attack, Xia Yun closed his eyes, but his body instinctively reacted. Truly worthy of his exceptional physical talent, this was almost a manifestation of observation hockey. Even knowing that the crocodile leader's attack could not penetrate his oily skin, Xia Yun still dodged and suddenly punched towards the crocodile leader's gaping mouth. His massive fist plunged into the crocodile leader's throat, instantly choking him and making him see stars. He instinctively snapped his mouth shut, only to feel as if he had bitten down on an iron rod, shattering a number of his teeth. Xia Yun felt as if he had grasped the crocodile leader's small tongue and yanked it out with a fierce pull. The excruciating pain in his teeth and throat nearly caused him to lose consciousness, but as a seasoned assassin, he quickly adjusted his posture, using his legs to firmly push against the ground in an attempt to escape. Xia Yun did not give him a chance. After successfully defending against the flying spear attack, he opened his eyes and immediately kicked fiercely at the faceless man who was right at his feet and would attempt a sneak attack. Simultaneously, his other hand grabbed the crocodile leader's wildly thrashing tail and swung it down hard. Creating a large pit in the deck, the crocodile leader was smashed down and fell into the ship's cabin. The faceless man was sent flying backward while the crocodile leader was left with a mouthful of blood. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yun did not give him a moment to react. He stomped down hard on the freshly created pit, expanding its area, and then jumped down, channeling all his strength to deliver a heavy blow to the crocodile leader's head. Iron Body. The crocodile leader, unable to dodge in time, executed his signature technique. As a user of the crocodile fruit, defense was his forte, and his thick scales allowed him to master Iron Body effortlessly. However, just as Xia Yun's fist was about to strike the crocodile leader, a door suddenly emerged beneath him, revealing a dark green space from which a hand reached out and pulled the crocodile leader inside. Xia Yun, well versed in the original plot, immediately realized that this was the ability of the door fruit user. He couldn't help but complain. The CP organization clearly valued him, sending 3 devil fruit users at once along with 2 strategically capable devil fruit users. But unfortunately, both were support characters, and the only one capable of fighting clearly couldn't compete with him. Yet this only left Xia Yun feeling like a thorn in his throat. The mobility of the door fruit was too strong. Even if he could slap down 2 people, it would be useless if he couldn't even touch them. And if the CP organization saw him today and managed to escape, troubles would surely abound in the future. The only solution was to bet that the CP organization would not want to abandon the mission and try to outlast him, waiting until the stamina of the door fruit user was exhausted and could no longer use their powers. However, if they were intent on escaping, Xia Yun would have no good plan either. Thinking of this, Xia Yun felt a surge of irritation and stamped his foot hard. At this moment, the mountain-bearded man returned from fishing, bringing other giant villagers back with a full load. They happened to see the nun's anchored ship and quickly approached, hoping to greet her and urging her to take the little demon away immediately. The ordinary-looking door fruit user panted heavily in the space created by the door. Though possessing a fantastical fruit power, each use of the ability consumed immense stamina. After dodging Xia Yun's attack, he opened another door on the deck and teleported both the crocodile fruit user and himself through it. Upon seeing Xia Yun, who was now helplessly stamping his feet in the cabin, he instantly devised a solution. Summoning all his stamina, he opened a sufficiently large door beneath Xia Yun's feet, causing the weightless Xia Yun to fall in an instant. I've trapped this little demon in the space, but I can't hold him for too long. Oh, containing him also drains my energy. Didn't that nun say this little demon has a big appetite? Quickly throw all the food into this door. I hope that little demon will take the bait, eat his fill, and then fall asleep. Having completed all this, the door fruit user quickly directed the crocodile leader. He opened a door of moderate size beneath the pile of food on the deck, causing the food to tumble, and while the mimicking fruit user, who had just been kicked by Xia Yun, lay in a pile of rubble, nearly unable to move due to damage to his lumbar spine. These guys definitely won't kindly offer me food. Unlike the ant, Xia Yun still retained normal reasoning. Even though he had entered the alternate world created by the door fruit, Xia Yun was not very anxious. Panicking wouldn't solve the problem, but playing dead could definitely buy some time. For now, he was merely trapped, and nothing more. The door fruit was indeed tricky to deal with, and he could only bet on the user's stamina running out. He just didn't know whether keeping him trapped would drain the user's stamina. Speaking of which, this pile of food smells really good. Even though it's likely contaminated, it should be fine for my appetite, right? Xia Yun muttered as he sat before the pile of food, wavering between eating and not eating. The ordinary-looking CP organization member finished transporting the food and closed the door, collapsing to the ground to recover his stamina. The crocodile leader hurried up onto the deck, rushing towards the nun. The damage Xia Yun had inflicted was indeed significant, but mostly it was just pain. The last lethal blow had not landed and had been dodged. The recovery speed of the Zoan-type devil fruit user was also his reliance. It was time to completely eliminate this troublesome nun. She was also a devil fruit user. Although he didn't know her ability, she had to be dealt with first, and any information on the giant clan could be collected later. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye. The inexperienced nun, seeing only the crocodile leader step off the deck, also roughly understood. This was bad. Now she could only rely on this homie created by her soul, which was powerful. The best way to deal with devil fruit users was the sea. Jack, stop him. Yes, Mom. Countless ropes surged toward the crocodile leader, who was instantly restrained, unable to fight against so many hands. But it merely slightly slowed his speed. He tightened his scale, spun around, and severed the majority of the ropes. Jack, throw him into the sea. With the nun's command, as the crocodile leader was about to completely break free from the ropes, they bound his feet and tossed him out. The door fruit user instinctively wanted to open a door to rescue the crocodile leader, but before he could activate his ability, a large hole suddenly opened beneath his feet. It was homie Jack. It was the ship itself, capable of controlling every space on the vessel. It opened a large hole beneath the door fruit user's feet, leading straight to the ocean. Caught off guard, the door fruit user fell into the sea. The nun had won. She successfully eliminated 2 devil fruit users. As the door fruit user fell into the ocean and lost consciousness, his ability also ceased. Xia Yun was expelled from the opening landing right where Jack had created the hole, and he fell into the water. However, Xia Yun was not afraid. He held his breath and swam upward with all his might. The nun, feeling victorious, relaxed. Seeing Xia Yun's head appear above the water, she smiled, just about to take a smoke to relax, when an unexpected turn of events occurred. Spear of the finger. The faceless man, who had been kicked by Xia Yun and could only half lay on the deck, used the last ounce of his strength to strike at the nun's temple, launching a precise attack, which pierced through her brain. Mom. In a fit of rage, homie's Jack, unable to protect the nun, saw the deck of the ship surge violently, and all the debris flew up, hurtling towards the faceless one that had attacked. Buried beneath the ruins, the faceless one, once capable of firing flying finger guns, let its powerful wrist droop down, and the horrifying face buried in the rubble revealed a look of relief. Having endured so many terrifying events, she might still have a lingering attachment to life itself, but she knew that this mission had failed. The nun would not spare her life. She did not regret dragging this enemy into hell with her just before death. As homie's Jack retaliated, his consciousness began to fade. Realizing what had happened, Jack could only sorrowfully call out to the nun, Mom, don't die. But ultimately it was futile. The nun, being an ordinary person in terms of physique, could not withstand that charged blow aimed at her weak point. The nun fell into a pool of blood, and homie's Jack's consciousness gradually dissipated, and the ship returned to its original form, an ordinary merchant vessel. Although the current scene shows the old lady falling into lava, Zeus is still alive, yet the author feels that if the old lady truly died, homie's would dissipate, so it is inclined to believe that the old lady is not really dead. If proven wrong in the future, I will revise. At this moment, the mountain-bearded Hilyalu, who wanted to greet them, had just docked the ship and happened to witness the scene of the faceless one killing the nun. No, nun. The simple giant still regarded the nun as the benefactor of the giant kingdom. With her death, the past sins could not be revealed. She would forever be remembered as the benefactor of the giants. Giants are very loyal and repay kindness, but now it was too late for gratitude. Revenge was all that remained. The culprit had already died, and they could only seek retribution from his gang. At this time, Xia Yun had already emerged from the water and quickly told the Mountain Beard there are 2 more underwater. Hearing this, the Mountain Beard hurriedly organized the giants to dive. Those with devil fruit powers would lose all strength and sink deeply into the ocean upon encountering it. This depth could be fatal for humans, but for giants, it was merely a matter of diving. Soon the giants discovered 2 unconscious members of the CP organization. Having lived for over 350 years, the Mountain Beard was well informed and immediately realized that these 2 likely could not swim because they were devil fruit users. If they woke up, it would be troublesome. These guys had all sorts of bizarre abilities. The hero of the giant clan had also killed countless enemies in his youth, and naturally, he would not show mercy to these 2. Witnessing 4 people die before him, and in such a gruesome manner, Xia Yun, essentially a modern person, was momentarily unable to accept it. The huge shock caused his stomach to convulse violently, and the corrosive strong stomach acid surged back up. Xia Yun ultimately endured. This was the world of One Piece, and all of this was ultimately unavoidable. In the future, there would be countless violence and bloodshed to encounter in this world. He would ultimately have to adapt. Having come to this realization, Xia Yun decided to eat something to calm his nerves, casually grabbing a floating fruit from the sea and tossing it into his mouth. What is this? They actually mixed shit into the food. EY knew they had ulterior motives. Bitter, sour, foul, fishy, and astringent flavors instantly filled his mouth. The previously suppressed urge to vomit surged back up and stomach acid churned again, but the naturally strong stomach acid melted the entire fruit, and that nauseating taste instantly traveled from his mouth down his throat to his stomach, making him feel queasy from head to toe. Xia Yun was choked by the taste to the point of rolling his eyes, but the next moment, he suddenly felt weak all over, completely rolling his eyes back and losing consciousness. But he did not float to the surface like a dead fish with his belly up. Instead, he sank deeply towards the seabed. Kid, what happened to you? Quickly pull him up. When Xia Yun woke up again, he opened his eyes to see the familiar wooden ceiling of the giant's house. His body was fine, but he felt salty and bitter in his mouth, and his stomach was bloated. But surprisingly, he did not feel hungry. He sat up and patted his belly, letting out a big burp. Looks like if you're hungry next time, just drink seawater. Hearing the sound, the waterfall beard entered the room and immediately stopped Xia Yun from retorting. Let's not talk about this now. Come out and send the nun off for the last journey with everyone. Realizing what had happened, Xia Yun ultimately remained silent and followed the waterfall beard outside. Xia Yun had not been unconscious for long. The nun's body was still warm, and several children from the orphanage who were especially dependent on the nun clung tightly to her, unwilling to let go, and cried loudly. Xia Yun had no feelings for the nun. This woman deserved to die, but seeing these children so heartbroken, he decided not to ruin the nun's image among them. When members of the giant village asked what had happened, Xia Yun replied, "Those 3 guys in white are bad people. They said they wanted to adopt me, but as soon as I got on the ship, they injured the nun and tried to forcefully take me away. But they couldn't beat me, so they could only inexplicably throw me into the ocean. As soon as I surfaced, I saw them kill the nun." This statement actually had many loopholes. Why did the nun bring these 3 people? Did they know each other? None of this was mentioned. But no one paid attention. Still, the giants are a simple race. Their minds are not filled with convoluted thoughts. Even when doing something bad, they can only be direct about it. Circumventing issues is still too complicated for them. The remaining children were too young to think of such things. They only knew that the giant's benefactor, the kind virgin Sister Carmel, had passed away today. Even though the murderer had been dealt with on the spot, this could not soothe the sorrow in their hearts. The children of the orphanage surrounded the nun, some crying loudly, some silently shedding tears. Everyone was engulfed in sadness. Except for Xia Yun. Though Xia Yun, standing on the periphery of this circle, did not feel sorrow for the nun's death, he understood that he must blend in at this moment. He would need to get along in the giant kingdom. They would not accept a child who did not know gratitude. Feigning tears, Xia Yun's mind wandered. What would happen to his next source of income? Was that long-bred King Zulan still on the island? Lost in thought, many light points suddenly emerged from Xia Yun's hand, flowing into the grass on the ground and the surrounding trees. These trees were instantly endowed with souls, gaining consciousness and sprouting human features. In his past life, he had only seen this scene in animation, where it appeared cartoonish and oddly cute. But witnessing flowers and grass sprouting human features in reality was quite horrifying. Even more shocking was that these flowers and grass began to sing. It was unclear who taught them this. Each one closed its eyes tightly and bowed its head to chant naturally, singing a melodic dirge. This scene stunned the giant crowd in attendance. Only a few people with thick skins remained submerged in sorrow. The majority were drawn to the singing flora. Realizing what had happened, the overwhelming joy surging in Xia Yun nearly made him smile broadly. Did the crowd not realize? Isn't this the ability of the soul fruit? It turns out that the disgusting fruit he had eaten earlier was indeed a reincarnated devil fruit. Although he regretted not being able to see what the soul fruit looked like, it didn't matter, it was already his. Clearly the devil fruit indeed chooses its host. This time, it had chosen Xia Yun. Though Xia Yun had not yet figured out how to deeply explore the capabilities of this fruit, even if he simply imitated and replicated the old lattice methods, he could certainly become a weather mage with extensive AoE skills. Moreover, with his innate physical talents, his future achievements would surely not be inferior to the original Charlotte Linlin. It should be noted that Charlotte Linlin's greatest weakness was her mind and her unstable mental state. And Xia Yun did not have this problem from the start. It was still the well-informed Pu Huzi explaining the recent miraculous scene to everyone. He knew that the nun possessed this ability, having witnessed her use it before, though she rarely employed it. He suddenly realized that Xia Yun had inherited the nun's power. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the ability of the devil fruit. The devil fruit is a treasure of the sea that grants special powers to its consumers. What Xia Yun had just demonstrated was indeed the nun's power. It had once belonged to her fruit ability, and now it belonged to Xia Yun. In a sense, Xia Yun had merged with the nun. Just moments ago, Xia Yun basked in the envy and admiration of the crowd, but he instantly frowned, saying, "Old man, can you choose a different description?" Pu Huzi, puzzled, replied, "What? Don't you like being merged with the nun? Who would want to merge with her?" Not understanding why Xia Yun was upset, Pu Huzi had to rephrase his words. "Xia Yun has inherited the nun's abilities and spirit. Who wants to inherit her spirit? If I truly inherited her spirit, believe me, I would sell you all." Xia Yun muttered quietly. But no one paid much attention. The focus was not on him. Xia Yun's display of power was merely an interlude. The truly important matter was the nun's funeral. In the funeral customs of Elbaf Island, there is no banquet. Xia Yun was quite dissatisfied with this, but there was nothing he could do about it. The villagers of Giant Village were so sad that they couldn't eat, which left Xia Yun feeling down and unable to eat as well. Fortunately, the nun was buried the same day. Thus it did not affect breakfast the next day. However, Xia Yun felt troubled that the children from the orphanage believed in the nonsense from Shan Huzi, thinking that Xia Yun had inherited the nun's will. Some of the weaker-willed children even began to look at him with hopeful eyes, as if he were a replacement for the nun. "Look at me, I'm useless too. I'm only 5 years old." Xia Yun, speechless internally, was almost too exhausted to complain. He couldn't even support himself at this point. Although the giant country appeared vast, its resources were not abundant. Sometimes giants were so poor that they resorted to robbery. There simply weren't enough resources to distribute to the children of the orphanage. Historical records indicate that a famine would soon plague the giant country, and this disaster was laid at the feet of the giant prince Loki, believed to be a curse from him. The survival of these children was now in jeopardy. After much contemplation, Xia Yun felt he must find a way to ensure these children do not starve. In the world of pirates, to survive, one needs both strength and influence. Even the mighty red-haired Shanks was ultimately captured by the Navy due to his solitary nature and imprisoned for decades. Among the children before him, there were Longhand clan members, Longleg clan members, giants, fishmen, and others. A diverse array of races, all of whom possessed superior individual qualities compared to ordinary humans. Moreover, now that there was such a bond, the likelihood of betrayal in the future was significantly reduced. They might even be more trustworthy than Zeus from the original story. As a man in this lifetime lacking the formidable breeding talent of Big Mom, Xia Yun didn't wish to become a stud. The developmental path of Big Mom in the original story was certainly not viable. These orphanage children were indeed good companions to consider. Ultimately, Xia Yun could not bring himself to completely abandon these children. Even from the perspective of future alliances, he must at least ensure they do not starve. With this thought, Xia Yun instantly called out for long bread in his heart. He hoped that the inertia of the plot would still carry him to Elbaf Island. The ability to consume the fruit was incredibly useful. "Long bread, come here quickly. Ooh, I can't handle it alone." The immediate priority was to solve the upcoming food crisis. Xia Yun suddenly recalled that in the sea area where the battle had just occurred, there was a significant amount of food floating on the surface, enough to alleviate his urgent need. However, as a devil fruit user, he could no longer enter the sea and would have to take the children along to salvage it. Having just buried the nun, Xia Yun interrupted the children's sorrow and organized them to follow the rainbow bridge to the shore. At that moment, the sea area was filled with a large number of fish floating belly up, startling Xia Yun. He quickly realized that these salted fish must have eaten the food that had been drifting on the surface. These guys from the world government are too ruthless. They even poisoned the food. Don't they fear it will poison me? With a thought, Xia Yun activated his ability and two larger light circles emerged from his hands. The two upcoming homies he created were of considerable size, requiring more effort. One light circle merged with a ship that was once called Jack, which also belonged to the family of two surnames. The other light circle merged with the waves of the sea, a technique previously used by Big Mom in the original story. Instantly the ship and the waves sprouted eyes and mouths. Mom, Mom, the cries of these two homies made Xia Yun's face turn green. Don't call me that, I'm a man. Ding ding, ding ding, the two homies changed their titles. You can't call me that either. By the way, how did you know that name? From now on you can just call me boss. Okay, boss. The two homies instantly changed their expressions, revealing tough guy faces, even growing rugged lines. Why did the art style change so quickly? Do these homies have such a function? But now important matters took precedence. From now on you'll be called Jack, and you'll be called Meat Silk. I know you'll be called Ross. After quickly naming his two homies, Xia Yun instructed one to create waves to gather food and fish from the sea's surface, while the other opened a huge mouth at the ship's bottom, continuously sending the gathered food into the cabin. He then arranged for the children to carry the food to the shore. It was only when the fish rolling their eyes reached the shore that Xia Yun discovered they were not dead, they had merely fainted and were asleep. It seems it wasn't poison but anesthetic. Since it was anesthetic, it didn't matter, at worst they would eat and take a nap. However, as Xia Yun counted the spoils, he discovered something unusual. A strange melon entirely green and almost perfectly round with a unique pattern of various keyholes on its surface. Xia Yun instantly realized that this was a devil fruit, and given its entire surface was covered in keyholes, it was highly likely to be the door fruit. This truly was a tool for escape, no matter how tight the defenses, they would be rendered useless in the face of this fruit. If it weren't for the CP organization members' carelessness and overconfidence in his abilities, he would have escaped immediately, otherwise he wouldn't have been left behind here. However, Xia Yun did not wish to let anyone eat this fruit. The children he knew were all still young. The future was still long, and he couldn't be sure if these children would eventually join his faction. If he let one of them eat it now, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Moreover, Xia Yun was aware that a miraculous technique would soon emerge, allowing devil fruit abilities to be attached to weapons. If possible, it would greatly enhance his mobility. Xia Yun's mind turned and he thought of another idea. He didn't dare to take risks immediately. Instead, he merely divided a regular soul light point and merged it into the fruit. If this works, I'll hit the jackpot, Xia Yun prayed quietly. Unfortunately, this attempt failed. The soul light point could not merge into the fruit and was repelled as if it had encountered a barrier. Thinking about it, if it were truly possible, how could Big Mom in the original story not use it this way? All devil fruits are not necessarily more noble than the soul fruit, which can control other devil fruits. Xia Yun hid this fruit in his pocket and began searching through the remaining pile of food. Since the door fruit was here, what about the clone fruit and the crocodile fruit? Unfortunately, Xia Yun ultimately did not have such good luck. The rest were all ordinary fruits. Those two fruits must have reincarnated elsewhere. Based on time calculations, the clone fruit likely reincarnated in Wano, where it was eaten by an old woman named Kurizumi Semimaru. If that were the case, this faceless one would likely die in another mission soon, even if not killed in this operation. Otherwise, the clone fruit wouldn't have reincarnated in Wano. As for the crocodile fruit, it was just a regular Zoan-type fruit. Being able to obtain the soul fruit and the door fruit was already an unexpected delight. The next most important task was to find Wang Zilan on No, its long bread. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. What an interesting ability. As Xia Yun was still troubled about how to find the long bread was already peeking at him. At the start of the plot, the Big Mom was 68 years old, and the long bread was already 92 years old. Now it is 63 years ago when the long bread was only 29. It was indeed a prime age, yet unfortunately, he stood only at 1 meter 40. However, this small stature contained enormous energy. The Big Mom gave birth to her eldest son Charlotte Perispero when she was 18, which means she was already pregnant at just over 17. Considering how much Perispero resembles the long bread, it is highly probable that he inherited a part of the Big Mom's bloodline. Although the Big Mom was a stunning beauty in her youth, she was not picky when it came to men, accepting all sorts of odd shapes. Despite his height of less than 1 meter 40, he dared to challenge 8 meters, truly a man among men, the old Kai among the old Kai, the Jabba among the Jabba. Anyone who saw him couldn't help but praise. Long bread, though small, is tough. Perhaps Jabba was inspired by the long bread when he boldly pursued a female giant. However, this time the long bread absolutely could not be involved and teach Jabba a thing or two. He simply found the ability of the pink-haired little brat very interesting. In his youth, the long bread was a chef, yet he possessed remarkable swordsmanship. He loved food, but was not content to remain just a chef, but within his small body lay great ambition. Normal people would have fled in terror after witnessing the Big Mom devour a nun just like that giant in the original story. But the Longbred was different. He immediately realized how terrifying the potential of Charlotte Lingling was. Following her would surely lead him to greater heights, instead of being just a chef for life. A person who witnessed such a brutal scene felt no fear whatsoever, instead finding it amusing, which indicated that he was naturally a cunning and cruel person. This ability could make a one-man army. Though it was his first encounter with Xia Yun, and he had not yet witnessed his incredible physical gifts, the Longbred still deemed Xia Yun a worthy investment. Getting to know one more person is not a bad thing. This little brat doesn't seem like a perverted madman. He won't just lash out at the slightest disagreement. The Longbred slowly walked out from behind the mountain and jogged up to Xia Yun. At this moment, Xia Yun was still desperately searching for any more devil fruits he might have missed. "Excuse me, young sir, are you troubled about food?" A voice from below interrupted Xia Yun's search. He looked down to see a child in a blue suit. The child was currently tipping his hat in a graceful manner. That flamboyant hat adorned with ostrich feathers had a certain elegance in the hands of the Longbred. Upon closer inspection, Xia Yun realized that he only appeared childlike in stature, while his features were distinctly adult. A wide mouth, thick lips, and a hook nose with eyebrows that were both thick and stylish. Seeing this fellow who resembled Wang Cho Lam, Xia Yun immediately recognized that the person he was looking for had arrived. The Longbred had come, and with it the rations. "Yes, indeed, sir. Our guardian has passed away, and we are currently worried about our food," Xia Yun replied, secretly contemplating whether to just capture this guy and take him back. Soon Giant Island would face a famine. With this guy around, it would surely boost their reputation significantly. Should he showcase his kingly aura to make the guy bow down? If he remained stubborn, then for the sake of his own stomach, he might have to resort to a bit of violence. "Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Leave this little matter to me." The Longbred drew his sword and swiftly struck at a massive rock nearby. With the power of the eat fruit, he could easily achieve the swordsmanship that many swordsmen dream of. The massive stone was instantly as soft as freshly baked bread. Then he swung at a segment of wood, causing it to fall with a crash, and he sliced the trunk into pieces, turning them into chunks of roasted meat. Finally, he stabbed his blade into the ground, and the originally earthy surface instantly transformed into a chocolate fountain. "This is my ability, the eat fruit, which can turn everything into food." Even though he had already been informed of his ability, witnessing it in person was still shocking. This ability to directly convert inorganic matter into organic matter, fundamentally altering the structure of objects, was simply unreasonable. If this were a scientific world, this one feat alone would be enough to make all scientists abandon their faith in science immediately. One Piece is indeed such an unreasonable place. What was once stone, wood, and dirt has now become a feast full of color, aroma, and flavor. Although in the original story the Big Mom mentioned that these foods were mediocre and merely edible. However, the Big Mom was a person who had tasted delicacies from all over the world. Having grown accustomed to dishes made by the world's top chefs, the food created by the Longbred from the fruit could only be considered average. But for someone who had been hungry for a long time, this was already a delicious meal. "Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. We shall meet again, young sir." At that moment, the Longbred merely felt that Xia Yun had a promising future and thought it would be good to form a benevolent connection without having made up his mind to have Xia Yun as a long-term follower. Although this little brat was abnormally tall, this was Giant Village, he was most likely just a giant child who had eaten a devil fruit. "No, you can't leave." In a moment of desperation, Xia Yun grabbed the Longbred. Fearful of his departure, he instinctively tightened his grip. "Hurry, let go, or I'll break." The Longbred, nearly crushed to death, shouted immediately, even seeing lights flashing before his eyes. From his chest to his lumbar spine, he suffered immense pressure. Just before losing consciousness from the crushing force, the Longbred deeply regretted and decided never to experience such tightness again. Realizing he had gripped too hard, Xia Yun quickly released his hold on the Longbred, apologizing repeatedly. "I'm sorry, Ration. Oh no, I mean, sir, it was my fault for being too rough." Few the Longbred, who had regained his breath, came back to his senses, saying, "The children of the giant race have such strength." "No, sir, I'm just an ordinary human, not a giant. I'm only 5 years old this year." "By the way, sir, what is your name?" Xia Yun asked knowingly. "Just call me Longbred." "And you, sir?" "My name is Charlotte." And then, "Oi." The Longbred continued to ask. "Just call me Charlotte, that's all there is to it." Xia Yun, not wanting to reveal his real name, only told the Longbred his surname. "Mr. Longbred, what brings you to Giant Island?" "I am traveling around searching for opportunities in life. Originally I was a chef, but now I can't continue to stay in my hometown. Don't be fooled by my appearance, I have my own dreams too." "Then Mr. Longbred, what is your dream?" "It's hard to describe, but I definitely don't want to remain a small character. I want to see the scenery at the pinnacle of the world. I am slowly seeking opportunities, drifting around. With my abilities I can survive anywhere." "Then Mr. Longbread, would you like to come see our village first? Do you see that tree in the distance? That is the world tree of Elbaf. The entire Elbaf is built upon this tree, and I am very familiar with the heroes of the giant race. They often take me to the top of that tree. Climbing that tree is in a sense akin to reaching the pinnacle of the world. Xia Yun employed his superb skills in painting a picture. He had no idea how to climb that world tree and had never been there. No one knew what was at the top of that tree. Even the royal family of the giant kingdom only resided in the Yang realm. The heavenly realm is not a place for someone like the Longbread to enter, and even if Xia Yun wanted to force his way in, it would not be easy, at least not now. Currently, the king of the giant kingdom, Harold, is striving overseas to break the diplomatic deadlock. He is leading elite giants on a diplomatic expedition. Xia Yun dared not casually probe into the taboos of the giant race. If King Harold were to catch wind of it and return, the 5-year-old Xia Yun would definitely be unable to contend with such a monster. Even a fully developed Xia Yun might not stand a chance. Clearly, the Longbread, who was unaware of the situation, was intimidated, thinking that this giant child had a significant background, so he agreed to accompany him to Giant Village. Originally, he was also very eager to see the real giant kingdom. Upon arriving at the giant village, Chong Mian Bao was instantly awestruck. At this time, the giant race was synonymous with violence and cruelty. The remnants of the giant pirate crew still lingered. Moreover, humans naturally harbor fear towards colossal beings. Chong Mian Bao was already smaller than the average human, and facing giants that were dozens of times larger than him, he felt an inexplicable fear. Although Xia Yun's drawing of the giant was big and round, he was not mistaken in saying that he was indeed quite familiar with the giant hero Pu Huzi. In the original storyline, Charlotte Linlin indirectly killed Pu Huzi, severely wounding him in a fit of rage, ultimately leading to his demise. Before his death, the old man urged the other giants to kill Charlotte Linlin, claiming she was a curse upon the giant race. However, none of this would happen now. Considering the current developments in the One Piece narrative, his identity as a giant hero could be surprisingly esteemed within the giant kingdom. Pu Huzi's friend Shan Huzi was currently handling affairs in the kingdom atop a tree. In terms of beard style, Shan Huzi's was even more exaggerated than Pu Huzi's. If Pu Huzi's beard was thick and cascading like a waterfall, Shan Huzi's beard was a massive mound covering his entire front, resembling a mountain, hence his name. Many individuals in the pirate world possess extraordinarily developed hair follicles. In the original story, it was Shan Huzi who prepared to deliver the final blow to the enraged and slumbering Big Mom, only to be stopped by a non. Although it is unclear if this is due to Oda's oversight, theoretically Shan Huzi and Pu Huzi, who should be at the same power level, displayed vastly different strengths in the original story. Pu Huzi was severely wounded and incapacitated after just one strike from 5-year-old Linlin. Meanwhile, Shan Huzi could still exchange blows with the already corrupted giant king Harold, even after having a sword stuck in his head, managing to live on despite the injury. In terms of vitality, he could easily overshadow his friend Pu Huzi. 63 years later, at the age of 408, Shan Huzi remained the chief elder of the giant kingdom and was also the oldest giant in the realm. At that time, he even participated in the welcoming banquet for the Straw Hat Crew's arrival in the giant kingdom. It must be said that he truly had a long life. The lifespan of giants is roughly 3 times that of humans. Finally, Shan Huzi, who lived to be 408 years old, would be equivalent to a human aged 136 by this calculation. However, this is the world of One Piece, where even the extreme lifespan of humans such as Dr. Kureha, who lived to 141, is still lively. According to the lore, both Pu Huzi and Shan Huzi are giant heroes, one aged 344 and the other 345. At this rate, had Pu Huzi not been killed by Charlotte Linlin, he might have actually outlasted her. The One Piece narrative repeatedly emphasizes the disappearance of 100 years of history. The start of the story is roughly 800 to 900 years ago, which is just 2 Shan Huzi's worth of time. Although Pu Huzi is now aging and quite familiar with Xia Yun's high status, might genuinely allow him to take Xia Yun on a tour around the world tree, including the king's castle. As for whether he can bring Chong Mian Bao into the king's castle, that's uncertain. Currently, the king's castle of the giant kingdom houses Queen Esther Lita, the official wife of giant king Harold, a superstitious and greedy woman. She possesses the bloodline of ancient giants and is quite proud of her heritage. In terms of size, she is significantly larger than ordinary giants. Even standing beside Harold, who has also awakened the ancient giant bloodline, she seems hardly smaller. In short, she is a woman who can captivate Jabba. Her ancient giant bloodline is the foundation of her pride. However, at her core, Esther Lita is an extremely detestable character. She is capable of unhesitatingly throwing a newborn child off a cliff, a feat that few could accomplish. Pu Huzi despises this woman. Even though the population of giants is not large, they are still distinctly divided into nobility and commoners, with those possessing ancient giant bloodlines considering themselves aristocrats. She looks down upon ordinary giants, and Lita even discriminates against them, let alone the insignificant humans. No one knows what reaction Lita would have if Changmian Bao were to truly enter the king's castle. She might very well dismiss him outright. Pu Hu's reluctance to engage in the governance of the kingdom is partly due to his dislike for Lita preferring to reside on the outskirts of Elbaf Island. Pu Hu's friend Shan Huzi, on the other hand, has no choice but to remain and handle administrative matters, only able to return to the village during his free time. However, Changmian Bao is currently unconcerned. The reputation of the giant race is widely known and their strength is indisputable. In his view, the giant village before him is undoubtedly an excellent springboard for his ascent. Even if he cannot control the giants, as long as he can slightly leverage their power, his former enemies will seem utterly insignificant. Regarding whether he can harness the power of the giants, Changmian Bao feels quite confident. After years of adventuring at sea, he has frequently heard tales of giants raiding and pillaging, often for food. Few like Pu Huzi would even venture out to fish themselves. This is why he chose to retire in his old age. In his youth, he was the former captain of the giant soldier pirate crew. The giants of Elbaf are also notorious for their past as robbers. The amount of food consumed by these enormous giants is staggering. Based on the timeline, soon the prince of the giant kingdom, Loki, will be born, followed by a series of natural disasters, including fiery blazes and harsh cold. After enduring these calamities, the scarred land will yield no crops, and many giants will starve. Ultimately, it was the continuous efforts of King Harold to reshape the image of the giant kingdom that bore fruit, as neighboring human nations assisted the giants by delivering food, resolving the crisis. Changmian Bao's deep venture into the giant kingdom might bring a glimmer of hope for the future. His greatest skill is creating food. In the original story, no citizen of the world that Big Mom built would ever suffer from hunger. Despite his small stature, Changmian Bao possesses monstrous physical strength. In subsequent events, even at 92 years old, he could transform an island the size of a small mountain into cake, let alone now when he is young and strong. Creating mere food is a task that he can accomplish in a matter of moments. Upon ascending the magical Rainbow Bridge, Xia Yun brought Changmian Bao to the giant village. This ability is too unfair, isn't it? Initially, some villagers were displeased with Xia Yun bringing an outsider to the giant village, but they were instantly won over upon witnessing Changmian Bao's abilities. As expected, Changmian Bao was immediately regarded as a distinguished guest of the giant tribe after demonstrating his abilities. Following a bonfire feast unique to the giant kingdom, he was naturally embraced by the villagers. Giants are not foolish. They understand that this is undeniably a strategic ability capable of saving many lives at the right time. Had it not been for Xia Yun's strong objections, Pu Huzi would have bestowed upon him the title of Changmian Bao's Mount. Their responsibility would be to guide Changmian Bao to transform various things into food, most of which ended up in Xia Yun's mouth. Sensing a favorable opportunity, Changmian Bao was reluctant to leave. The giants were not only powerful, but also mysterious. Even the world government, eager to exploit the giants' power, had to lay the groundwork for decades and stage a play to infiltrate the giants. Yet now Changmian Bao has gained the giants' trust all on his own. Regardless of whether it is mutual exploitation, considering the food he provides to the giants, it is not too much to ask for a few small favors in return. Thus, Changmian Bao temporarily remained in the giant village and the orphanage, becoming a long-term source of food for both the giants and the children in the orphanage. During this time, Xia Yun finally experienced the feeling of having no worries about food and clothing. Although the nun had done everything she could not allow Xia Yun to eat to his heart's content, but Changmian Bao could. Before long, Xia Yun had transformed into a figure identical to that of Charlotte Linlin in the original story. Children are often undistinguishable by gender. The main difference between Xia Yun now and Charlotte Linlin in the original story is that he styled his hair into a single tuft instead of two. Hey, it's fine anyway. I will definitely slim down when I grow up. Right now, it's just baby fat. Children, I have returned. Look, it's Lord Mountain Beard who has come back. The giant hero Mountain Beard Alulu, renowned alongside Waterfall Beard, has returned to the giant village. Normally, he is responsible for handling the affairs of the giant kingdom, but now the special festival of the giant tribe is about to arrive and the elders are about to take a break. The giant tribe has a special winter festival. The Elbaf giants believe that the winter solstice symbolizes the death of the sun. After 12 days of endless night, sunlight will once again shine upon the earth, allowing life to be revived. To express their anticipation for the return of the sun, the giants must fast for a full 12 days. The last meal before the fast consists of a food called samura, similar to caramel puffs, to store energy. Originally, Charlotte Lingling could not withstand the fasting, and during the process succumbed to cravings and attempted to eat Samura, causing a frenzy that burned down the giant village. During the fasting month, all giants must adhere to the rule of fasting for 12 days. Even the royal family and the ruling elders of the giant tribe are no exception. During these 12 days, no food can be consumed. The giants with their massive bodies and high energy consumption struggle to maintain their spirits. The slow pace of life and the political situation, quite frankly still stuck in tribal times, mean that there isn't much urgent political business to attend to in the giant kingdom. Thus, Mountain Beard Alulu returned from the palace to his familiar giant village, gathering with the villagers to celebrate the important festival of the giant tribe. This was also the first time Xia Yun saw Mountain Beard Alulu. Like Waterfall Beard Urulu, both were notorious giant pirate warriors in their youth, but now with age combined with his even more exaggerated beard than Waterfall Beard, he carries a certain kind of benevolence. When Waterfall Beard and Mountain Beard met, they embraced warmly, having been lifelong friends. The giant villagers were also preparing for the upcoming fasting month. Xia Yun knew that even if one was not a giant, all children living in the territory of the giants and raised by the nuns must cooperate with the giants and refrain from eating during the fasting month. Otherwise, it would be an offense to the giants. Fasting for 12 days is something Xia Yun had never experienced in either his past or present life. Xia Yun was not confident that he could truly endure this period. Even though he had ample fat reserves, the experience of hunger was truly unpleasant. While Xia Yun was troubled about how to get through this period, Longbread approached him. Longbread was previously unaware of the giant tribe's customs, and upon learning, did not intend to comply. As a user of the eat fruit ability, it was indeed a tall order for him not to eat. Longbread was also someone who greatly loved food, and when he wasn't using his powers to create delicacies, he would happily sing. He also had considerable talent in music, especially in opera. "Hey Charlotte, want to go on an adventure with me?" Longbread asked Xia Yun. The customs of the giant tribe cannot be offended, but they are indeed difficult to adhere to. The best solution Longbread could think of was to go out first, or as long as he didn't eat in front of the giants, they wouldn't know, and it would be as if he hadn't eaten. At the same time, he was filled with curiosity about Elbaf Island. When he met Xia Yun, he had just embarked on an adventure to the giant island not long ago. Although his swordsmanship was exceptional, this was still a perilous giant island. At the center of the island stood a towering world tree with no visible limits. However, from the coastline to the giant tree, there was still a long stretch of continuous mountain range, which was the underworld of Elbaf Island. The mountains were filled with ferocious beasts. Cautious Longbread lingered at the island's edge for a long time, not daring to venture deeper. Although one can now take a rainbow bridge directly to the giant village, this does not mean Longbread was not curious about the underworld. He had also inquired with Waterfall Beard about what lay in the underworld and whether it would pose a threat to him. Waterfall Beard truthfully answered, providing Longbread with information about the underworld. The underworld is a place the giant tribe uses to punish criminals primarily, because it is cold, dark, and food is scarce. In terms of threat level, an ordinary giant warrior, as long as they do not provoke those giant beasts, can still travel safely back and forth. Longbread then asked, "So Waterfall Beard, young Master Charlotte, will there be any danger there? I see he has been very interested in the underworld lately and might sneak down there." Waterfall Beard's forehead broke out in a large bead of sweat as he stammered, "That little brat, I think it should be fine. That little brat is indeed very powerful. Thinking about it now makes my face hurt. On the current Elbaf Island, as long as our king and the warriors who went out with him do not return, it seems I and Mountain Beard are the only ones who can defeat him. In the underworld, he could probably rampage." Clearly, Waterfall Beard, who valued his face, would not openly admit to losing to Xia Yun. The strength of the body is comprehensive, and from afar Xia Yun also possessed astonishing hearing. Hearing the conversation between Longbeard and Longbread, he scoffed, but did not approach to expose them. But this also provided him with a solution. Since he could not endure these 12 days, then he would not endure. The beasts of the Yang realm were too small, and dealing with them was troublesome, and they weren't enough to eat. Since the underworld posed no threat to him, he could just go there and hide for a while. Longbread must have thought the same, and after secretly meeting up, the two quickly reached an agreement. After leaving a letter, the two ran off. After Waterfall Beard learned of this, he did not send anyone to stop them. He knew that fasting for 12 days would be a torment for Xia Yun. Although that little brat had poor qualities, he was quite sensible and kind. If he really couldn't stand it, then let him go. After all, as long as he didn't eat in front of us, I would consider that he hadn't broken the fast. As for the recently returned Elder Mountain Beard, he was also indifferent to this. Longbread was a guest, and a very useful one at that, and no matter what ideas he had, he couldn't be neglected. As for Xia Yun, after Mountain Beard learned that he was not a giant child, but an ordinary human, he abandoned any thoughts of discipline. Not being a giant, he might find it difficult to integrate into the giant tribe in the future. Even with similar sizes, the vast difference in lifespan between giants and humans would ultimately lead Xia Yun to drift further apart from the other giants. Mountain Beard could see that Xia Yun would eventually go out to sea. That powerful little brat would undoubtedly become a terrifying monster in the future. Although the giant kingdom under King Harold does not fear any challenges, Mountain Beard did not think that this little brat could compete with Harold in the future. However, having one more ally close to oneself is better than making an enemy. Willing to run down to the underworld to find food is in a sense a respect for the customs of the giants. Clearly, this little brat is not as rude as Waterfall Beard said. Since Waterfall Beard also believes that the underworld poses no threat to him, then if he wants to go, let him go. The most important thing now is to prepare Samura and make sure to eat well before the winter season arrives, otherwise this old body of mine will suffer. Xia Yun and Longbread did not choose to go directly to the center of the underworld along the world tree, but instead took the Rainbow Bridge to the coastline where the nun passed away, where there were also two of his homies. These two had been fishing recently under his arrangements. One was Wave and the other was Ship. The two worked closely together, even mastering their weapon-spirit combination techniques. Wave homie Ross created whirlpools to stun the fish, while Ship homie Jack came to collect the corpses. Every day they reaped a bountiful harvest, but they could only roam near the shallow sea. The fish in the deep sea were too large for them to handle. Since they cannot eat during the winter festival, fishing was unnecessary. After giving the two a holiday, Xia Yun and Longbread made their way toward the center of the world tree, snacking along the way. With Xia Yun providing protection, Longbread fully showcased his culinary skills. Given the limited conditions, he couldn't prepare desserts from scratch, but he could use his eat fruit to create food, and his grilling skills were thoroughly displayed. For Xia Yun, these giant beasts in the underworld were merely large in appearance. With just one punch, they would immediately fall down and enjoy a peaceful slumber. Yet these uniquely shaped giant beasts had firm, bouncy flesh rich in nutrition and emanated a special aroma. Thus, unknowingly, Charlotte and Longbread stayed in the underworld for over a month. Waterfall Beard sent someone to check on them midway, but found them safe and sound, merely too absorbed in their revelry, so he felt reassured. However, Waterfall Beard still reminded them that they should return after one more month at most. But this was mainly directed at Longbread. Xia Yun could stay as long as he wanted, as the village was running low on supplies. This year's weather was poor and food in the giant village was somewhat scarce. At this time, Xia Yun and Longbread were at the base of the world tree preparing to climb up. Xia Yun placed Longbread on his shoulders, stretched his limbs, and was about to get ready to climb the tree when suddenly a bad premonition struck. A gigantic, unidentified object came crashing down from the sky, crashing down hard towards Xia Yun, who is so lacking in civic sense to throw things from such a height. Cursing silently in his heart, Xia Yun quickly dodged and looked closely. This enormous object turned out to be a baby. Damn it! What if this baby falls to its death? Unable to bear it, Xia Yun decided to save the baby. Xia Yun tossed aside the shocked Chang Mianbao, leaped up and rushed towards the baby. As he got closer, he couldn't help but curse. Though he had already known from a distance that it was a baby, he was shocked by how large the baby was, possibly even bigger than himself. With arms wide open, Xia Yun clumsily cradled the baby in his arms. After estimating the height from the ground, he decided, just let it fall. This height won't kill me. Thud! The anticipated pain didn't come. The sensation beneath him was surprisingly soft. Xia Yun immediately realized that the golden auxiliary Chang Mianbao had intervened, transforming the ground beneath him into soft souffle, providing a significant cushion. Once he regained his senses, Xia Yun and Chang Mianbao turned their attention to the baby, both astonished by its size. Comparing their sizes, Xia Yun found that this child might indeed be larger than him. At 5 years old, Xia Yun was a little over 3 meters tall, and this baby was at least 3 meters. The newborn baby had no hair, a smooth bald head with a pair of curved horns not resembling the typical giant's helmet, but rather growing from its forehead. With those horns combined with its colossal size, Xia Yun couldn't help but imagine how painful it must have been for its mother to give birth to it. But what was most shocking was the baby's eyes, which were a golden color akin to pure gold, structured more like those of a snake or reptile, with demon-like elongated vertical pupils. Its appearance is indeed quite unique, more frightening than myself, Xia Yun thought to himself. He could roughly guess that this baby was likely the giant prince Loki carelessly dropped from a tree by that mentally challenged giant queen. Loki made his appearance at the age of 63, while his mother passed away at 68, making her 5 years older than Loki, which happened to be the same age as Xia Yun now. In the original story, the mother did not encounter Loki during her childhood, because after going mad during the winter festival, the entire orphanage was expelled from the giant kingdom of Albuff, and the nuns rebuilt the lamb home on a new island. Even if she hadn't been expelled, she wouldn't have dared to come to the underworld under the nun's care. Chang Mianbao, can you conjure some milk? Though protected by Xia Yun, the baby, unharmed, began to wail as soon as it landed. Despite its terrifying appearance, its cries were truly pitiful. Xia Yun figured he needed to silence it at least to stop the crying. Chang Mianbao grinned lewdly. What's milk? I can even conjure breast milk. As soon as he finished speaking, he plunged his sword into a pile of snow. Under the effect of his fruit-eating ability, the snow instantly transformed into milk, forming a small lake. Xia Yun brought the baby to the milk. Driven by hunger, the newborn baby couldn't resist the temptation of food and began sucking eagerly on the ground. There was no other option. Neither Xia Yun nor Chang Mianbao had any containers like bottles, and while it was an unrefined method, they couldn't be picky about food. Sure enough, the newly born Loki, more focused on drinking than crying, gulped down the milk and stopped wailing. Watching the baby Loki greedily drinking milk, Xia Yun poked Chang Mianbao. By the way, how did you know what you conjured would definitely be breast milk? What? Are you curious? Want to take a sip? No way. I'm not a native. Although he didn't understand why Xia Yun said that, seeing his curious yet restrained expression, Chang Mianbao found it amusing. Loki the baby had an unexpectedly large appetite. After a long while, he had almost drained the milk, but thankfully, he was finally full. However, the full Loki began to cry again. His cries were so loud that they attracted many monsters living in the underworld. As soon as those monsters approached and realized it was Xia Yun, they scattered like birds and beasts. There was no choice, they had been scared of getting beaten recently. That little brat fights wherever he goes. Many giant beasts in this territory had already considered moving away. Due to the immense disparity in power, Xia Yun, who had been roaming the underworld, felt his experience in bullying weaker opponents was rapidly increasing. Yet ultimately, he hadn't encountered any worthy opponents to unleash his full strength against, and his experience in high-level battles remained insufficient. Even his conqueror's haki had not been awakened. In the original story, during the winter festival, the gluttonous mother unconsciously unleashed her conqueror's haki in a daze. Since his arrival, Xia Yun had mostly enjoyed a comfortable life and hadn't had the opportunity to encounter situations that could trigger such an awakening. The only time he faced potential danger was with the CP organization, but those three were too weak. For someone like Xia Yun, a born monster, to fully realize his potential while living in such comfort was impossible. He still needed the tempering of life and death battles. It seemed like the newborn Loki wasn't done crying. His heart-wrenching wails seemed to express all his sorrow, making Xia Yun worried that he might break his tender little voice. But neither Chang Mianbao nor Xia Yun had any parenting experience. Standing aside, they didn't know what to do. After crying for a while, Loki, realizing he might truly have no one to comfort him, slowly crawled up. The newborn child was unaware of what had happened. He instinctively crawled towards his mother. Meanwhile, his mother was in the castle of the giant king in the upper realm, terrified by Loki, murmuring in a daze, "A curse, this is an ominous curse. Why would a noble like me give birth to such a curse?" Loki slowly crawled towards the world tree, using his enormous yet tender hands and feet to ascend, wishing to find his mother. Xia Yun and Chang Mianbao next to him didn't know what to do. Chang Mianbao, completely unaware of the plot, turned to Xia Yun and asked, "What on earth is going on with this giant baby? What does he want to do now? Though I know the story, I can't spoil it." Xia Yun replied, "He's probably trying to climb up. Let's not worry about it. Let's take him to the waterfall Beard and Mountain Beard. This child clearly belongs to the giant race, so let the elders of the giant race deal with him. For now, let's just go along with him and escort this little brat. You call others little brats, but aren't you one too?" Now, due to their camaraderie over the past month, the relationship between Chang Mianbao and Xia Yun had grown quite close. They could easily joke with each other. Chang Mianbao also recognized Xia Yun's immense potential and planned to take him as one of his future assets. Xia Yun didn't mind this approach to closeness. Even though he knew that in this life, he couldn't form as deep a friendship with Chang Mianbao as Charlotte Lingling, had he believed they could still be ordinary friends. Chang Mianbao might be inherently cold and cruel, but he was indeed loyal and had a sense of righteousness. Determined to escort Loki up the tree, the two didn't waste words, kicking off and following behind the baby. The world tree was enormous, its surface not smooth. While it appeared to be a vertical 90 degrees from a macro perspective, there were still plenty of footholds available for climbing. Loki was also a born monster. Despite being newly born, his hands and feet were quite strong, and in no time at all he had climbed to a considerable height. When Xia Yun and Chang Mianbao caught up, Xia Yun was surprised to find Loki had stopped climbing. Those eerie golden eyes turned towards Xia Yun, and Loki pouted, beginning to wail again. Sitting on Xia Yun's shoulder, Chang Mianbao poked Xia Yun. "I say, does that little brat want to call you over? You must be mistaken. That little one might just be tired from crawling and wants to cry." Xia Yun was also uncertain about what Loki truly meant at this moment. The mind of an infant was beyond her comprehension. Seeing Xia Yun still standing there unmoving, Loki cried, even louder, nearly gasping for breath. Xia Yun feared he might cry himself into a faint, and his eyes remained fixed upon her. From Loki, Xia Yun felt an inexplicable sense of grievance. Seeing him cry so sorrowfully, she leaned closer. As expected, when Loki saw Xia Yun approach, he ceased crying and reached out his arms towards her. Caught off guard by Loki's embrace, Xia Yun found herself at a loss for words. This little one might want to consider you as his mother. How about feeding him some milk? The long loaf of bread continued its relentless taunts. Get lost. I merely saved him earlier, he's just a bit attached to me. Keep your milk to yourself, you pervert. Looking at the towering infant before her, although he had stopped crying, Xia Yun still felt an immense sense of trouble looming. Meanwhile, Loki kept calling out ah ah ah, and pointed upwards with his hand. Xia Yun understood Loki wanted her to take him up to see his mother. Is this the level of intelligence that a newborn should possess? Why is he so clever now, but will likely be so dull in the future? Seeing Loki's hands and feet scraped raw and his knees bruised from crawling, Xia Yun sighed and placed the infant on her back. The long loaf of bread, having been shoved aside, said nothing more and jumped onto Loki's head, grabbing onto his horns for stability. Get off me. Though the long loaf was not heavy, Xia Yun still felt annoyed, as if she were merely a mode of transportation. Don't say that. My legs are too short. If I crawl by myself, I'll surely fall behind you all. Xia Yun, tired of arguing with him, just wanted to resolve the issue with Loki quickly and decided to speed up. Hold on tight, we're going up. Xia Yun exerted herself, leaping off the tree trunk and swiftly covering a distance, landing precisely on a protruding branch, continuing to jump rapidly towards the sunlit realm of the world tree. In the underworld for over a month, Xia Yun finally felt free to move her body without restraint. Though her figure remained plump, she had become considerably more robust. Knowing the importance of agility and attack speed, Xia Yun had been deliberately training her legs. She had personally witnessed the crocodile leader of the CP organization using a technique called shave. The principle behind it was quite simple. By rapidly stomping the ground multiple times in an instant, one could generate immense reactive force to propel oneself forward. What truly restricted one from using this move was their physical condition. Yet Xia Yun was not lacking in physical prowess. Even with her inconsistent practice over the past month, she was nearly mastering shave. Currently, she lacked the ability to fly, but she hoped to one day use shave as a simpler alternative. At this moment, Xia Yun had not chosen to follow the path of the original character, the ant, who used her soul to create the thundercloud Zeus and the sun Prometheus. Although both Zeus and Prometheus could grant her the ability to fly and provide significant combat power, Xia Yun had yet to encounter a calamity-level thunderstorm or fire disaster. If the ordinary flames and thunderclouds she created with homies weren't potent enough, it would be a regrettable loss. Moreover, she had yet to decide whether to create homies that wielded thunder and flames. Though the burn fruit was hardly appealing, there were few abilities more useful than those of flames. Thunder, on the other hand, was even more exceptional, possessing both speed and destructive power. Until a better option came along, following the same path as the ant wasn't out of the question. Currently, her strength was adequate, and there was no need to rush. Moreover, she had been focusing on physical training for the past month, falling behind in developing her soul fruit, and had yet to attempt extracting her own soul. While lost in thought, Xia Yun suddenly realized something and abruptly stopped. Wait, why am I carrying them like transportation? I am a devil fruit user after all. Having focused too long on physical training, she had completely forgotten to exercise her abilities. Reinvigorated, Xia Yun realized that as a soul fruit user, she could easily create a few homies to carry them all up. Xia Yun quickly activated her ability, embedding her soul into the stone embedded in the trunk of the world tree. The world tree itself could not transform into homies, but could only utilize the inanimate objects on it. This stone transformed into a large rock lizard with a massive backpack, and Xia Yun helped Long Loaf and Loki settle into the pack, commanding the lizard to climb upwards. The beleaguered rock lizard, as Xia Yun's third homie, was supposed to have seniority, but had yet to greet Xia Yun or pledge allegiance. Instantly transformed into a seasoned worker, it struggled to carry the two hefty individuals along with Long Loaf upwards. With a moment to spare, Xia Yun had time to contemplate Loki's situation. This child, even without consuming that black dragon fruit, would be frighteningly powerful in the future. Perhaps even she would struggle to defeat him. It must be said he truly is a pitiful child born to a mother who despises him so much that she even contemplated killing him. In the future, he would also lack love to such an extent that he might develop suicidal tendencies. Yet this little one evidently felt a trace of dependence on her. According to Pavlov's principle of conditioning, if she trained this love-starved little one to develop a conditioned response while he was vulnerable, might she not be able to utilize his power in the future? With this thought in mind, though Xia Yun lacked theoretical knowledge, she immediately began to put her ideas into practice. She waved at the clueless Loki to catch his attention, leaned closer to his ear, and earnestly said to him, "As the saying goes, saving a life makes you a parent in a past life. I saved you so you don't need to call me dad, oh just call me boss. Remember this. From now on you will be my little brother forever at my beck and call. Quick, repeat after me, you are my little brother forever at my beck and call." The long loaf, unable to bear it any longer, interrupted Xia Yun. "Alright, he doesn't understand anything yet. How could he possibly repeat after you? And don't let him bear such a heavy burden in life at such a young age." Undeterred, Xia Yun continued to whisper in Loki's ear, attempting to brainwash him. The lizard beneath her diligently climbed upward at Xia Yun's command. After some time, the three of them finally reached the sunlit realm. The homie's lizard was panting heavily. However, this hastily created homie indeed possessed impressive transport capabilities. In the future, it would be in charge of cargo transportation. The soul fruit naturally could create a large quantity of inexpensive labor, which could in a sense be considered a capitalist fruit. But Xia Yun remarked, "My neck is short, the streetlights can't hang me. Consuming a soul orb every 100 kilometers is quite a bargain." Upon reaching the sunlit realm, Xia Yun and Long Loaf decided to hand this infant over to the Bearded Falls and the Mountain Beard. These were the princes of the giant clan, and they couldn't intervene too much. However, the young Loki remained undeterred, still pointing towards the giant king's palace. He signaled Xia Yun to take him there. But Xia Yun ignored his objections and walked towards the giant village. "Bearded Falls, come out quickly, your illegitimate child has come to visit." As soon as she stepped into the giant village, Xia Yun shouted, attracting the attention of all the giant villagers. "Who dares to slander me?" Feeling someone tarnishing his reputation, Bearded Falls charged out angrily and immediately spotted Loki in the rock lizard's basket. "This is the bloodline of the ancient giants. Oh, where did you find this child?" Xia Yun was quite unhappy. Although he knew he was spreading rumors about the beardy man, it was unbelievable that this old fellow immediately asked who was slandering him, clearly forgetting Xia Yun's voice. Is there really such a lack of love? Indeed, he's become senile. How could he forget such a charming baritone like mine, a century voice? At the same time, the beardy man who was being slandered had forgotten to be angry. He widened his eyes, staring intently at Loki. As an elder of the giant clan, he naturally knew that only ancient giants would have such horns, and only ancient giants would be so enormous at birth. In present-day Elbaf, the only possible mother to give birth to a baby with such high ancient giant bloodline could only be the princess who was rumored to be pregnant some time ago. He instinctively felt that Xia Yun had sneaked into the palace to steal this child. The beardy man instantly broke into a sweat. "No, we must hurry to return this child. Charlotte, come here, let's go to apologize to the princess together." Even though the beardy man despised this arrogant princess, to prevent Xia Yun from being expelled from Elbaf, he decided to swallow his pride and bow to that detestable woman. "Apologize? What crime are we apologizing for? Don't get it twisted, old man. This child was found by me and Chang Mianbao in the underworld. When we were at the foot of the world tree, this child suddenly fell from above. We thought it must be a giant's child, so we brought him up. By the way, why do we need to apologize to the princess? Could it be your illegitimate child? Or perhaps you and the princess? Old man, you're playing with fire." Hearing that the child was not stolen by Xia Yun, the beardy man let out a sigh of relief. But after understanding what Xia Yun was saying, he almost choked on his breath. What kind of nonsense is this? I have always despised arrogant women. Also, Chang Mianbao, be a bit more cautious. This little brat is only 5 years old. Don't speak such bizarre things in front of him, or he'll learn bad habits. A black pot was suddenly thrown at him, and Chang Mianbao was rendered speechless, thinking that this little brat learned everything from you. Completely at a loss, the beardy man decided to use a summoning spell. He called his great-grandson Shilululu and sent him to the king's castle to fetch Shanhuzi. To handle state affairs, Shanhuzi had been in the castle close to the princess. He probably knew what was going on. No matter what, this child had to be raised. Having lived to this point, both the beardy man and Shanhuzi valued the continuation of their clan above all else. Although the current King Harold was incredibly powerful, having one more strong warrior was always good. Every child with ancient giant bloodline, as long as they grow up safely, possesses formidable combat strength. Just by looking at the child's pair of horns, it was clear that his ancient giant bloodline was frighteningly high. He would definitely become a powerful warrior. I wonder which mother was so careless as to let her child end up in the underworld. The child's eyes all red from crying. Wait, something's off. Oh, why is this child's eye color so strange? It's actually golden. Never mind, it doesn't matter. There are even people with pink hair, let alone golden eyes. At this moment, Loki was already quite tired. After all, he was just a newborn, eating and sleeping, crying loudly. That's the duty of an infant. He had completed 2/3 of it, and all that was left was to sleep. Although he instinctively wanted to see his mother, Loki, feeling secure, now could not resist the temptation of sleep and fell into a deep slumber. The beardy man summoned a giant woman to take care of Loki for the time being. A day later, Hachinosu rushed over after receiving the message. Decades later, in the Giant Kingdom, where talent was scarce, there were no significant decision-makers left, and only a 400-year-old man like him could oversee the situation. However, there were still many elders in the Giant Kingdom. These elders came from different villages and belonged to various families. Even in the Giant Kingdom, family politics were unavoidable. The current Princess Azure was the daughter of the ruler of the Wine Village from a family with pure ancient giant bloodline. Therefore, the palace had also been filled with people trusted by the princess. Thus, Hachinosu only knew that the princess had recently given birth, but was unaware of what happened to the prince, only hearing that the prince seemed to be missing and that the princess was now mentally unstable. But this was not within his jurisdiction, and he found it inappropriate to intervene directly. When he heard that a suspected prince had appeared in the beardy man's village, he hurried over. After listening to the accounts from Xia Yun and Chang Yinbao, and looking into Loki's terrifying eyes, Hachinosu had already guessed most of the truth and could not help but let out a deep sigh. How tragic it is that such a thing has occurred in our country, and in the end it was left to guests to rescue our prince. This is truly a source of embarrassment. I wonder if this little friend would be willing to accompany me to the castle to return this child to his mother. Hachinosu still held a glimmer of hope for Azure. Perhaps she was just temporarily frightened and didn't mean to abandon Loki in the underworld. Bringing Xia Yun along was also a precaution, just in case Azure was truly that cruel. Having Xia Yun as a witness would help persuade the other elders not to let Loki be raised by the princess. She is not worthy of being a mother. I am also a witness, can I go along? Chang Yinbao raised his hand, volunteering. He was very eager to see what the castle of the king of the Giant Kingdom looked like. All right, Mr. Chang Yinbao, you can come along too. The royal palace of the Elbaf Kingdom is named Oroth Castle. It is not an ordinary ground structure, but a massive fortress embedded in the world tree. Its overall design is a large-scale wooden and stone hybrid castle. For Xia Yun, even the giant's castle felt a bit oversized, and Chang Yinbao was having a hard time keeping up. His little short legs stumbled through the phantoms. In the future, this castle would fall into disrepair due to fierce battles, but for now it stood grandly, embodying the rough beauty unique to the giant clan. However, Hachinosu and his group ultimately did not meet the princess. They only saw the prince's personal minister, who was also a noble from the Wine Village. As a noble family, even though the mistress had committed such a terrible act, they could only try their best to make amends to protect their ruler. Knowing the value of Loki, they were unwilling to give him up, and they believed that the princess was merely impulsive and still loved the child deep down. After all, she was the child's biological mother. Hachinosu could only hand Loki over to the minister beside the princess. But Xia Yun knew these were all lies. This princess is a complete madwoman, firmly believing that Loki is a curse. In the original story, Loki, who crawled back from the underworld, was brutally abused by her. She even ordered to gouge out Loki's eyes. By the time King Harold returned months later, Loki was bruised and battered, and at just a few months old, he had already lost the ability to feel love. He would suffer from this for life, always being a child lacking in affection. Xia Yun felt that as the elder brother, he had to take responsibility for his younger brother. Someone was abusing an infant, and he could not stand by. He remained vigilant, sending the homie Xian Stone Lizard to accompany Loki, claiming it was a meritorious creature for bringing Loki back, as Loki trusted him. Xia Yun secretly ordered Hobais to inform him as soon as he discovered the princess abusing Loki. Then we could see if we could lead everyone to catch her in the act, making Loki understand that his mother does not love him, but his elder brother still cares for him. As long as the plan works, a powerful younger brother will be born. Not long after the natural disaster began, Mountain Beard and his companions returned empty-handed from the palace, and after handing Loki back to the royal family, each went home. However, the weather in Elbaf began to change. Elbaf is located in the latter half of the New World, where the peculiar weather of the New World also occurs. Thunderstorms combined with fierce winds can arrive suddenly, without warning. The giants living in the trees fear the winds the most. At great heights, the winds are especially strong, capable of blowing the giants away. A storm of disastrous proportions could damage most of the houses in the giant village. The world tree is also a tree with a normal cycle of old and new branches. Some branches that are about to fall are not firmly secured, and when the strong winds arrive, these falling branches become a terrifying disaster. These branches are all from the treasure tree atom, a rare treasure in high demand outside, and here its destructive power is comparable to a cataclysm capable of sending you through time in an instant. Storms and thunderstorms often appear simultaneously. Even sturdy trees can catch fire. Once the heavy rain stops, a fire follows with the wind fueling the flames, causing them to burn more fiercely. Thus the giants eagerly awaited the end of the storm and the thunder, while simultaneously fearing the onset of fire. Yet this disaster seemed unending. The recent storms appeared to be mere skirmishes. After the rain ceased, there was no sign of the thunderclouds dissipating. Above Elbaf, the largest thundercloud ever recorded gathered, obscuring the entire world tree and extending outward. It was so vast that it obscured all surrounding seas. This thundercloud did not form overnight. It had been accumulating for several weeks, without dissipating, growing larger by the day. Before its eruption, there was a period of tranquility, but everyone was filled with anxiety. Lightning brewed within the clouds, flickering from time to time, almost as if the lightning itself was liquefying, reminiscent of having consumed several Inaris. This moment of calm was undoubtedly a precursor to the coming storm. Those knowledgeable in navigation knew that Elbaf was currently in the eye of the typhoon, and something massive was about to strike. Crack! Snap! Elbaf's most formidable storm ever had finally gathered its strength and officially commenced the divine punishment. The entire world screamed. Nature's roar drowned out the cries of the giant children. The wooden houses they lived in swayed precariously under the winds. Xia Yun brought the children from the orphanage to the lower realms. For the giants, the most terrifying aspect of the underworld was the ferocious beasts, but Xia Yun had spent a day or two clearing the area in advance. When disaster struck, the giant village had no capacity to care for the children. With memories of his past life, Xia Yun felt that staying in the trees in such weather was utterly foolish. What needed to be done now was digging. Ignoring the protests of Mountain Beard, Xia Yun led all the children to the ground of the underworld and organized them to dig a deep pit at the foot of a mountain, which provided natural cover. Situated in a low area, but not too low, mainly to guard against potential floods, and the wind would be somewhat lighter. As long as they did not encounter the enormous branches falling from the Yang realm or debris washed down by the rain, it would generally be safe hiding in the pit. If they remained in the trees, should the children be blown away, Xia Yun would have no way to protect them. Xia Yun's decision was correct. On the third day of the thunderstorm, all the orphanage children remained safe and sound. What truly troubled Xia Yun were his two homais. Shipjack was anchored at sea, and if necessary, Xia Yun had the strength to move it. But the sea wave Ross had no solution. It could only float on the sea, swaying left and right under the wind. This strange wind seemed to come from all directions without a fixed direction, and Ross was on the verge of being torn apart. When the vessel carrying souls shatters, the homais will also perish. As Xia Yun's veteran homais, they had greatly assisted him, and Xia Yun could not bear to watch them die like this. If it came down to it, he could only save one. No, Ross. Oh, Jack. At this moment, the two homais were entangled with a somewhat nauseating affection. To some extent, the two homais were in close proximity to each other all the time. Homais also have feelings, especially these highly intelligent beings that Xia Yun had put effort into creating. However, since they began calling Xia Yun boss, these two homais had transformed from a childish cartoon style into a JoJo art style, entangled with exaggerated expressions, which honestly made Xia Yun feel a bit nauseous. Nauseating as it was, if possible, he still wanted to save them. The storm drenched Xia Yun completely, his hair resembling a steel wool ball, soaked and hanging down. Let's go. The wave Ross was about to be torn apart. Determined, Xia Yun began to act. He pushed off with his right foot, and Xia Yun launched himself into the air like a slingshot. After the first shave ended, he pointed his left foot in the air, followed by another explosive sound, his body rising again. Alternating his feet, he rapidly ascended with 3 successive sounds. In the palace of the Giant King. The palace swayed in the storm, but due to its exceptionally sturdy construction, it was not as easily destroyed as ordinary giant wooden houses. The craftsmen of the giant race, utilizing special techniques, embedded the palace into the world tree. This sturdy palace could even withstand the Battle of Herald under the control of the Black, and this storm only made it sway slightly. The interior remained safe and warm. However, Mountain Beard, situated in the palace, furrowed his brows tightly. All communications had been cut off. Most of the transportation routes in the tree-built giant kingdom were just simple suspension bridges. In this weather, the suspension bridges were completely impassable, and no one could report to Mountain Beard about the disaster in the giant village, but without reports he knew it was surely devastating. In the queen's palace, Loki began to cry again. However, his cries lacked the previous strength, and he had even lost some weight. He could not muster the strength to wail loudly, only managing to let out small, intermittent sounds of ah, like a deflating windbag. The rock lizards surrounding him didn't know how to comfort him. With such a massive storm outside, they couldn't go out, and they wondered where Xia Yun was. Even though Loki was in danger now, they could not go out to send a message. Quick, take him out. Oh no, just throw him away. Quickly throw him away. Don't let me see him again. Queen Azatelida was going insane, violently smashing the furnishings within the palace. This is all this child's fault. He is accursed, the curse of the giant kingdom. He must be executed. Quickly throw him away. She violently broke free from the maid who had come to support her, even frantically kicking the rock lizard that was protecting Loki. The rock lizard was merely an ordinary home ice and could not possibly stop an adult giant. It was kicked away, instantly rolling back with its eyes rolling up, losing its combat ability. Fortunately, the surrounding maids rushed forward to tightly hold Loki. But the queen was still unwilling to give up, wanting to snatch Loki from the maid's arms and throw him into the underworld once more. The helpless maid could only quickly leave the queen's bedroom, with Loki thinking that perhaps giving the queen some personal space would allow her to calm down. The cunning rock lizard also regained consciousness and quietly crawled out of the bedroom. Due to the storm, supplies could not be delivered, and the queen, who deeply despised Loki, would rather die than feed him. Loki had already been hungry for several days, so he had lost some weight and did not have the strength to cry out loudly. Within the palace, the queen was still shouting and screaming. After an unknown amount of time, she finally calmed down slightly and issued an order. Quickly send the message down. This is all Loki's curse. This child is the cause of Elbaf's divine punishment. Queen, your highness, that may not be wise. The personal attendant still had some rationality, as she simply could not understand why the queen hated her child so much. Azatelida furiously picked up a vase nearby and smashed it onto the attendant's head, causing blood to gush from the attendant's forehead. The attendant had no choice but to retreat, leaving space for the queen to be alone. Not long after arriving from the underworld, Xia Yun had already learned to use the technique of Tue. He traversed this ability to reach the summit of the world tree, close to the realm of heaven. Here lies the highest point of Elbaf that Xia Yun could reach. The world tree did not reach its top. Its peak pierced through the clouds, standing unwaveringly amidst the tempest. Xia Yun could advance no further. The cloud layer loomed just above him, tantalizingly close. Tue also has its limits. While one can ascend in such fierce winds, it is nearly impossible to hover in midair through continuous use of Tue under these conditions. Xia Yun stood on the branch of the world tree, taking a moment to rest. The continuous ascent had drained much of his stamina. The powerful beings in the world of One Piece are true stamina monsters, often battling for days and nights. At just over 5 years old, Xia Yun is also a stamina monster, though he is yet to fully develop. Climbing to such heights in one breath is no small feat for him. He extended his hands, activating his abilities towards the clouds above. Numerous points of soul light surged into the clouds, forming faces upon the thunderclouds. However, the newly birthed life vanished almost instantly. Some could not withstand the liquid lightning and perished, while others were scattered by the raging winds. None survived. As expected, this won't work. Foreseeing this outcome, Xia Yun gave up on this futile attempt. Using ordinary souls could not resolve this calamity. It seemed he had no choice but to use his own. Xia Yun spread his arms, reclaiming the dissipated soul points from the homie. Then, taking a deep breath, he summoned all his strength to unleash his ability. Come forth, my soul. Although it was my first time using this technique, the moment I consumed the devil fruit, I was already informed on how to wield it. He extended his right hand in a grasping motion and pulled forcefully towards himself, extracting something from his own body. It was not a physical entity, but a tangible, swirling essence of soul. It was a mass of intense yellow light. Even without a physical form, it exuded a staggering aura that could make weaker beings involuntarily kneel. This was an absolute suppression on the soul level. The soul of a natural destroyer is inherently different. Xia Yun poured this soul power into the thunderclouds above. Inject soul. The previously swirling thunderclouds seemed to hit a pause button, halting all lightning brewing and thunderclaps. The clouds roiled violently, as if being kneaded, torn, and reshaped by an invisible giant hand. Lightning surged chaotically within the clouds, emitting a sound that was half human and half otherworldly. The entire sky came alive. It was clear that the sky was giving birth to life. Xia Yun's mouth nearly split into a grin, his already large mouth widening further in ecstatic delight. While the thunderclouds created by his soul sounded a bit unpleasant, the spectacle suggested a high likelihood of success. The sky began to churn. It continuously collapsed inward, with the life born at the center greedily consuming the thunderclouds that filled the sky. The clouds shrank from all sides towards the center, pulling in countless tons of water vapor, numerous bolts of lightning, and a cacophony of thunder that had yet to sound, all drawn in the same direction. The cloud mass enveloping the entire Elbaf Sea rapidly diminished in size. From a colossal scale resembling the horizon, it first shrank to cover only the crown of the world tree, then to the size of a castle, and finally to the same size as Xia Yun. With each layer of compression, the color of the cloud lightened, from dark black to deep gray, and finally to pure white. The storm over Elbaf ceased. The giants of the Yang realm gazed in astonishment at this miraculous scene, their mouths agape, and their eyes bulging with the distinctive flair of One Piece. Whoosh! The thundercloud emitted its first syllable, awakened to consciousness. It settled at a size slightly larger than Xia Yun's head, entirely snow-white and fluffy soft. Then it opened its eyes. Two round button-like black eyes opened, followed by a simple line forming a mouth that naturally smiled, revealing a pink tongue with two round blushes on its cheeks. It was incredibly adorable, except that it currently lacked the gourd hat on its head, resembling Zeus from Big Mom almost perfectly. So cute, I want to squish it. Xia Yun opened his hands, beckoning the thundercloud to come closer, then swiftly grabbed its cheeks and began to rub them vigorously. What a delightful texture, so soft and springy. The freshly birthed thundercloud showed no discomfort and laughed heartily. Ha ha. So ticklish, good child, your name shall be Zeus. Remember, you must never betray me. You just call me your boss from now on. From the perspective of the Straw Hat Crew, Zeus' betrayal would be quite amusing, but Xia Yun had no interest in the Minotaur. Big Mom had created Zeus with her own soul, making him a servant to Nami. Wasn't that pure Minotaur behavior? Indeed. Boss. Just as the thundercloud was about to adopt a JoJo-style transformation, Xia Yun interrupted it immediately. Just stay as you are. After all, it was created from his own soul. Although it had just been born and resembled a child, it was not as naive as the original Zeus. The button-like round eyes still sparkled with intelligence. Can you carry me flying? Of course. No problem, boss. Zeus floated beneath Xia Yun's feet and effortlessly lifted him into the air. Although Xia Yun had already experienced the sensation of flying using Tue, it was akin to comparing walking with driving. They were not the same experience. Zeus carried Xia Yun effortlessly, weaving through the air, soaring up and down. In terms of maneuverability, it was far superior to Tue, and it didn't require any of Xia Yun's stamina. After playing with Zeus for a while and feeling that he had regained much of his stamina, Xia Yun directed Zeus towards the Yang realm. He had just saved Elbaf and needed to make a grand entrance. If he didn't show off, how could life be enjoyable? However, upon arriving at the Yang realm, Xia Yun found it in utter chaos. The wind had ceased and the rain had stopped, but the trees struck by the recent lightning had caught fire. The Elbaf residents, who had just witnessed a near-miraculous event, had no time to continue in awe and immediately engaged in firefighting efforts. Fighting fires in Elbaf is quite difficult. While they have no shortage of drinkable freshwater, they lack large lakes or rivers. After all being built upon the branches of trees, the terrain here struggles to store significant amounts of water. Once a fire breaks out, procuring water to extinguish it becomes a challenging task. Unfortunately, at such a critical moment, there were also some troublemakers causing issues. Fools are everywhere, and the destruction they can cause can often exceed expectations. The female officer who had received the queen's orders upon seeing the storm calm immediately spread the news of Loki's curse. Instantly, a batch of fools believed her, particularly those from the village of the queen, who considered themselves of pure giant bloodlines and thus superior, worked extra hard to spread rumors. These fools not only failed to help extinguish the fire, but instead ran around proclaiming that Elbaf was suffering divine punishment, claiming the reason was due to Loki's birth, the son of a curse, and as long as he was present, disasters would not cease. Seeing the flames rising and spreading rapidly, Xia Yun couldn't help but glance down at Zeus beneath him. Boss, it's not possible right now. If it starts to thunder, I can do it, but when I transformed just now, I squeezed out most of the water in my body. If it rains, I'll have to go back to the sea to collect water vapor again. However, I can create wind. Should I try blowing some wind? Can it extinguish these fires? Xia Yun couldn't help but facepalm. Please don't make things worse. All right then. With a resigned sigh, he opened his arms once more. It seems I can't escape this. The first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. Having become accustomed to the process, Xia Yun once again drew forth his own soul and hurled it into the raging flames. Xia Yun felt a bit concerned. Although it was a disaster like fire in terms of momentum, it was nowhere near as terrifying as the previous thundercloud. What if this caused Homie to be inherently flawed? However, seeing these giants troubled by the fire and being unable to do anything, Xia Yun decided to lend a helping hand. After all, this was the flame that ignited the world tree. It was significant. Ultimately, its essence, whether powerful or not, was still determined by his own soul. At worst, he could find an opportunity later to set another fire to make up for it. The process was almost identical to the birth of Zeus from the thundercloud. As the raging sea of flames began to nurture life, it started to contract inward. In an instant, all the flames disappeared, replaced by a small sun, significantly smaller than Zeus perhaps, because it was rounder, a perfect spherical shape. What caught Xia Yun's attention was the face of the newly born Homie. It wore a pair of glasses, and he couldn't fathom how it had manifested. Its gaze was calm to the point of being numb, and its lips were tightly pressed, resembling a serious little adult. Unlike Zeus, who joyfully flew towards Xia Yun with a loud voice, it slowly turned around. Upon seeing Xia Yun, it seemed to sigh, and then gradually flew closer. Can I call you Prometheus? Understood, boss. Just call me Big Boss. Prometheus didn't respond verbally, but instead used the aura around him to conjure a pair of hands making an okay gesture. Could this be Homie created using the soul that carried the personality of a corporate worker? Xiaoyan couldn't help but think. Prometheus, let's absorb all the flames of Elbaf together. Did you just sigh? No, big boss. Perhaps unwilling in heart, but honest in action, Prometheus began to fly around the world tree. Every time he spotted a burning place, he flew over to devour the flames. In terms of extinguishing fires, Prometheus was far more efficient than Ring. After flying for an unknown duration, Prometheus finally completed a full circuit around the world tree. And sitting atop Zeus, Xiaoyan, who had been following Prometheus, gained significant recognition, boosting his reputation immensely. Every giant village where the flames were extinguished erupted in enthusiastic cheers, and they remembered the figure of Xiaoyan standing atop the thundercloud. After extinguishing the last flame, Xiaoyan decided to head to the underworld to bring those children back to the giant village. However, halfway there, he encountered Mountain Beard and Waterfall Beard. The two elders were loudly arguing with a group of giants. Upon seeing them, Xiaoyan instructed Zeus to change direction and fly towards them. Having just saved Elbaf, it was time to leverage this favor to command the giants. However, as Xiaoyan approached and could hear the conversation, his anger flared up. This is divine punishment. It is the curse brought by Loki. The little brat standing in the clouds is the harbinger of disaster. He is the one who brought Loki up from the underworld. Without him, the disaster would not have occurred. It is all their fault. I remember this as a pirate crossover, not Naruto. Why are there Konoha rogues everywhere? They don't even know their own weight and dare to bully me. Feeling verbally bullied, Xiaoyan immediately decided to retaliate fiercely. Zeus, yes, big boss. Sharing Xiaoyan's sentiments, Zeus immediately switched to a serious demeanor, retracting his smile, his body turning dark as he summoned lightning. Crack! Zeus instantly unleashed several bolts of lightning, accurately striking the group of oblivious giants. They immediately let out tremendous wails, collapsing and rolling their eyes back, smoke choking from their mouths. Who gave you the audacity to slander me? Having flown close to these giants, Xiaoyan, still unsatisfied, kicked the leading giant fiercely. Meanwhile, Mountain Beard and Waterfall Beard stood quietly by the side, waiting for Xiaoyan to vent his anger. Waterfall Beard felt too ashamed to look at Xiaoyan. Finally, it was Mountain Beard who broke the awkward silence, speaking, I sincerely apologize on behalf of the giant kingdom. I will deal with these rascals. Xiaoyan, whose anger came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, wasn't about to blame Mountain Beard and Waterfall Beard. He knew they were arguing on his behalf. Elders, I need an explanation. Who exactly is spreading the rumors? Mountain Beard was silent for a moment before answering. It is truly unfortunate for Elbaf. As far as we know, it should be our king's wife Astherida who spread the rumors. We feel quite ashamed to have such a queen. They only say I am the harbinger of disaster. In their eyes, Loki is the source of calamity. Your queen is a madwoman. I found Loki in the underworld, and now it seems Loki might have been abandoned. Now they are even sending people to spread rumors. Will your prince Loki be in danger? If you can't even protect your heir, Elbaf is doomed. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's speculation, Mountain Beard and Waterfall Beard's expressions instantly changed. The possibility was very high that Loki was in danger. This is troublesome, young friend. Can you take us with you? Inside the royal castle. Are you defying my orders? I said he is the embodiment of the curse. If we do not deal with him, Elbaf will never have peace. Throw him away. The queen continued to shout madly. At this moment, Loki was covered in bruises, having no strength left to cry. He had just been snatched from the maid's hands and beaten by the queen, who kept cursing until the maids pulled her away. The homie lizard had already run out to deliver the news, but due to its slow pace, it could sense Xiaoyan's general location, but kept going in circles. Daring to defy my orders, I will punish you. Eventually, a few giants could not withstand the queen's threats and slowly approached Loki. Sensing the danger, Loki widened his eyes and looked at his mother. Elbaf had cleared up, the dark clouds receded, and the sun rose. As the light shone on Loki's eyes, his pure golden irises became even brighter, resembling two shining lanterns even in daylight. Having experienced hunger and abuse, Loki had no more strength left. He simply stared fixedly at the queen, his mother, while the love within him was gradually dissipating. Feeling Loki's gaze, the queen was once again agitated. She ordered loudly, do not look at me like that. Quickly, quickly. Before you throw him away, crush his eyes. His eyes are the embodiment of the curse. Crush his eyes. The newborn baby Loki seemed resigned to his fate. His bright eyes gradually lost their luster, yet he did not cry or fuss, quietly watching his mother as the approaching servant drew near. Sitting atop Zeus, Xiaoyan along with Mountain Beard and Waterfall Beard heard the queen's sharp voice from afar and even heard her order to crush Loki's eyes. Stop! The two giant elders shouted in unison. These servants originally lacked the courage to truly blind Loki's eyes, and the urgency of the princess did not help them make up their minds. The furious shouts of the two giant elders immediately startled them. Even in his infancy, Loki was quite large, unlike ordinary giant babies, making him difficult to hold. The servant who was struggling to hold Loki was particularly timid, fully aware that his actions were inherently rebellious, and he suddenly felt a fear as if he had been caught in wrongdoing. He couldn't help but collapse, and Loki in his arms was thrown out of the window. Prince, the mountain-bearded and waterfall-bearded giants below saw Loki fall from the window, and were so shocked that their souls nearly escaped their mouths. Xia Yun said, "I didn't even activate my ability." Without needing Xia Yun's reminder, Zeus dutifully enlarged himself and caught Loki. Who? The two elders, upon seeing Loki safe, inhaled their souls back. The understanding Zeus, who was adept at handling situations, filled the little son Prometheus with sympathy. Just moments ago, the two elders had requested Xia Yun to take them along. Before Xia Yun could ask Zeus for his consent, Zeus had already enlarged himself, first stating that it was no problem at all. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Xia Yun had already planned to utilize Zeus to bring the children from the orphanage along, as it had taken considerable effort to send these children to the underworld before. Just clearing a path had exhausted Xia Yun. The children were at an age where they were difficult to manage. Encountering new things meant that they could only be led back with a rope. Prometheus once again felt fortunate that his true form was a mass of flames. Although he could carry someone, he could only carry Xia Yun. Anyone else would scream from the heat upon touching him. The two giant elders jumped onto the castle balcony. The waterfall-bearded elder turned to Xia Yun and said, "Charlotte, please take the prince away first and look after him. What follows is the giant clan's family disgrace, and I truly apologize for having you witness it. Can you really handle this? Then I can go down. The children at the orphanage are still waiting for me." Xia Yun was somewhat skeptical of the waterfall-bearded elder's combat ability, but these two old men insisted on showing off, leaving him with no choice. Moreover, it was highly unlikely that they would fight. What would follow might simply be a political compromise. Adhering to the diplomatic principle of non-interference in internal affairs, Xia Yun decided not to participate further. Zeus, Prometheus, let's go. On the way back, Xia Yun noticed that Loki now not only looked thinner than before, but was also covered in bruises. An infant's brain cannot process so much information. By the time Loki reacted, he was already on Zeus. He pouted, displaying a look that was almost crying. He recognized Xia Yun. He still opened his arms and fixed his gaze on Xia Yun, wanting him to come closer. Seeing him like this, Xia Yun felt pity for him, but there was also a joy in his heart. It was not in vain that he had saved him twice, so Loki had developed a dependence on him. The training plan was beginning to show results. The resized Zeus directly brought Loki to Xia Yun. Xia Yun opened his arms to embrace the infant, but feeling that this position made it inconvenient to see, he adjusted and hung Loki on his back. Just like when he had carried Loki while climbing the world tree. Indeed, he is much lighter now. Oh, I should ensure that the long loaf gives him a proper supplement. As the two giant elders reached an unsavory political deal, Xia Yun first returned to the giant village, handing the already sleeping little Loki over to the village women for care, and next he needed to go to the underworld, which was not convenient with Loki. For safety reasons, he had Prometheus stay behind to protect the giant village. Prometheus agreed without a second thought, clearly indicating that a trip to the underworld was much more exhausting than staying at the village. Flying was indeed much more convenient than before. It used to take considerable effort to rush from the realm of light to the underworld, but now Zeus could reach it in no time. The previous natural disasters had indeed caused damage to the underworld. However, the children from the orphanage were safe. They had been organized by the long loaf, and were now collecting and handling the dead fish washed ashore. In the distance, Homai's Jack and Ross were also efficiently fishing out corpses. Even though the long loaf's abilities were extraordinary, the children still wanted to eat some natural food. The fish living around the giant kingdom were nutritious and delicious. Everyone, in back, let's return to the village together. Upon seeing Xia Yun standing on the clouds, the children, although shocked, quickly rushed over. The long loaf had probably guessed the reason for this situation. He was aware of Xia Yun's abilities. Rushing straight towards Xia Yun in the sky, the suddenly disappearing thunderstorm and the cloud before him, which was evidently imbued with a soul, made the answer very clear. This is truly exaggerated to be able to achieve such a level. The long loaf couldn't help but exclaim, but once again admired his own foresight in encountering such a promising individual. The surrounding children surrounded Xia Yun, chattering incessantly with questions. "Quiet," Xia Yun shouted, and upon seeing the children quiet down, he felt quite satisfied. He stood proudly with his hands on his hips, pointing at Zeus beside him, saying, "I ended the storm earlier. Not only did I stop the fierce winds, but I also extinguished the fire." The nun had already retreated from the environment, she only saved a few giants. Now I am the benefactor of Elbaf. See this cloud? It's called Zeus, representing thunder and rain. Both are my grace. I also have a son like home eyes, which signifies my kindness is as everlasting as the sun, never to be repaid. Little ones, my reputation in Elbaf can now make the waterfall-bearded elder bow in submission and the mountain-bearded elder kneel at the sound of it. Although I have no interest in that crazy woman, the princess, as long as I give an order, her son, the prince of the giant kingdom, will also have to call me father. What is the giant king herald? If I want, I can easily take him down. TCH. Despite being roughly the same age, even though everyone knew Xia Yun was extraordinarily strong, they clearly did not believe his blatant boasting. What are you doing? Are you questioning me? Seeing the children's reactions, Xia Yun decided to put on a grand show for them. Hurry up and come up to the clouds. I'll let you witness the warm welcome from the giant village. Sigh, these fish that have already been processed cannot go to waste. Given the situation, let's eat first. After filling their stomachs, the children all boarded Zeus. Although there were about 20 children, they collectively weighed less than the waterfall-bearded elder, which was nothing for Zeus. As they approached the giant village, they could see a flame shooting into the sky from afar. Initially, they thought the giant clan had lit a bonfire for a feast. As Xia Yun came closer, he realized something was wrong. It turned out a group of giants surrounded the village with a firewall set up by Prometheus protecting Loki, while the mountain-bearded and waterfall-bearded elders were fighting with others. Faced with this internal conflict among the giants, Prometheus chose not to intervene. As long as he completed the task Xia Yun had assigned to protect Loki, that would suffice. If he intervened, he might accidentally burn a few giants, only adding more trouble. Is this what you call a warm welcome? It certainly doesn't seem like it to me. The long loaf, reveling in the drama, kept poking Xia Yun, while the other children displayed expressions of disbelief and cast suspicious glances at Xia Yun. Feeling embarrassed, Xia Yun's face turned red with anger. How could they make me lose face with such a big face? Who is it? Who dares to ruin my plans? The queen of the giant kingdom truly has some audacity. As a rare oddity in a century, she has decided to pursue the assassination of her own flesh and blood. The one whom King Harold truly loves is not her. Her union with Harold is entirely a political marriage. Harold's true love is a female giant named Adur, whom he met while at sea, and they have a son together who is the captain of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, Hilding. What the queen truly loves is wealth and power. As soon as she took command of the royal castle, she ordered the treasures of the national treasury to be transferred to her. She is the daughter of the ruler of the liquor village in the giant kingdom, and it was the elders of the kingdom who persuaded Harold to marry her. Even though it is a political marriage, the rights she gained are not insignificant. Coupled with her family's influence, she easily consolidated her power. The Mountain Beard and Waterfall Beard, who discovered the queen's malice, initially intended to discuss matters with her. If that failed, they would revoke her custody of Loki until King Harold returned to make a decision. However, this queen was completely incapable of normal communication, incessantly muttering that Prince Loki was a curse and needed to be dealt with. The Mountain Beard and Waterfall Beard were furious and left. Truly incompetent elders, but fortunately Loki had already been sent away. Yet the reality was that they were far too naive. Shortly after arriving in the village, they discovered a squad of giants surrounding it with weapons. The queen wielded her power to summon her compatriots along with other giants who believed her lies to hunt down Loki. This woman even believed that if she eliminated Loki and ended the calamity, she could possibly become the first female king of Elbaf. Indeed, she intended to stage a coup while the king was absent. The way to do so was shockingly by killing her own son. Fortunately, Xia Yun was unaware of the queen's true intentions, only feeling offended and angry. Had he known, he would have mocked the pitiable political wisdom of the giants. If even someone like the queen could deceive so many giants with just a rumor, it proves that there are still many in the giant kingdom who are inherently simple-minded. Perhaps this is a regional characteristic of the Pirate King world. If the Naruto world is rife with cunning people, then the world of Pirate King is filled with foolish ones. If all giants were this easy to fool, the kindness plan would have great potential. As Xia Yun got closer, he spotted the queen seated regally upon a moving throne. She even had the time to change her clothes, adorning herself in a very formal manner, resembling a priest performing a ritual. However, she did not command the battle. Instead, she continually encouraged the surrounding warriors to fight bravely and eradicate the curse of the giant kingdom. She was a healer without healing skills, only able to boost her teammates' morale. Yet she hails from an established noble family in the giant kingdom, and her family's combat prowess remains formidable. Even she, due to her high concentration of ancient giant blood, stands extraordinarily tall. Under the influence of darkness, King Harold of the Giants stands 100 meters tall. Although he isn't that height in his normal state, he is still around 70 to 80 meters tall. When this queen stands beside him, she isn't much shorter, roughly estimating that she is at least 30 to 40 meters tall. Her family also boasts many brave warriors. For instance, at this moment 2 giants are engaged in fierce combat, with the Waterfall Beard and Mountain Beard. Both elders are over 340 years old. Even Oda has said that in his worldview older individuals do not decline in combat power due to age only and stamina. However, such battles are also a considerable burden for them, and they are already panting. Xia Yun is now very angry. He cannot maintain any pretense feeling that these guys dared to disrupt the giant village. Having spent a long time together, Xia Yun is quite familiar with the giants. The villagers in this village are still very simple-minded. Xia Yun has also included this giant village within his perceived sphere of influence. He and the Waterfall Beard have developed a relationship through conflict. Though unspoken, the Waterfall Beard has always taken good care of him. These foolish giants dared to attack his village. Xia Yun soared into the air without any flashy moves, simply executing a descending punch technique. He struck fiercely at the palanquin the queen was riding. Bang! After a tremendous noise, that extravagant palanquin was shattered into pieces. Unfortunately, it did not directly hit the queen. After all, she is still a giant, and despite rarely fighting, her combat instincts are still quite good. She dodged at the last moment, but it was not without consequence. The immense force embedded the palanquin deep into the ground, creating a massive pit. Even the shockwave sent the queen flying backward, and the debris from the palanquin struck her head, causing her to lose consciousness instantly, due to years of pampering. The scene fell silent. The queen's subordinates, regaining their senses, immediately turned to attack. In an instant, over 10 weapons swung towards Xia Yun. The Waterfall Beard, entangled with the opponent, hurriedly sought to intervene. But Xia Yun did not need his help at all. Whether it's Big Mom or Kaido, they both have a bad habit in battle. They are not used to dodging, instead opting to take a hit from their opponent to showcase their stats. Having fought mostly against weak opponents since his arrival, Xia Yun has become a bit overconfident. He did not evade. Crack, crack. All the weapons that struck Xia Yun shattered with a crisp sound, regardless of whether they were wooden axe handles or iron blades. All broke. The giants were also stunned by the recoil, their arms going numb. Not much to it. Xia Yun pleased showcased his stats. Indeed, these giants could not break through his defenses at all. The giants besieging him, upon seeing their bloodied arms, were filled with a sense of dread. What kind of monster is this? How could he possess such resilient skin? That little brat didn't just use armament hockey, did he? Clearly he had used all his strength. Now it's my turn. Xia Yun swiftly used the Zoro. He appeared before the giants, who had their weapons shattered. Due to the height difference, he could mostly only strike their abdomens, but a few taller giants suffered lethal blows. Screams filled the air as Xia Yun, without even commanding Zeus and Prometheus to join the battle, dealt heavy blows to each of these giants using only his own strength. None of these towering giants could withstand even 3 of his strikes. The Mountain Beard and Waterfall Beard, who were fighting hard nearby, were also shocked by Xia Yun's immense combat power. The Waterfall Beard knew Xia Yun was strong. He had felt such a painful blow before. Reflecting on the moment his beard almost got torn off by that little brat, his hair follicles still remembered the phantom pain. However, the Waterfall Beard still did not expect Xia Yun to be so overwhelmingly powerful that so many warriors of the giant race were incapable of handling him. A little brat over 5 years old possesses such formidable combat power. Even after living for over 340 years, he had never seen anything like it. If he were to grow up, he would be a match for our king. The Waterfall Beard thought to himself. In no time, all the giants willing to fight had been dealt with by Xia Yun, as some were knocked out, while others were moaning in pain, nursing broken bones or internal injuries. Who else? Who else? With a fierce shout, Xia Yun called for battle, clearly filled with bravado. Yet it was hard not to feel elevated. The opposing giants below, seeing such a situation, even lacked the courage to continue fighting. Though the chubby little creature before him was small in stature compared to the giants, it was impervious to blades and possessed immense strength, as well as high agility. Every strike I dealt felt like a mere scratch, while it landed blows that were critical. There was no possibility of victory in sight. Bang! The first giant dropped its weapon. Then came a flurry of noise as the remaining giants threw down their weapons. Most of them, lured by the princess, were not very bright and lacked strong convictions. In an instant, these giants scattered like birds and beasts. They ran, scattering in all directions, some even screaming and running in circles. Zeus let none escape. Though these giants no longer posed a threat, they still needed to learn their lesson. The small and cowardly would fear power, but not virtue. These gullible giants dared to attack the village under the lead of a few prominent tavern giants, even assaulting the esteemed elder of the giant race, a hero over 340 years old, showing utter disregard for martial ethics. If they were let off lightly, without facing some consequences, who knows if they would dare to act again. Xia Yun knew that there were quite a few fools in the giant kingdom. The rumors of Loki's curse spread widely in the original story, even affecting Loki's half-brother Halden and his mother Idun. A group of cowards who didn't dare to confront Loki directly resorted to targeting the weak, nearly killing Halden. For the sake of Loki's future mental and physical health, this rumor must be eradicated once and for all. Coincidentally, the source of this rumor was right here. The princess was still fainted. Were it not for her noble status, she would have been handed over to the Long Loaf for a severe interrogation. Perhaps under the Long Loaf's interrogation, Loki would finally get to taste his first sip of mother's milk since birth. As for how he would get it, the Long Loaf would surely have his ways. Yes, boss. At this moment, Zeus had also arrived at the battlefield. He shook his body, shaking off the frightened children, and began to gather energy to grow larger. His snowy white body instantly turned jet black, his form crackling with electricity, creating a vast thundercloud over the village. Thunder. Zeus' once childlike voice now sounded particularly terrifying. A massive bolt of lightning struck, swiftly locking onto the fleeing giants. Those who screamed and ran in circles indeed had foresight. Though a bit of an eyesore, they were comparatively difficult to target. But Zeus did not give them more opportunities. He intensified the density of the lightning output, causing a wild dance of electricity. No matter how agile one is, they cannot evade the rain. Even top assassins find themselves drenched in a downpour without any special skills. Under such high-density lightning, soon the remaining giants fell to the ground, black smoke seeping from their mouths. Prometheus, who was protecting Loki, also extinguished his flames upon seeing this. He flew beneath Xia Yun, transforming into a massive, blazing fireball, revealing his true fierce nature. He carried Xia Yun into the air. Truly, this was an embodiment of the part of his soul that worked under Xia Yun. Though he enjoyed slacking off, he could also accurately grasp his leader's current desire to show off. To cooperate with Xia Yun, Prometheus output his maximum power, expanding his diameter to over 100 meters. The gigantic fireball retained the vague features of Prometheus, yet the broad grin on his face appeared particularly fierce. Like a small sun, Prometheus emitted astounding heat, the rippling heat waves rapidly drying everything, causing the earth to evaporate, water quickly cracking and turning the vegetation yellow. The air was scorched and boiling, the light no longer straight. Everything in the surrounding giants' eyes shimmered and distorted with the heat waves. Above, Zeus also changed his visage, grinning evilly as he sporadically released lightning. His enormous features filled the entire sky, with giant eyes seeming to watch you constantly. In the sweltering environment, the lightning became even more dangerous, emitting an eerie, sizzling sound. At the same time, Xia Yun, with new ideas, secretly commanded the two homies to continue enhancing his effects. Prometheus unleashed a burst of flames, covering Xia Yun's hair like the matron in the original story, igniting a skyward blaze. Though Xia Yun's hair was not long enough to do more than a small tuft hanging at the back of his head, when Prometheus first ignited it, it resembled a soaring firework, but soon transformed into a cloud of blazing flames. In terms of measuring height, Xia Yun had already reached over 8 meters, entering adulthood ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, Zeus simulated the flame clouds that awakened with the powers of animal-type fruit users, creating an entire backdrop of thunderclouds behind Xia Yun. In an instant, the heat waves surged, and the lightning was terrifying. Flames and thunder intertwined around Xia Yun. Even though his figure was not considered gigantic in the kingdom of giants, Xia Yun at this moment resembled a demigod wielding natural disasters powerful enough to leave the giants opposite him breathless. The lightning and flames made the giants who had just faced calamity feel triggered. Even those giants who were from the same village as Xia Yun had never seen him unleash his full power. Most of them only knew Xia Yun as a special human child who ate a lot. They had not witnessed Xia Yun's swift defeat of the bearded giant who would never admit to being bested by a 5-year-old. The giants who were aware of this had secretly been summoned by the bearded giant and received considerable bribes, while his great-grandson had even exchanged for a new weapon and armor. Xia Yun still wanted to blend into the giant village. He wasn't foolish enough to dismantle the bearded giant stage everywhere. The giant race revered strength, and these villagers felt a sense of awe towards the overwhelmingly powerful Xia Yun. As for the opposing giants, they remained clear-headed, enviously gazing at their unconscious companions. The pressure brought by this seemingly demigod figure was immense, and the pride of the giant race was gradually being shattered. Xia Yun slowly cast his gaze towards those opposing giants who were still conscious. Zeus and Prometheus coordinated, their enormous fierce eyes fixated on each opposing giant, their gaping mouths seemingly drooling, dripping concentrated lightning and intensely hot flames. The natural disaster watches you. The first giant struggled to rise, then knelt halfway to show submission, followed by a group of giants who all knelt down. Feeling the giants' awe and submission, the atmosphere around Xia Yun shifted. Deep within his heart, he finally experienced absolute freedom. In this life, he was born free and never bound by shackles. This was the confidence bestowed upon him by innate strength. I am the natural-born destroyer, the Lord of Calamities, the King of Souls. At this moment, Xia Yun felt the thrill of conquest. The royal aura buried within him erupted forth. A sudden and unanticipated fierce wind swept in, invisible and colorless, the kingly aura, overwhelming all, expanding explosively from his center. Conqueror's Haki, awakening. The Conqueror's Haki radiated from Xia Yun like a storm sweeping outwards. The air seemed to be repelled, and surrounding objects were pushed away by an invisible force. The newly awakened Conqueror's Haki was not enough to stun the warriors of the giant clan, but the children from the orphanage had already fainted. Charlotte Lingling often accompanied her release of the Conqueror's Haki with her bizarre cries, delivering a substantial shock to the eardrums and minds of her enemies. However, Xia Yun was too shy to make a sound. Or rather, standing atop Prometheus, he no longer knew how to conclude the situation. After feeling exhilarated, all Xia Yun could sense was the embarrassment of having his Chinibyu exposed. When passion surged, nothing else mattered. He added every effect he could to the mix, even awakening the Conqueror's Haki. Now who can tell me how to descend from Prometheus casually and gracefully? Although Xia Yun possessed the demeanor of a king, he lacked the shamelessness of one. The newly awakened Conqueror's Haki was not yet under skilled control, and Xia Yun's reserves were limited. It quickly exhausted, and the fainted giants and children from the orphanage gradually came to. When they opened their eyes, they found Xia Yun still atop Prometheus. It appeared imposing, but in reality he was awkwardly stuck there. Uncertain of how to wrap things up, Xia Yun realized his effects were running low. Zeus and Prometheus were a bit fatigued. After all, they were still in their developmental phase, and his Conqueror's Haki had also been depleted. Moreover, he had already achieved his goal of establishing authority. Continuing further was meaningless. After waiting for a while, and realizing no one was offering him an out, Xia Yun controlled Prometheus and Zeus to revert to their normal states. His earlier imposing presence had already made a deep impression, but it still needed to be consolidated. As a king, one must possess not only martial might, but also leadership and oratory skills. Xia Yun gathered himself, preparing to enlighten everyone about his grand feat, explaining how he subdued the calamity and saved the Elbaf kingdom. He also intended to advance his gratitude education plan. Mom, was that just now the sun? Is Xia Yun the sun god? This was a giant child who had just awakened, asking his mother. He saw Xia Yun standing atop Prometheus, and from an appearance standpoint he indeed resembled a deity controlling the sun. Hearing the child's question, Xia Yun's mouth curved into a wide grin. The giant clan held a belief in the sun god, and with Luffy not being born for several decades as the real deal was absent, he was determined to ride this wave of popularity. No, the legendary sun god is a white giant engulfed in white flames, moving to a joyful beat, bringing laughter to all. The bearded man instinctively chimed in with a correction. You can call him the fireball god, after all they're all round and plump. Xia Yun glared at the bearded man. What fireball god? Why did your words lower the tone? Clearly Xia Yun had no rebuttals for the round and plump description. At this moment the clever long French bread offered a way out. Charlotte, how should we address this thundercloud and little sun? Did you just bring an end to the recent calamity? Long French bread had long known the truth, but asked the question to cooperate with Xia Yun. Such understanding. Xia Yun praised, then took a deep breath, addressing the surrounding giants. Indeed it was I. My devil fruit ability allows me to grant souls to lifeless objects, bringing them to life. This cloud is named Zeus, the very thundercloud that hovers over Elbaf. This little sun is named Prometheus, the flame that burned down the village of Elbaf. Their true forms are devastating calamities. To subdue them, I tore apart my own soul and breathed life into them. Of course, for the sake of Elbaf, all of this is worth it, as long as you remember that this is my kindness. 5 minutes later, the previous benefactor of the giant clan, Sister Galmelro, once told me that the giants of Elbaf are grateful. Years ago, she saved only 4 or 5 giants and was treated with gratitude for 4 or 5 decades. I need not say more, as you all know how great the devastation of this calamity was. Without my assistance, many lives would have been at risk. Acting in the spirit of sacrificing the small family for the greater good, I resolutely took action. Half an hour later, the plight of the giant kingdom moved my heart, but ordinary souls could no longer pacify such a storm. After much thought, for the sake of everyone, I would not hesitate to give up my own soul, even though I knew how much harm it would cause me. But an hour later, heaven has entrusted this great responsibility to me. After resolving the storm, I barely had time to rest. The excruciating pain from splitting my soul still tormented me, but perhaps it was fate. A casual glance back made me notice Elbaf, which was still suffering from the fire. I couldn't help but ask, why does Elbaf face so many calamities? Must the resilient people born from this rugged land suffer the torments of disasters? but the situation left me no room for further questions. Even though I had not fully recovered, and even if I had just torn my soul apart to resolve the storm in excruciating pain, So you used your soul again to subdue this fire, right? Unable to endure any longer, long French bread, interrupted Xia Yun, regretting having offered him a way out. This guy was way too verbose. Initially, Xia Yun was a bit displeased at being interrupted, but upon looking around, he found that both the opposing giants and those from the village were in a trance, even starting to snore. No wonder there was no applause during the speech. The giant kingdom did not have compulsory education, and most of the time, they only taught children to fight. The vast majority of giants could not even read properly. Such a lengthy speech had a hypnotic effect on the giants, akin to Jigglypuff's song. To endure for this long was already a sign of submission to Xia Yun's oppressive might. Long French bread had not anticipated Xia Yun's overwhelming desire to share. Clearly, just moments ago, this little brat was awkwardly stuck atop Prometheus, not knowing how to come down, yet now he was so talkative. As one of the few individuals with the highest cultural literacy present, even though he understood Xia Yun's intentions and knew this approach was futile among the giants. Giants simply did not have the patience to listen to your speech. Most giants were very simple. They would surely appreciate your kindness, but such a method of emphasis was wholly unnecessary. Piwei must come softly and naturally. Out of respect for the benefactor of the giant clan, Mountain Beard held back from interrupting Xia Yun's speech and fought against sleepiness. Seeing the situation, he immediately stepped in to summarize. Comrades, in order to resolve this calamity, Xia Yun even tore apart his own soul, saving countless villages of the giant clan. It is because of him that we overcame this disaster. The people of Elbaf are known for their gratitude. He will forever be our friend and benefactor. Xia Yun also understood that the education of gratitude takes time and cannot be achieved overnight. The giants present were only a part of Elbaf, and if they did not enjoy listening, so be it. But what about this princess and the opposing giants? How should we handle them? While Xia Yun was still delivering his speech, Chang Mianbao and Shan Huzi had quietly organized people to bind the giants who were unconscious or had surrendered, including the highly esteemed princess. These guys had no idea how powerful the giant King Harold was when he was out attempting a coup with just these individuals was a fool's errand, and they couldn't even defeat Xia Yun. Perhaps they subconsciously believed that Harold would stand by their side. As one of the elders of the giant clan, Shan Huzi had significant influence, yet he had no authority to directly depose the princess. That power belonged only to the king. Although the prince's family had become nearly depleted with all the combat-capable giants, defeated the remaining members were merely elderly individuals with nominal power, but no strength. The most repugnant aspect of noble politics is their tendency to collude. When the elders connected to the prince's family banded together, even Harold couldn't easily depose her. To truly resolve this issue, one would have to adopt Huang Chaos method of annihilating the 9 families. The future giant Prince Loki would do just that, directly killing all of his mother's relatives. Listening to Xia Yun's speech with great discomfort, Shan Huzi could probably guess what Xia Yun intended to do, which was simply to utilize the power of the giant clan. Although Shan Huzi was still somewhat shocked that a 5-year-old child could harbor such profound thoughts, the giant clan did possess a certain level of magnanimity. Shan Huzi had actually decided that within the scope of his authority, as long as Xia Yun's future requests were not excessive, he would send giants to assist him. Perhaps Xia Yun's ambition was a bit astonishing, but the giants of Elbaf were never lacking in the courage to cause a ruckus. They were, after all, robbers and thugs. Moreover, to stabilize the situation, Shan Huzi needed Xia Yun's strength. It was time to eat some green garlic. The rebellious giants were naturally thrown into the giant clan's prison after being tightly bound. The real trouble was the princess. Due to her noble status, they could not use the tortoise shell binding on her, nor could they simply restrain her. She could only be confined within the palace. Most of the countries in the world of One Piece resemble small nations in medieval Europe. Kings and royal family members can act foolishly, but they cannot lose face. Punishing the king would be akin to throwing the nation's face away. Punishing the princess would be equivalent to directly punishing Harold's dignity. The most infuriating part was that the princess continued to shout even after regaining consciousness. She madly provoked Xia Yun, calling Loki the source of the curse and Xia Yun the cursed servant. What kind of nonsense was that? It rendered Xia Ming a lifetime shorter. Let's not forget that it was this so-called cursed servant who just slapped your face hard. If it weren't for the desire to continue mingling in the giant kingdom, Xia Yun would have employed the methods of Japanese netizens to humiliate her severely. Unfortunately, she was still the princess. However, when it came to her relatives, the giants from the village of Wine, Xia Yun was not so merciful. Pu Huzi and Shan Huzi had long been displeased with the self-important giants from this village. Without even waiting for the next day, after confining the princess in the palace, Shanhuzi and Puhuzi organized a group of giant warriors to march with Xia Yun towards the village of Wine. After all, they were the ones who first attacked the village. Now they were merely returning the favor. The giants from the village of Wine who came to attack yesterday were already the elite of their clan, and they had all been captured. Under Xia Yun's overwhelming military pressure, the status of the village of Wine in the giant kingdom plummeted. The father of the princess, who was also the ruler of the village of Wine, was publicly dragged out, forced to apologize and clarify all rumors, admitting to Xia Yun's identity as a benefactor of the giant clan. After this battle, the father of the princess lost all prestige, barely maintaining his position as the ruler of the village of Wine. Other elders of the giant clan avoided him. At the same time, under Xia Yun's initiative, the lifeblood of the village of Wine was severed. As the name suggests, the village of Wine was skilled in brewing. The giants of Elbaf never ceased their feasting and were particularly fond of alcohol. The village of Wine, which controlled the brewing technology, was one of the economic lifelines of Elbaf. However, under Xia Yun's orders, the brewing workshop's equipment was removed and the secret recipes were confiscated. The justification was that they were manufacturing weapons of mass destruction. You claim to be brewing wine, but I suspect you are producing poison, preparing to poison us. Yet this was not mere alarmism. In the giant clan's village, there were indeed persistent rumors that the people of the village of Wine were adept at using poison, and that they had a secret recipe for a poison that left no cure. In the future, Harold's true love, the mother of Herding Ida, was said to have died from this poison. It was no surprise that the poison was administered by the villagers of Wine, and the reason was quite absurd. The kind-hearted Ida had gained Loki's recognition through years of care, and in his heart Loki already regarded Ida as his mother. However, the foolish people of the village of Wine believed that they must not allow Ida to ascend the throne of the princess, who otherwise all the treasures accumulated by the princess would belong to Ida, so they chose to poison her. The people of this village were truly inheritors of stupidity and madness. The final result was that they were all slaughtered by the enraged Loki. However, the poison was indeed discovered by Xia Yun. The giants of the village of Wine had indeed hidden their poison-making workstation deep within the brewing workshop. This confirmed the rumors, and without needing further explanation, everything was confiscated. Xia Yun thought, although I've now seized your things, I suppose that in the future I will save your lives, preventing you from acting foolishly and being slaughtered by Loki. From this perspective, you should be bowing to me. Today is yet another day of spreading kindness. Killing and arson for the golden belt. After the plunder comes a wave of riches. The brewing production line was entirely moved to the village of giants where Puhuzi resided. As for the treasures, they went into Xia Yun's private pouch. He had asked other giants to rebuild a treasury at the location of the orphanage originally built by the nuns, specifically to store the items looted from the village of Wine. Next, he needed to sweep through other villages. The spread of rumors was extensive, and there were many villages that had good relations with the village of Wine who all needed to be dealt with, and in the future the treasures in this treasury would only grow. This was indeed the starting capital for building his own power. The giant villages of Elbaf had vastly different customs. The village where Xia Yun resided, governed by Puhuzi, looked down upon treasures. They did not understand why Xia Yun was so fond of these things. Given Xia Yun's strength, he could easily acquire more treasures whenever he wanted. Loki's guardianship was temporarily moved to the village where Puhuzi lived with a newly delivered giant woman, helping to take care of Loki. However, little Loki seemed to have not recovered from the abuse by the princess. He rarely expressed emotions, hardly cried, and did not make a fuss. Only when Xia Yun came to see him did he act like a real infant, crying, fussing, and being clingy. I must say, with ample nutritional support, Loki was growing rapidly. In just a few days he had plumped up and was even bigger than Xia Yun. If it weren't for his natural giant strength, Xia Yun might struggle to handle his clinginess. Moreover, it was quite a sight to behold. To be honest, Loki was not particularly cute. Elbaf News, our latest report. After successfully relieving the giant clan from the threats of storms and fires, Charlotte, hailed as a benefactor by the elders, officially commenced a tour across Elbaf today to restore order. Accompanied by the old heroes of the giant clan, Mountain Beard and Waterfall Beard. According to reports from frontline correspondents, the core tasks of this tour are twofold. Firstly, to completely eradicate the unstable armed factions inciting division under the guise of disaster. Secondly, to put an end to the malicious rumors spreading among various giant villages. These rumors directly accuse Prince Loki of being the source of divine punishment for the storms and fires. After verification by the elders and hero Charlotte, all disasters have clear records of natural anomalies and are completely unrelated to Prince Loki. The related rumors were maliciously fabricated by certain individuals with ulterior motives to undermine the royal authority. During this operation, the village of Wine, where the rumors spread most rampantly, became a key target for rectification. It is reported that many leaders in the wine village have long incited the populace to resist local governance under the banner of disaster theory, hoarding illegal weapons, and even producing weapons of mass destruction. Fortunately, the discovery was timely, and the weapons of mass destruction have been dealt with. The workshops producing weapons in the wine village have also been promptly cleared and relocated. Furthermore, production of the fine wines from the village has been halted. Please ensure to purchase related alcoholic products under the trademark of Waterfall Beard brand banquet wine in the future. Rest assured, after drinking, regardless of gender, you will have a thick beard. After the arrival of the elders and hero Charlotte at the scene, the resistance organization in the wine village still refused to cease. The accompanying elders Mountain Beard and Waterfall Beard took decisive measures in accordance with the law. Currently, all key individuals involved have been apprehended, and a temporary management committee for the wine village has been established with Elder Waterfall Beard serving as the highest commander. According to the latest report from the Royal Medical Team, the Giant Queen has recently suffered severe physical discomfort due to overwork. The follow-up political affairs and post-disaster relief that the Queen was originally responsible for will temporarily be taken over by Elders Mountain Beard and Waterfall Beard. Truly, they are the heroic elders of our giant clan, deeply rooted in the Giant Kingdom for many years, strong and resilient. During a brief interview while passing through the Fur Tribe, hero Charlotte emphasized disasters do not discriminate by bloodline, yet rumors target the hearts of people. As long as everyone harbors a heart of gratitude, they will continue to overcome all difficulties. We will continue to follow up on subsequent news. In the month following the disaster, Mountain Beard and Waterfall Beard, accompanied by Xia Yun, traversed almost the entirety of Elbaf with sparks and lightning under the aegis of Prometheus and on the feet of Zeus. Xia Yun, the proletarian's iron fist, struck hard at the stubborn heads of these noble giants, uprooting the long-established influence represented by the Queen of the Wine Village. A privileged class that does not possess the means of violence cannot last long. The rumors concerning Loki have also been forcefully clarified, leaving only a few giants still unclear, but this poses no significant problem. The real potential trouble lies in the food shortage issue in Elbaf. Although Xia Yun acted swiftly to end the storms and fires, it has severely impacted the food harvest of the giant clan. To make matters worse, winter is approaching. The weather in this new world is unpredictable, and Elbaf is modeled after the Norse Vikings in reality. In reality, the home of Viking pirates is the Scandinavian peninsula, present-day Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, which is notoriously cold. Elbaf is no different. When the cold season arrives, even the mighty giants will be deeply troubled, especially after a natural disaster. Food shortages turn hunger itself into a catastrophe. Fortunately, this time Mr. Longbread is in the Giant Kingdom. Elbaf News continues to report Elbaf is currently experiencing an unprecedented cold wave that occurs once in a century. Since the month of Frost's descent, temperatures have plummeted to unprecedented levels below freezing the ground, as frozen rivers have run dry, and the large number of winter crops that survived the storms and fires have withered away under continuous frost. The Giant Kingdom is facing a severe food shortage crisis, with signs of famine appearing in many villages. However, just as despair enveloped Elbaf, a guest of the Giant Kingdom, Mr. Longbread, stepped forward in this critical moment. It is reported that Mr. Longbread utilized his unique devil fruit ability to create a large quantity of food. Wherever Mr. Longbread goes, food appears. Mr. Longbread has now created enough food to supply the majority of the giants in Elbaf during this emergency. He himself has suffered from exhaustion due to overuse of his abilities and had to take a forced rest, but Mr. Longbread stated that after a short recovery, he will continue to produce food until all villages have weathered the crisis. Elders Mountain Beard and Waterfall Beard further stated, though Mr. Longbread is a guest from today onwards, he will forever be a benefactor of the giant clan. Whoever harms Longbread will be declaring war against all the giants of Elbaf. Mr. Longbread conveyed a simple yet firm message to all giants through our station: there will be bread, everything will be alright. According to rumors, the previous benefactor of the giant clan, Mr. Charlotte, felt deep jealousy over the treatment received by Mr. Longbread. Xia Yun was indeed very jealous, his eyes almost turning red with envy. Not all giants witnessed Xia Yun embedding his soul into thunderclouds and flames to resolve the storms and fires. Many giants only sensed Xia Yun's strength and were actually skeptical of the claims about Xia Yun resolving the natural disasters. However, the vast majority of giants witnessed the scene of Mr. Longbread conjuring food. In times of hunger, whoever can solve the problem of an empty stomach is a god. Mr. Longbread has quickly built a favorable impression among the giants. To some extent, he now possesses the power to topple a nation. The current giants are unlikely to refuse most of his requests, even if it involves using their powers to annihilate a nation. There are even some female giants hinting at certain matters to Mr. Longbread. In response, Mr. Longbread expressed, he is eager to give it a try. As one of the few individuals with the highest level of knowledge in the kingdom of Elbaf, Mr. Longbread wishes to continue his education. He wants to attend university. But jealousy cannot be helped. If Xia Yun were to trade his soul fruit for the ability of the eat fruit, he would be unwilling. Neighbors stockpiling food, while I stockpile weapons. The neighbor is my granary. Food is crucial, but power is even more important. Mr. Longbread does not intend to live in the giant kingdom for a lifetime. He is also thinking of going to sea. And Xia Yun is his investment target. Mr. Longbread is not someone who enjoys fighting. His decent swordsmanship is more for self-defense, and he has long regarded himself as a logistics personnel. Xia Yun is the future captain he has chosen, and he has already decided to become Xia Yun's first mate. Who says that a head chef cannot be a first mate? At the beginning of the story, Mr. Longbread's age was already too great, otherwise he should have been the second in command of the grandmother pirate crew. During this distribution of relief food by Mr. Longbread, Mountain Beard and Waterfall Beard have significantly consolidated their power. Giants' villages with good relations who are willing to submit will receive a larger share, with bread as soft as if just out of the oven. Those with poor relations or unwilling to relinquish their privileges will receive less. Mr. Longbread's abilities can not only produce palatable food, but also food with poor taste. That kind of traditional European black bread is still food. Distributing such bread to them is already a great mercy, merely keeping the children in their village from starving. The wine village, which does not know its own worth, has suffered greatly under repeated blows and is now in a state. Hey, little ghost, are you free now? Pu Huzi walked into the room where Xia Yun was located. Oh, are you here to discuss how I saved Elbaf? Sit down and he'll tell you all about it. Pu Huzi's expression immediately darkened. Alright, you've been so jealous lately that it's driving me crazy. You keep bringing it up and my ears are about to develop calluses. I'm not here to talk about that. We have serious matters to discuss. Little ghost, do you want to join us on the sea? We've been dealing with domestic issues lately, and some daring pirates have started causing trouble in the waters of Elbaf. Xia Yun shot Pu Huzi a glance. Isn't Elbaf based on a Nordic country? Are you from England? Are you already employing child labor? Pu Huzi was baffled by Xia Yun's words, but did not wish to explain too much. Pu Huzi asked directly, just say whether you're coming or not. Haven't you wanted to go to sea for a while now? Xia Yun replied, of course I will. But on one condition: the spoils I seize must belong to me. What do you take us for? Stealing from children? No one is going to take that from you. We just thought you seemed a bit too idle lately. Alright, just wait for me to tidy up. Also, I want to bring a few children from the orphanage to see the world. Is that troublesome? Pu Huzi was a bit puzzled, but quickly understood after some thought. In the eyes of giants, these children, most of whom were under 10 years old, were essentially infants. However, they were not giants, and in a few years they would reach adulthood. In the brutal world of pirates, one must adapt from a young age. In many countries, 10-year-old children are already taken to the battlefield. Future figures like Kaido and Barrett entered the military and began fighting at a very young age. The children from the orphanage had been overly protected. Typically, they would have been sold off by the nuns and started their hellish training by now. Under Xia Yun's protection, these children had enjoyed a long period of peaceful days, and Xia Yun was under no obligation to protect them indefinitely. In the lamb's home, the children were learning from the brewing notes seized from the wine village, which was a privilege Xia Yun had secured for them. Not all children excelled in combat. Some might become ordinary people in the future, and learning a craft is always beneficial. In the world of One Piece, special races always bear more burdens. Coincidentally, the lamb's home had very few pure-blooded humans. After the nun's death, the giant children in the lamb's home were adopted by other giants, leaving behind hairless races, fishmen, longhand races, long-legged races, and a few humans, all significantly smaller than giants, learning skills that required more agility than giants. El Hall, Old 8, and Richie, why not come with me to the sea and see the real world? 3 of these 4 children were 10 years old, while Richie was 7. El is from the longhand race, standing at 1.60 meters, yet as a child, he has a robust physique. His most notable feature is that each of his arms has an extra joint, allowing him to easily touch below his knees when his arms hang naturally. The future supernova Apu belongs to this race. Hall is from the long-legged race, and as the name suggests, Hall has very long legs reaching a height of 2 meters, with his legs accounting for 2/3 of his height, far exceeding that of normal humans. Hall prefers to wear only underwear, exposing his long legs completely. It is said that this is an aesthetic habit of the long-legged race. Fortunately, he is still a child and does not have thick leg hair. Both the long-legged and longhand races are natural warriors, one excelling in kicking techniques and the other in boxing. It is said that these 2 races are natural enemies, yet El and Hall share an extremely close bond. Old 8 is a fishman of the octopus variety. Old 8 is a nickname given by Xia Yun. He doesn't even know his real name and doesn't care. Sometimes when Xiaoyun calls him, he slips and calls him dad, causing Xiaoyu to wear a constipated expression, which old 8 finds amusing. As an octopus person born outside the Fishman country, he has been wandering since he could remember and accidentally drifted to the waters near Giant Island. He was not picked up by the nun for long and did not have a deep bond with her. During his wandering life, Xiaoyun took care of him the longest, making him Xiaoyu's most loyal little brother. Old 8 is round all over with round eyes and a round mouth, and he often wears a crop top to purposely expose his round belly. However, he is definitely a dangerous character. He is a blue-ringed octopus person with normal hands and 8 octopus legs along with a deadly toxin that can kill without a trace. These 3 children are currently the strongest in the orphanage and each belongs to a combat-capable race. If human children lack the talent for strength, they are often weak in their early years. Apart from these 3, a child named Richie from the fur race also has the talent of a warrior, but Richie has a timid personality and dislikes fighting. He is a noble panda person. In terms of appearance, he is one of the cutest among the children in the lamb's home. Every time Xiaoyu wants to train him, he feels like he is committing a crime, so over time, he has stopped pushing him. If it weren't for the nun's timely death, they would likely have been sold off and become cannon fodder. The nun had 2 buyers, the CP organization and the Navy. The CP organization deals with espionage, and this special race is naturally unsuited for hiding, while the Navy at this time also does not recruit special races for naval soldiers. They are likely to be sold off at a low price and used as expendables to train real talents. But these 4 children all possess the potential to become strong, especially old 8, whose toxin can even threaten young giants. In the face of ordinary pirates, he can take their lives in an instant. Therefore, Xiaoyun ultimately decided to take them out to see the world. Is that really okay? Boss, I definitely wanna. The 3 children responded in unison. Elle and Hall already enjoyed adventure, while old 8, as a fisherman, had no fear of the sea. On the contrary, he hadn't been to the sea in a long time. Xiaoyun had been busy lately and hadn't had time to take them to the shores of the underworld. I think I'll pass. I'm afraid of falling into the water. Richie the panda person said, tugging at the fur on his belly. He has always been timid, so it's normal for him not to want to go to sea. Xiaoyun did not force him and ordered the remaining 3 children, then pack your things and let's set off. I'm going to find Pu Huzi. Okay, boss. 3 soon Xiaoyun and the 3 children finished packing their luggage and came before Pu Huzi, but when he saw the pirate ship they were going to board, he fell silent. As a ship used by giants, it was bound to be enormous. Xiaoyun had seen giant ships before, but what shocked him was the ship's dilapidation. Pu Huzi nostalgically patted the ship's hull and explained to Xiaoyun, "This is my old buddy with Shan Huzi. Many years ago, we rode it into battle and carved out the legendary name of the giant soldier pirate crew. At that time, we were both captains of the giant soldier pirate crew. Its name is the Great Magner. Wherever it goes, everyone trembles in fear. Recently, a lot has happened that reignited the passion in me and Shan Huzi. It's time to let this old buddy stir up some action again and let the world know that the giant soldier pirate crew still exists." Did you hear that, everyone? Xiaoyun pointed at the nearly falling apart ship and turned to El Hall and Old 8. This ship is called the Great Damn Magner. Pu Huzi exploded in anger. It's the Great Magner. Get his name right, little ghost. What's the difference? Xiaoyun's rebellious nature was also stirred. Where did the original ship go? Show some caution when taking children aboard. An old giant about to die and an old ship on the verge of sinking really make a perfect match. Who's about to die? I can still live for several decades. I guarantee I'll outlive you. The original ship was hit by a fallen tree and is currently under repair. The Great Magner's keel can be made from the precious Atom tree and is still very sturdy. As for these other dilapidated parts, they can be easily repaired. Xiaoyun still did not trust him, saying, "Do as you wish. Ooh, I just don't want to board this ship. I can just sit on the Homai's Jack with the 3 of them. It can move by itself without needing sailors." Truly a little fool who doesn't know the value of things, the bearded man grumbled, but he did not press the issue further and began organizing repairs for his old companion. The other giants who set sail together upon hearing that they could board this legendary ship showed no signs of disdain. Instead, they became excited and enthusiastically threw themselves into the repair work. The bearded man's words were quite right. His old ship, after a bit of renovation, still displayed powerful performance. The Atom tree symbolizes resilience, and a century or 2 is not enough to make it decay. The shipbuilding skills of the giant race are similar to those of Sus-style weapons, emphasizing sheer power. What if they worry that the ship isn't sturdy enough? Just increase the use of Atom tree. As the origin of Atom tree Elbaf does not lack this precious wood, the Great Magna is indeed extravagant in its materials. The keel of large ships is generally constructed by splicing, making it difficult to find sufficiently massive wood to serve as a single keel. Thus, the quality of the splicing technology directly affects the ship's sturdiness. However, the keel of the bearded man's ship is made from a gigantic atom tree, requiring no splicing naturally formed. The vast majority of the ship's body materials also use atom tree, with only some unimportant decorative parts having decayed over time. This ship indeed only needed a bit of repair. After cleaning, it was rejuvenated, showcasing the daunting presence it had a century ago. However, Xia Yun had already made a promise, and it was not easy to backtrack, especially since he hadn't contacted Homai's Jack for a long time. Xia Yun is a sentimental person regarding the two initial creations of Homai's. He holds long-standing expectations for them. After some experimentation, Xia Yun discovered that he could manipulate Jack's consciousness and soul, which meant he might be able to transfer Jack's soul. Once a new ship is built in the future, he could transfer Jack over, allowing him to become the spirit of the new ship. On this voyage, Xia Yun did not allow the wave Homai's Ross to accompany them. The seas of the new world were still too dangerous. Ross's true form only covers shallow waters, and if any trouble arose in the deep sea, he could be torn apart, leading to Homai's death. As a wave, Ross is difficult to rescue. Days later, on the vast ocean, the Great Magna sails ahead with Homai's Jack maneuvering the ship closely behind. Suddenly, the giant lookout sailor signaled. Enemies appeared. Recently, Elbaf had been tumultuous, and it had been a long time since a giant set sail. The last time was when the bearded man went fishing. Moreover, in recent years, King Harold had been implementing a policy of peaceful diplomacy, prohibiting the giants from raiding, making this sea area unusually peaceful for a long time. However, even if the era of great pirates has not yet arrived, the seas of the New World are never calm. Already reckless pirates have appeared in the Elbaf Sea, raiding passing ships, boldly displaying their skull flag on the masts. Upon spotting the bearded man's ship, instead of fleeing, they accelerated towards it. Clearly, due to the distance, they did not recognize this as a giant's ship. Little fool, watch closely. This is the hidden secret of Elbaf. Last time you won against me was just luck. Widen your eyes and see, this is my true strength. With the pirate ship's location confirmed, an indescribable aura gathered around the bearded man. He raised his beloved great sword, and his might grew even more terrifying, gradually condensing into this great sword. Elbaf. The bearded man's voice was deep and resonant, causing the waves to surge. He stepped forward, his muscular arms bulging with veins. Feeling that he had charged enough power, the bearded man slowly raised the great sword above his head and then swung it down fiercely. Spear of dominance. In that instant, the entire sea was torn in half. A visible white shockwave erupted from the blade of the great sword. True to its name, this move is the giant spear of Elbaf, possessing immense piercing power. That poor pirate ship was instantly struck by dominance, creating a round hollow hole in its hull. The original body was reduced to powder, and then the shockwave expanded from the hollow hole, shattering the entire pirate ship. The pirates aboard suffered heavy casualties, with very few remaining intact bodies. Soon the waters in this area were stained a light pink with blood. Ha ha ha, my blade truly does not grow old. As one of the few sane voices in the pirate world, the bearded man let out a hearty laugh. In the pirate world, a person's strength is closely tied to their mental strength. Having lived for over 340 years, the bearded man was originally in a state of retirement, and his aging mindset affected his body. However, a series of recent events gradually rekindled his youthful passion. After many years, he again unleashed dominance. Its power remains undiminished. Even Xia Yun's pupils constricted. This old fellow seems to have grown stronger. Little fool, do you want to learn? If you want to learn, I will teach you. Upon hearing the bearded man's instructional invitation, Xia Yun was overjoyed, realizing that he had raised his favorability to a high level, and the bearded man was willingly offering to teach him the combat techniques of Elbaf. In the original work, Big Mom also had a sword technique called Dominance, which has effects quite similar to that of Elbaf's Dominance, both releasing powerful shockwaves. However, from a performance perspective, it does not shine. It still aligns with Big Mom's consistent traits, serving only to bully weaker opponents. In high-level battles, it either misses or has a power equivalent to mere scratching. Perhaps it is also possible that Big Mom never grasped the essence of the giant spear of Elbaf. She merely imitated it, using her innate brute strength and powerful aura, creating something that resembled it, but was ultimately not. Of course I want to learn, but unfortunately I currently have no weapon. Can I still learn? Xia Yun eagerly responded. The bearded man laughed heartily. Weapons are simple. I will just get you the sword I used in my childhood when I go back. Then I must thank you. I was just considering whether to practice swordsmanship. Thanks to a certain pirate-themed master from his past life, Xia Yun had some reservations about Homai's Napoleon. This so-called Napoleon has too many flaws in its performance. It has never killed anyone. It seems that once Big Mom takes hold of Napoleon, her combat power plummets, and she cannot even use her conqueror's haki. She is strongest when using her fists. Perhaps Napoleon's true ability is not to increase damage, but to heal. When hit, enemies immediately trigger a cheat and start recovering health. However, practicing the giant spear of Elbaf still requires a weapon. Using fists alone is a bit too challenging. In the world of One Piece, apart from the protagonist Luffy, most other great pirates wield weapons. Big Mom has Napoleon, Kaido has his Kanabo, Whitebeard wields the blade known as Son Kiritsuke, and Shiki the Golden Lion uses his own unique weapons. In contrast, the Navy's camp has more bare-handed fighters with Garp, Sengoku, and the later 3 admirals of the Logia type. Even someone like Kizaru has trained in swordsmanship and is a master swordsman, yet in his final form, he fights barehanded. To align with his future identity as a great pirate, Xia Yun decided that he still needed to find himself a weapon. As for what kind of weapon to use, he needed to consider it carefully. For now, he would not think about the original greatsword Napoleon. Hurry, Jack, bring the ship closer. Summer Cloud was overwhelmed with joy at the promise made by the bearded man. However, she did not forget the main mission of this voyage, which was to strike against the pirates who were plundering in the Elbaf Sea. Now the bearded man had dealt with this group of pirates with a single blow, but the most important process had yet to be completed: searching the corpses. These pirates lived by robbery, and they must have left behind plenty of good things on the ship. Even if the ship was gone now, the items floating on the sea would be taken care of by Homai's Jack, while the treasures sunk to the seabed would be handled by the fishman Old 8. They certainly wouldn't leave empty-handed. The bearded man had little interest in treasure. In his youth, he had gone out to sea for plunder, often robbing food or exchanging plundered treasures for food. But now that long bread was in Elbaf, his interest in treasure had decreased even further. There were still survivors on this pirate ship, one of whom was the captain. This captain was a somewhat famous pirate. He had not eaten a devil fruit, relying instead on his physical skills and the dual hockey of observation and armament to gain a certain reputation in the New World. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the audacity to run into the territory of the giants to plunder. But now he was in a dire state. After enduring the impact of the bearded man, he was covered in blood with bones in his body broken in multiple places, barely managing to lie on a piece of broken wood floating on the sea to survive. When Homai's Jack approached, he saw Summer Cloud standing at the bow of the ship from a distance, naturally mistaking her for a child of the giant race. The revenge of the giant race was coming. They didn't even bother to send an adult giant to capture me. First, he felt a surge of contemptuous anger followed by deep-seated fear. There must be adult giants on that distant ship. That despairing, earth-shattering blow earlier had definitely been delivered by an adult giant. The fact that they dared to send only an underage giant overproved their absolute confidence. I have no chance to turn the tide. Fear. The pirate captain felt a profound sense of fear. When he was once in a position of power, he would only feel the thrill of exerting violence and oppression against passing merchant ships. But at this moment he was the prey, and the fear of death almost shattered his spirit, rendering him unable to summon even the prideful hockey he usually relied on. Sensing the fear of the pirate captain towards him, and feeling the guidance of the soul fruit, Summer Cloud naturally recited the soul incantation: life or die. Do you want to live or die? Thinking that Summer Cloud was inquiring about him, the pirate captain, who was hoping for a chance at survival, trembled and replied, life. The authority of the soul fruit began to activate. From Summer Cloud's perspective, the connection between the pirate captain's soul and body began to loosen like a nut coming off a bolt. Summer Cloud felt he could touch his soul. It was a white sphere of light that was originally tightly bound to the pirate captain's body, unwilling to separate. But with a slight exertion, the soul was gradually pulled out. The pirate captain felt as though an invisible hand was squeezing his heart. It wasn't pain, it was a more primitive, instinctual fear, like drowning, as if his life was being siphoned away. His hair began to turn white. Wrinkles instantly crawled across his face, and his back began to hunch. No, please stop. I beg you. The pirate captain pleaded with Summer Cloud, mimicking those who had once wailed for mercy. Summer Cloud knew he was an absolute scum and felt no sympathy for him. What Summer Cloud cared about now was figuring out the ability he had just gained. Like pulling a thread, Summer Cloud gradually pulled out the ball of light that was the pirate captain's soul, taking it out bit by bit. With each extraction, the pirate captain would wail in despair, aging a fraction more. It seems I can pull it all out. Summer Cloud made one last exploration, tightening his grip, gathering the pirate captain's soul, and then pulling it all out at once. This time the pirate captain did not continue to wail, he no longer had the chance. With his soul completely pulled out, he instantly aged to a skeletal state. Although he was originally a middle-aged man, his years at sea had rendered his skin rough, and he had a strong physique, which did not appear old. Now his stubbled face suddenly shriveled, his cheeks sank deeply, and his skin transformed from relatively tight to a thin, wrinkled layer of yellow paper. His hair turned white from root to tip in an instant. In the time it took to take a breath, his black hair became sparse white hair, clinging to his scalp. His body also deflated like a burst balloon with muscles vanishing instantly, leaving only a layer of skin hanging over his bones. Then he lost his breath. He had died of old age. Summer Cloud had just taken away all his lifespan. Under the influence of the soul fruit, the soul seemed to be materialized into lifespan. At the moment Summer Cloud used his own soul to pull out a part, he did not feel anything unusual in his body. However, when Summer Cloud used the soul extraction on others, he perceived that their souls were being analyzed and reorganized. At the moment they displayed fear, their souls in front of his own soul willingly surrendered, indicating their willingness to be controlled. The soul and body themselves merged as one, tightly combined, and the function of the soul fruit was to pry open this connection. Just as water is composed of hydrogen and oxygen atoms at the atomic level, the soul fruit granted Summer Cloud the ability to break chemical bonds, forcibly separating the connection between the soul and body. Without the body, the soul lost its attachment to the host, becoming a formless, unconscious mass of pure energy, new and pristine. Meanwhile, the body that lost its soul seemed to have lost the protection of spirituality, merely existing as a piece of flesh rapidly decaying. Summer Cloud realized that he could extract their souls, but could not absorb them, only temporarily store them. What was extracted was the soul, not lifespan or vitality. It was merely the soul itself, but these souls seemed as if they had been cleansed, carrying no consciousness. Summer Cloud's own soul was round and flawless, making it impossible for him to absorb these extracted souls. Yet the soul fruit still informed him of the role these souls played. Summer Cloud himself was a physical monster, and under the mechanism of the soul fruit, he could freely use his stamina to create those soul light points needed to produce homais. Ordinary homais could be easily produced. Essentially, it involved using stamina to condense the soul material scattered in nature to create a soul. Previous wielders of the soul fruit had not produced any formidable figures, largely because they lacked sufficient stamina to unleash the power of the soul fruit. Even creating a single ordinary homais would consume a massive amount of their stamina. Yet looking at the soul he had extracted, Summer Cloud sensed that the soul was incredibly pure and could be split. With the thought, this soul was instantly transformed into over 100 small soul light points, which were then injected into the floating objects like wooden barrels and ropes that could still be used. Just as I thought. Looking at these revived items, Summer Cloud understood the entire operational mechanism of the soul fruit. He also grasped why Big Mom could turn everything in the entire sea of Tado land into homais, effectively transforming the whole Tado land into an adorably charming war fortress. Creating homais consumed stamina, and Summer Cloud could clearly feel the drain of stamina when manufacturing homais. Even if the consumption wasn't huge, he dared not create too many. In the original story, the young Big Mom did not understand the need to conserve stamina, so she squandered it lavishly to create homais. However, Summer Cloud could not even imagine how to produce so many homais like the young Big Mom in the original story. The stamina consumption required could repeatedly drain him dry. Now Summer Cloud understood that when other guys displayed fear in front of him, the conditions were met, and he could pull out their souls. The extracted souls became ready-made soul light points, which could be split and combined, allowing for the mass production of homais almost without consuming stamina. Thus, in Big Mom's Tado land, the residents had to pay their souls on a monthly basis. That's why Big Mom could have an endless supply of homais. Iyer Hoyer and Lao Ba huddled together, trembling in fear. They were not unfamiliar with bloody scenes. The recent attack by the bearded pirate dealt a devastating blow to the pirate ship, resulting in the demise of many pirates. Numerous dismembered pirate corpses floated on the sea. The three of them had grown somewhat accustomed to the sheer bloodiness, but the actions of Xia Yun before them exuded an eerie sense of mental corruption. A robust adult suddenly aged and decayed. His soul was extracted and torn apart, then infused into an object, giving rise to a new life. It was akin to a person being dismembered in an unconventional manner. The scene was not gory, yet it evoked extreme dread. To put it metaphorically, it resembled the difference between the American horror film Saw and the Japanese horror film Ju-On. The terror brought on by the blood and flesh directly affected the physiology, inducing nausea and discomfort. However, this type of fear penetrated deep within the heart, sending chills down the spine and causing endless recollections. Boss, it's so frightening. Looking at the trio on the verge of tears, Xia Yun was at a loss for how to comfort them. The instigator never felt remorse. Perhaps they would grow accustomed to it. Yet because of this, when they witnessed Xia Yun employing the same means in the future, they would undoubtedly feel fear and would not easily betray him. The homies created from the pirate captain's soul lined up, each one jumping onto the jack. Although these homies were made from the captain's soul, the moment the soul was extracted, it had already been cleansed. These homies bore no marks of the captain's former self and appeared exceptionally simple-minded. It seemed that creating intelligent homies required a more substantial investment of souls. After experimenting with his abilities and directing the homies for a while, Xia Yun continued with the cleanup. Xia Yun dispatched the somewhat recovered Lao Ba to dive for treasures, while he along with Ayer and Hoi sifted through the ruins on the surface. If they encountered any surviving pirates, Xia Yun wasted no words and sent them to reincarnation, yet their souls did not return to the underworld, but landed in his hands. The sea was now littered with wreckage. Crafting homies from these materials would be a waste of resources. Once back at the giant village, they could see if anything useful could be made. Time ticked away, and in the blink of an eye, the bright sun transformed into a setting sun. As the sun began to sink towards the horizon, the sea area where Xia Yun was located was bathed in a caramel-colored glow. The deep blue of the sea faded, revealing an amber hue reminiscent of aged rum. The bearded pirate had parked the magnificent Magniel alongside the homie's jack. The large and small ships quietly rested in the same waters, with the surface unusually calm, as if silently congratulating Xia Yun on his voyage. After repairs, the bearded pirate's ship finally showcased the indescribable beauty of a giant creation beneath the sunset. Its beauty stemmed from its size. There were no elaborate decorations, just a silent display of its power. The homie's jack, on the other hand, was much more cunning, but had already fallen asleep. Indeed, even homies needed to rest. This pirate ship had seized a significant amount of jewels, many of which had sunk to the seabed. Lao Ba alone was slow in retrieving them, but the greedy Xia Yun was unwilling to give up. Lao Ba worked diligently until dusk, while Ayer Hor and Xia Yun grew bored and started playing cards on the ship. Unfortunately, Lao Ba had to dive for treasures and did not bring another person along, otherwise they could have played mahjong. At this point, Xia Yun, who was already losing and growing anxious, contemplated creating a set of mahjong homies so that before anyone noticed, he could play to his heart's content. After all, homies had no means to oppose him. With just a glance, the homie holding the card he desired would provide him with the necessary hint. Xia Yun decided that he must establish a casino in the future, replacing all the cards and machines with homies, ensuring that even a lucky fruit user would leave empty-handed. The giants watching Xia Yun and the others salvage treasures were not in a hurry. The giants brought out by the bearded pirate had little interest in treasures. These fellows began their own feast. It was a tradition among the giants to hold banquets anytime, anywhere. On this outing, they had prepared ample food, intending for a long-term looting and showing no rush to return. Moreover, this sea area was unusually tranquil, perfect for an overnight stay. Puffed, Lao Ba surfaced, spitting out seawater and tossing a package onto the homie's jack. "Boss, I've searched everything, and this is the last batch of goods." Even the fisherman at this moment, Lao Ba, no longer wished to dive. "Thank you, Lao Ba. When we return to the giant village, I'll make sure that Chang Mian Bao rewards you properly. By the way, since you have many tentacles, choose 8 of these bracelets first. The rest we 4 will split." The bearded pirate said these items were unwanted. Although these treasures were made of fine materials and exquisite craftsmanship, they held little value for Xia Yun. They were too small, even bracelets felt like rings. Lao Ba, however, was not impressed by Xia Yun's generosity. What did it mean that he could choose bracelets because he had many tentacles? His octopus tentacles could not wear bracelets at all and would easily fall off. Even if he forced them on, they would feel like rings, greatly hindering his movements. Yet Lao Ba was a polite child. "Thanks, boss." Living in the giant village, they held little interest in treasures, as they did not need such items in their daily lives. In fact, among all the giants in the giant nation, very few held interest in gold and jewels, mainly the nobles led by the princess, who were infatuated with such things. Ordinary giants pursued solid weapons and sturdy armor. The giant feast continued late into the night. Those fellows could drink and make noise. Xia Yun and the 3 children did not stay to play with them for long and returned to the jack for rest at night. The giants would keep the banquet going until midnight, at which point the drunken giants would simply sleep on the deck. Their snores were thunderous. It was hard to understand how they could fall asleep. Xia Yun and the others could not sleep among them. They were simply too loud and needed proper rest for the continued voyage the next day. Perhaps they would encounter some challenging opponents. Prometheus floated quietly in midair, also snoring. As a fireball, Prometheus' snoring was quite unique, resembling the sound of flames burning interspersed with the crackling of charcoal in a furnace, but he controlled it well, emanating just the right amount of light and warmth. Meanwhile, Zeus served as a bed covering the entire cabin. He spread his body evenly from the bow to the stern, filling every corner to the brim. Xia Yun and the 3 children leaned against him to sleep. "Bully the country." Whoosh. Xia Yun violently swung the wooden stick in his hand, unleashing a force that was not even as powerful as his breath. Now, without a suitable weapon, he could only randomly pick up a wooden stick to practice. However, this pitiful display was met with ridicule from the bearded giant. "Is that what you call bullying the country? I don't even think it qualifies as bullying the village." 3 hours earlier, the sun had risen from the horizon and the giants along with Xia Yun and his 3 companions had awakened. Most of the food was stored on the great ship Magner, so Xia Yun and the others still needed to go to the giant's ship for breakfast. In the early morning the sea breeze was crisp and carried the salty taste of seawater, turning the black bread into a version flavored with sea salt. The giant crew began to take action, adjusting the sails to continue their patrol and searching for those provocation-prone pirates. With nothing to do, the bearded giant remembered his promise to Xia Yun from yesterday and began to teach him how to bully the country. But as the saying goes, whoever starts tutoring a child's studies will go crazy. The bearded giant was no exception. Yet sometimes if a child does not learn, it cannot be blamed solely on them. The bearded giant called Xia Yun to the deck. He did not gather much strength, simply executing a smaller-scale version of bullying the country as a demonstration for Xia Yun. Alright, I've taught you everything I need, the rest is up to you to practice. After finishing, the bearded giant laughed heartily, and before Xia Yun could respond, returned to the cabin. Old man, if you don't want to teach, just say so. Xia Yun, who had seen nothing clearly, stood there stunned, wanting to stop the bearded giant, only to find that the old man had already gone back to the cabin for a nap. Xia Yun let out a heavy sigh, unsure of where to start. He could only begin swinging the stick. He picked up a sturdy wooden stick, recalling the bearded giant's earlier movements, slightly crouched his legs, tightened his back, channeled all his strength into the weapon, and then swept it out fiercely. But nothing happened. To be precise, the wooden stick created a gust of wind that produced a loud bang, startling a passing seagull, which squawked and lost a few feathers. With Xia Yun's raw strength alone, he still made quite a noise, but it had absolutely nothing to do with the Elbaf spear. It lacked any sense of cohesion or penetration, purely a display of force. Xia Yun maintained his swinging posture for a full 5 seconds, then slowly lowered the iron stick, expressionless, as he watched a feather still drifting on the sea surface. Uft! Hurriel, an old 8 laughed nearby. Xia Yun turned around and glared at them, causing their 3 heads to shrink back in unison. I never expected to succeed on the first try, Xia Yun muttered as he continued to practice. 2 hours earlier, a passing giant saw Xia Yun practicing and sympathetically patted his head, comforting him. Don't be discouraged. We've been learning from Master Bearded for so long and haven't mastered it either. Master Bearded really isn't great at teaching students. Be patient. Once you gain more combat experience, you'll naturally get it. From these giants, Xia Yun learned that Master Bearded was a gifted giant in his youth who had learned the Elbaf spear through years of combat, so his teaching method was to let giants learn through fighting. These giants themselves did not know how they had learned until one day they suddenly found they could produce penetrative moves. An hour earlier, Xia Yun reined in his strength. Relying solely on brute force would not allow him to execute the Elbaf spear. He tried to contemplate how to condense his power onto the weapon and deliver a penetrative attack, but he kept failing to find the key. At this moment, the bearded giant was mocking Xia Yun fiercely. Is that what you call bullying the country? I don't even think it qualifies as bullying the village. Don't ever say I taught you this. That would ruin my reputation in the education field. This is hardly the Elbaf spear. I think this is the Elbaf fart. Veins popped on Xia Yun's forehead. This old man was infuriating. Although I can't use bullying the country, I can bully you now. Furious, Xia Yun grabbed the bearded giant's beard, reminding him of the fear he had felt that day. The bearded giant immediately softened. Stop, little brat, let go. My beard is going to be pulled out. Xia Yun still did not let go, fiercely tugging on his beard, threatening, then you better demonstrate it properly for me a few more times. Alright, just let go first. With his follicles freed, the bearded giant under Xia Yun's threat demonstrated several times in quick succession. Now Xia Yun finally understood. When the bearded giant executed bullying the country, he had clearly used armament haki. He simply condensed the haki all in one place. The blade just turned slightly darker, nothing too noticeable. Haki truly is a versatile tool capable of achieving all sorts of effects. The Elbaf spear, in essence, is just a powerful swing using highly compressed armament haki combined with immense strength. But this is also one of the advanced applications of armament haki. To execute this move, one must first possess immense strength, otherwise it would be impossible to deliver the strike and cause sufficient damage. Additionally, one must have superb control over armament haki, at least to the level where it can flow externally, which is to say the level of flowing cherry blossoms. The flowing armament haki must envelop the swung force, giving it a sense of tight containment, which is what allows the attack to unleash penetrative damage. However, the Elbaf spear does not require the same meticulous control of haki flow as high-level flowing cherry blossoms. It only needs to allow armament haki to depart the body and wrap around. The giant's combat style does not demand precision manipulation. Thus, even though they have touched upon the essence of flowing cherry blossoms, they have not developed its finer applications. High-level flowing cherry blossoms can cause internal damage, but giants do not pursue such internal destruction, as under their immense strength very few things cannot be broken from the outside. Old man, you just used armament hockey, right? You know about this. Who told you? A nun once told me that she believed I would become a strong person in the future, so she explained it to me. Unsure how to explain, Xia Yun decided to put that nun on the spot. That makes sense. Indeed. To use the Elbaf spear, one must first learn armament hockey. Have you considered that I still don't know armament hockey? You don't know yet. Then how do you have such skin that is impervious to blades and bullets? The bearded giant knew Xia Yun had skin that could not be pierced, but he never thought it would be a natural passive skill. He thought Xia Yun was a born genius of armament hockey, having achieved full-body armament, and regarding why there was no visible blackness of armament, the bearded giant did not ponder further. This is natural for me, I still don't know about armament hockey. Upon hearing this, the bearded giant was even more shocked. To possess such formidable defense, naturally, if Xia Yun were to learn armament hockey in the future, who could ever breach his defenses? To be born with such thick skin, you truly are something, little brat. The bearded giant praised, and then added, since you still don't know armament hockey, you must learn it first before you can use the Elbaf spear. Xia Yun, unwilling to give up, continued asking, is there a shortcut to learning armament hockey? The bearded giant shook his head. No shortcuts. To learn armament hockey, one must engage in prolonged combat and constantly endure hits. According to the information available from Oda, armament hockey is a power built on individual life energy and resilient, which can enhance one's defense and empower weapons. To awaken this personal life force and resilient, the best way is to continuously endure hits in battle, igniting one's fighting spirit and belief. It can be said that everyone in the world of One Piece has the potential to learn armament hockey. Thinking of this, the bearded giant suddenly became excited. Little brat, stand still. I'll now teach you how to practice armament hockey properly. Armament hockey is crucial, but Xia Yun expressed that he could practice it later. The intention of the bearded giant is too obvious. He simply wants to beat him under the guise of training armament hockey. Is this how the Kingdom of Giants treats its benefactors? The betrayal of gratitude is too vivid. Xia Yun is still young. Even a genius like Luffy only learned armament hockey in his teens or 20s. He is barely over 5 years old, so there is no need to rush. Let's wait a bit. He will definitely have armament hockey on his own. Moreover, apart from the Conqueror's hockey, the attacks from the bearded giant are equivalent to just giving Xia Yun a warm-up. Even if the bearded giant uses Conqueror's hockey, he cannot unleash his full strength. In terms of effectiveness, it is probably just like pressing Xia Yun's foot. The bearded giant's sparring partner role does not significantly benefit Xia Yun. If he really wants to train armament hockey, he needs to find a true powerhouse. For example, the giant King Harold, who is about to return to Elbaf. Thinking of Harold, Xia Yun reminded himself to develop steadily and not to be reckless. That level of powerhouse has already been possessed by him. Without sufficient intelligence and countermeasures, Xia Yun does not dare to offend him. Having been reborn into the world of One Piece, Xia Yun has a career plan for his future. As the saying goes, not rebelling while crossing into another world is the way of a prudent person. To travel through the world of pirates without opposing the world government is also a form of deep submission. Xia Yun is also not interested in joining the Navy, which has committed many dirty deeds in the name of justice. Their contradictory stance makes it seem like they are the U.S. Navy. Moreover, the Navy must serve those disgusting celestial dragons, and Xia Yun stated that he cannot do it. Even after experiencing the trials of the pirate world, he can now suppress opposing giants with violence without changing his expression and feel justified in seizing pirate souls. However, deep down, Xia Yun is still a modern man. Although he has taken off the red scarf, aged out of the Youth League, and cannot enter the party due to a lack of excellence, Xia Yun still considers himself a successor to socialism. At the very least, his identity as a proletarian is beyond dispute. How could he mix with those celestial dragons and bring about a good world government? Therefore, in the future, Xia Yun will definitely face time. Not joining the Navy and the world government means he can only form his own faction, and the soul fruit is inherently suited for creating soldiers. If he were to become a lone wolf in the future, it would be a tremendous waste. The only thing troubling Xia Yun is time. When he crossed over, the known plot ended with the story of Harold and the appearance of the Black Dragon Loki. The real big boss has not even begun to gauge his strength yet. And now there are still over 60 years until the plot begins. On the bright side, he has a long development period, but on the flip side, if he has no means to delay aging, by the time the big boss starts gauging strength, he will have already aged. Forget it, I won't think about it. Xia Yun tidied up his mood and comforted himself. No matter what I have gained, or at least I can still live for another 60 years. What's important now is to develop steadily, starting with sweeping through this area. Raising younger brothers and establishing a vast nation both require funding. Pirates, I am coming. Although he failed to learn Conqueror's Haki, Xia Yun was not discouraged. The secret of Elbaf is not something that can be easily learned. However, Xia Yun did not give up. He changed his learning strategy, abandoning the use of weapons and opting for bare fists. The giant hailing from the Straw Hat Grand Fleet once used his fists to unleash the Spear of Elbaf. The most frequently used move by Xia Yun at the moment is actually a slap attack. Having no knowledge of swordsmanship, forcibly using weapons only leads to trouble. Let's start practicing with martial arts. Help practice against these pirates. The biggest goal of this voyage is to sweep through the pirates plundering merchant ships in the waters of Elbaf. They are too bold, and their hands are too long. For those who are notorious, Xia Yun has no psychological burden when taking action. During subsequent cleaning and sweeping tasks, Xia Yun stopped the bearded giant and other aggressive giant crew members who were regaining their ambitions. Every time they spotted a pirate, Xia Yun would ride Zeus, bringing along 3 companions to launch boarding attacks on the pirate ships. Having an air force does provide an advantage. The maneuverability of Zeus is too strong, always able to easily catch up with pirate ships relying on wind power. Then they would be dropped onto the ship from midair. Afterwards, Xia Yun instructed Zeus and Prometheus to appropriately protect Elhor and the 3 children, allowing them to look for isolated and weak pirates to gain combat experience. Xia Yun, on the other hand, charged into the pirate crowd without any protection, killing and retreating multiple times only to find himself unharmed. The talent of the steel balloon was evident. If purely from the perspective of dealing with pirates, the best method would actually be to have Zeus drop Xia Yun from midair, since he wouldn't die from the fall. However, this approach could potentially damage the ship. If the ship is destroyed, it would be like the first time, making Lao Ba exhausted from diving into the sea to retrieve treasures. Moreover, if the airdrop is inaccurate and Xia Yun lands in the sea, or if the pirate ship is poorly constructed and gets punctured, Xia Yun would still have to dive into the sea. Thus, after dealing with over 20 pirate ships, the children from the orphanage felt they had grown significantly, able to defeat 2 or 3 of their former selves. But Xia Yun felt a sense of emptiness. It was truly too lacking in challenge. Constantly bullying the weak brought no growth at all. These pirates were simply too weak. Only occasionally did he encounter 1 or 2 who could use Haki, but he had yet to meet any master of Haki. Since his crossing, Xia Yun has not felt any pain. His strong defenses have kept him from ever being injured. Perhaps only a high-level armament Haki flow could break through his defenses. Being invincible is truly lonely. Xia Yun's lamentation was not pretentious, but genuine. He felt the bottleneck of his own strength. He simply could not find a worthy opponent and had no opportunities to train his combat experience. This state of affairs continued for a while. The bearded giant and others decided to return. The pirates had been mostly cleared out, and they had their own intelligence on the sea, believing that the surrounding people already knew that Elbaf had begun sending people to combat pirates. They should be able to enjoy a long period of peace. Moreover, throughout this sweep, Xia Yun accumulated too many pirate souls that he could no longer store. These souls were naturally deteriorating each day. Even though Xia Yun tried his best to create homies, he provided many younger brothers for homies Jack. During the sweep, Xia Yun deliberately did not destroy the pirate ships. Those brave enough to be pirates in the New World built their ships very sturdily, which were excellent assets. Xia Yun turned them all into homies. Homies Jack quickly rose to middle management, leading dozens of ships and younger brothers. Jack led these ships, surrounding the magnificent Magnar, forming a massive fleet. Xia Yun also felt it was necessary to return to Elbaf to convert all the collected pirate souls into homies. Otherwise, it would truly be a waste. Xia Yun once asked the bearded giant if he wanted to convert the magnificent Magnar into homies, but the bearded giant refused. The bearded giant firmly believed that the magnificent Magnar had its own ship spirit, and if Xia Yun forcibly endowed it with a soul, it would only kill the original ship spirit. Xia Yun looked down on this. He used the abilities of the soul fruit to carefully search the entire ship, finding not a trace of spiritual fluctuation. Even if there once was a ship spirit, after being neglected for so long, it must have perished under the thick dust. However, this is indeed the bearded giant's ship. His attitude is paramount. Just as they were about to return, the giant crew discovered a new pirate ship. Xia Yun thought that although they were preparing to return, this was just a matter of convenience. Let's take out this last bunch of pirates. Then we will head back. Unintentionally, Xia Yun stuck a flag into his body. Conquer the nation. As Puhuzi opened his eyes, he saw someone using the Conquer Nation against Xia Yun. The giants were already preparing to return, but just before they set sail, a pirate ship fortuitously arrived in the area. With the spirit of seizing the last opportunity, Xia Yun began to take action. As usual, Xia Yun descended with the 3 children, beating the pirates into cries of dismay. As usual, he found no worthy opponent and felt an emptiness sitting on the ship, directing the children to pack the spoils. As usual, the 3 of them scraped the pirate ship clean and just as Xia Yun was about to turn this ship into a home eyes, he suddenly felt a deadly threat. Not good, there are rebels plotting against me. An attack came from afar. It wasn't a sword energy strike or an energy shock, but a white line that tore through heaven and earth. Where the white line passed, it formed a vacuum of death. The sea split apart, and the clouds were also divided. The shockwave came swiftly and fiercely, crossing thousands of meters in an instant, heading straight for the pirate ship, where Xia Yun was. Who unleashed this Conquer Nation? Xia Yun recognized that this penetrating attack was the extremely powerful Conquer Nation. This attack made him feel a deep sense of threat. For the first time in his life, Xia Yun felt the fear of his life being threatened. But it was too late to dodge. The attack was too fast. Meanwhile, Ai Erwo and Lao Ba had yet to react to what was happening. Zeus and Prometheus realized it, but it was also too late to evade. Speed was one of their weaknesses. They gaped in horror. Even home eyes would be injured from such an attack. Even they would suffer severe injuries or even face life-threatening danger. There's no time. Xia Yun grabbed Zeus and Prometheus along with the three children, holding them tightly before leaping out like a cannonball towards the stern of the ship. The Conquer Nation was aimed straight at the center of the ship, and the stern was the area with the least impact. No explosions, no screams. In the instant, the Conquer Nation struck the entire ship from bow to stern along with the mast sail, and the pirates, stripped of their souls, were all blown away in an instant. Then in the next moment, the powerful shockwave even ignited the wooden ship, causing it to vaporize. The decayed bodies of the pirates, stripped of their souls, were reduced to dust, leaving no trace of their existence in the world. Xia Yun was also hit. From a distance, the Conquer Nation appeared as a solid white line, but it was only when the attack drew near that one realized it was a massive cylinder. Unfortunately for Xia Yun, he was struck. In that instant, he tightly protected Zeus, Prometheus, and the three children in his embrace, but his back was completely exposed to that destructive white line. Then the white light engulfed everything. In the moment he was hit, Xia Yun felt no pain. He only felt something in his body shatter violently, as if his soul was being forcefully pulled out by a giant hand. His vision suddenly darkened, his limbs lost sensation, and his consciousness retreated like receding tides. But he couldn't faint yet. He still didn't know who the enemy was. If he passed out with Pu Huzi beside him, who could be defeated with a single strike, facing such a level of enemy, he would be doomed. No, I cannot die. Everyone has their time, but not today. Under the lethal threat, Xia Yun's body let out a silent roar, an unprecedented power awakening from the deepest part of him. Armament Haki, awakening. The freshly awakened armament Haki possessed exceptionally high quality, the pitch-black Haki, like black ink, extending from Xia Yun's vertebrae, instantly covering his entire back. Then, as if it were a living thing, it climbed up his wealth pouch, potbelly, and elephant legs. In short, Xia Yun's armament Haki spread rapidly to every inch of his skin, forming a complete set of armament Haki armor. Xia Yun withstood it. But this was also the first time in his life that he suffered a true injury. After the impact, Xia Yun coughed up a mouthful of blood. Although the skin on his back remained smooth, it seemed the only thing intact was his skin. Xia Yun could feel that his ribs were broken, but he couldn't determine how many were broken just yet. His internal organs also suffered significant damage, and his mouth tasted sweet and metallic. Now he could only pray that his kidneys were unharmed. Then intense pain surged in, whether it was the soreness of his muscles or the hidden pain of his internal organs. The pain flooded into his brain like a tide, making it nearly impossible for Xia Yun to maintain consciousness. Blood dripped from Xia Yun's nose and mouth, and due to the intense pain his face became incredibly grim. Fortunately, in his arms the three children were unscathed. Xia Yun quickly tossed his three little brothers into the sea, as there was nothing left for them to stand on. Thanks to Xia Yun blocking most of the impact, there was barely a piece of wood under his feet that hadn't been shattered, but it was already teetering, just managing to keep him from falling into the sea. But that plank was about to break. He could only toss the three little brothers into the sea. After all, with the fisherman Lao Ba around, they wouldn't drown. In the ensuing battle, Xia Yun could no longer concern himself with them. This surely was the most powerful enemy he had ever faced. Zeus. Prometheus. Xia Yun roared. Yes, boss. The two home eyes resonated with Xia Yun, instantly switching to battle mode. There was no chance to run. That last strike had been extremely precise. The opponent clearly possessed long-range attack capabilities. Now they could only confront it head-on. Xia Yun jumped onto Zeus, and Prometheus climbed onto Xia Yun's hair, igniting flames on Xia Yun's fists. Xia Yun moved a bit. The broken ribs severely hampered his movements. Soul infusion. After collecting so many pirate souls, Xia Yun still had a good stock of home eyes materials. Like Big Mom from the original work, he infused his bones with souls. Revive for me. Yes, boss. In a place unseen by others, Xia Yun's bones gained consciousness and automatically reassembled back to their original places. Come back to life, Ocean. Xia Yun forcefully infused all the souls he had accumulated over the days into the sea. Massive waves surged, growing facial features, and under Xia Yun's command they transformed into a tsunami rapidly rushing towards the source of the attack. At the same time, Zeus also carried Xia Yun flying towards the source of the attack. First, let the tsunami clear the way or it would surely cause them some trouble. Regardless of whether he could defeat the opponent, the fact was that the opponent possessed long-range attack techniques, and there was no escape. If he surrendered without a fight, how could he still aspire to be the overlord of the new world? He feared that even his conqueror's haki would dissipate in the future. Meanwhile, witnessing all this, Pu Huzi was furious after his shock. Which ignorant giant dared to use the Elbaf spear to ambush a child, especially and benefactor of the giant nation? He commanded the giant sailors to swiftly steer the magnificent Magnir towards the source of the attack. The giants never shy away from battle. The tsunami Homais, infused with souls, surged with waves dozens of meters high, carrying tremendous kinetic energy rumbling towards the enemy. But just as the tsunami Homais was about to reach the enemy's ship, another conquer nation suddenly struck, hitting the tsunami Homais' massive features. The tsunami Homais was defeated. All the souls accumulated over so long vanished completely. At that moment, Xia Yun was on his way riding Zeus. The tsunami of Homais has returned to nature, but he has bought Xia Yun a bit of time, distracting the enemy's attention. As Zeus and the Magnir ship approached, Xia Yun and the bearded man finally saw who the enemy was. It was an incredibly massive giant, easily over 60 meters tall, with a strong build covered in explosive muscles. His thick black long hair hung loose behind him, tangled over the large black cloak draped across his body. What caught the most attention was his forehead, adorned with a pair of astonishingly curved and sharply pointed horns. At that moment, he held a great sword in his hand, and judging by his stance, the earlier devastating attack that obliterated everything was indeed unleashed by him. Xia Yun suddenly realized that he had been mistakenly injured. This figure must be the giant King Herald. He must have mistaken him for a pirate. Fortunately, the danger had been averted. The bearded man had rushed over, and upon seeing that the attack was unleashed by Herald, he was both shocked and enlightened. Aside from their king, there truly were no other giants capable of executing such a powerful Elbaf spear. Realizing he was safe, Xia Yun's consciousness began to fade. He had been holding on with sheer anger and determination, but the recent healing had drained a significant amount of his energy. Now that the crisis had passed, his Bodis automatic defenses began to engage. He needed rest. Before fainting, Xia Yun secretly vowed that anyone who dared to strike against him, the benefactor of Elbaf, would pay dearly. Take my debt of gratitude upon your back. Days prior, while engaged in diplomatic work overseas, giant King Herald received a phone call. Indeed, Elbaf also has phone worms, a hallmark of the Pirate King. Elbaf is also a nation with a long history. The caller was the family of Princess Estrelda, the ruling authority of the wine village, specifically her father. Though Xia Yun had swept through it, the village still had its roots. The father of the princess had led the village for many years. Even though they had lost face during Xia Yun's raid, had it not been for the bearded man's intervention, that reckless little brat might have taken his life. However, he was still able to mobilize quite a few giants, but what truly troubled him was the Longbred. The Longbred's implementation of food control had made the giants of the wine village suffer greatly, even shaking his position of authority. After Xia Yun and the others had swept the seas, the cold wave did not dissipate. It was unclear where the chilling air was coming from, nearly freezing the ocean's surface, while the world tree's sunny realm was blanketed in heavy snowfall. In such cold weather without sufficient food, it was absolutely fatal. The role of Longbred became even more pronounced as he had lost weight from the intense workload. His daily routine consisted of resting, then using his fruit ability to make food, followed by more rest to replenish his energy. In just a few days, his reputation soared, directly reaching a level of reverence in Elbaf. However, the giants of the wine village absolutely despised him. This detestable little rascal barely provided enough food for them to survive, and the reasons he gave were utterly self-righteous. Longbred insisted he had done his best, but he simply lacked the strength to make more food. The prince's father, aware of the situation, did not believe a word. The giants in the village where Longbred was stationed had all gained weight, making it hard to believe there wasn't enough food. However, while there was no lack of food, those in his village were on the brink of starvation, causing unrest among the people of the wine village. As the giant children with food played joyfully in the snow, the children from his village were too weak to stand. No amount of past prestige could sustain his rule. There were already complaints in the village blaming the princess for their punishment. In response, the prince's father remarked, "Though your words hold truth, you should not speak so." After much deliberation, the prince's father decided to use his last uncertain trump card. No matter what, the princess was his daughter, which meant that giant King Herald was also his son-in-law. Unfortunately, his daughter was too disappointing, still immersed in that illusory curse, and this spoiled daughter had never considered mending her relationship with Harold. Instead, she was preoccupied with nonsensical talk of curses and feng shui. If she had won Harold's affection, how could he be so passive? Ultimately, he used that phone worm to contact Harold. In the original tale, this year was fraught with calamities for the giant kingdom. Prince Loki was born, disasters struck continuously, and Charlotte Lingling even set fire to the giant village, killing the giant hero, the bearded man. Due to the natural disasters, a serious food crisis erupted in the giant kingdom. Thus, Giant King Harold received urgent pleas for help from all directions. He immediately ended his travels and returned to Elbaf with supplies sent by other human kingdoms. However, only the Wine Village would contact Elbaf. Other giant villages had not suffered any damage and were living quite well. After embellishing the story, the prince's father successfully made Harold anxious, leading him to mistakenly believe that the giant kingdom was facing a dire disaster. The prince's father acknowledged he was taking a gamble, feeling extremely anxious. The best outcome would be Harold returning to support them immediately. But what if Harold was not so easily deceived? The perspective shifted back to Xia Yun, who found Ai Air and Lao Ba ready to mourn. The brave Lao Ba successfully pulled Ao and Hor along, catching up with the main group, and upon seeing the unconscious Xia Yun, tears of sorrow streamed down their faces. Although this boss often stole his food and refused to admit it, sometimes even drooling over his octopus legs, he was incredibly loyal. Thinking back to the scene where Xia Yun had shielded them during the recent crisis, the three little ones were moved to tears. Had it not been for the ship's doctor from Harold's crew checking and stating that Xia Yun was merely exhausted, they would have been worried sick. The significant injuries had already been urgently treated thanks to Xia Yun's devil fruit ability, and he was essentially back to normal. His powerful physique was coming into play, the stored fat was rapidly burning, and Xia Yun's body was quickly recovering, ready to wake at any moment. Elder Bearded Man is our boss, all right. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Is it possible he may never wake up again? The three little ones remained very worried, even preparing for the worst. The boss once told me about the unique funeral customs of his homeland. It's a very complex process. Originally, the boss planned to have Elder Bearded Man demonstrate for us, but now must it be used on him? I can hardly remember the process. Elder Ai and Hor were whispering privately. However, Xia Yun had already awakened, and hearing these two discussing his funeral made him nearly explode with anger. I'm not even dead yet, and you're already thinking about my funeral. These two little brothers were too unfilial. Yet Xia Yun held back, waiting for the right moment to awaken. He quietly used his ability to contact the steadier Prometheus. At this moment, Harold was half kneeling before the unconscious Xia Yun, filled with shame. Elder Bearded Man had reprimanded him for a long time. Although he knew it was unintentional, the outcome was still his doing. Even if Xia Yun had an innate strong defense, and might ultimately be fine, had he not protected those three children, they would surely have no hope of survival. Harold learned from Elder Bearded Man that this child was indeed a benefactor of the giant race, having helped the giant kingdom resolve storms and fires, and the friends he brought even solved the food crisis, saving his own son Loki. Yet he had reduced him to this state. If anything were to happen to Xia Yun, he would never forgive himself. Harold was an honest man, and Xia Yun understood that he must exploit his guilt to the fullest. I won't get up until I extract 2/3 of your treasury. Under Xia Yun's guidance, Prometheus slowly spoke, Honorable Giant King, I am actually home eyes created from Xia Yun's soul. I am one with Zeus and Xia Yun. We can sense Xia Yun's condition, and to speak frankly, it's truly dire. Upon hearing this, the three orphans, unaware of the truth, began to sob once again. Harold placed a hand on his forehead, his furrowed brow deep enough to hold a long loaf of bread. If something were to happen to Mr. Charlotte, I would willingly take my own life as an apology. But as the king of the giant race, I cannot abandon my subjects, who I have my responsibilities to uphold. However, I will guarantee with my life that I will exhaust the entire nation of Elbaf's strength to heal Mr. Charlotte. Even if it means depleting a century's worth of resources, I will not hesitate. Summer Yin suddenly sprang up, exclaiming, You mean it? I've been waiting for you to say that. Boss, you're awake. Is everything all right now? The three orphans shouted in unison. However, Summer Yin was too busy to consider their emotions and casually replied, This is just the beginning. True strong ones can do sit-ups immediately. I have more training to do. What mattered most now was the Giant King's promise. Summer Yin said, That hit you just landed on me nearly killed me. I'm in pain all over right now. Without billions of berries, I can't feel better. Seeing the now lively Summer Yin, the bearded man twitched, thinking to himself, This kid's skin is too tough. He recovered so quickly after taking that hit. Yet the bearded man did not stop Summer Yun's extortion of Harold, as Harold was in the wrong, and until now the giant nation had not genuinely thanked Summer Yun. If Summer Yun only wanted the treasures from the royal treasury, then let him have them. After all, they had previously been taken by the queen, so it was better for Summer Yun to take them. Harold was overjoyed to see the awakened Summer Yun. The current Harold had shed the arrogance and impatience of his youth and had become a responsible king. At the same time, he had no real concept of treasures. Mr. Charlotte, it's good that you are all right. As for those so-called treasures, take as much as you want. They are useless sitting there. I usually trade them for food. I just heard Elder Bearded talk about it, the food produced by Mr. Summer Yun smacked his thigh, regretting that he had lowballed the offer. Then Summer Yun tentatively said, "There's one more thing I want to learn from your kingdom." Harold nonchalantly waved his hand. "Of course, no problem." Summer Yun continued, "If I want to learn from your kingdom, I still need a suitable weapon." Harold readily replied, "You may choose any weapon from the royal treasury of the giants." Summer Yun wanted to speak again. "I also wanna." "All right, Charlotte, let's leave it at that for now." The bearded man interjected. From the looks of Summer Yun, he seemed to be fine. Although he felt sorry for him, the bearded man did not want Harold to think of Summer Yun as a greedy person. This kid just sometimes appeared careless. Summer Yun frowned in dissatisfaction. "What do you take me for?" "Let me finish. I want your son to play with me." Harold was a bit surprised. Mr. Charlotte has such a good relationship with Heidi. Is it because of Ida? No wonder, after all, any child would surely like a woman like Ida. Speaking of this, Harold's demeanor softened. Even though the actual Ida was not present, the atmosphere had begun to grow sweet. Is this the difference between love and indifference? Your legitimate wife just gave birth after all. The Queen's father, Harold's father-in-law, also emphasized in the phone conversation the Queen's childbirth and Loki's existence. But it's also possible that Harold never considered that Summer Yun could have a profound relationship with the newborn Loki. Even if the bearded man told him that Summer Yun saved Loki, a 5-year-old child who had not yet turned 6 would not likely take the initiative to ask to take care of an infant. So he subconsciously thought that Loki was closer to Heidi, who was already 18 years old at that time, but by human standards, he would only be about 6 years old. "No, I meant Loki. It seems the bearded man didn't tell you about what your queen did." The bearded man sighed. The king had just returned from a long voyage, and he did not want to burden him with such distressing news right away. But since Summer Yun had already brought it up, he still pulled Harold aside and quietly began to explain. Boom! A heavy aura suddenly exploded, making the surrounding air thick and difficult to move. Harold's expression changed, becoming exceedingly frightening, yet he maintained his composure, aware that there were still children around. He did not unleash his terrifying conqueror's haki, but the mere shift in his mood still exuded a despairing pressure. His face was as heavy as water, the wrinkles between his brows deeper, able to accommodate a dozen long loaves. "So it was like this. Then I must trouble Mr. Charlotte. Having your company is a great honor for my son Loki." Harold never expected that his legitimate wife would be such a madwoman, doing something so terrible to his own flesh and blood. The bearded man had just revealed that the abused Loki was now emotionally detached, only showing signs of dependency when facing Summer Yun. This time Summer Yun was going out to sea, and Loki rarely cried, not wanting Summer Yun to leave. Summer Yun made this request with consideration for Harold's feelings. If he waited until he returned to the giant nation and discovered Loki's true situation, it would be even more awkward to ask Summer Yun to take care of Loki personally. Originally, Harold would not have known about the Queen's actions in the original story. She passed away the day before his return, and at that time the forces of the Wine Village were still strong, suppressing all news. Harold did not know that Loki had been abused, even if Loki had bruises all over his body. He did not think much of it. But the situation was different now. The power of the Wine Village was already wavering in the storm, barely hanging on. The Mountain Beard and the Bearded Man, with Summer Yun's strength, completed the cleansing and consolidation, further uniting the entire Elbaf through the long loaf. The remaining opposing elder giants had significantly weakened. Harold was confident in crushing them with his unmatched power. After calming down, Harold seemed to recall something and began to secretly smile. "If that's the case, can I make Ida my legitimate wife?" Summer Yun immediately rolled his eyes, realizing that it was true. He saw the new bride laughing, but not the old bride crying. Wait, it seems Ida is the old bride. Summer Yun knew about Ida. He had interacted with her before. Ida was Harold's true love, with whom he had a son, Heidi. Although Ida now ran a tavern in the underworld and did not often reside in the giant village of the sun, Heidi frequently visited the giant village to play and practice fighting. It must be said that Heidi indeed lacked talent. He was merely an ordinary giant. He had often been bullied by Summer Yun, who could defeat him in just 2 moves, even managing to pick his nose while doing so, and after Heiding's defeat, he would wipe the booger on Heiding's head, completing the narrative of the defeated prince. Even after Heiding grew up, he struggled against one of Doflamingo's subordinates, getting himself all bruised. Perhaps the only commendable trait of Heiding was his tenacious willpower. Summer Yun also knew Ida. She was indeed a very approachable person, ordinary in appearance, but kind-hearted, showing love to everyone. It's no wonder she captured Harold's heart, teaching him what respect and love truly are. After exchanging intelligence with the bearded man, Harold learned that the situation in the giant nation was good. The previous warnings from the Queen's father in the phone conversation were likely exaggerated. The wise Harold also guessed that the Queen's father was intentionally saying this to leverage his power. But now that the situation was clear, there was no need to rush. Therefore, when the ship returned to Elbaf, Harold did not order his men to create a rainbow bridge to the Sun Realm. Instead, he headed straight to the underworld to rendezvous with his mistress Ida. At the same time, the palace of the giant kingdom received the bad news. Queen Estelita had passed away. Within the vast and empty giant palace, though the luxury still lingered, the liveliness had vanished. The servants and patrolling soldiers moved about quietly, lowering their footsteps, speaking in hushed tones. The atmosphere was exceptionally oppressive, all stemming from the palace's owner, Princess Azatelida. She had failed not only personally, but her entire family had failed as well. Azatelita's madness surpassed her foolishness. She believed in her derangement that the child she bore, Loki, was a curse. Although the calamities that arrived with Loki's birth did not cause significant harm to the giant nation, this child brought heavy misfortune upon herself and her family. It was clear that she would never reflect on her own actions. In the original storyline, her life had also come to an end due to excessive melancholy. The ancient giant's formidable vitality could not save a heart that had already died. Moreover, this time the prince's heart had died even more thoroughly. During her period of house arrest, though her material needs were met, the princess refused to eat and chose to starve herself. The failure of the coup, the decline of her family, and her father's reproaches were unbearable for her. Various negative emotions instead gave rise to even more hatred, and she deeply hated Loki. If only she had not given birth to this child, how much better everything would have been. This hatred burned through her life, consuming her rapidly. Now she was so weak that she could no longer rise from bed. Once beautiful and plump, her body had withered, and her emaciated hands tightly clutched the bed sheets, while she continued to mutter phrases like "curse the curse of Elbaf." Ultimately, she passed away the day before Harold's arrival. Just before her death, she made a prophecy which felt more like a vicious curse directed at her own son. She prophesied the future king of the giants, Harold, would die at the hands of Loki. However, this prophecy was kept under wraps. Upon learning that the princess uttered such words before her death, the Mountain Beard immediately ordered the entire palace to be sealed off and warned all giants that not a single word of the princess' last words was to be spoken outside. The princess died quietly without any value. Alas, the Mountain Beard sighed heavily. What a pitiful and detestable woman she was. As the eldest elder of the giant nation, the Mountain Beard had seen Azatelita grow up, albeit only briefly and not intimately. Yet witnessing a once promising young woman die in such madness stirred some sentiment in his heart. Having already contacted Harold through the phone worm, the Mountain Beard knew the fleet would arrive at Elbaf tomorrow. However, he did not immediately inform Harold of the prince's passing, and furthermore ordered everyone in the palace not to disclose the prince's last words. The princess had passed away, but her hatred could not be known by others. The child Loki was still so young. If he learned that his mother had hated him all her life, how could he grow up bearing such hatred? The Mountain Beard also knew that Harold had no feelings for the princess. He loved Ida, and it was best not to disturb the king's mood. After all, the princess had brought this upon herself. Harold's ship was considerably larger than the Great Magner, given that Harold possessed the bloodline of ancient giants, making him much larger than the Mountain Beard. However, this ship had not earned any legendary title, being merely large and sturdy. The Great Magner sailed ahead while Hammerjack led a fleet of smaller ships in the center. These vessels were all once pirate ships that had been eliminated and transformed into homais by Shayun. Harold followed behind in his ship, eagerly anticipating seeing Ida and Loki. Ida opened a tavern on the shores of the underworld, primarily to avoid suspicion. Everyone knew of her relationship with Harold, and at this moment the official princess of Elbaf was still Azatelita. Ida also found it unsuitable to reside in the upper realm, so she rooted herself in the more perilous underworld, often rescuing those who fell into the water. Ida had a wild mess of hair tied up in a massive ponytail. Her round eyes naturally carried a smile, and both her nose and mouth were round. In terms of appearance, she could hardly be called beautiful. Her physique was that of a normal giant. Yet she captivated Harold's heart with her charismatic personality. Ida was inherently optimistic and kind, always wearing a smile, as if there was nothing in this world that troubled her, even in front of the brothers who were not particularly close. Halding, you must be considerate of your younger brother Loki. Mom, it's this gigantic guy who is bullying me. At 18, Halding was still a giant child. Unfortunately, he did not inherit his father's ancient giant bloodline. Now he was roughly the same height as Shayun, but in comparison he appeared quite small. Even though Loki, with a high concentration of ancient giant blood, was already massive at birth, after a few months of rapid infant growth, he had grown slightly larger than Shayun. Despite Halding's diligent training, he ultimately lacked talent, and even though Loki had just been born, he subtly displayed dominance over Hilding. Hilding, wary of harming Loki, found himself in a dire predicament. Hilding understood that Loki was his brother and that his background was pitiful. Being so young, he was despised by his mother. This was a feeling that Hilding, who had grown up enveloped in maternal love, could not fathom, evoking a sense of brotherly responsibility within him. When Xiayun was present, Loki clung to him, and Xiayun sometimes truly annoyed him, directly saying, "What status do you have? How dare you stand on equal footing with me and think of being this kid's older brother? You're still 300 years early." Such outrageous words, and Xiayun even frequently wiped his boogers on his head. "I am his brother." Therefore, after Xiayun set sail, Hilding felt it his duty to take on the responsibilities of an older brother and care for Loki, which also pleased the Mountain Beard. Elders enjoy witnessing scenes of brotherly affection, and the Mountain Beard tacitly approved of Hilding's actions, sending people to protect the two and allowing Hilding to bring Loki to Ida. Due to Zion's influence, this time Loki retained a trace of his ability to love. There was once a famous psychologist named John Watson who proposed a theory called behaviorist parenting, advocating that when infants cried, they should not be picked up immediately, but rather trained to be independent. He advised against excessive kissing and hugging to avoid spoiling the child. This individual even used his 3 children to experiment and validate this theory, resulting in 2 of his children committing suicide and 1 fleeing far away, never to return. Subsequent experiments and observations revealed that children need comfort and care during infancy, and trauma suffered in early childhood could lead to lifelong personality disorders. Unfortunately, Loki suffered such harm, and now he could only heal himself bit by bit. Ida was a wonderful healer. The love of this kind-hearted woman seemed to never run dry, and she poured all her maternal affection into Loki, for he was also the son of the man she deeply loved, Harold. This love was something Loki had never experienced before. Though he still missed Xiayun, he gradually learned to trust and rely on Ida. When Harold pushed open the door to Ida's tavern, what greeted his eyes was Loki, riding on Hilding's back along with the 2 gentle figures of Ida smiling at them. At that moment his heart was filled with a tender emotion, and he felt that perhaps the most beautiful moment in life was nothing more than this. Upon entering, Xiayun saw Harold's expression torn between tears and laughter, and couldn't help but shiver. A 6 or 7 meter tall muscular man with tearful eyes was indeed quite disgusting. At the same time, Xiayun thought of the princess who was currently imprisoned. Although that woman didn't deserve sympathy, this scene was indeed quite ironic. The Ida whom the princess once looked down upon was now obtaining everything the princess should have through her own kindness and warmth. Perhaps soon Harold would begin the process of establishing Ida as the true princess. Seeing Loki in a much better condition made Xiayun quite happy. Generally speaking, a child without a mother is like a blade of grass. However, Loki was not that way. His biological mother was like a herbicide, relentlessly pursuing and harming Loki, the tender seedling. "Great. Harold, you are back." Ida rushed forward and hugged Harold. Despite her effort to stretch out her arms, she could only just reach his waist due to their significant height difference. One couldn't help but suspect that Harold might actually have a preference for younger girls. He did not favor the beautiful, yet slightly shorter princess, but instead was enamored with the adorable Ida. Harold bent down, extended his arms, and lifted Ida up. Then he joyfully spun around, laughing heartily. Riding on Hiding, Loki's golden eyes sparkled brightly upon seeing Xiayun, and he quickly crawled over to her. Xiayun was delighted by Loki's performance. Even though he now had a stepmother, he still remembered his old master. Unlike Hiding, Xiayun was not weak. He effortlessly lifted Loki, who was slightly larger than him, and tossed him high into the air, catching him steadily as Loki burst into laughter. Unable to bear the sight, the bearded warrior dashed over and hit Zion's head with his fist, saying, "Be careful. What if Loki gets hurt?" Indeed, he was getting old. His punch felt so weak. Although he exerted considerable force, his fist turned red, yet Xiayun felt nothing at all. "What are you afraid of? Loki fell from the underworld and was fine. Oh, what's this height to worry about?" Xiayun reminded Harold not to forget the important matters after the sweet moments, as his son Loki, who had suffered greatly, was watching. Hearing Zion's words, Harold set Ida down and looked at Loki with guilt. As a father, he felt he had failed, but since Loki did not recognize him and was not close to him, Harold did not know how to face him. After teasing Loki for a while, Xiayun lifted him and handed him to Harold, saying, "Here, your son, you hold him yourself." Seeing Xiayun taking the initiative, Harold gratefully glanced at him before cautiously extending his hands to tightly hold Loki, lifting him high above his head. It must be said that the resemblance between these two was striking. Their body types matched well, like a normal human father holding a normal child. Loki, seeing his father for the first time, was somewhat wary. He typically showed no expression to unfamiliar faces, resembling a child who had just lost his mother. "I'll wait." He indeed had just lost his mother. Harold played with Loki for a while, but found that he still showed no reaction, so he sighed and handed Loki back to Cheyenne. It seems I can only take it slow from now on. Fortunately, I should be able to stay for a long time after returning this time. Harold adjusted his gear, collected his thoughts, and called out to Yida and Hiding, saying, Yida, Hiding, come with me to the Yang realm. There are important matters to attend to. You stay here as it might be dangerous. The focus shifted to the Yang realm, where the Mountain Bearded had already organized the welcome ceremony. The outcome of political struggles is often harsh, even though the princess was now deceased, as the loser her death had to concede to Harold's return. Currently, the Mountain Bearded had not announced the news of the prince's death. Even her father was unaware. Her funeral would be scheduled after Harold's welcome ceremony and would be kept simple. The giant tribe did not have many elaborate rituals. What was termed a welcome ceremony was essentially just preparations for a feast. The Mountain Bearded chose to hold the banquet at the dock where the Rainbow Bridge reached, ensuring that the king could immediately undergo the welcome ceremony upon disembarking. Currently, Elbaf was in fairly good condition. The Mountain Bearded had summoned the elders from all the villages of Elbaf, and even the imprisoned elder from the Wine Village, who was the father of Princess Estelida, was released. He was unaware that his daughter had already passed away and was eagerly awaiting Harold's arrival. Due to being under house arrest, his information was severely obstructed. It was already a stroke of luck that he managed to contact Harold. Thus, he was still unaware that everything Wine Village had done was already known to Harold, nor did he know that the Mountain Bearded had already met with Harold. He was fantasizing about how Harold would support him. The Longbread was sitting next to the Mountain Bearded in a rather prominent position. Now he was the great benefactor of the giant tribe, holding a respected status. Whenever he needed to hurry, he could even sit on the Mountain Bearded's shoulder. No matter which village they went to, he was treated with great respect. Sometimes the Mountain Bearded wondered about the demon fruit that the giant tribe had always protected. Although it was considered the treasure of their tribe, it seemed that its value might not compare to simply eating the fruit. The moment Harold's ship appeared in the sight of the crowd, the giants gathered at the dock erupted into thunderous cheers. Long live the king! The cheers pierced through the clouds, startling even the distant crows into a frenzy. The giant warriors raised their cups and swords high, while children waved their hands vigorously from atop their parents' shoulders. Several old warriors drew their bows taut and shot dozens of fire arrows into the sky, tracing golden arcs against the clear blue. Harold strode down the gangplank, raising his arm to signal the crowd. At that moment, the prince's father rushed towards him, wanting to say something to Harold. Oomph! He heard the Mountain Bearded's cold snort, and only then noticed that the Mountain Bearded was right beside him, along with that detestable brat Shiun and Yida, that despicable woman, and her illegitimate child. The prince's father instantly turned pale, cold sweat pouring down. Harold also noticed him turning his head to glare coldly, yet did not speak due to the circumstances. The prince's father awkwardly looked down, a wave of despair washing over him. It's all over, Harold knows. Like a drowning man losing the last straw of hope, he lost all spirit, feeling as though he had aged decades in an instant, hunching over. He knew the Wine Village was completely doomed. Subjects, I have returned. I am aware that during my absence the giant tribe suffered disasters, but fortunately everything has ultimately turned out well. We, the giant tribe, will forever remember the kindness of Charlotte and Mr. Longbread. Now enjoy the feast. The cheers at the dock rose to another level. The giant tribe's renowned banquet that lasts 3 days and nights officially commenced. There were many matters to handle afterward, but at this moment it was time for the feast. Everything else could wait. And from the current situation, things were not looking bad, were they? Although the sun was setting, the banquet had just begun. Torches filled the entire dock, the flames at the edge of the Rainbow Bridge, casting long shadows of the giants. The huge beasts on the roasting rack sizzled with grease, a rare delicacy, specially arranged by the Mountain Bearded, caught by giants in the underworld. Dozens of large pots bubbled with hot soup. Children chased and played around the bonfire, while warriors held wooden cups, spilling wine everywhere. The wine brewed in the Wine Village had become history. The Mountain Bearded's village had learned how to brew new wine, and at Zion's suggestion, they shamelessly seized the previously brewed wine from the Wine Village, marking the barrels with the Mountain Bearded's insignia. Although the Mountain Bearded felt ashamed, believing it dishonored a warrior's glory, his face flushed with embarrassment. But Xiayun did not mind. He even felt that this old fellow was secretly enjoying it. The Mountain Bearded and the prince's father were archenemies. Such guilty pleasures were hard to express verbally, yet he relished it inwardly. From the old fellow's half-hearted acceptance, it was clear he was willing. However, this was a necessary measure to erase the traces of the Wine Village and prevent their resurgence. If it weren't for the Mountain Bearded's strong opposition, Xiayun would have used his likeness. Harold sat among the crowd, unusually removing his cloak to reveal the polished chainmail underneath. Though his face bore the marks of wind and fatigue, his eyes shone brightly. To His Majesty Harold, The mountain-bearded and the bearded warrior raised their cups in a loud toast. To the king. In an instant the cheers resounded, cups clashing, and all of Elbaf was immersed in this revelry. I want to change my name. At the birthday party for Xia Yun's 6th birthday, she announced loudly to all the villagers. What made you suddenly think of changing your name? Isn't Ding Ding a nice name? Wuhuzi asked. You are human and grow faster than us giants. For the next few years I can tell you every year that Ding Ding has grown bigger. Isn't that good? How vulgar. If you dare to say that, I'll accuse you of sexual harassment. Xia Yun exploded with rage. As she approached her 6th birthday, Xia Yun was worried. Originally, Charlotte Lingling had a relapse of her voracious appetite at 6 and gained the ability of soul fruit. Although the plot had changed significantly and Xia Yun had never suffered from voracious appetite, she still felt a bit anxious. What if the inertia of the plot was too strong? At this time, Elbaf was not like the small island where the nun from the original book built the House of Lambs. Charlotte Lingling had no enemies there. Now that Harold had returned to Elbaf, if she couldn't resist the inertia of the plot and experience the voracious appetite for the first time, if Harold acted recklessly, she might end up as a pancake. Indeed, recently Xia Yun had toned down a lot because Harold had returned. Previously at sea, she had almost been killed by Harold, and she deeply understood the gap in strength between them. Even if she became an adult, she might still not be able to defeat him. In the original story, Big Mom was 30 years old during the battle at God Valley. She was still a member of the Rox Pirates, which means that the peak Big Mom couldn't defeat Rox, and Rox was on par with Harold. Although Xia Yun was confident that she would not waste her talent this time and would become stronger than the original Big Mom, it was uncertain whether she could surpass Harold. For now, she still needed to behave. But it didn't matter. Harold had hostages in her hands. Loki was almost 1 year old and had grown bigger than Xia Yun. However, Loki still relied on Xia Yun and enjoyed being carried around by her like when he was just born. Perhaps only a monster could play with a monster. For giants, Loki was already excessively strong, ordinary giants couldn't handle him, and Harold was too busy. In terms of position, Xia Yun was still a prince washing horses. Once Harold was gone, Xia Yun was ready to take up the role of Wei Zhongxian. Xia Yun still had the guts to use the prince to intimidate the king. Moreover, since she was also a benefactor of Elbaf, her so-called restraint was merely not being as arrogant as when she was sorting out the forces in the village. She still walked with confidence and often took Loki around to cause trouble. So, big brother, what name are you planning to change to? Octopus Man asked obediently. Ahem. Xia Yun cleared her throat. Last night, I gazed at the heavens wanting to do some astrology, but suddenly dark clouds gathered like ink spilled across the sky, obscuring the stars and moon. After observing for a long time, I saw the clouds swirling. Upon closer inspection, it seems Zeus overslept and covered the sky. But this is still a revelation from the heavens, so after much thought, I've decided to change my name. From today on, I shall be called Charlotte Claude Cloud. Claude means cloud, so in a sense it's like returning to my original name. However, no one paid much attention. Although it was Xia Yun's 6th birthday banquet, both the giants and the children from the orphanage were more focused on the food in front of them. They understood that once Xia Yun's desire to speak finished and they joined the dining table, there would be nothing left to eat. This food was personally made by Long Mian without using any fruit powers and tasted exquisite. Damn it. Xia Yun cursed quietly, but didn't dwell on it for long. She quickly joined the battlefield at the dining table, displaying a terrifying food-snatching ability that surpassed even Luffy. Although she didn't have Luffy's stretchy arms to grab food from afar, in terms of eating speed, Xia Yun was several levels stronger. In her frenzied eating, Xia Yun consumed the food as if she were drinking everything down. Before she could even taste it, it slid straight into her stomach. Under Xia Yun's powerful stomach acid, the food was quickly digested, and even when her appetite was at its peak, her saliva was corrosive. In the realm of eating, Xia Yun was both powerful and enduring. Hey, that's mine. Charlotte, you have to keep an eye on Loki. Hilding complained to Xia Yun, not knowing why Loki particularly liked to bully him. Perhaps because he was used to competing for ID's attention with Hilding. Loki liked to compete with Hilding in many ways, including food. Loki had been weaned and could eat normal food. He used his size advantage to occupy a portion of Hilding's food. Xia Yun didn't even lift her eyes as she was ready to play dirty. Humphed. Xia Yun spat a mouthful of saliva that landed on Hilding's food instantly, making a hissing sound as the saliva touched the food. Now you're not eating right. Then all of that is mine. Xia Yun snatched all of Hilding's food and even packed up Loki's, leaving the two brothers staring wide-eyed at each other. So despicable, you even steal the food of a baby. Xia Yun didn't even lift her head. What's wrong with taking a few bites of food from my little brother? Loki could eat the long bread made from fruit powers, that was enough. Taking him to play had almost exhausted her. Ha ha ha, it's really lively. A hearty and normal laugh came from outside the village. Unfortunately, Harold didn't have any special laughter. It seemed that Dong Li and Brokey had used up all the humor in Elbaf. Except for them, most giants Xia Yun had seen had relatively normal laughter. Dong Li's laughter sounded like Jia 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 Jia, a bit like Zhao, while Brokey's laughter was Ka, ba ba ba. It was no wonder they were a pair of good buddies who loved and fought with each other for half their lives. Thinking of this, Xia Yun's thoughts wandered. It seemed she didn't have any special laughter either. Originally, Big Mom's laughter was ma 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 ma, matching her identity as a mother. Now that Xia Yun was male, she certainly couldn't be a mother anymore. At most, she could be a father. So how should she laugh? She wasn't Big Mom, but she could still be a big old dad using father. But father has too many syllables. If she laughed like that, it would be strange. She could only simplify the syllables, maybe use the first two. F-A-F-A-F-A-F-A. F-C-K. That was even weirder. That sounded like a curse. Forget it, Xia Yun pushed the strange thoughts out of her mind. Such a shameful laughter could never come out. It was better to just be a normal person. No characteristics, so be it. After all, everyone in the world of One Piece was particularly colorful. This little detail didn't matter. Harold strode in. During this time, he had been busy with state affairs and hadn't returned for a long time. The situation in the giant country had changed dramatically. The queen had passed away, the wine village had fallen, and many villages had been affected. Even though Shan Huzi and Bu Huzi had already done a lot, there were still many things that required him, the king, to make substantial decisions. Especially taking advantage of this great opportunity to consolidate his power, he had been busy for months without rest. Harold took a seat next to Xia Yun and teased Loki, who was unhappy about having his food snatched. I've been too busy lately and haven't had time to bond with Loki. He won't even acknowledge me anymore. Seeing that Loki isn't reacting, I'm a bit disappointed. Thank you, Charlotte, for taking care of Loki during this time. You've really helped me a lot. I was truly foolish, really. I knew my strength was inferior to Harold's, yet I had no idea that this old man, who is 76 years my senior, would show me no mercy. I regret agreeing to Harold's training request that day. He really holds nothing back. Harold's might is unprecedented. In his youth, he had already swept through the giant kingdom and the new world, feeling the solitude of invincibility due to his overwhelming strength. It was only after meeting Ida that he began to temper himself, which also meant he had not felt the thrill of battle for a long time. Harold does not yet know rocks. It has been too long since anyone has appeared in this sea who could truly challenge him. Although Xia Yun is not yet worthy of making him serious, he is quite resilient. I've never seen such a tough little rascal. After every training session, Harold would express his amazement, and because of this he has become increasingly reckless in his attacks. By the end of the first day of training, Xia Yun had already swollen up a bit. Harold sized dwarfed Xia Yun. When training him, he couldn't even use weapons, yet with just his fists he made Xia Yun run all over the place. Harold is now at least 60 meters tall, several times bigger than the adult Xia Yun in the future, and now he is even more than 10 times larger. A punch from him feels like crashing into a wall for Xia Yun. Even more terrifying is that Harold combines strength with agility. Even with Xia Yun utilizing his full power to move quickly, he struggles. But Harold's long arms and legs give him a terrifying reach. During regular training, it feels like Harold is playing whack-a-mole with Xia Yun. In ordinary combat, Harold does not use haki. If he were to accidentally unleash high-level haki, it could truly injure Xia Yun. To Harold, Xia Yun is like a copper pea, incredibly hard and remarkably resilient. After just a few days of continuous beating, Xia Yun has already become proficient in using armament haki. When they first met, Xia Yun suffered real injuries from Harold, and it was then that he awakened armament haki. However, due to a subsequent overly comfortable life, his use of haki became inconsistent and he made little progress. Now Harold has fully discovered Xia Yun's talent. With the body of a steel balloon, Xia Yun is naturally proficient in defense. He has an astonishing talent for armament haki. Xia Yun can now skillfully use armament haki to harden his body and gather it on his weapons. With naturally thick skin, his defenses have been elevated even further with armament haki. Although he has yet to reach the level of using flowing cherry or Elbaf spear, Xia Yun has already developed his defensive capabilities with armament haki to a considerable level. This might just be the nature of talent. In a very short time, Xia Yun transitioned armament haki from ordinary black to purple black. While there is no clear evidence that advanced stages of armament haki can change color, it is at least true for Xia Yun. When he elevated his armament haki to purple black, he clearly felt that his resilience had increased and Harold's attacks without haki were no longer causing him significant harm. Harold has repeatedly been astonished by Xia Yun's talent during their training sessions. He is indeed a born monster. At just 6 years old, having awakened both armament haki and conqueror's haki, it seems that observation haki is merely a matter of time. Born impervious to blades and incredibly strong, combined with the 3 types of haki and a unique fruit ability, he is destined to become an extraordinary figure in the future. Harold feels that without using armament haki, he cannot compare in defense to Xia Yun. In terms of strength, Xia Yun's monstrous power is indeed formidable. Herald, being an ancient giant, is already endowed with exceptional talent and battle experience, so it is only natural that Xia Yun cannot match him. However, Herald has privately calculated that based on the age of giants, he did not possess such strength when he was 18. In terms of pure strength, Xia Yun is currently second only to himself in Elbaf. Training with Herald has also made Xia Yun aware of his greatest shortcoming, his lack of offensive power. Against a powerhouse like Herald, Zeus and Prometheus could hardly inflict any real damage. The two homies were treated like marshmallows being squeezed at will by Herald. After Herald employed armament hockey for defense, lightning and flames only caused superficial damage. It seems that aside from his innate giant strength, he lacks any true offensive skills. Having such a good talent is also a curse. It has made Xia Yun forget the significance of hard work. Xia Yun decided that whether it is martial arts or choosing a weapon, he must now train his combat skills. Thus he continued to be crushed, but he was also making progress. 6 months later. After today, we will take a break. Although it has mostly been training you, I haven't been this active in a long time. As usual, Herald had nearly beaten Xia Yun to a pulp. Sitting on a pile of stones in the training ground, he explained to the panting Xia Yun, "Next, I am setting sail to contact the surrounding nations with Ida and inform them that the giant kingdom no longer engages in plundering. Elbaf needs to establish normal relations with them. I need to ensure that Elbaf truly integrates into the world." Xia Yun struggled to flip over and sit up. He knew Herald's ideals were not wrong, wanting Elbaf to integrate into the world, but later on Herald took a wrong turn and was badly deceived by the world government, almost leading to the downfall of his nation. However, Herald has not yet interacted with the world government. By the time he does, Xia Yun will be in his 20s. It's best to wait until things truly happen to discuss them. For now, Herald's communication with surrounding nations is a good thing, and there is no need to say anything. Then I won't see you off. I need to reflect a bit. I've recently discovered many of my shortcomings, and I should find a suitable weapon. Those on the weapon rack just don't feel right to me. I need to train my combat skills properly. Herald laughed heartily, giving Xia Yun a pat on the head that knocked him to the ground. "Don't overdo it, little rascal. You are already frighteningly strong. If you want to learn a weapon, go seek Elder Waterfall. Don't let his long beard fool you. He was proficient in all weapons in his youth. By the way, do you have a bit of aversion to swords? I rarely see you use them during training." Xia Yun smiled awkwardly. He still held some prejudice against the large blade Napoleon and was unwilling to use it as his weapon. Herald wasn't bothered. Everyone has their preferences. Although there are many swordsmen in the pirate world and famous weapons like the Supreme Great Blade, are all swords disliking something is just disliking it. I promised you that the royal treasury would be open to you. I won't go back on my word. Let Elder Waterfall take you inside to choose a weapon. Those are all treasures that Elbaf has cherished for many years, and I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Have you gained weight again? The moment Pu Huzi opened his mouth, it was something that made Xia Yun uneasy. Did you not see that I've been beaten up by your king? Xia Yun retorted loudly. TCH, just admit you're envious of my defenses. It's innate, something you can't replicate. However, Pu Huzi was not wrong, as Xia Yun indeed had extraordinary talent, as even when beaten to a pulp with broken bones and internal injuries, his skin remained flawless, not even turning red. His skin was still intact, showing not even a hint of bruising. If it weren't for techniques like flowing cherry that can inflict internal damage, only someone with the overwhelming power like Herald could hope to break through Xia Yun's defenses. Yet he wondered if the swordsman's slash could pierce through Xia Yun's iron balloon. Stop talking nonsense. Herald sent you here to choose a weapon. Hurry up. My hands are itching with anticipation. Pu Huzi, however, remained calm and leisurely led Xia Yun towards the palace's treasury. The treasury was located at the very bottom of the palace, requiring passage through countless doors and staircases. He couldn't fathom how this old man, who often forgot what he had eaten yesterday, managed to remember such a complex route. After what felt like an eternity, Pu Huzi finally brought Xia Yun to the entrance of the treasury. If he guessed correctly, the entire door was made of adam wood. It exuded a warm wooden texture, yet in terms of security, there could hardly be a sturdier door in the world. The giant craftsman had even embedded jagged sea tower stone strips within the adam wood, silently suppressing the abilities of all devil fruit users. Given Elbaf's long history, this was perhaps a precaution against those with the door fruit ability. Thinking of this, Xia Yun couldn't help but touch the precious door fruit he kept closely guarded. Perhaps the effort expended in embedding those sea tower stone strips had drained the craftsman's energy. The entire door was devoid of any embellishments, plain and unadorned. Pu Huzi took out a key and unlocked the chains wrapped around the door. Then, with Xia Yun on either side, they pushed the door open with great effort. Inside the treasury, the walls were adorned with enormous murals depicting the tales of the sun god Nika, yet due to their overly abstract nature, no one knew what they truly aimed to convey. Moreover, Xia Yun was just an ordinary person, not one for much chatter, and had no interest in the murals. To Xia Yun's disappointment, the treasures of jewels and gold were few, occupying only a small portion of the treasury, far from the overwhelming wealth he had imagined in the vault of the legendary Shanks. The treasury was filled mainly with various weapons and armors. Ha ha ha, magnificent, isn't it? Heroes of Elbaf throughout the ages have their weapons and armor stored here after their passing. Each of them was a master of armament hockey, and many of the weapons were near the level of black blades. In terms of value, those so-called fine swords and great swords from the outside world could hardly compare. Let me introduce these weapons to you one by one. Even though I don't understand why you dislike great swords so much, the majority of them here are indeed great swords. Why not take a look? You might find one that catches your eye. Since you don't want to use a great sword, how about trying an axe? The current captain of the giant pirates, Bragi, uses one too. It's quite suitable for a powerhouse like you. Xia Yun shook his head vigorously, not wanting to have an axe like a certain someone. If it were Escanor from the 7 Deadly Sins with that exquisite golden one-handed axe, I might have agreed. What about this spiked club? Its previous owner was a remarkable giant hero, renowned even when I was young. It is one of the weapons most steeped in armament hockey, nearly reaching the black blade stage. Such a massive spiked club is certainly more difficult to handle than an ordinary sword. Xia Yun contemplated for a moment and shook his head like a propeller. This resembled the style of Kaido. What if this spiked club also had an awakening ability upon striking someone? Big Mom's Napoleon has a healing ability, ensuring the struck person does not perish, while Kaido's spiked club is similarly fearsome, guaranteeing the struck person will go berserk. That won't do, and this won't do either. What exactly do you want? Pu Huzi appeared somewhat impatient. Xia Yun chuckled. He knew the original plot well, that Elbaf held a truly legendary weapon. If he guessed correctly, it was also stored in the treasury. Xia Yun scanned around, and indeed found a clue. At the end of the treasury, there was another door. This must be it, Xia Yun silently thought. Yet he was curious why this door was not locked. Seizing the moment while Pu Huzi was busy choosing, he pushed the door open. Boom! As soon as the door swung open, a hammer larger than Xia Yun himself flew out, striking him and sending him flying. This blow was even more forceful than Harold's. In midair, Xia Yun spun like a blender before crashing heavily to the ground, not pausing until he landed amidst the treasure pile. Cough, cough. Xia Yun struggled to rise from the pile of treasures, spitting out a mouthful of blood, having sustained real injury for the second time in his life. Before he could react, the enormous hammer, emboldened by its success, soared into the air, aimed at Xia Yun. Run! Pu Huzi shouted loudly. That is not something you can handle right now. However, Xia Yun was ignited with ferocity, refusing to dodge. If he wanted to wield this weapon, he had to face its challenge. Yet Xia Yun did not expect that the weapon began to charge up in midair, swirling with lightning and radiating a frigid aura. Then he regretted it. No way, they were seriously targeting a 6-year-old. Lord Iron Thunder, please show mercy. Pu Huzi shouted nervously from the side. But it was already too late. The colossal hammer with its staggering weight, charged with the strength of lightning and ice, hurtled straight towards Xia Yun. In that moment of impact, the world around Xia Yun momentarily fell silent. As the hammerhead made contact with Xia Yun, a burst of lightning erupted. Countless bolts surged from the hammer's surface, piercing through Xia Yun's entire body, accompanied by a deafening crackling sound. Having spent days using Zeus to shock others, Xia Yun finally faced the backlash. Following that, another force surged from the hammer's core, cold ice. The chill emanated from the hammer's surface, spreading wildly along the shockwave direction, with Xia Yun at its center, unleashing a massive ice storm that engulfed the treasury and obscured Pu Huzi's vision. Without waiting for the dust to settle, Pu Huzi rushed to Xia Yun's side, discovering he had been driven deep into the ground and frozen by a massive block of ice. Xia Yun was unconscious, eyes rolled back with scorch marks from the lightning and frozen blood at the corners of his mouth. Simultaneously, the combination attack from the colossal hammer continued to drain Xia Yun's health, with the lightning still dancing across the ice, causing him to twitch uncontrollably. Lord Tiela, he is still just a child. Xia Yun slowly awakened, realizing he had not been unconscious for long. He had also just been freed from the ice block by Tiela. Upon waking, he heard the incessant chatter of the bearded man. Next to the bearded man was an enormous squirrel. Its fluffy body and round cheeks were quite adorable, yet it was significantly larger than the bearded man. Xia Yun began to grasp what had just transpired. He had been taken down by Tiela in an instant. Tiela was a weapon that had consumed the animal-type squirrel fruit, its original form being a giant hammer, several dozen meters long, arguably the most powerful weapon in the world of One Piece, with combat power rivaling that of an emperor. According to the setting, countless giants sought to conquer it to obtain the national treasure of Elbaf, the devil fruit of the animal type, the dragon fruit, mythical beast form Nidhogg. Tiela is the guardian beast of this devil fruit. At the same time, Tiela himself has also consumed a devil fruit, and his original form is a hammer transformed by consuming the animal-type squirrel fruit. Moreover, the fruit Tiela consumed is likely not an ordinary squirrel fruit, but must be a variant related to Jerry's family. Its original form is probably that of Ratatoskr from Norse mythology, the squirrel that traverses the world, tree capable of wielding the powers of lightning and ice, and likely also a mythical beast type. Teal's existence also indicates that the technology to allow weapons to consume devil fruits is not solely a creation of Vegapunk, but likely a rediscovery from an ancient long-gone kingdom that had this technology. As the guardian of the national treasure of Elbaf, Tiela has thwarted all giants attempting to challenge him. Over the years, no giant has succeeded, not even King Harold, who failed in his previous challenge. Thinking of this, Xia Yun couldn't understand why he had dared to challenge Tiela at that moment. Perhaps it was the arrogance inherent in being a transmigrator, thinking he could have a fateful encounter, but he was still punished. Based on the power inequality in One Piece, it is known that Harold did not earn Tiel's approval, so at the time of the challenge, Harold was not stronger than Tiela, and Harold himself admitted that under the control of the Black Transformation, he could defeat Tiela, but in his normal state he could not. Thus, Tiela is practically on par with Harold in his normal state, even if he is slightly weaker. It is also known that the current Harold could defeat the current Xia Yun in an instant. Therefore, Tiela could also take down Xia Yun in an instant. The power levels have not collapsed. Why does it feel like my IQ has dropped after staying in the world of One Piece for too long? Xia Yun thought to himself. Such a glaring disparity in strength, how did he not realize it at the time? In the future, Tiela will be conquered by Loki, becoming Loki's weapon, and Loki will officially become a major bug in the Trinity, incredibly powerful. Xia Yun wondered whether Loki would still recognize him as his older brother by then. He should write. Next time I want steal his food. Who told him he isn't a giant? I can feel that there is no ancient giant bloodline in him. He isn't even a giant. Xia Yun jumped up. I want to report this to the Democratic Party. How can he discriminate against me for not being a giant? The bearded man pressed down on Xia Yun's head, quickly apologized to Lord Tiela. If it weren't for Lord Tiela holding back at the last moment, you might not have survived. The bearded man introduced Tiela to Xia Yun. This is our national treasure guardian of Elbaf, Lord Tiela. Lord Tiela is a giant hammer that has consumed the squirrel fruit. Do not blame Lord Tiela, it will repel all giants that open that door seeking the national treasure. If they do not earn Lord Tiela's approval, all challengers will be taught a lesson. The enormous cute squirrel waved its hand. Forget it, after all you said, he is just a child, isn't he 6 years old? For a giant, he is indeed just an 18-year-old child. For a child, he is quite strong. If he were a giant, he might really have the potential to subdue me. Hearing Teal's superficial praise, which was actually a rejection, Xia Yun still felt somewhat unwilling. Of course, the current him could not defeat Tiela, but that did not mean his future self couldn't. However, Teal's implication is that he is denying Xia Yun from a racial standpoint. Isn't it true that only giants can challenge? Tiela lifted Xia Yun, shaking him up and down, causing a lot of food to fall out from Xia Yun's embrace, which Tiela snatched away. While eating, he replied, that is natural, it is my mission. And you kid, although you are huge compared to humans, you are ultimately still human. How tall do you think you can grow? At least 10 meters, right? Xia Yun replied confidently. He possessed the same talent as Big Mom, who could reach 8 meters as a woman. Xia Yun believed that when he grew up, he should be able to reach even higher, at least 9 meters, 9 rounding up to 10 meters. TCH, only 10 meters. The shortest giants are over 12 meters tall. With your height, how could you use me? No matter how strong you are, it won't work. My original form is 30 to 40 meters long. Only giants with ancient giant bloodlines can wield me. Tiela used the skill of refusal. Xia Yun unleashed his never-before-used dog-like skill. Can't you give me a chance? I swear I'll treat you well. No way, even if you become stronger than me in the future, it still won't work. Tiela was not playing hard to get. He rejected, firmly cutting off any future possibilities. Even if you become stronger than me in the future, it still won't work. My duty is to guard this devil fruit, and you have already consumed one, so what use do you have? The bearded man comforted. All right, Charlotte, even our King Harold could not conquer Lord Tiela, so let's choose another weapon. Xia Yun still felt somewhat reluctant and downcast. At this moment, Tiela finished the food he had taken from Xia Yun and clapped his hands, pointing Xia Yun to a new target. You can forget about me. I am too large for you. How about trying my brother? He was forged in the same furnace as me and was even born before me. The materials we both used are identical. It's just that I am a bit larger. But sadly, my brother has never consumed a devil fruit and has never been wielded by anyone. Upon hearing that there was a turning point, Xia Yun immediately perked up. A small hammer would be great, it would be cheaper. Quickly take me to see it. Bang! The bearded man struck Xia Yun's head hard, shouting, You cannot be so disrespectful to Lord Tiela. Tiela, however, was unfazed. Forget it, after all, he is just a child. The reason I am willing to introduce my brother to you is also because of your outstanding potential. Although I have not met many humans in terms of potential, you are definitely the best. As a 6-year-old kid, you are indeed powerful. Come with me. Tila hopped and jumped toward the second treasure vault door, shaking the entire vault. As a giant hammer, Teal's weight is terrifying, and his weight does not change when transformed into squirrel form. His movement caused the ground to shake. It is no wonder he was impressed by Xia Yun's potential. After taking one of his hits directly, Xia Yun had only fainted for a short while, and upon waking, he had nearly recovered. He truly is a monster. Xia Yun waited outside the treasure vault with the bearded man. Shortly after, Tiela emerged holding a hammer more than 10 meters long. Here, this is my brother, forged in the same furnace as me. It can also be said to be the prototype designed to forge me. The materials for both the handle and the hammerhead are exactly the same. No one has ever wielded it. As soon as I was forged, I was sent to war. My brother was forgotten. Perhaps only I remember him now. You might be the one who can wield him. Come, give him a name. I have decided. I shall name it the Thunderous Earthquake Purple Gold Hammer. Pohuzi exclaimed, "How can you do this to Lord Telius Trust?" Tyle silently retrieved his brother and hid it behind his back, saying, "I think I was a bit too hasty earlier. A guy like you with such a messed-up brain is better suited for an axe. I was just joking earlier. Please do not take it to heart." Xia Yun decisively slid down, realizing that this hammer was indeed quite appealing. Tyle had just mentioned that this hammer was considered his brother, with identical materials, designs, and forging craftsmanship. It was a prototype made by the craftsmen of the Giant Kingdom to officially forge Tiele, so in that sense this hammer could be considered Telius' older brother. Tiele, being a squirrel, harbors racial prejudice and does not accept challenges from non-ancient giants. It's like not being able to obtain Xiao Qiao, but obtaining the Qiao is also not bad. Xia Yun at this moment could not forcibly take Telius' body, so having his brother was still a good outcome. It's just a pity that both Tyle and his brother wield two-handed war hammers. Even if he wanted to in the future, he wouldn't be able to wield them one-handed. At the same time, Xia Yun thought to himself, coincidentally, I am Loki's older brother, and my hammer is also the brother of Loki's hammer, which can be seen as complementary. Moreover, Tyle was right. Its length of over 30 meters was still too large for Xia Yun. Even with enough strength, he couldn't wield it. A hammer of over 10 meters was already the limit for Xia Yun to use, and for him, now, it was still too large. He would have to wait until he matured for it to be suitable. After thinking for a while, Xia Yun decided to give it a formal name. I have decided I shall call it Gaia. Tyle took his brother back from behind, and he was not as resistant to this much more normal name. He slowly handed the hammer to Xia Yun. The reason Xia Yun named it Gaia was mainly due to the shadow cast by the name Napoleon. He did not plan to continue using that name. Moreover, Zeus and Prometheus are figures from Greek mythology. He did not know what Oda was thinking when he named the big sword Napoleon. Perhaps this was also a curse. Big Mom had smooth sailing throughout her life, but faced repeated failures after encountering the true protagonist. This name is much better than the last one. Although I don't know what it represents from today on, you are its first master, so treat it well. As soon as Xia Yun held the hammer, he was surprised by its weight. The hammer's body was definitely made of special material, and even for Xia Yun it felt a bit too heavy. Xia Yun struggled slightly to grip the thick hammer handle. His hands were still small, and he had to use both hands to hold it. Currently, Xia Yun was only a bit over 4 meters tall, while the hammer was at least over 10 meters long, 3 times his height, and incredibly heavy. Although Xia Yun could still use it, it was indeed a bit too large. However, Xia Yun was even more satisfied with this. It was completely designed to fit his adult size. In a few years, it would be perfectly suitable. Don't worry, it will become one with me. With that, Xia Yun prepared to merge with the hammer, reaching his hand towards himself. Though the action was a bit indecent, and Xia Yun let out a groan, he was a serious person. Could it be that move? Pohuzi realized something. Xia Yun wanted to turn this hammer into an existence like Zeus and Prometheus. As before, Xia Yun once again pulled out his soul and infused it into Gaia. The massive hammer began to change instantly, the handle and hammerhead twisting. Xia Yun's face filled with terror. This was actually a female voice. Could it be because I named it Gaia? Gaia is the goddess of the earth in Greek mythology, so does this Homais have a female form? But it's not surprising. In the original work, Big Mom could use her soul to create obviously male figures like Prometheus and Zeus, as well as a female Hera. It wouldn't be impossible for Xia Yun to create a female Homais with his own soul. Perhaps the gender of Homais depends on the orientation of its carrier. But this voice is too mature. It sounds quite seductive. Even in the grand tale of Greek mythology, the earth goddess Gaia doesn't have many scandalous stories. She is relatively dignified. Before long, the giant hammer Gaia shrank smaller and smaller, floating in the air, then began to transform. It emitted a dazzling light that lasted for a long time, and when it dissipated it had turned into a Viking pirate hat. Perhaps this is just the inertia of the plot. As a weapon it ultimately turned into a hat. Moreover, it bore the characteristics of Elbaf. Not an ordinary pirate hat, but one adorned with a pair of giant horns and more metallic decorations. However, it was quite discordant. It was a pink Viking pirate hat, and even the two decorative giant horns on the hat were pink. Isn't this a bit too feminine? Xia Yun complained inwardly. His hair color was natural and could not be changed, but since crossing over he had deliberately avoided mimicking Big Mom's appearance from his past life and had never worn pink clothing. But this hat, can it really not change color? No, my lord Xia Yun. You should be thankful that it isn't green. Without a moment's hesitation, the hat turned Gaia flew up and landed on Xia Yun's head. It fit perfectly. Even though it had once been such a heavy hammer, after transforming into home eyes, it gained the ability to float autonomously. After it was placed on his head, Xia Yun did not feel the strain on his spine. Yet Xia Yun was still very shocked. Gaia possessed such high intelligence that it had even learned to answer back. That's right. My lord Xia Yun, your soul has completed me. After all these years I only had a faint consciousness that was about to dissipate. Luckily, I met you, my lord Xia Yun, but rest assured my essence is still your soul, and I will absolutely not betray you. Gaia's voice was indeed very mature and quite seductive. Hey, does wearing me on your head mean you can read my thoughts? Are you a sorting hat? Xia Yun, thinking his thoughts were being accessed, exploded like a frizzy orange cat. Not at all, Gaia replied. I can only vaguely sense your thoughts, but you guessed one thing correctly. I inherently consider myself female, so it's not related to your soul. Don't worry, my lord, you are still a bold man. Your current appearance is also very fierce. Just then there was a luxurious mirror adorned with numerous jewels beside Xia Yun. He ran over to the mirror to check his new appearance. The swelling from being beaten by Harold had subsided, and his recent intense training had slimmed Xia Yun down, significantly transforming him from a perfect sphere into an oblate spheroid. Gaia indeed turned into an astonishingly pink hat, but since Xia Yun's hair was already pink, he found it not so discordant after getting used to it. Forget it, the more pink I wear, the harder I hit. Xia Yun quickly accepted his new image. No matter, the pink power was what mattered. Should I now call you sister? Tiele, on the other hand, seemed a bit shy. Oh, it always thought of this as its big brother since Gaia was the first to be forged. Of course, my lovely little brother. In the future, please take good care of me. Sigh, although I am very happy for you, sister, I really don't know how much longer I have to wait. For so many years, no one in Elbaf has been worthy of my trust until the day Nidhogg returns. Gaia, who also knew the history and was aware of Telia's mission, didn't know how to respond and could only comfort. It's okay, little brother. That day will definitely come. Xia Yun also did not know what kind of silent puzzle they were playing, but he did not pay attention to it. After all, that black dragon fruit was definitely not his, and it was likely Loki's. If it's not his, then there's no need to think too much about it. Everyone has their own way to become stronger. The devil fruit is not the most important thing. Unfortunately, Tai Lei and Gaia, the siblings, could not stay together for too long. As the destined homie Z of Xia Yun, Gaia needed to accompany Xia Yun. Even if separated from Xia Yun, homie Z still had its own life. However, Gaia was ultimately created by Xia Yun, using his own soul, making Xia Yun its master. Tai Lei had its own mission and had to continue waiting for the one who could pass its test to reap the rewards. Xia Yun could not remain in the treasury of the giant kingdom for long. Moreover, there was a grand send-off ceremony coming up soon. Harold was preparing to set sail. In the past 6 months since his return, Harold had dealt with many matters. Thanks to the smooth centralization of power, he had also advanced many policies he wished to implement. Harold planned to construct several massive tree roads on the World Tree to connect various giant villages. He also wished to establish normal diplomatic relations with neighboring human nations, aiming for at least a good level of rapport. Building the tree roads was a monumental project. Currently, Harold had only obtained the consent of various giant villages with no concrete plans on how to proceed. However, as the saying goes, while the road cannot be built immediately, one must envision the future. The beautiful future that Harold painted had already stirred the giants of the giant kingdom. Over the years, the kings of Elbaf had mostly been nothing more than bandit leaders. It was the first time they had a king willing to bring about change for the benefit of the citizens. Even though Harold's reputation in Elbaf was already high, he was now in urgent need of a substantial political achievement. He wanted to make Ida his queen. All the giants knew of his relationship with Ida, but she was an ordinary giant born overseas, making their bond somewhat improper. Thus, Harold thought of setting sail. He planned to take Ida with him to visit various human nations. If he could establish genuine diplomatic relations and friendships with these countries, it would reduce the resistance when he officially named Ida as queen. At the port, just like on the day Harold returned, the giants organized a grand send-off ceremony again. To showcase their friendliness, the giants accompanying him changed their gear this time. They replaced their unchanging armor with ordinary attire, even putting away their weapons, transforming from the garb of Viking pirates into the usual appearance of common humans, resembling a giant from outside Elbaf. In truth, the giants had such a bad reputation largely due to Elbaf. Not all giants resided in Elbaf. They were widely distributed across the world, and many had peaceful dispositions, integrating harmoniously into local life. These giants from outside Elbaf also disdained the giants of Elbaf, believing they had tarnished the giants' reputation. When the moment of official farewell arrived, Harold hesitantly embraced Loki and Helding, but ultimately let go. This trip was crucial, and it was inconvenient to bring the two children along, so he had to leave them in Elbaf. Helding, now nearly 19, understood the meaning of responsibility. He was not particularly reluctant about his parents' temporary departure. It must be said that he was living a more fulfilling life now than in the original timeline. In the original, even though he was Harold's son, he was considered a bastard in terms of social status. He gained little benefit but bore the brunt of the consequences, as in the original story, many giants shifted their hatred of Loki onto him. However, Helding's status was now on the verge of legitimacy. One could say that the child thrived under his mother's favor. Once Ida truly became queen, Helding's status, while not comparable to Loki's, would no longer be that of a child who could be bullied. His greatest hobby now was practicing combat skills with the great-grandson of the bearded giant Zirolu. They had both been crushed by Xia Yun in the past, sharing a bond of sympathy. Although Xia Yun viewed them as lacking among their peers, they were still considered exceptional. Surprisingly, it was Loki who felt more reluctant. This child had largely accepted Harold and Ida, and the shadow from his birth was gradually fading. Whenever Xia Yun went to the training ground to practice with Harold, Loki would command his trusty transportation, the rock lizard, to take him to the training ground. Loki quite liked this lizard, which, despite being unable to prevent the former queen's abuses, had always protected him. However, at this point the rock lizard was nearing its limit due to this affection. Poor creature was overwhelmed. Loki was growing too fast. As a result, Xia Yun had to modify the rock lizard, infusing it with more soul and supplementing some rock material to increase its size. Through it all, Loki gradually became familiar with and accepted Harold. Even a child is sensitive to feelings of love, and Harold truly loved his son Loki. Xia Yun, on the other hand, felt nothing about Harold's departure. With Harold gone, although he lost a training partner, the strongest in Elbaf was now him. Elbaf, your grace, shall shine bright once more. Xia Yun planned to test his abilities in Elbaf. The future matriarch could turn the whole world into a massive war fortress filled with Homie Z, and Xia Yun intended to replicate this on a smaller scale. Xia Yun was uncertain if he could prevent Harold from joining the world government and being branded with the mark of him used to control those under the deep-sea contract. If that were not possible, Elbaf would inevitably become a battleground, suffering severe losses in the upcoming Loki patricide, and his investments would go to waste. If this attracted IMS attention, it would be even more troublesome. At the same time, Xia Yun did not expect Elbaf to heed his commands and become a tool in his hands. The only plausible conqueror of Elbaf was Loki. These giants would never accept someone from an outsider. They could be friends, but becoming their king was out of the question. Goodbye. Harold, the journey is long and the night is dark, so be sure to take precautions. Don't return only to find that Helding and Loki have gained another brother. Seeing that Harold had boarded the ship and crossed the Rainbow Bridge, Xia Yun, feeling secure that Harold could not reach him, began to act mischievously. As expected, Harold, standing at the ship's stern and waving to everyone, suddenly broke into a loud cough. But the ship had already sailed far away. The giants on the shore laughed heartily. Now Harold was a king who was approachable, and he could take such jokes. As the saying goes, without a king in Elbaf, Xia Yun immediately began to act recklessly. With his strength having significantly progressed, he officially set about his plans to transform Elbaf. Xia Yun was now capable of sailing out alone to hunt pirates. With Homie Z-Jack around, he did not need sailors or navigators at all. Just like last time, he encountered unfortunate pirate crews, plundering them all. Treasures to him, souls to him as well. Upon his return, he transformed all these souls into Homie Z. Elbaf had exceptionally precious materials for crafting Homie Z, treasure tree atom. This certainly did not refer to those massive logs. Such high-grade treasure tree atom was far too valuable. However, in the meantime, branches and twigs falling from the world tree were abundant. All were materials grown from the same tree, identical in nature, sturdy, yet flexible, making the Homie Z crafted from them natural warriors. Before long, Xia Yun had organized the creation of an army, a full 1,000 treasure tree atom soldiers. Due to the variation in materials, they ranged in size, but under Xia Yun's control they were all shaped into humanoid forms. The smallest among them stood over 3 meters tall, while the largest was akin to an ordinary giant at over 10 meters. Such an army surpassed many small nations. The soul fruit truly is a powerful tool for generating troops. Xia Yun now possessed a loyal army. Hey, Tai Lei, what do you think of this child? Does he have the qualifications to be your future master? Due to the relationship between Gaia and Tai Lei, Xia Yun often visited Tai Lei, and this time, he brought Loki along. After picking Loki up from the rock lizard, Xia Yun began to boast about his good little brother to Tai Lei. Oh, this child has a remarkably high bloodline of ancient giants. Tai Lei examined Loki closely, lifting him up for a detailed inspection, while occasionally expressing admiration. This child's limbs are strong, and his horns are sharp. The curvature is just right. Indeed, he is a child of great potential, and his eyes. Tai Lei seemed to recall something, pausing in admiration. After a long silence, he slowly spoke. Let's wait for this child to grow up. Perhaps he truly possesses this potential. However, to tame me, one needs not only physical strength, but also mental preparation. This squirrel, who had lived for an unknown number of years, indeed harbored many secrets. It must have fully experienced a blank century. Yet every time Xia Yun inquired, it remained tight-lipped, stubbornly holding on to something. Although Gaia emerged earlier than Tai Lei at that time, he lacked awareness and knew little about that period of history. Tai Lei continued to play with Loki for quite a while, and it was evident that he valued Loki highly. Come play often in the future. Next time you can bring Loki along, or just say Loki can come over. As the sky grew darker, Xia Yun prepared to leave the king's treasury for dinner. Seeing Tai Lei's completely opposite attitude, Xia Yun once again despised his racial discrimination. Why was the attitude towards a being with ancient giant bloodline suddenly so favorable? Xia Yun jumped back onto the rock lizard with Loki. The reinforced lizard could still carry them. Today, Zeus and Prometheus announced they were taking a break and could no longer serve as transportation. With no other choice, Xia Yun had to take land routes. Ever since Xia Yun began mass-producing Homais, Zeus, Prometheus, and Gaia had started to change. The three of them believed they were created from Xia Yun's own soul, yet superior to the ordinary Homais, requiring a grand appearance and better treatment when they made their appearances. Thus the concept of rest emerged. Of course, it was also due to the current life being too comfortable. If faced with enemies, how could anyone possibly rest? No wonder they felt elevated. The Atom Warriors produced recently by Xia Yun had rather low intelligence, with all their talents focused on physicality, only able to understand simple commands. Simultaneously, these mass-produced Homais were inherently suppressed by Xia Yun's soul. This was also reflected in the original work, where those Homais in the kingdom trembled in fear upon seeing the life paper of the elder. Even though Xia Yun had a good temper, the suppression from the essence of life made these Homais show utmost respect when encountering Zeus, Prometheus, and Gaia. As the saying goes, people lift each other higher. The more one is supported, the more one floats. After being treated with such high standards for a long time, there would inevitably be some changes. Children, your older brother has returned. Xia Yun violently pushed open the door and stepped into the warm lamb house. With the nun gone, no one continued to pick up orphans. Xia Yun was not in a position to do so yet, so the lamb house had not expanded, still housing the original children. Xia Yun gradually developed plans for these children. Elhor and Lao Ba were clearly combatants. Both had excellent talents and were likely to become independent experts in the future. If not, he could always give them a powerful devil fruit, at least making them mid-level leaders in his forces. The once timid panda man Rich began to reveal impressive culinary talents. Even though he was covered in fur which did not meet kitchen hygiene standards, this child had an incredibly sensitive palate and had completely mastered the brewing techniques of the wine village. He was now a technician in the brewing of the waterfall village and was learning culinary skills from Long Mian Bao. Though he disliked fighting, that did not mean he was not skilled. The fur tribe, while advocating peace, could be fierce fighters when it came to battles. Rich was strong in both power and agility, and if he could unlock the moon lion form in the future, he would be a formidable force. As for the remaining children, they were rather ordinary in combat, but had some talents in other areas. There was a human child named Mark Taier who always wore an iron mask. The mask was quite distinctive, with the mouth part resembling a donut similar to Lao Ba's mouth. He wore it because he was burned as a child and felt self-conscious about his face. He had impressive talent in mechanical fabrication. He was learning shipbuilding from the craftsmen of Elbaf, but the skills of Elbaf could only currently satisfy him. For more future development, he still needed to go to sea. Another peculiar child named William never wished to disclose his surname. Stubbornly wearing a mismatched crown, he liked to dress like a noble. Even though he had no good fabric on him, he still managed to fashion a cloak, perhaps due to some unspeakable background. Though he did have dark circles under his eyes reminiscent of an overly indulgent noble. Yet more often he was just a shy little ghost. In the past, he loved to tug at the nun's clothes, hiding behind her. To Xia Yun's surprise, William had a unique talent for literature. He could read before arriving in Elbaf, and his cultural level was second only to Long Mian Bao. After all, Xia Yun's understanding of the world's writing was merely superficial. The writing here was mostly in the form of Japanese, and the grammar was quite bizarre. Xia Yun still found it difficult to adapt. Xia Yun did not give up on his benevolence education plan, constantly trying to promote his little stories of kindness. However, after much contemplation, he couldn't figure out how to weave them, and ultimately William took on the task. I must say he was born for journalism. He could definitely sit at the same table as Morgan's the president of the Future World Economy newspaper. The little stories of kindness he wrote were comparable to delightful tales, humorous and captivating, subtly touching lives. Readers felt their hearts race, a red heart facing the sun. However, recently he shifted his interest to gossip. He seemed to have a natural talent for uncovering others' hidden secrets and was exceptionally skilled at being discreet. Sometimes Xia Yun couldn't even spot him. The gossip stories he created based on reality were full of twists and turns, captivating readers and igniting their passions. Though in the original work these children all met tragic ends in horrifying ways, now they were all living beings and would have a broader future. Xia Yun had a good relationship with them as they had relied on each other for so long. These children were the foundation for his future power, and even if they couldn't be combatants, did that mean the weak did not deserve to live? Even the original elder could protect ordinary people. Xia Yun would not lack such magnanimity. Elbaf was not a place to stay for long, as Xia Yun was destined for the new world. Though they were still young and needed more time to develop, in Elbaf circumstances would change rapidly. Xia Yun also forgot when Harold accepted IMS Deep-Sea contract. But Xia Yun had already decided that once Harold was branded with the RBQ emblem, even if it pained him, he would have to flee immediately. At most, out of many years of emotion during Harold's frenzy, he would assist the giant country to suffer a bit less loss, suppressing Harold somewhat. However, it was absolutely impossible for Xia Yun to bet all his assets and power on Elbaf. By the way, where was the original Elder's kingdom? It seems that rocks would not come for another decade or so. I also need to prepare well. Even if the plot has not yet begun, this world has always been fraught with dangers. Harold has left with his little lover. Harold has returned with his little lover. Harold has been going in and out with his little lover in Aelbarth. Harold is constantly coming and going. Yida is pregnant. The storyline is very straightforward with no unnecessary elaborations. Yida has become a pregnant woman. After all, he is still in the prime of his youth. Harold is only about 80 years old, which when converted to human age is still under 30. Accompanying his wife on business trips, unexpected incidents are bound to happen. Thus, 2 years after Harold officially began his visits, Yida became pregnant when Xia Yun was 8 years old. However, it must be said that in these 2 years, Harold has not forgotten his duties despite being under the influence of a little woman. The diplomatic achievements have been quite fruitful. The land capacity of Aelbarth theoretically can support the lives of so many giants. However, the giants' productivity is indeed frustrating. They do not like agricultural production. For a century, the giants of Aelbarth have diligently implemented the policy of while the neighbors store grain, we store weapons. The neighbors are our granaries. The sustainability of Aelbarth relies on one word: robbery. The era of great pirates is still far off. In Aelbarth, it is always the era of grand theft. But now Harold wants Aelbarth to integrate into the world. The longtime bandit wants to turn over a new leaf. This requires building good relations with neighboring countries first. The results of the diplomatic visits over the past 2 years have been remarkable. Even countries that do not favor Aelbarth cannot help but greet the imposing Harold, who arrives with a pair of giants and reluctantly sign some agreements. There may have been misunderstandings along the way, but the outcomes are positive, at least for Aelbarth. During this year, Harold has brought back many craftsmen from neighboring countries, not only teaching the people of Aelbarth how to farm, but also establishing many new handicrafts. In the sunny realm of Aelbarth, some human settlements have gradually formed. In this process, Xia Yun's lamb house has profited greatly. They are among the first humans in Aelbarth. Even though they are just a group of children, outsiders do not dare to underestimate them. These children help outsiders settle in Aelbarth, gathering giants to assist in building houses, and have gained considerable benefits from it. Mark Tier, who is interested in inventions, thrives in the lamb house, like a dry sponge, rapidly absorbing knowledge from these craftsmen, who are also unwilling to hide any secrets. They have also learned that Mark's boss is Xia Yun, a notorious figure in Aelbarth, a fat black hand hidden behind the royal family, and the appointed chief eunuch after Prince Loki ascends to the throne. This is someone you cannot afford to offend. Just as Harold was about to promote exchanges and cooperation, leveraging external scientific power to build a tree path connecting various giant villages, Yida became pregnant. In an instant, Harold's thoughts shifted from the tree path to Yida. Originally, giants have a slow perception of time, and Harold is no longer in a hurry. The tree path can wait until after the child is born. Right now, Yida is the most important. The diplomatic achievements had already gradually won the giants' recognition of Yida, Now that Yida is pregnant, nothing can stop Harold from establishing her as his queen. Harold had initially planned a grand celebration learning from human kingdoms with drums and firecrackers, vibrant red flags, and crowds for the coronation ceremony. Ultimately, Yida expressed that it was not necessary, as she did not like such scenes. There was not even a proper ceremony. They merely informed all the giant villages, and then a unique, grand banquet of the giants commenced in the palace. The giants of Aelbarth celebrated wildly for 3 days and nights. On the last day of the banquet, it was also Xia Yun's 8th birthday, but Xia Yun lacked the energy to celebrate any longer. Throwing a banquet is exhausting. However, these 2 years have felt a bit too mundane. Although his strength is steadily increasing, Xia Yun can already freely control the armament haki and conqueror's haki, and he has a slight sense of observation haki. The Homai's army has begun to take shape. It has become a force that cannot be ignored throughout Aelbarth. However, Xia Yun can clearly feel that his physical growth has not progressed much. His strength has increased, and his endurance has improved. But his defense seems to have reached its limit. His original values are already extremely high, and it seems to be approaching its peak. After the banquet ended, Xia Yun returned to the lamb house, and after finishing the cake specially made for him by the orphanage children, he fell into a deep sleep. Xia Yun's sleep has always been very deep, and he has a good sleeping posture. Today, Xia Yun is still sleeping soundly, but he should not be sleeping this soundly. Wake up, don't keep sleeping. This is a chaotic void without up or down, near or far, only thick ink-like darkness wrapping around from all directions. In this pitch-black environment, the deeply sleeping Xia Yun maintains a proper sleeping position, as if he were dead. No, he is still breathing. How can someone sleep so soundly? Such terrible quality of sleep. A massive light sphere suddenly exists in this dark environment, hovering in front of Xia Yun's chest. After a moment of consideration, seeing that Xia Yun still showed no signs of waking, the light sphere seems to have made an extraordinary decision, slowly flying upwards and then crashing down. Bang! No dust or anything happened. The light sphere bounced back at a faster speed. Xia Yun's belly is the part of his body with the highest defense. This little hit is nothing compared to Loki's elbow strikes during sleep. It is completely ineffective. Hey, are you really not getting up? You will regret missing this for a lifetime. However, Xia Yun really did not get up. 7 hours later, Xia Yun, having had sufficient sleep, slowly awoke. The light of this sphere has dimmed. In these 7 hours, it has tried every method. Noise-heavy strikes, temptations. All to no avail. Xia Yun is a good child. He knows the importance of sleep and wants to grow taller. Living in Aelbarth, he always has some anxiety about his height. After 2 years, Xia Yun has felt that his height growth has been slowing down, gradually falling behind the giants. Thus, Xia Yun has always placed great importance on sleep. If he wants to compete with the 3 generals in combat power, he cannot lose in height either. At the very least, he needs to be 3 times their height. Setting a small goal, grow another 10 meters. To sleep well and grow tall, Xia Yun has consistently maintained over 9 hours of sleep. Moreover, due to his innate strength, Xia Yun has always felt secure and has never been troubled by insomnia. How you finally woke up. Seeing Xia Yun awaken, but still looking a bit dazed, the light sphere prepares to strike big. Ding ding, just as he wakes up and feels a bit confused, Xia Yun's brain forcibly kicks into gear. This isn't the sound of the Ding Talk app, is it? What is happening? Am I back there again? Please no. Xia Yun suddenly opened his eyes wide and checked his body. What came into view were still his relatively rounded hands. His body remained enormous, and the pink ball-shaped hair on his shoulders indicated that he had not reverted back to his former office worker self. Phew, I'm glad I didn't go back. After confirming it, Xia Yun finally had the time to survey his surroundings, which were overly dark and silent. Besides himself emitting light, the only other thing present was this light sphere. Could it be? Shortly after, the light sphere spoke, confirming Xia Yun's thoughts. Indeed, I am your long-awaited golden finger. How rude to keep me waiting for so long. There is actually a cheat code. Xia Yun was overjoyed. He thought he was lucky enough to become a counterpart of Charlotte Lingling and gain such a powerful body, yet he could even unlock another ability. Xia Yun eagerly looked at the glowing orb before him, hoping it would be generous. The larger the ability, the better. I have a strong physique and can handle anything, just give it to me directly. I wouldn't mind abilities like Scion Bloodline, Chakra Fruit, Zampakuto, or Gourmet Cells. The glowing orb slowly spoke. The newbie protection period has ended. You were asleep just now and were quite rude to this system, which makes me very angry, so I can only give you a small ability. Xia Yun was about to apologize, but the orb stopped him immediately. Just kidding, there isn't really a big ability available. Resources are tight lately, so we can only offer an equivalent exchange. That's not easy for us system folks either. The pressure from performance evaluations is immense, so we can only reduce costs and increase efficiency. Since we can't increase efficiency, we can only cut costs. So the generous benefits are no longer available. Now to exchange for abilities, you must offer something in return valued roughly 1 ton, and the final interpretation of value measurement is solely at our discretion. Come on, show me what you've got. Oh, I promise not to let you take advantage of me. Slap. Xia Yun slapped the glowing orb with all his might, the force so intense that the orb quickly hit the ground and bounced away, repeatedly rolling far off. You must be joking. What could I exchange when I'm sleeping and have nothing on me? Are you expecting me to offer my underwear as a trade? The orb, having rolled away quite a distance, couldn't help but retort, first of all, you're not a beautiful youth, and secondly, that item is worthless. Xia Yin used a technique to kick at the orb, but unfortunately missed. After all, it was a system, and it had some life-saving skills. It swiftly ascended into the air, and Zeus did not follow, leaving Xia Yun without any means to control it. Hey, don't be so upset, little friend. The fact that we chose you means you possess something we want. To be blunt, there's a shortage of valuable space abilities in our storage, and a young master has arrived needing one. After thinking it over, we found that the Door fruit from the world of One Piece is a perfect fit, and so we found you. Xia Yun rummaged in his pocket, holding onto the precious devil fruit he had kept close. Oh, if the exchange doesn't satisfy me, I absolutely won't trade. First, give me a dozen gourmet cells. Sorry, we don't have any. Then I want the power of magnetic rotation. Sorry, that's not possible. Then I want. The orb interrupted Xia Yun, boasting. Even though we have nothing, we're still a system, huh? Who are you going to argue with? Don't hit me. Don't hit me. The orb stopped Xia Yun, who was about to leap up to strike him. Just kidding, the Door fruit is indeed a noble space-type ability, and we have prepared that for you. Space abilities indeed. Ding, 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 ding. The portal to traverse. Suddenly, a large door emitting white light appeared in the void before Xia Yun, as if it had some intelligence, growing larger upon noticing Xia Yun's size. The door was slightly ajar, with strange light emanating from behind it, and there was a dial on top, although its contents were blank. What abilities does it have? Xia Yun asked. This requires me to explain the mechanism of the portal, the orb replied. This door can lead to the worlds of anime, movies, and novels, you know, but there are 3 limitations. First, time flows consistently. Spending 1 day in the world you traverse means 1 day also passes in your original world, in the world of One Piece. There are no benefits such as time pausing or accelerating. Second, once you reach a new world, you cannot return at will. You must achieve a 25 exploration level of that world before the door can reopen. Thereafter, you can freely travel back and forth, but you must also have a 25 exploration level in the previous world to open the next door and explore a new world. Third, when traversing, you can only bring personal items. You cannot act as a broker between 2 worlds. A high exploration level of the new world might allow you to develop the ability to bring others along. What do you think? Isn't it amazing? Xia Yun's face twitched. That's such an old trope, isn't the trend nowadays about simultaneous traversal? Exactly, because it's popular that there's no stock. And you've already consumed the soul fruit, which is of a high tier. That is a noble soul type ability. With this fruit, the system cannot split your soul to send it to different worlds. Make sure to develop this fruit well, its potential exceeds your imagination. Xia Yun allowed the orb to give him some quiet time to think, secretly calculating, I'm not Blackbeard, I can't eat a second devil fruit, and I don't know how he did it. If he truly was born that way, there's no way to replicate it. The bloodline theory in One Piece is becoming increasingly serious. If it's not in your destiny, there's no way to force it. Oda has already begun to deify characters. Even Big Mom's physique is starting to lag behind the current narrative. The Door fruit is indeed powerful, but I initially just wanted to create a strong subordinate or embed it into a weapon. But at most I could escape quickly. I still can't face him hidden. To defeat him, I'd have to rely on some cheat code. Traveling through worlds, although the trope is a bit outdated, at least tells me I can learn about the power systems of other worlds. Xia Yun thought for a moment and asked one last question. What is the situation with the pointer on the door? Can I choose the world? If I encounter one I don't like, can I change it? The orb system replied. The world is indeed random, but there is one chance to change it. If you encounter one you don't want to go to, you can choose not to. Xia Yun firmly decided, took out the Door fruit from his pocket, handed it to the orb, and said, let's exchange. Transaction completed. From today on, this door is yours. The orb swiftly took the Door fruit. In an instant, Xia Yun felt a connection with this door, as if it had become his homie, ready to be summoned. Do you want to give it a try? The orb, now in possession of the Door fruit, cheerfully suggested to Xia Yun, since there's a chance to backtrack if you encounter a world you don't like, you can choose not to go. Xia Yun considered it, and thought trying it out would be fine. He then approached the door, slightly reached out, and turned the dial on the door. The pointer spun rapidly before finally stopping at a location, quickly revealing its contents. He saw a giant golden figure sitting in the center, with red, purple, blue, and green colors divided into 4 sections. A series of ominous auras like war, fear, decay, and corruption emanated as the door slowly revealed the appearance of a cosmic starry sky. This was a world of despair filled with war, violence, bloodshed, and struggle. Numerous races clashed with each other, while 4 great chaos demons waited for the opportunity to harvest your soul. As these auras spread, Xia Yun, the soul fruit user, felt a shiver, as if something extraordinary was watching him. Xia Yun was horrified, turning pale, as if he was the subject of Edvard Munch's famous painting The Scream, and he quickly retreated, fearing he would be tainted by those ominous auras. Quick, give me another one. This is Warhammer. I'll let whoever wants to go there go. I find being a corporate slave exhausting enough. Why would I want to go die in that place? The content pointed to by the pointer quickly dissipated, and the ominous aura vanished. Before Xia Yun could catch his breath, the orb made its final reply. It seems you've already figured out how to use the portal, so goodbye, travel safely. Xia Yun suddenly awoke, opening his eyes to see the sky brightening. It was indeed the time he normally woke up. What had just occurred in the darkness of the void felt like a dream, yet this dream was so vivid. Xia Yun instinctively reached into his pocket, only to find that the door fruit was missing. In the next moment, a door suddenly appeared before him. It was the door to another world. Recalling the aura of the Warhammer, Xia Yun couldn't help but shiver. He found even the life of an office worker to be arduous, let alone facing a Warhammer. In his past life, even an ordinary office worker from a material perspective could be considered a noble of the nest, let alone the secure and stable mental state. Such luxury would be impossible in the world of Warhammers. As such a delicate youth, if he were to enter the Warhammer world, he would surely be captured and marked by lewdness, turning into a barbecue. Xia Yun subconsciously ignored the fact that he might be more suited to a different fate. Creak! Someone was coming in. Without time to hide, the door to another world, Xia Yun was instantly on edge. It was Lao Ba who entered. He came to call Xia Yun for breakfast, a child who had always been very considerate. Xia Yun's door was always unlocked, allowing Lao Ba to open it easily. After he entered, it seemed he couldn't see the door to another world. Logically this was impossible, as it was large enough to accommodate Xia Yun. Boss, hurry up and get up for breakfast. They let me come a bit later. We ate before coming to call you. It was quite early to say this. This child was not considerate at all. But this also confirmed that Lao Ba was unable to see the door. Upon entering, he ignored the enormous door, noticing nothing unusual. Indeed, the system had its peculiarities. Forget it, I won't think about it for now. Such matters should be pondered in a secluded place. With the world being vast, the most important thing was to eat. These guys had already left him with only leftovers. If he didn't hurry, even the leftovers might disappear. After a rapid meal, Xia Yun contentedly burped. It was time to go out and take Loki for a stroll. Now that Ida was pregnant, it was impossible for her to continue sailing with Harold. This couple decided to stay in Elbaf until Ida gave birth. Although giants had a lifespan 3 times that of humans, their pregnancy period was not 3 times as long, lasting about 1.5 years. In the following 1.5 years, Harold decided to remain in Elbaf to accompany Ida. However, as a common girl, Ida found it quite uncomfortable in the giant royal palace and was not used to being served. Even after being formally designated as Queen, Ida ultimately chose to live among ordinary giants, sending the palace guards and maids back to their respective villages. Now each village in Elbaf was vibrant and thriving. Each village lacked manpower, needing to learn new skills and develop new jobs, so it was better to let those guards and maids return to their villages. After all, these people previously worked voluntarily in the royal palace without thinking of salary. They barely managed to make ends meet, so returning to the village was preferable, especially since Ida did not need anyone to serve her. Now Ida had settled in the village of the Bearded Ones, building a tall wooden house, as Harold needed to stay there too. It was not far from Xia Yun's lamb house, so after meals Xia Yun often visited Ida's home to bond with his little brother Loki. During their free time, the two would ride around on rock lizards, delightfully calling it an investigation of production and operational activities, guiding deep reforms and aiding Elbaf's economic development. Xia Yun believed he had made tremendous contributions to the changes in Elbaf. In a way, Xia Yun was not mistaken. Harold had promised him access to the treasures of the giant clan's treasury, but now he might have to go back on his word. Money only counts as true currency when it circulates. Treasures are the same. Only when they circulate can their true value be realized. After obtaining Xia Yun's consent, the treasures that had been sealed in the royal treasury for hundreds of years and unseen finally began to flow out, with the commercial activities between Elbaf and human kingdoms being traded for various materials and technologies. Xia Yun was not overly concerned. It was already generous of Elbaf to offer him the Hammer Gaia. Such a weapon would be a national treasure in any country. Treasures are trivial. By going to sea a few more times and dealing with some pirates, he could easily seize them. Moreover, due to the nature of the giants of Elbaf, who generally did not covet treasures, the treasures in the treasury were not many. However, Harold still felt indebted to Xia Yun and unilaterally gave him a gift, a letter of appointment. This was the letter of appointment for the governor of the human settlement in Elbaf, appointing Xia Yun to oversee all issues regarding the human settlement. Poor Harold, he didn't understand what taxes were. Anyway, giants never paid taxes. He also didn't understand what sovereignty meant. This letter of appointment was like establishing a small nation within a nation. Although this small nation was quite fragile, it was indeed tangible power. Yet Xia Yun remained rational. He did not impose taxes for 60 years, but only collected a small management fee, sending the children from the Lamb House to handle some administrative matters while he frequently went to inspect and maintain public order, supporting the kids from the Lamb House. Developing power cannot be short-sighted. They were still on Elbaf's territory, so they must not go too far. Soon a day passed. During the quiet of the night, Xia Yun did not fall into a dead sleep as usual. He quietly summoned the door to another world and turned the dial once more. Being able to endure for so long without using it was a testament to Xia Yun's restraint. No Warhammer, no Warhammer, no Warhammer. Xia Yun whispered a prayer asking for a world with immense potential for development, yet safety. He was willing to exchange his 500 pounds of fat for it. The dial spun rapidly again, finally locking onto a new point. A complex, yet magnificent magic circle slowly unfolded, exuding the scent of ample funding. A few words gradually emerged on the magic circle aslant. Xia Yun was puzzled. Oh, what kind of place was this? Seemingly sensing Xia Yun's confusion, the next second the words aslant disappeared, replaced by a logo. This logo seemed to depict a birdman performing ballet. It also looked like a larger-headed Griffith striking a split in midair. No, isn't this the emblem of fairy tale? Aslant seems to be the name of that world. The moment he recognized this badge, Xia Yun felt an audio device appeared beside him, and everything became exhilarating. This place was great, not to mention that the power ceiling here was quite high, with some magic being utterly unreasonable, but in terms of safety, it was second to none. As long as I enter and immediately join fairy tale, stamping this badge, no matter how rampant I become, I can ensure my survival. At that time, with a sound system, there would be no enemy I couldn't defeat in this world. If you ask me why, it's because I am from fairy tale. However, I wonder if I can break through the dimensional barrier and still have an invincible buff in front of him. Having drawn such a good world, Xia Yun was already eager to explore it. However, there were still some preparations to be made. The world of One Piece could not just be left behind. He needed to explore 25 of the world before returning, and this journey might take years. What if by the time he returned his little brothers had all grown up and Loki no longer recognized him? That would be a loss. I am going to prepare to set sail. All right, Captain. Homai's Jack has been idle for quite a while, and if he and his little brothers find out, they will certainly be very happy. The children of the Lamb House thought that Xia Yun was going out to plunder pirates as before, so they didn't pay much attention. Recently, Xia Yun had not gone out to sea, and all the ships of Homai's were anchored near Elbaf, leaving everyone feeling bored and unsure of what to do. Even the waves of Homai's Ross found these ships a bit annoying. With nothing to do, they could only bother him. He had less and less time to spend alone with Homai's Jack. This time, I'm not taking a ship. I'm only bringing Zeus and the others. I'm preparing to venture outside, exploring new islands far away from Elbaf. This trip might take a long time, maybe a year or two. The children of the Lamb House gasped in surprise, and a few of the timid ones had tears welling up in their eyes. Due to his innate strength and sense of responsibility, Xia Yun had protected these children well. Now they had almost forgotten about the nun. After all, the nun had only picked them up not long ago, and in terms of time spent together, Xia Yun had been with them longer. These children knew they were outliers living in Elbaf. They were not giants, so they understood that it was because of Xia Yun's protection that they could live so freely in Elbaf. Xia Yun comforted them, saying, "Don't be sad, everyone. This time I go out to find a new home for all of you. After all, we are not giants. The lifespan of giants is 3 times ours. By the time we grow up, the giants who are our playmates will still be young. It is difficult to truly integrate since we are different races. Can we really live our whole lives in Elbaf?" Xia Yun was not really going out to find a new home for them. He was about to embark on his own adventure, heading towards fairy tale. But things like finding a new home are very easy. There are so many islands in the new world. Whether deserted or inhabited, with Xia Yun's combat power, it wouldn't be a problem to seize one. Even if there are nations on the island, they would likely evolve peacefully. Hearing Xia Yun's reply, the children fell silent. The children in the world of One Piece are generally precocious. Although they are still in childhood, they are already considering their future. These children come from different places, each with unspoken pasts. Some cherish their original hometown, while others yearn for a new world. Xia Yun's words struck a chord with their vulnerabilities. After all, this is a nation of giants. They do not wish to live their entire lives in Elbaf, and although the children of the Lamb House are all boys, not everyone is like Long Mianbao and Jabba, uninterested in learning and lacking a strong desire to go to college. In the future, they still want to find a girlfriend of normal size. Don't worry, Captain. Just set off with peace of mind. We are capable of protecting ourselves. L and Hall, the children of the Long Arm tribe and Long Leg tribe, spoke first. They are both 12 years old and have already become qualified warriors. Although they are still far from being able to match ordinary giants among the existing human settlements, they are already among the best. The two of them naturally have a strong sense of responsibility and usually take care of their weaker companions. But the one Xia Yun truly trusts and feels at ease with is still the fisherman Lao Ba. L and Hall are still a bit impulsive and not very bright most of the time. They follow Lao Ba's lead. When Xia Yun is not around, Lao Ba is the leader among the three of them. The blue-ringed octopus man Lao Ba is currently the strongest in the Lamb House apart from Xia Yun. If he fully utilizes his poison, he could pose a threat even to adult giants. Moreover, he has a calm personality, is a bit cunning, and is very clever. However, he gets along well with the giants. Xia Yun said, very good, very spirited. Lao Ba, while I'm away, take good care of everyone. Today I officially appoint you as the second head of the Lamb House. I am the boss here, so I appoint you as the second. While I'm away, you will take charge of the military and can call yourself the Great Second. This time I will only bring Zeus, Prometheus, and Gaia. I will hand over all command of the Home Eyes to you. Xia Yun had built a massive Home Eyes army in these 2 years. Their combat power is indeed terrifying. These Home Eyes, once equipped, could easily possess the strength to eliminate a small country, and they are extremely loyal. With them around, these children will definitely not suffer. Lao Ba nodded vigorously, saying, you can set off with peace of mind, Captain. I will take good care of everyone. Xia Yun was very satisfied and raised his arm, directing everyone, let's go find Elder Paguzu. I will ask Elder Paguzu to take good care of you. Hey, you want to set sail alone? For a year or two? Are you really okay? You won't get lost and be unable to come back, right? Elder Paguzu was also surprised. He was somewhat worried about Xia Yun. Although this child is very strong in the new world, the most dangerous things may not be people, but the complex natural environment. If he runs into natural disasters due to bad luck and lacks sufficient sailing knowledge, it could be fatal. But Xia Yun was resolute and decided to set sail despite Elder Paguzu's objections. Unable to dissuade him, Elder Paguzu ultimately had to agree, but he still left a backup plan and found a craftsman to make a life paper for Xia Yun. The snail phone needs to be cultivated from a young age, and the one matched with Xia Yun has not yet grown up, so it cannot accompany Xia Yun. However, the life paper can be produced quickly. If Xia Yun really encounters any misfortune, they will be able to find out in time and go to rescue him based on the life paper. Elder Paguzu has deep feelings for Xia Yun. Although in another timeline Charlotte Linlin killed him, in this world Xia Yun has helped him a lot, and the two of them have become good friends across generations. Now Xia Yun is about the same size as the giants of his age. Elder Paguzu has already regarded Xia Yun as an excellent young giant. After greeting everyone, Xia Yun took Lao Ba to Ida's house, where there was one last person to deal with, Loki. Earlier it was mentioned that there was a child named William in the Lamb House who was good at writing and news gossip. At the same time, he has considerable artistic talent. His drawing skills are quite good. He not only created a comic version of Xia Yun's story of kindness, but is also said to be secretly working on a comic version of the story after the ring. The only drawback is that William's painting style is a bit too realistic. Xia Yun asked William to draw him a little thinner, but this guy actually disagreed, stubbornly insisting on his own art. Fortunately, William's persistence allowed Xia Yun to have a portrait that resembled him enough, and Xia Yun specifically sought a craftsman to mount the painting. Xia Yun is now 8 years old, 5 years older than Loki, who is now 3 years old. This is equivalent to 1 year in human terms, but Loki is exceptionally strong and can now stand and run a little. Bored and daydreaming in bed, Loki was very happy to see Xia Yun come over. He jumped down from the bed and ran towards Xia Yun. Loki is still in the stage of learning to speak. Although he might not understand much, Xia Yun ultimately decided to explain to Loki. Loki really lacks love. Even though the situation in this life is much better, Xia Yun still tries to avoid Loki developing feelings of abandonment. If he turns dark in the future, it would be very difficult to soothe. Hey, my good little brother. Captain, I'm going to be away for a year or two. Xia Yun hugged Loki's large head and gently patted it. The child has grown quite a bit of hair compared to when he was born. His short purple hair is fluffy, and he is much cuter now, as long as you ignore Loki's size. Sensing something was off, Loki couldn't help but feel like crying, but Xia Yun quickly covered his mouth. This child cries very loudly, and is particularly noisy. Don't cry, I'm not going away forever. It's just a year or two. You are a giant, and this time will only be a few months for you. Please don't forget me. After being stopped from crying, Loki fell silent, staring at Xia Yun with his large golden eyes fixedly gazing at him. Feeling a bit awkward under his gaze, Xia Yun took out the portrait he had prepared in advance, which was the one William made for him, and handed it to Loki. The Ixiagar continent. North. This is the northernmost part of the fairy tale world, a bitterly cold land, even more suitable for exile than Ningtuta, and it is also the hometown of Gray, one of the main characters of Fairy Tail. Now Xia Yun suspects that the Ice Mage Gray from Fairy Tail and his master have a peculiar habit of stripping, not only due to their personal preferences, but also because their minds may have been frozen. This place is truly too cold. It snowed yesterday, but the effect is akin to a sow donning a new bra. There's no visible change, just an expanse of white. The biting cold wind cuts like a blade fiercely whipping against exposed skin. In such an environment, even the little sun Prometheus has shrunk his form, hiding beneath Zeus. Zeus, being a thundercloud, is not afraid of such weather, and as for the hammer Gaia, there's no need to mention it. How could a hammer possibly freeze? Xia Yun has been in this world for nearly half a month, and during this time, he has regretted for 14 days. Half a month ago, Xia Yun believed he had prepared everything. To avoid the sadness of actual parting, he set off lightly. Under the cover of night, Xia Yun set off alone, riding Zeus to an uninhabited sea area where he summoned the portal. Aside from his personal clothing, he brought 3 of his lifebound homies. However, once he truly entered this world, Xia Yun realized he had forgotten the most important thing. Living a life free of worries for so long made Xia Yun forget the knowledge of survival in the wild, and it was only when hunger struck that he realized he had done something very foolish. He forgot the long baguette. He even forgot to say goodbye to the long baguette before leaving. Clearly they had agreed that it would be his lifelong food ticket, yet it allowed him to forget it right before departure. What an irresponsible loaf. But one cannot fully blame Xia Yun. The long baguette had not shown itself for quite some time. According to the gossip Prince William, the long baguette is wandering through the various giant villages of Elbaf, rescuing wayward giant women, busy to the point of distraction, using all its means to maneuver, showcasing its heroic nature, causing several giant women to feud over it. With the long baguette's prolonged absence and the recent abundance of supplies, Xia Yun also forgot the importance of food. The worst part is he also forgot to bring emergency food. In fact, the children from the House of Lamb had prepared a package for Xia Yun filled with various foods. However, in his haste to leave, he forgot to take it. The next morning, the children, upon seeing Xia Yun's farewell letter and the left-behind package, didn't pay much attention. The boss can forget something like this. He probably won't last a few days before starving and has to come back. When that happens, we must make sure to laugh at him. However, Xia Yun, who has already entered the new world, cannot return so quickly. He cannot go back until he has explored this world to at least 25. Had it not been for Xia Yun's life paper remaining intact, the group would have already set out to sea for a rescue mission. During these 2 weeks, Xia Yun could only drink snow water and hunt animals in the snowy forest. Fortunately, with Prometheus around, the fire source is not a problem. He can manage to get a bite of cooked food. However, at this season, the number of animals active in the forest is pitifully low, and with Xia Yun's enormous size, his consumption is naturally staggering. The cold weather is actually secondary. This level of temperature cannot harm Xia Yun. Relying on his high body fat percentage, even with only a single thick coat, he does not feel cold. What is truly deadly is hunger. Days of hunger have made Xia Yun lose a significant amount of weight. It has been a long time since he felt such a terrifying sensation of hunger. His stomach feels like a clenched fist, hollow and curled up in his abdomen, each contraction squeezing stomach acid up towards his throat. The hellish sensation of hunger continuously torments Xia Yun, and copious saliva is secreted constantly, reminding him that he needs to find something to eat. Prolonged hunger has made Xia Yun irritable. If this continues for a few more days, he may even develop a food obsession that has never occurred before. Bang! Xia Yun jumped heavily onto Zeus. Zeus, fly a bit higher. Find where there are people, hurry, and take me there. I can hardly control myself. Xia Yun, now out of patience, opted for aerial travel. Due to the heavy snow and strong winds a few days ago, flying was a bit dangerous, so he could only walk. But now the weather is clear, and Xia Yun must quickly find a place with human presence to get something to eat. A massive complex is burning fiercely, concealing the unspeakable evil and darkness within. Countless children underwent experiments here, ultimately meeting their demise with their small corpses buried in the backyard. This place bears witness to parents pleased, the separation of flesh and blood, and the despair of children. The bloodshed is nauseating. But at this moment, this evil building and its staff are about to face their judgment. A girl of only 7 or 8 years slowly walked out of the building, not glancing back at the flames behind her, nor at the researchers wailing in the fire. She was once a test subject, but fortunately she survived and successfully controlled her enormous innate magical power. At the moment she grasped her power, she decided to end it all, eliminating nearly all of the researchers and setting a great fire, intending to completely destroy this evil place. Her gaze was lifeless and hollow, yet deep within there was a profound hatred. However, this hatred was not entirely directed at those researchers who had experimented on her. The girl walked slowly, unsure of where the road ahead would lead, but she believed she would not turn back. Yet she still turned back. Boom! The burning building suddenly emitted a loud noise as if it had been struck by something. Then the blazing flames suddenly converged in one direction. It was a ball of scorching flames. A circular object resembling the sun swiftly absorbed all the flames, and in the end the flames vanished as if it had just burped contentedly. But that loud noise just now did not come from it. The main structure of the burning building remained intact. It had needed the flames to continue spreading in order to collapse, yet now it suddenly crumbled. The place that suffered the most damage seemed to be the warehouse. The girl was drawn by the tremendous noise, her curiosity prompting her to approach the area most severely damaged. The little sun that absorbed the flames also seemed to fly toward that place. That was where the research institute stored food. Sizzle, sizzle, what? What is that sound? Is the laboratory's acidic liquid rupturing? As the girl approached slowly, she heard the sound of something being corroded. Then in the next second a feast began. The girl hid behind the door, witnessing a massive oval-shaped humanoid monster swiftly pounce into the pile of stored food, devouring it frantically. That terrifying mouth exceeded human limits, stretching open in an extremely exaggerated manner, while the food in the warehouse was rapidly fed into it. Moreover, the monster showed no discrimination. Even if there were items that had not thawed, the monster devoured them all without hesitation. The enormous teeth acted like a guillotine, quickly shredding all the food that was sent into its mouth and delivering it to its stomach regardless of whether there were any indigestible substances among them. Its frenzied appearance terrified the girl, causing her to tremble and feel her legs weaken, unable to even escape. Is this a demon? The girl could not help but speculate, and at the same time, she realized that the sound of the acidic liquid corroding was actually the demon's saliva dripping onto the ground. Even the saliva possesses such terrifying destructive power. It must be a powerful demon. I don't want to die, yet I want revenge. Who will save me? The terrified girl slumped helplessly to the ground. The battle that had just eliminated the researchers had drained all her magical energy. Now facing such a terrifying monster, she has no means of resistance. At this moment, she deeply regrets her earlier curiosity. But now she can only helplessly pray for the appearance of a savior. However, behind her a tall, thin figure slowly materialized. How interesting. The girl slowly turned her head. Before her stood a tall but thin old man with long white hair and a lengthy beard. His face was lined with numerous wrinkles, and one of his eyes was covered by an eye patch. He wore a helmet adorned with two horns, exuding a style reminiscent of Elbaf. It could be seen that this old man was perhaps a handsome figure in his youth, but now he wore a gloomy smile, making him appear like a twisted old man who lured children. The old man glanced down at the little girl and smiled at her. His expression, reminiscent of Epstein, frightened the girl further into immobility. But he did not feel embarrassed and continued speaking to himself. Oh, your potential is quite impressive, though not quite like this little friend here. The girl was startled, thinking, is he referring to this creature? Is it also a child? Suddenly filled with sympathy for the massive figure before her. It must also be a product of a magical experiment. How pitiful to have turned into this half-human, half-ghost form. It was evident that the monster in the girl's eyes was Xia Yun. Fortunately, Xia Yun was unaware of the girl's thoughts. If he had known, he would have punished her severely for such an outrageous statement. Believe it or not, I will introduce you to Mitsuyoshi Kagetsu. Although that world enemy Kagetsu had not yet been born, once familiar with that little brat's nature, any woman, no matter how magnanimous, would surely feel a wave of disgust after being embraced by him. The thin old man continued talking to himself. It seems you have been hungry for quite some time. However, your future guild leader has decided to have a proper talk with you, so mind your dining manners, little brat. Amaterasu 28 Styles. The old man spoke calmly. Almost reaching a realm where words turned to magic as the old man uttered the final word, a massive and splendid triple violet magic circle instantly appeared beneath Xia Yun, forming 3 concentric rings from top to bottom. The Amaterasu 28 Styles took shape in an instant. But at that moment Xia Yun remained immersed in his food. Although he was within the magic circle, he showed no reaction and continued to shove food into his mouth. He was simply too hungry. Tisk. Seeing Xia Yun still focused on eating, the old man seemed to lose patience and clicked his tongue. He waved his finger downward. In the next moment, a soaring violet pillar of light shot up into the sky, dyeing half the heavens a shade of purple. The immense magical power left the little girl beside him dumbfounded. She could only helplessly open her mouth, staring in shock at the terrifying scene before her. When the light dissipated, the old man was confident, believing Xia Yun had been subdued. He opened his arms and began to speak. Little brat, come and greet your future guild leader. Your potential is immense, and only under my guidance can you become stronger. From today onward, you are now a member of the Heart of the Demon. Please call me Guild Leader Hades. As the magical pillar gradually faded, Xia Yun's figure reappeared. He was still standing, and the previous attack had seemingly only dirted the corner of his clothing. However, at that moment, it was perhaps the angriest Xia Yun had ever been. Not only was he interrupted while extremely hungry, but he had also been attacked for no reason, and the food before him was now ruined. Although the previous attack had not caused any harm, the overwhelming anger caused Xia Yun's rationality to rarely break down. "Ah, bastard. How dare you disturb my meal? Damn you Hades, what kind of name is that? Go." Zeus give him a couple of slaps. Xia Yun had only just had a small meal and had not yet recovered, but the food was completely gone. How dare this old man disturb him? Looking at his appearance, he was a one-eyed dragon. Could he be a pirate? In his extreme rage, Xia Yun prepared to teach this old man a harsh lesson. "Yes, boss." Upon receiving the order, Zeus instantly transformed into battle form, his body pitch black, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel suddenly struck out. Shadow of eternal darkness. The old man effortlessly conjured a pitch-black screen, easily blocking the lightning strike. Seeing that Zeus' attack had no effect, Xia Yun continued to act. "Gaia. Prometheus." "Yes, boss." Without needing further instructions, Xia Yun communicated with his homies through mere names, and the other two named homies understood his meaning. "Yes, boss." Gaia and Prometheus also transformed into battle mode. Gaia transformed from the Viking pirate hat atop Xia Yun's head back into his original form, becoming a massive iron hammer over 10 meters long. It spun in the air a few times before flying into Xia Yun's hands. Xia Yun firmly caught Gaia and spun it around with ease. Prometheus also attached himself to Xia Yun's hair, bestowing Gaia with a layer of fiery burning buff. Having released his lightning, Zeus recognized that Xia Yun was preparing to use his finishing move and also channeled the power of thunder into Gaia. Xia Yun suddenly pushed off the ground, charging toward the old man. His massive figure, towering at 5 to 6 meters, rushed forward like a storm, carrying immense kinetic energy as he instantly arrived before the old man. Seemingly still in the act of eating, Xia Yun's mouth, wide open and abnormal, did not close, revealing a fierce grin. With flames swirling above his head, wielding lightning, and possessing a colossal figure with a sinister expression, he resembled a true villain. Xia Yun grasped the giant hammer with both hands, raising it high, infused with the powers of thunder and flames, and brought it down fiercely upon the old man. With this strike, Xia Yun exerted all his strength, even coating the hammer's body with armed color hockey. "Go to hell with your remorse for food, old man." Since it seemed he was not a good person, Xia Yun unleashed his finishing move right away. This level of attack would require even Harold to respond with caution. If hit, even Harold's physical strength could face fractures. The old man, witnessing such a terrifying offensive, felt his pupils constrict in shock. Such a level of offensive power, I fear, even those so-called holy 10 great sorcerers cannot match this little brat. Although the old man still had trump cards and was not worried about being killed by this strike, he noticed the little girl beside him. Xia Yun, on the verge of losing his sanity, had not noticed her presence. As the giant hammer was about to strike down, the girl desperately closed her eyes. In that moment, she felt a sense of relief, seemingly letting go of the hatred in her heart. But in the next instant, the old man made his move. Dark chains. Shadows of eternal darkness. A dark shield formed in front of the old man, while a chain bound him and the girl, rapidly transporting them backward. The giant hammer crashed down. The dark shield only held for a brief moment, perhaps absorbing some of the attack's force before shattering immediately. Though the giant hammer did not hit its target, it created a massive shockwave, causing the ground where it struck to instantly fracture, with a terrifying shockwave spreading outward from the epicenter. In an instant, lightning and flames surged forth, emitting a brightness greater than the Amaterasu 28 styles. The barrel-thick lightning shot wildly, accompanied by a whirlwind of flames sweeping the surroundings. The snow melted and the earth cracked. Centered around Xia Yun, the destructive force was akin to a natural disaster, effortlessly obliterating everything nearby. But at the moment the hammer fell, Xia Yun realized he had struck empty air, feeling no explosive impact. To have dodged this strike, this old man truly had some skill. Xia Yun, on high alert, raised the hammer again. His crimson eyes, fueled by rage, searched for a target. Several hundred meters away, the old man landed with the girl, just in time. What terrifying offensive power! Even the well-informed old man could not help but exclaim in admiration. But Xia Yun had already locked onto him. Elbaf, spear. The attack was imminent. Xia Yun began practicing the Elbaf spear, Bagua, at the age of 6. Now at 8, his progress in learning hockey is astonishing, and he has already begun to use the armed color hockey. Although Xia Yun's Bagua lacks some penetrating destruction due to insufficient hockey solidity, he possesses the powers of Homai's thunder and flames, enhancing the impact of Bagua. What incredible skill! The old man, being well-versed in many things, immediately recognized that Xia Yun's move was likely an extraordinary inherited martial technique. In terms of destructive power, this move even faintly surpasses the earlier earth-shattering strike. It still can only be dodged. Yet he did not forget to counterattack as a massive magic circle suddenly rose beneath Xia Yun's feet. Tens of thousands of sunlight. Unlike the previous 28 styles of sunlight, this time 7 magic circles rose surrounding Xia Yun from all directions. But the attack method seems the same. Purple light pillars rose and explosions followed in succession. The increase in magic circles indeed multiplied the destructive power. This time Xia Yun, being prepared, chose not to take it heeded, but cautiously wrapped himself in a layer of armed color. When the dust settled, Xia Yun remained unscathed. But this was merely superficial. The tens of thousands of sunlight and the 28 styles of sunlight are ultimately different. Originally, this move could instantly shatter Makarov's strongest defensive magic, the Triad. Even if Xia Yun took this hit heeded, he would still suffer greatly. His indestructible skin and armed color allowed Xia Yun to withstand the attack on the surface, but a coppery sweetness in his throat made him realize he might have sustained significant internal injuries. However, he could not lose face and continued to endure without revealing any signs. Even the old man was somewhat astonished to see Xia Yun standing straight, withstanding the tens of thousands of sunlight unscathed. What terrifying defensive power! As Xia Yun prepared to charge again, the old man surrendered first. Stop! Do you want food? I have plenty. You can eat as much as you want. Hearing this, Xia Yun gradually slowed his pace and ultimately stopped 10 meters in front of the old man. Xia Yun jabbed the Gaia he held into the ground, looking down at the old man, and said, "First, apologize to me. Do you know how long I've been hungry?" The old man maintained a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "All right, child. I apologized, now come with me. Just to let you know, I have a big appetite. You just ruined my feast, so you have to compensate me with a meal. Don't worry, I have everything. Ooh, I can definitely make you full. Do you have noodles?" "What is that?" Hades asked, confused. "Forget it, don't mind such things, or as long as it's food, I'm fine with anything." Xia Yun himself didn't know why he suddenly said such things. Yet he really followed him. In this vast world, eating is the most important. One should never take food lightly. If necessary, he could always let the old man taste it first before eating. Xia Yun felt that he had no deep grudges against him. He would just eat first and talk later. After all, with his stomach, he could even drink poison as if it were a tonic. 6 hours later, on a giant ship, a satisfied Xia Yun lay half on the ground. He had just eaten all the rations on the old man's ship. With his appetite satisfied, and now sharp-minded, Xia Yun recalled his earlier negotiation with the old man. By the way, did that old man just introduce himself? What was his name again? It seemed to be Hades. I even called Zeus to deal with him for this. Hades. Xia Yun suddenly realized that he seemed to be quite an important figure. Isn't he one of the major bosses, the leader of the Heart of Demons? In the first half of the fairy tale story, the main plot revolves around the Light Magic Guild fighting against the Evil Magic Guild. And the Heart of Demons is the head of the Evil Guild. At the same time, Hades is also the second guild master of fairy tale, but after stepping down, he believed the true essence of magic lies in darkness, ultimately falling and creating the Heart of Demons, gathering the powers of the Dark Guild together. The overwhelming pressure Hades brought upon his first appearance was unparalleled. He is a creature with high stats, effortlessly wielding powerful dark magic and possessing the ability of immortality. Xia Yun broke into a cold sweat. If it really was Hades, that old man must not have used his full strength. As long as the Heart of Demons he placed on the ship doesn't get destroyed, this old man has the ability to be immortal. It seems he only used the sunlight-style magic and some basic dark magic. He still has many trump cards. But why? Other travelers always meet the third guild master Makarov first, then get taken back to the guild and smoothly obtain the mark of immortality, carrying speakers around to have fun, right? Why am I meeting this old man in the novice village instead of Makarov? And didn't he just want to recruit me as a member of the Heart of Demons? Do I look like a villain? This place isn't suitable for staying long. Xia Yun made up his mind to prepare to escape. In this world, one cannot freely enjoy themselves without being a member of fairy tale. I must think of a way to get away. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks came, and a little girl stood outside knocking on the door to signal. "Hello, if you are done eating, the guild master asks you to come over." The girl said softly. She was the same girl who had just walked out of the research institute. She had also been picked up by Hades. "Hey, who are you again?" Xia Yun had no impression of this girl. Upon arriving at the research institute, he had been frantically eating and later was disturbed by Hades losing his rationality and never paying attention to her. The girl seemed a bit hurt and muttered softly, "I really am too weak. I don't even have the qualification to leave an impression." But she still pretended to be calm. "My name is Ulutaya. Although you may not have noticed, I was just where you were fighting the guild master. Now the guild master asked you to come over." The name Ulu Taya sounds quite familiar. But Xia Yin did not intend to go over. He was going to leave after his free meal. Hades had too many hidden cards. This old man might really keep him here. You are too slow, Ulu Taya. Just as Xia Yun was about to escape, Hades walked in, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Did you think you could run after eating? Little one, are you really going to leave without even leaving your name? Hades smiled, without warmth, having seen through Xia Yun's intentions. With his plan exposed, Xia Yun had no choice but to reply, my name is Charlotte Ding. He almost blurted out the wrong name due to muscle memory. Charlotte Claude, yes. That's right, Claude. This is the meal you owe me. You ruined my feast, and now you must compensate me, so we are even. Hades didn't care and said leisurely, a strange child. I have wandered the continent for so long and have never heard any rumors about you. It's impossible for someone as powerful as you to be so unknown. However, you can become even stronger. You still can't systematically use magic right. Just now you relied solely on brute strength. The thunder and flames had no magical fluctuations. That's your innate ability, isn't it? Indeed, Hades, who is cunning and shrewd, instantly hit Xia Yun's sore spot. Since crossing over for half a month, Xia Yun's exploration level of the fairy tale world has been 0. Without exploration level, how can one return to being a pirate? It seems that Xia Yun has never encountered magical powers. The temptation from this old man is indeed significant. Your talent is very special. No one but me can teach you. Come with me. Oh, I possess almost all the magic books from ancient times to the present in this continent. Whether it is forbidden magic or lost magic, I can teach you as long as you have the talent. Xia Yun gritted his teeth. Hades wasn't wrong. Although Makarov was still his first choice, Hades was also a good option. In the world of fairy tale, there are few soul-based magic spells, most of which are summoning or control skills. For instance, one of Laxus' followers, Bigus, can manipulate the soul of his opponent through line of sight, causing them to temporarily lose consciousness or act according to his will. He can also use doll possession to seal a soul within a doll for control. The last option is to summon the souls of the deceased, but their upper limits are not very high. In terms of effectiveness, the passive ability of the Soul Fruit is already formidable. However, Xia Yun, as a user of the Soul Fruit, still hopes to master soul-related magic to enhance his exploratory capabilities. Following Hades indeed allows one to learn a lot. For this reason, Xia Yun decided to show his skills first. I possess innate magic. Xia Yun spread his arms, activating the power of the fruit. Instantly, particles of soul energy surged forth and flew into various objects in the room, bringing them to life with eyes and mouths. Even though it is his own ability and he has used it countless times, Xia Yun still marveled at how peculiar the powers of the Soul Fruit truly are. At the same time, Xia Yun noticed that the little girl named Elucia beside him seemed to be very afraid of him. In this world, the operational mechanism of the Soul Fruit remains effective. Xia Yun felt that he could extract the girl's soul. However, he decided to keep this secret for now. This is my magic, the gift of the soul, turning death into life. No, this isn't magic. This is your innate ability, or perhaps a curse. Seeing Xia Yun's display, Hades' expression changed, and his tone became urgent. In fact, Hades himself can also perform the ability to transform death into life. When he removes his eye patch, he can use the forbidden magic, divine punishment, to create demons from materials like earth. Although the forms may appear somewhat similar, divine punishment is an extremely profound dark magic that does not involve the power of the soul. Xia Yun did not deceive the cunning Hades. He truly did not understand magic. Although he felt an unknown energy particle filling the nature of this world from the moment he arrived, it was likely magical power. He could store it, and he possessed a tremendous amount of magical power, but Xia Yun had no idea how to harness or utilize it. In simple terms, Xia Yun has extraordinary magical talent, but has not yet truly learned magic that belongs to him. As expected, I can't hide it. I guess correctly, I indeed do not know magic. What I displayed just now was my innate ability. Hades' gaze became even more fervent. If before he looked at Xia Yun like Orochimaru gazed at Kagaya, intrigued, but not compelled to act. Now seeing Xia Yun was akin to Orochimaru gazing at Sasuke. What a peculiar little brat. Hades once again revealed a smile reminiscent of a Poseidon. However, Hades had no interest in Xia Yun's physical form. His sole dedication in this life was to the exploration of magic. Perhaps due to having once served as the master of fairy tale, Hades did not reject accepting guild members. In fact, he somewhat enjoyed the feeling of cultivating children with magical talent into skilled individuals. This gave him a sense of companionship on the road of exploration. After all, Hades had not completely fallen from grace. Xia Yun's displayed talent made Hades somewhat delighted. He recognized Xia Yun highly, and even believed that this little brat could one day stand on equal footing with him. Then what about the power of lightning and flames as well as that transforming giant hammer? Hades continued to inquire. Xia Yun had already decided to learn magic from Hades, so he could only reveal these undeniable truths. Zeus, Prometheus, Gaia, come say hello. Xia Yun called out to his three homies. Hello, Lord Hades. Hello. Xia Yun continued to explain, these are my companions created from my own soul. I divided my soul into 3 parts, one infused into the thundercloud, one into the flames, and the last into the giant hammer. They are all connected to my soul. Hades clicked his tongue in amazement. How marvelous. Splitting one's own soul without any side effects. Come with me, child, and choose a magic for yourself. Without further ado, Hades turned and stepped away, gesturing for Xia Yun to follow along with the little girl Eulicia. At that moment, Xia Yun realized that while he was eating, the massive ship Hades was on was speeding along. They were already close to their destination. Hades was leading them toward the exit of the flying ship. The vessel docked in front of a massive cylindrical building. The only characteristic of this building was its size. From the outside, it appeared quite plain. The door was somewhat small, and Xia Yun, who stood 5 or 6 meters tall, could hardly fit through. After much contemplation, Hades reluctantly dismantled the door of the building, allowing Xia Yun to squeeze inside. Once Xia Yun entered the building, he discovered it to be an incredibly large library. The cylinder was hollow inside, with the curved walls densely packed with various books. Inside the cylindrical structure, there were interconnecting staircases that allowed access to books at different positions. The sheer number of books was terrifying. This massive building was filled to the brim with them. This is the library that records the vast majority of known magic collected by me over a lifetime. Here you will surely be able to choose the magic that resonates with you. Hades proudly introduced the library to Xia Yun and the others. Not only will you choose magic, but magic will also choose you. Open your hearts and accept the guidance of magic. Fate will lead you to the most suitable magic. Under Hades' guidance, Xia Yun and Eulicia opened their minds, searching for the inner guidance amidst this sea of books. Soon Eulicia made her own discovery. As if by fate, she found a magic book titled Arc of Time. It was only at that moment, when the girl found her destined magic, that Xia Yun hit his forehead and remembered who she was. Eulicia, she is Uluru's daughter, known as Sister Tear. Due to her innate powerful magical energy causing some physical ailments that could not be alleviated, Uluru took her to a research institute in desperation. Coincidentally, this institute was founded by Brian, the leader of another evil guild, 6 demon generals, which specialized in collecting children with potential for research, seeking to find those deemed promising to form the future 6 demon generals. Later, the institute deceived Uluru into believing that her daughter had died during treatment and continued to experiment on Eulicia. Heartbroken, Uluru eventually took in Gray and Leon as apprentices. After escaping from the research institute, Eulicia happened to see Uluru guiding Gray and his senior brother Leon. The little girl instantly thought she had been abandoned, turning dark and vengeful. One could only say that the evils of this world are everywhere. Eulicia returned to the research institute, seeking to control magic to avenge her mother. However, by that time, Brian had already found his destined 6 individuals and secretly sold Eulicia to Hades. So when Eulicia unleashed her magic and destroyed the research institute, Hades rushed over. Xia Yun's encounter with them coincided with Eulicia's destruction of the research institute, and he happened to meet Hades, who had come to retrieve Eulicia. At present, Eulicia is merely a little girl at the initial stage of her dark transformation, not yet burdened by the heavy sins of the future. Xia Yun has no particular thoughts about her, and this little girl seems to be terrified of him. Xia Yun's main concern at this moment is the timeline. Eulicia is probably only 1 or 2 years older than Gray. At the start of the plot, Gray is 18 and Eulicia appears to be around 11 or 12, similar in age to the other characters, which means there is still at least 7 or 8 years before the plot begins. Hades, upon seeing Xia Yun, did not focus entirely on Eulicia as before. After noticing she was immersed in the magic book Arc of Time, Hades asked Xia Yun if he had felt the guidance of fate. Xia Yun closed his eyes following Hades' description, emptying his mind to feel with his heart. However, unusually, he sensed the guidance of 3 magic books. Among them, 2 magic books called to him strongly, while another was somewhat reluctant, as if it was unwilling, but also Xia Yun truthfully conveyed his feelings to Hades, who was not surprised. No one had ever said that a person could only possess one type of magic. Talent is talent. Tell me the general location. Let me see what kind of magic has chosen you. The Lost Magic Soul Song. Upper Tier Magic, Giant Magic. The Lost Magic, Morphing Magic. Next, Hades introduced the 3 major magics to Xia Yun. Among them, Soul Song is undoubtedly the most suitable magic for Xia Yun, who could feel the affinity he had with this magic book, nearly maxing it out. However, to Xia Yun's disappointment, Harris stated this magic must be comprehended on your own. The so-called lost magic actually means that this type of magic can no longer be learned by anyone, gradually fading from the world. Soul Song belongs to this category of magic. Those who possess the talent for soul-based magic are already exceedingly rare, and even fewer specialize in the realm of souls. Not all of these lost magics are necessarily powerful. In most cases, they have simply faded away due to excessively stringent inheritance conditions. Hades understands souls, but specializes in darkness. He has seen Soul Song before, but it was never his primary focus of research. At that time, he only glanced at it, and he was nearly forgetting that he even had this book. But if he remembered correctly, it seemed to be a supportive magic. As for giant magic and morphing magic, Hades claimed to be quite familiar with them. Giant magic is one of the spells frequently used by Makarov III, Guildmaster of Fairy Tail. In his old age, Makarov was a little old man shorter than a long loaf of bread, yet the giant magic he was adept at allowed him to transform into a giant several meters tall, and he could also partially enlarge himself. After transforming into a giant, the user does not merely grow larger, their strength and defense greatly enhance, while still maintaining a considerable level of agility. Its power leaves all men in awe and yearning. Morphing magic is even more terrifying in terms of performance. It could be said to be an upper-tier version of giant magic. Giant magic can only enlarge the user, but morphing magic can freely control the size of objects and alter their mass. This is a victory for morphing magic. Giant magic can only control the user's own size, but morphing magic can control not just oneself, but also affect others and other materials. This is a second victory for morphing magic. In battle, giant magic can only employ straightforward physical assault methods, but morphing magic is much more versatile. In theory, the user can even shrink or enlarge an enemy's organs, directly leading to their demise. The flexibility and destructive power far surpass that of giant magic. This is a third victory for morphing magic. In comparison, morphing magic is simply a complete upper-tier version of giant magic and nearly unbeatable. The wielder of morphing magic is Brantish, one of the 12 shields of the kingdom, a character that appears later in the fairy tale manga, exuding an aura of oppression upon debut. Perhaps the author was unsure how to arrange for the main cast to defeat her, as soon after her introduction, she completely transitioned into a comic relief character and stood on the side of the main cast. Upon hearing the introduction to morphing magic, Xia Yun excitedly snorted out 2 puffs of air from his nose, already fantasizing about using magic in the future, clenching his hands and turning the entire island into stone in an ultimate show-off moment. This magic is amazing. In the world of One Piece, this magic is practically divine. No, it's a divine skill in any world. Just the ability to directly affect an enemy's body, enlarging or shrinking their organs and wounds, is enough to severely injure anyone with a strong physique. However, Hades immediately doused Xia Yun with cold water. Overly powerful abilities are subject to penalties. Giant magic has a high affinity with you, but morphing magic only grants you partial access. You can only learn it to a limited extent. I can sense a small acceptance from it towards you, but more rejection. You are not its destined master, and will never reach a profound level of usage. Giant magic can rapidly boost your combat power, but if you wish to delve deeper into magic research, your future still lies with the Soul Song. Xia Yun was quite unconvinced. Since his debut, no one had dared to question his talent. It's just morphing magic, I can easily grasp it. There's nothing difficult in this world, just fearing those with determination. It's just a magic book, how could I not understand it? However, he really couldn't understand it. The works of Qian Shuessen, such as engineering control theory, are undoubtedly a celestial-level cultivation method for humanity, ensuring a lifetime of abundance once you comprehend them. Moreover, the official version costs only a few dozen bucks. Oh, why not learn it? Of course, it's because it's incomprehensible. Xia Yun eagerly opened the cover of the morphing magic book, and strangely enough, the words were all interconnected. Following what was described in the book, Xia Yun guided his magical power and found it effective. After reading through the cover and completing a cycle of magical power operations, Xia Yun set the book down and began to try, feeling quite confident. The magical power surged, but no magic circle appeared. When Brantish made her entrance, Fairy Tail's budget had already run dry, so the effects of this magic were rather plain. Suddenly, without any warning, Xia Yun shrank. His entire body gradually transformed into the size of an average 80-year-old child, and under his deliberate control, the fat on his body shrank even more. Due to diligent training, Xia Yun was actually quite strong. After intentionally reducing the fat, the original intimidating muscle mass became apparent. Then Xia Yun also intentionally reduced the size of his muscles. After all, if he didn't, he would resemble Neza from Ten Cool, which looked a bit eerie. I'm about to revert back to my former triangular physique. Although he stubbornly refused to admit it, Xia Yun had always been very concerned about his body. The pink chubby Jigglypuff is very cute, but the pink chubby Xia Yun is not handsome at all. Though he knew that as he grew a bit more, his physique would slender out, he wouldn't mind realizing it a little earlier. The adult Charlotte's features are beautiful, and her figure is stunning, so If she hadn't been so chubby as a child, she would have also been a beauty. Similarly, Xia Yun was actually a handsome guy covered by fat, with great facial features. Conceited little brat. Seeing Xia Yun flaunting magic and twisting around to admire his own figure. Hades, who had long passed the age of caring about appearances, found it rather boring. Don't be too confident. It seems morphing magic has closed off even more permissions for you. Hades continued to pour cold water on him. Xia Yun, however, had no time for his words, still immersed in the excitement of becoming handsome. It was not until a long while later that his excitement finally began to fade. He continued reading the subsequent contents of the morphing magic book. But for some reason, the order of the words in the magic book seemed to have been scrambled, becoming completely inscrutable. Xia Yun found himself completely unable to understand the subsequent content. I told you it is rejecting you. Xia Yun, frantic and pulling his hair, was a picture of a desperate underachiever. Harris reminded him again, not everyone can become a mage. Magic cannot be learned just because you want to learn it. The vast majority of mages can only master one magic in their lifetime, and for an ultra-upper-tier magic like morphing magic, even having access to a small portion is enough for you to benefit from it. Now tell me, what can you achieve? You can't really just shrink yourself, can you? Well, Xia Yun replied earnestly, I can also shrink other external equipment. With that, Xia Yun cast magic on Hades. It seems like nothing has changed. Hades sensed that Xia Yun had used a shape-shifting spell on him, but after inspecting himself, he found his magical energy status to be good and his body unharmed, leading him to doubt whether Xia Yun had actually cast any magic. Xia Yun realized he might have made a huge mistake and nervously suggested, Is it because you haven't used it in a while? President, why don't you go to the bathroom? Although feeling a bit confused, Hades still turned and went to the restroom. After a quarter of an hour, a heavy darkness descended with a vast and despairing magical power, enveloping the library, casting a deep shadow over the entire building. Amaterasu 100 Worlds. A magic circle larger than ever before covered the entire library, and at the very center of the circle stood Xia Yun. Hades slowly emerged from the restroom, his face a terrifying shade of grim, with his long beard wildly flying due to the surge of magic. In that moment, both his thin arms and forehead were bulging with veins, and an extremely angry Hades even lifted his eye mask, preparing to unleash his forbidden magic. It had been a long time since anything had made him this furious. Stop, President, don't make a move. There are precious books here, it'll change you back right away. Knowing he was in the wrong, Xia Yun immediately admitted his mistake and retracted the magic. At the same time, uncertain whether Hades would act further, Xia Yun desperately activated all the armed color on his body, covering himself with a thick layer of armed color armor. However, after a long while, Hades ultimately maintained his composure, deciding that he could not act against something so trivial and ruin the library he had managed for years. Still, he was so angry that he turned and left, shooting Xia Yun a fierce glare before departing. Downstairs, Ulutia, who had been diligently studying time protection magic, was also quite startled. She had not known Hades for long and had never seen him this angry before. Ulutia quietly asked Xia Yun, "What did you just do? President, why were you so angry?" Embarrassed, Xia Yun could only deflect, saying, "It's adult business, children shouldn't ask." Still haunted by what Xia Yun had done, Ulutia dared not continue asking and quietly distanced herself, returning to her studies. Only Xia Yun understood the extent of his transgression. Xia Yun could only partially utilize the shape-shifting magic, and the permissions granted to him were indeed quite limited. Xia Yun could only shrink his own body, and even shrinking to a normal human size was the limit. Any smaller, and it would be impossible. As for enlarging himself or other objects, that was content for later chapters of the magic book, which Xia Yun could not master, akin to suddenly jumping from basic arithmetic to calculus in a math textbook. However, after further careful attempts, Xia Yun discovered he could shrink other objects, but those objects must possess magical energy. Magic needs to be conducted through magical energy. True shape-shifting magic can forcibly alter matter through magic, while Xia Yun's half-baked level could only influence objects imbued with magical energy. Moreover, the conditions were quite harsh. The objects to be altered could neither lack magical energy nor possess too much, otherwise Xia Yun could not forcibly change them. Thus, Xia Yun suddenly thought of something. A mage must inherently possess magical energy, saturating their entire being. A normal mage with slight precautions would be beyond Xia Yun's reach. But there were exceptions. When unprepared, a mage's exposed organs, especially certain sensitive areas, would not generally gather too much magical energy. So, Xia Yun shrank Hades' little hammer. Truly a magic that would terrify all men. Now Xia Yun regretted it immensely. The only targets that seemed to meet the criteria were male mages' little hammers and female mages' bust lines. Shrinking either would severely psychologically damage the enemy in advance. Xia Yun, with a mischievous hand, experimented on Hades. In truth, the moment he activated it, he regretted it, but for some reason, he was compelled to continue. Given the situation, Xia Yun knew he should apologize to the president, but he feared that as soon as he appeared before him, Hades would unleash the most powerful magic against him. Now Xia Yun had no idea what to do. Well, at this point, I can only continue practicing other magic. That previous spell was far too taboo. Xia Yun decided to shelve it for now and wait until he encountered someone worth testing it on. Moreover, this spell seemed usable only in the fairy tale world since the medium was magical energy. In the pirate world, people did not possess magical energy. Thankfully, otherwise Xia Yun would have had to shrink IMS thing too. Though shape-shifting magic had indicated an end for Xia Yun, he did not lose heart. Soul Song and Giant Magic were also quite appealing. He intended to put the Soul Song magic on hold for now as it sounded somewhat supportive. Xia Yun urgently needed something that could enhance his combat power. In case Hades turned around growing angrier and came looking for trouble, that would be difficult. On the other hand, Giant Magic was quite fascinating. Although it was a lower-tier shape-shifting magic, it was still a rare find. Once transformed into a giant, both defense and strength would see a significant boost. Even for someone as abnormal as Xia Yun, Giant Magic could offer considerable enhancement, visibly increasing his combat power. Giant Magic does not require complex operations. The challenge lies in the initiation. Once initiated, Giant Magic is quite simple, with the upper and lower limits heavily dependent on the user's magical capacity and the finesse of their control. For those with low magical power, even if they used it, they could only grow a few times larger. Someone like Makarov could transform into a giant dozens of meters tall only with a powerful magical force. Fine control on one hand can reduce the magical output needed to become a giant. On the other, it allows partial enlargement, much like the secret techniques of the Akimichi clan. It's truly a magic that all men envy. Xia Yun did not even need to worry about insufficient magical power. Giant Magic was extremely compatible with him, and he could definitely unleash its full power. After spending an afternoon, Xia Yun managed to grasp the basics of Giant Magic. He exited the library and came to an open space, then released the shape-shifting magic, returning to his original 5 to 6 meter tall form. Giant Magic activate. Still, there was no glamorous magic circle in the world of fairy tale. Xia Yun seemed to be fated to have no connection with such flashy combat methods. Yet despite the lack of a magic circle, the actual effect was astonishing. Xia Yun, who was already quite massive, grew 10 times larger in an instant under the immense support of magical power. He became a giant several dozen meters tall, with muscles bulging and devoid of any trace of his previous plump appearance. It seems that any size-increasing ability automatically comes with oversized shorts. Even though Xia Yun tore his shirt, his pants remained intact. Giant Magic does not simply enlarge the user proportionally. Perhaps the only aspect in which it surpasses shape-shifting magic is that while it enlarges you, it also enhances your physique, making the user stronger. Now Xia Yun resembled a herald, equally dozens of meters tall and equally muscular. The enhancement this magic offered Xia Yun was simply terrifying. Xia Yun felt he could almost directly confront Herald for a short time. The only drawback was the lack of endurance. The magical energy consumption was astonishing, and if he were to fight Herald, he could only contend for a short period. Especially since people in the pirate world are all physical monsters, Xia Yun still could not maintain this form for days on end. Xia Yun now prepared to test the combat power of his current state. Gaia. Yes, boss. Gaia transformed back into a giant hammer and forcefully enlarged itself. It was still a Homize capable of controlling its size, able to shrink or grow appropriately. Originally, Napoleon also had its limits. It could grow longer, but could not grow too long, still constrained by the mass of its body. Gaia's original form was already over 10 meters long, but due to its special material, even with all its might, it only reached about 20 meters. Stop! Do you want to destroy this place? A thunderous shout from Hades, who emerged from nowhere, halted Xia Yun. After a moment of solitude, Hades, being an elderly man of vast experience, managed to calm his emotions. Though this little brat was incredibly boring and lewd, he was indeed a genius. Currently, Hades was expanding the scale of the demon's heart. The infrastructure had already been constructed with the laborers he had summoned. When commanding these laborers, Hades was an unequivocal dark mage. In his youth, with his golden hair and blue eyes, he seemed to have inherited some British talent. His superb management skills and exploitation techniques greatly benefited Xia Yun. With the aid of magic, the efficiency of civil construction was remarkably high. Under Hades' financial prowess, the guild's strongholds blossomed everywhere, although the backbone of the force, the mages, still required some training. Xia Yun was now 8 years old, while Ulysses was 3 or 4 years older than him, and there were still 7 or 8 years until the plot began. By the time the Demon's Heart made its first appearance, most of its members would be young adults. It was likely during this period that Hades continuously sought out promising children, imparting to them the lost magic that ultimately formed the Demon's Heart. Though the demon's heart was reputed as the strongest dark guild, much of this strength was attributed to Hades himself. The so-called 7 demon generals within the guild were not particularly impressive in their portrayal in the animation. The sense of oppression from its members was far less than that of the gate of the underworld, and they were not even qualified to lick the boots of the 12 guardians. Currently, Hades was still willing to nurture those with potential. Although Hades was unaware of Xia Yun's true nature, he did not care. The magic of the demon's heart had already been completed, and apart from Jelf, he believed there was nothing in this world that could threaten him. Xia Yun was merely a little brat with some secrets. Moreover, the current Xia Yun reminded him of someone he held in nostalgia. This giant magic was difficult not to associate with Makarov. In the end, the elderly were still somewhat nostalgic. Upon hearing Hades' admonition, Xia Yun retracted his buildup of power, although he really wanted to test his newly acquired strength and unleash a full-force attack. However, this was Hades' territory, and he had already promised to board this sinking ship in 7 or 8 years and become a member of the guild. Before finding a suitable opportunity to switch jobs, he had to show Hades the necessary respect. After all, this old man said he would provide meals. Great. President, you're not angry anymore. Hades' admonition also indicated that he had largely forgiven Xia Yun. Xia Yun couldn't help but admire the president's broad-mindedness. Xia's earlier move had been quite forceful, and Hades probably would have had trouble even relieving himself, yet he forgave him so easily. Xia Yun transformed back to his original size, and then cast his transformation magic again, approaching Hades as a normal 80-year-old child. He attempted to use a child buff, launching the still just a kid attack to placate Hades. I will forgive you this time, but next time you are forbidden from using such boring magic. Oh no, President, I've already thought it through. In the future, if I encounter a male mage, I'll use that move again, and if I encounter a female mage, I'll shrink their assets. It would surely achieve the effect of winning without a fight. Xia Yun remained self-satisfied, showing no sense of shame whatsoever. Hades was enraged, veins bulging on his forehead, even regretting recruiting Xia Yun. You are a member of the demon's heart. If you use such despicable tricks, you will bring disgrace to the guild. Clearly, after being the president of Fairy Tail for so long, Hades still exhibited some professional bias, particularly caring about the guild's reputation. It was not surprising, as Hades could single-handedly achieve greatness. He had to form the Demon's Heart Guild and raise a group of children from a young age, teaching them the lost magic. Subconsciously, he could not forget Fairy Tail. As for capturing slaves and exploiting laborers, it was indeed a common pitfall of those in high positions. I don't care about other times, but when you are out in the name of the Demon's Heart, you are not to use that move. Xia Yun disagreed internally but could not voice it. He could only curse silently. What a rigid old man. However, under the roof, he had to bow his head, ultimately agreeing unwillingly. Seeing Xia Yun agree, even though he still harbored some doubts, Hades ultimately chose to trust him. He waved his hand, signaling Xia Yun to follow him. The library was established in a pristine jungle with trees surrounding it that were extraordinarily tall, each towering several dozen meters high. Even though Xia Yun had just transformed into a giant, he did not seem out of place among these trees. The stronghold of the demon's heart was built deep within this dense forest. In fact, the main stronghold of the demon's heart was the very ship that Xia Yun had just boarded, as it housed Hades' heart, the source of his power and also his greatest weakness. It remained on the ship so that it could accompany Hades wherever he went. Besides this ship, there were still numerous outposts in various locations. This jungle was an unmarked primitive forest in the Ishigar continent. Hades specifically chose this location because it was rich in magical energy and inherently possessed dark attributes. The treetops of these massive trees were a shade of green that bordered on black, with layers of thick leaves almost blocking out all sunlight. The forest did not exude a sense of life. The air was not fresh and was instead filled with the mingled scent of decaying leaves and unknown flower petals. The scenery was reminiscent of the forest outside the wolf fortress of Grey Wolf. Walking with Hades through this jungle, Xia Yun felt his villainous aura growing stronger. Not knowing how long they had walked like this, Hades suddenly spoke up. I have arranged for someone to pick up Elucia in advance. The formal initiation ceremony for both of you is about to take place, so prepare yourself and don't do anything ridiculous. Xia Yun pouted, unsure why Hades was warning him like this. Did he seem like a ridiculous person? Hades came to a stop, and the two reached their destination, standing before an inconspicuous mountain. The mountain was covered with ordinary vegetation, and at first glance appeared no different from the hundreds of other peaks surrounding it. Hades raised his wand and uttered a spell, and a stone door slowly opened. It was only after entering that Xia Yun realized just how grand Hades' undertaking was. He had hollowed out the entire mountain. This stronghold was not built atop the mountain, but rather grew from within it. Hades was not only a genius in magic, but also had a certain understanding of architecture. At the entrance of the stronghold was an invisible barrier constructed from magic capable of detecting everyone who passed through the entrance and providing alarms at appropriate times. Further inside, the artificially carved corridors intertwined with natural caves, the walls inscribed with obscure ancient magical patterns pulsating with a dark red light, as if the mountain itself had developed a heartbeat. Beyond the corridor lay the most breathtaking main chamber. Xia Yun could only wonder what price Hades had paid to hollow out the entire mountain. Immense stone pillars soared from the ground, arranged irregularly interweaving to create a spectacular dome that supported this vast space. From Xia Yun's perspective, the structural integrity of these giant pillars was indeed concerning. Their fragile mechanics would have made a civil engineer's heart skip a beat, yet this was a world of magic after all, where logic was often defied. Cleverly embedded within the pillars were magical lamps for illumination, bathing the entire space in light without being harsh on the eyes. In the very center beneath the dome was a circular platform made of magical crystals engraved with the emblem of the demon's heart, a symmetrical dark red pattern where the upper part resembled a heart, while the lower part bore twisted demonic horns, overall resembling a heart pierced by darkness. To the left of the platform, Eulachia was already standing there waiting. However, apart from Eulachia, there was only a small grayish fat boy, a yellow-haired kid with an explosive hairstyle, a black-skinned youth, and a middle-aged man with thick braids standing in this space. Today we are holding the initiation ceremony for new members Charlotte and Eulachia, so I specifically called everyone here. From today on, the two of them are members of our guild. Charlotte, Eulachia, please come forward and introduce yourselves. Charlotte, for the sake of your health, you must stop eating. Quickly go and practice soul magic. Hades now regrets it. At this moment, separated by the entire world, he actually resonates oddly with the soul of the deceased sister Galmaroro. In this continent, the Light Mage Guild maintains its financial operation by accepting commissions from employers, while the Dark Mages rely mainly on illegal activities and robbery. Even though the heart of the demon has not been established for long and is still in the period of expanding its influence, due to Hades' own formidable strength, it has already begun to show signs of becoming the leading dark guild on the continent. Hades, with his exquisite skills in slave exploitation, has been extracting profits beyond measure. Combined with his years of savings and illicit underground dealings, the heart of the demon is not lacking in funds, and its financial budget has always been ample. Until a certain member joined. When Hades recruited Xia Yun into the guild, he promised not only to teach him magic, but also to provide him with food and lodging, ensuring he would eat his fill. Hades indeed fulfilled his promise, but having learned body magic and no longer worrying about his weight, Xia Yun completely let himself go. In the first few days after his arrival, he was truly famished, and he was still in the stage of binge eating. The initiation ceremony for the heart of the demon was remarkably simple, even not requiring the guild's unique tattoo. After a brief introduction, he was considered officially admitted. Xia Yun did not have a deep impression of the members in the heart of the demon. He couldn't remember the names of the existing members until he saw them use magic, which vaguely reminded him that they seemed to have some roles. The uncle with braids used gravity magic, the loud yellow-haired boy used fire destruction magic, and the dark-skinned boy seemed to be able to merge into trees resembling a low-tier Hashirama. Among them, the one he connected with the most was the little chubby one named Hua Yuan. Both of them loved food and had similar physiques. Although Xia Yun had already slimmed down with the help of magic, he still felt a sense of familiarity seeing someone with such a physique. Hua Yuan's magic is called Ugly Time Descends, which is essentially a voodoo doll. As long as he obtains a hair from the opponent, he can control them through the doll in his hand. It is quite suitable for curses, but if he cannot obtain the opponent's hair, the magic's effect is limited. Hua Yuan's hometown is located north of a major river known for its robust individuals who love food and carbohydrates. Despite the limited conditions in Hades' stronghold inspired by Xia Yun, Hua Yuan still invented special dishes, such as braised meatballs and board noodles. The two quickly consumed the food in the stronghold, mostly devoured by Xia Yun. Due to its location in a primitive forest, the cost of transporting supplies is very high. Within just a month or two, Hades was astonished to find that the heart of the demon's financial chain was on the verge of breaking. If this trend continues, the guild might go bankrupt. Xia Yun single-handedly curbed the development momentum of the heart of the demon. His contribution was significant enough to allow him to confront all the members of the Magic Council, demanding they acknowledge his worth. Hades could no longer tolerate Xia Yun, who kept claiming he was practicing giant magic, consuming enormous amounts of food, and spending his days either eating or sleeping. But in reality, he hardly practiced any magic at all. The giant magic was highly compatible with Xia Yun, and he would naturally improve with mere persistence. He had never heard that the method of practicing giant magic was eating. On the contrary, the magic book that was perfectly suited to Xia Yun detailing the soul song had not been opened by him for days. This was utterly intolerable to Hades. It was clearly a waste of talent. To ensure the guild's development, Xia Yun must be restrained. Hearing this familiar line, Xia Yun thought the nun had come back to life, but seeing Hades gradually becoming irritable and nearly unable to maintain his composure, Xia Yun couldn't help but retort, "President, it's not that I don't want to practice the soul song, but there are simply no conditions to practice." Hades was somewhat puzzled and asked what conditions need to be met. "Tell me. I haven't neglected the magic book, but I glanced through it. The soul song is indeed an auxiliary magic, its greatest feature being the ability to summon souls and communicate with them. Besides that, it includes some abilities such as soul tremors and soul healing. However, it mainly records theoretical knowledge about the use of souls, and there isn't much practical application documented in the book." The unknown author of the book indicated that the remaining aspects needed to be developed independently. Moreover, to practice the magic, one must find a place with souls present. Hearing this, Hades stroked his long beard and began to understand Xia Yun's meaning. Although the soul song is also a lost magic, it is fundamentally auxiliary. A lost magic does not necessarily imply that it is powerful, it merely indicates that it is difficult to learn. It allows Xia Yun to better manipulate souls and understand the essence of souls, but all of this is to enable him to create his own soul magic. It is more like a martial arts summary telling you the principles, but the rest requires your own application. Through the understanding over the past couple of months, he has come to know Xia Yun somewhat. Hades learned from Xia Yun that he was naturally powerful. Hades also knew that Xia Yun, who could instantaneously develop physical magic for cunning uses, was indeed quite clever. However, due to his past experiences, Xia Yun's clever mind always told him to use his overwhelming strength. Thus, asking Xia Yun to study such theoretical magic, which is typically pursued by scholars, was indeed somewhat forcing him. Hades could clearly see Xia Yun's thirst for power. The potential of the soul song is enormous, but it requires patient development. Without tangible incentives, it is indeed difficult for someone with Xia Yun's personality to muster the motivation to learn. Hades pondered for a long time, and as the guild leader, he finally thought of a suitable path for Xia Yun that could significantly alleviate the guild's financial crisis. This path is Dragon Slayer Magic of the Spirit. In the fairy tale arc of a 100-year quest, there appears a character named Rez who is depicted as a member of the fairy tale alongside the third-generation leader Makarov, using the Dragon Slayer Magic of the Spirit. This character, who was a contemporary of Makarov, was actually watched over by Hades as he grew up. Even the Dragon Slayer Magic of the Spirit was taught to him by Hades. As he aged, having experienced so much, Hades sometimes finds it hard to recall details, and his impression of residential has become somewhat hazy, especially after so many years since his passing. Seeing Xia Yun brought back memories of the past. It seems that he really can teach Xia Yun a thing or two. There should still be a bit of the dragon crystal from the Dragon of Soul left. Such things shouldn't expire. After teaching this little brat the Dragon Slayer Magic of the Spirit, he could easily be tossed into a graveyard to consume souls. This would both enhance the little brat's understanding of soul magic and resolve the guild's financial crisis, killing two birds with one stone. Xia Yun watched Hades continuously stroking his beard, remaining silent for a long time, and he roughly understood that he had indeed gone too far over the past month. The little brothers in the world of One Piece are waiting for him to return. After so many days, his exploration of this world has only reached 10. Learning body magic increased it by 5, and learning giant magic added another 5. After that, he had started to slack off with no progress for a month or two. "President, I understand. I will go study the soul song diligently. But you must first give me an address. I need to find a graveyard to practice this magic. Although I've heard that building this stronghold exhausted many laborers, all their souls have been taken by you as fuel. It's truly heartless." Hades was interrupted from his recollection by Xia Yun's words. He turned and glared at him, then slowly replied, "Don't be in such a hurry. Follow me and first help me with something. Once it's done, I will give you a gift." The back mountain of the stronghold. When Hades was constructing this stronghold, he not only hollowed out the entire mountain, but also built a spacious training ground behind it. This area is flat and expansive, sufficient to meet the magical training needs of the currently growing members of the Inferno 7. At this moment, a guest arrived at the training ground. He was a tall man with dark skin and slicked-back silver hair, holding a skull staff resembling a nearly extinct Native American. He stood in the center of the training field, adopting a lazy and relaxed posture, a hint of disdainful smile on his lips. Not far from him, Hua Yuan, the new underling recognized by Xia Yun, lay on the ground in a defeated posture, tears streaming down his comically fat face. He wasn't unconscious, he simply didn't want to get up and continue fighting. Meanwhile, the two future members of the Inferno 7, who used the God Slayer and tree magic, were covered in wounds, panting heavily, but still managed to stay on their feet. Ulu Tia and the braided uncle who used gravity magic were watching from the side. "Well, Brian, is it really that fun to bully children?" Upon seeing Hades slowly approach and speak up to stop him, the man named Brian gradually began to retract his magical power. Hee. Hades, long time no see, you still look so old. They are dark sorcerers. If they can't even withstand this, they should just give up on magic. Brian let out a harsh laugh and greeted him out of politeness. However, his body language completely lacked any sense of courtesy. He was a very arrogant and overbearing man. Hades didn't seem angered by Brian's rudeness, merely saying, your condition has worsened again. You can hardly control that inner personality, can you? Brian was instantly struck where it hurt, his mouth twisting downwards as he forced a sinister grin. You don't need to worry about that. I found the 6 destined children, and I'll solve this problem soon. As for your subordinates, even though they use lost magic, they still can't unleash their true potential. They need more practice. Hearing Brian's belittling remarks, the 2 youths who had fought him earlier were instantly ignited with anger. Boys of that age are generally impulsive. Had Hades not stopped them, they would have been ready to charge again. The braided uncle, watching from the sidelines, stepped forward. In the original story, he possessed profound and inscrutable gravity magic capable of standing against Gildas. However, not long after, his severely diminished combat power was dealt a heavy blow, and he was taken down in one move by Naz, who returned after 2 years of training. But at this moment, he still exuded a strong sense of oppression. As he walked towards the training ground, a heavy pressure permeated the air. Yet Hades still raised his hand to stop him. You don't need to intervene. Brian, since you want to test the potential of my Demon Heart Guild members, let's have you assess this kid's combat ability. With that, Hades pointed at Xia Yun, signaling him to have a match with Brian. Actually, from the moment he entered the arena, Xia Yun had been eyeing Brian. If he remembered correctly, Brian should be the leader of the 6 demon generals. He was also the culprit behind Ulu Tia's tragic life. It was unfortunate that even though Xia Yun was a kind-hearted child, the overwhelming pressure during their first encounter had left Ulu Tia with a significant psychological shadow. Even though Xia Yun later transformed into a normal physique, looking much more handsome, this little girl still hesitated to speak to him. Truly a case of not recognizing worth. Having been immersed in a binge of revenge eating for the past couple of months, Xia Yun had also forgotten to communicate with the first person he encountered in the fairy tale world. Even knowing her background, he didn't know how to unravel Ulu Tie's heart knot. Now seeing Brian again, Xia Yun recalled the monstrous things Brian had done, like informing Ulu Tie's mother through his research institute that her daughter had died, leading to Ulu Tia's eventual corruption. In the original story, the reason he sought out 6 children to form the 6 demon generals was to suppress his dual personality. Brian has 2 personalities. One is a knowledgeable scholar, calm and collected in handling matters, passionate about researching magic. The other is the inner personality, filled with destructive desire, stronger in combat, but also more insane. The 6 children he cultivated from a young age each mastered a contract together, suppressing this destructive inner personality. But evidently, he had only found 6 children now and had not completed the contracts. He remained crazy and aggressive. Xia Yun wasn't too worried about Hades having him fight Brian. Although Brian boasted loudly his actual combat power was just mediocre, without using any tricks, he couldn't even defeat Jula, the Serpent Princess. Seeing him so arrogant, Xia Yun instantly felt an itch in his hands, preparing to teach him a lesson. But Hades keenly recognized Xia Yun's starting stance. Sensing that the reputation of the Demon Heart was at stake, his magical power surged, and he immediately stopped. Xia Yun, you are not allowed to use that body transformation spell. TCH, what a humorless old man. Xia Yun reluctantly dispersed his magic, simultaneously undoing the body transformation that altered his physique, returning to his original massive form. The body transformation spell could also affect Xia Yun's clothes, so he didn't end up bursting out of them when reverting to his original size. The reason he returned to his original appearance was that Xia Yun felt he should show some respect to this opponent. No matter how inept Brian was, he was still a figure of the Saint 10 level. Even if he would become a nobody in the future combat power hierarchy, he was still a notable character now. Oh, is that giant magic? This is the first time I've seen a giant magic that makes people fat. Brian still maintained that arrogant smile, and Xia Yun desperately wanted to slam him into the ground. Not at all. My previous form was the result of magical transformation. This is my true appearance. That man opposite him, daring to call himself by that name, must also be a remarkable hypocrite. Looking down on the Demon Heart and bullying my little brother Hua Yuan, who lay on the ground, it seems I have no choice but to teach you a lesson. You boastful little brat, I'll just stand here and let you land 3 hits. If I even move a step, consider it my loss. Upon hearing this, Xia Yun grinned widely. Deal. Zeus. Prometheus. Gaia. Yes, boss. X3. In an instant, thunder called forth fire as Zeus summoned Prometheus, surrounding Gaia, who had returned to her original size, culminating in a combined form, gathering the force of calamity around Xia Yun. At the moment Xia Yun began to take action, Ulu Tia suddenly remembered something, fear flashing in her eyes, and she couldn't help but retreat. This was also the first time that the other members of the Demon Heart saw Xia Yun in action and witnessed this demonic visage. Hua Yuan need not be mentioned. He had always known Xia Yun was much stronger than him, but this was the first time he had seen Xia Yun unleash his full power. Although Xia Yun's size brought him some comfort, the overwhelming sense of oppression quickly overshadowed that feeling. The braided uncle and the two boys standing nearby were also shocked, their eyes wide open as they gasped. The braided uncle began to doubt himself. The moment Xia Yun started to take action, he felt less confident about defeating him. The next second, Xia Yun solidified his thoughts. The five-meturtle Xia Yun began to gather energy for a charge using Shave to instantaneously appear before Brian, raising Gaia high above. Considering the need to hold back a bit against such old coins from a dark guild, Xia Yun didn't use his full set of trump cards. The giant magic was still hidden. However, just with what he had now, when Xia Yun wielded Gaia, channeling the powers of thunder and fire, and struck down towards Brian, he still posed a deadly threat. This strike absolutely cannot be received hidden. Brian ultimately managed to dodge. Like a defeated dog, just as he was about to be hit, he unleashed dark magic, forming a set of chains that violently flung him away. In the end, he dared not take the hit hidden. At the moment the hammer missed its target, Xia Yun couldn't help but reflect on himself. It seemed his hit rate was still too low. This was the second consecutive time that someone had evaded his attack. Couldn't they be like the characters from the pirate world, enjoying the thrill of a direct punch without dodging? Like last time, the missed hammer ultimately struck the ground, producing a shocking effect. Even if he dodged the attack in his frantic escape, Brian rolled several times before getting back on his feet, looking disheveled and speechless in terror. In terms of power systems, the later stages of Fairy Tail are indeed strong, but the destructive capability of the characters introduced early on is quite limited, especially since most battles occur indoors. Even the so-called glass mages cannot destroy buildings. While the physical bodies of mages are relatively strong, they are far from comparable to those in the One Piece world. If hit directly by such a level of attack, Brian would likely meet his end on the spot. Brian, you have lost. Hottie, standing beside him, unhurriedly reminded Brian. Just moments ago, he had promised Xia Yun 3 moves. Any step taken would count as a concession, yet now he didn't dare take even one move. He had utterly lost face. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Brian let his inner persona take over, allowing the usually calm and composed character to take the blame. This kind of loud and brash personality is like a glass sword easily shattered after a slap. I sincerely apologize, President Harris, I lost this time. I will cooperate with you to establish the Baram Alliance. In another state, Brian still retained his rationale. His heart remained wicked, yet he was exceedingly polite in the face of someone stronger. Essentially, he was a bully to the weak and feared the strong. He had come to discuss forming the Dark Guild Baram Alliance with Hotties. The two had not yet brought the gate of the underworld into their fold. They were merely consolidating the dark guilds they currently held. Brian knew deep down that he was far from being Hades' match, yet he had just gathered the future 6 demon generals and wanted to test the battle prowess of the new generation of mages against the hearts of demons to compare with his 6 demons. However, facing a huge setback right from the start forced Brian to rein in all his thoughts. Upon witnessing this scene, Hotties couldn't help but curl his lips upward. Although on the surface Hotties appeared willing to place the 6 demon generals on the same level as the heart of demons, he had never regarded Brian highly. Brian utilized dark magic as well, but in Hades' eyes, Brian's mastery over dark magic was akin to that of an elementary student vainly attempting to suppress his inner persona, filled with destructive desires. With such limited combat power, what could he destroy? After this battle, Brian would surely have a clearer understanding of his position. Yet even if Brian's combat power was lacking, he was indeed a capable manager. If Hades' methods of exploitation were likened to those of England, then Brian was Belgium, more ruthless and unscrupulous. However, the Dark Guild ruled by Brian had indeed aided Hotties significantly, thus holding its own value. Having obtained the desired attitude, Hotties no longer elaborated further, disregarding Brian's subsequent psychological state, and directly called Xia Yun to leave with him. Hotties had just promised Xia Yun a gift, and Xia Yun had completed his task well. Hotties was always generous with magic and never held back. What's wrong with your skin? How can it be so thick? After numerous attempts, Hotties broke through and issued a soul-searching question to Xia Yun. Hotties had previously taught Reyes to practice the Soul Annihilation Dragon magic corresponding to the Soul Dragon, which possesses the ability to summon souls and exchange them. Hotties had also introduced Xia Yun to the functions of Soul Annihilation Dragon magic beforehand, but its unimpressive effects were of no use to Xia Yun. As for summoning souls, the Soul Song had already informed Xia Yun how to proceed. He simply hadn't practiced it. Regarding the ability to exchange souls, Xia Yun felt it was completely unnecessary. Why should he abandon his own body to invade someone else's? Wouldn't that be self-defeating? However, Soul Annihilation Dragon magic remained quite appealing to Xia Yun. It could grant him the ability to consume souls to replenish his energy. This was undoubtedly a divine skill. If he truly mastered it, Xia Yun could potentially activate the Soul fruit, extract the soul of someone from the opposing faction, and simultaneously consume it to restore his energy. In the original series, Big Mom needed to sacrifice her lifespan for serious battles, especially in the final confrontation against Kid and Law, where she sacrificed a full year of her life for the effects of gigantification and power enhancement, though it seemed ultimately futile. But in the first lesson of teaching Xia Yun the Dragon Annihilation magic, Hades felt a significant setback in his teaching career. Fairy Tail inherited the method of creating second-generation dragon slayers by implanting dragon crystals into the bodies of mages originating from Hades, which later directly benefited Makarov's grandson Laxus. However, Xia Yun's skin was impervious to blades and bullets. He couldn't even make a cut, so naturally, he couldn't be implanted with dragon crystals. Hades utilized nearly all conventional methods, whether through cutting magic or using sharp magical tools, but left no mark on Xia Yun's skin. If he truly wanted to break Xia Yun's skin, he would have to resort to forbidden magic, and at that point the situation would be uncontrollable. "Oh, please don't flatter me so, President." Xia Yun displayed a hint of shyness. Hades felt a wave of nausea. "Bring me the Soul Song to examine. I want to research it personally and see if there are any alternative methods." After taking the Soul Song from Xia Yun, Hades flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. Hades did not show up for the next 3 days. On the early morning of the 4th day, he caught Xia Yun sneaking a bite in the warehouse of the stronghold. Yet he did not hold Xia Yun accountable for consuming guild assets. "Follow me, brat. I've learned the Soul Song and Soul Annihilation Dragon magic, so follow my lead." "What? This is clearly my magic, President. How can you do this?" Xia Yun inexplicably felt a sense of being bullied. A wave of unique grievance surged within him. Hades wasted no words, directly striking Xia Yun's head with his wand. He had wanted to do this for quite some time. "Isn't it because you can't learn it? Otherwise, why would I go through such trouble?" In truth, Hades had gained something from this, but he kept it to himself. Although he had always believed that the source of magic was darkness, and that only dark magic was the strongest, this time, after hastily learning soul magic, it indeed provided him with much inspiration. After teaching Xia Yun the Soul Annihilation Dragon magic, he had decided to once again enter seclusion. His understanding of magic had deepened a bit more. In short, the old man was about to become stronger. "Eat this." Hades threw a dragon crystal into Xia Yun's arms and directly ordered him to consume the entire piece. Even though the dragon crystal contained magical power from a chemical perspective, it was still silicon dioxide, no different from sand. While Xia Yun was confident in his digestive capabilities, he would not go so far as to eat dirt. Seeing Xia Yun hesitate, Hades explained, "Don't worry, I've tested it myself. The moment you consume it, I will guide you to comprehend this dragon's power. Ordinary mages must implant the dragon crystal within their bodies to unleash the magical power it contains, but with my help you can achieve a similar effect. Hurry up, don't waste my time." "Hey, have you heard?" "Heard what?" "Recently, many cities' graveyards have been attacked by ghosts, and someone has already posted a mission to the Mage Association. However, it is said that all the mages who took on the mission failed. Although they claimed there was no danger to their lives, they all fell unconscious, and when they woke up the next day, they said they had no idea what had happened. Only one mage's staff, which has a recording function, captured the shadow of a gigantic monster, which has now become an urban legend." "Oh, tell me more." "What? You really haven't heard of it?" "Well, earlier this year, a merchant passed by a graveyard and offered incense to pay respects. As the sun set, they took a rest at an inn outside the grave, a family of 5. Later at night, the ghosts in the grave began to wail. Their cries were extremely fierce. The head of the family got up to check. The children fell silent, as if there were no one around. He saw a giant monster towering, and extremely large, already taking on a humanoid shape. The giant monster was ferocious, gifted at summoning souls, feasting on them with delight. The merchant was horrified and dared not speak. Fortunately, his ancestors protected him, and he was not noticed. The next day, he reported to the authorities, posting a mission for mages to come, but to no avail. The giant monster roamed unchecked. Those who were commissioned found nothing. Every time they tried to approach, they fell into a deep sleep. Fortunately, one person retained the staff, allowing for documentation. The monster was 5 meters tall with pink hair and sharp teeth, its size immense, often several times that of a normal person. The mages were astonished, deeply feeling their inadequacy. During their reports, they said there is a strange ghost, enormous in size, rotund in form, that enjoys the graveyard, summoning souls to feed on. From then on, it was named the Big Ghost. Damn that big ghost. If I find out who that mage is, I will definitely not let him off easily. At this moment, Xia Yun, who had reverted to his normal human form, was in the inn flipping through the newspaper. Seeing the slander against him, he was furious to the point of smoke coming out of his 7 orifices. He had been so charitable, merely disturbing those who pried into others' privacy and interrupted people's meals without ever harming their lives. Now they were spreading such outrageous rumors about him. The next time a mage comes, I will definitely knock them out, then strip them of their clothes. Let's see if they dare to come again. But this is actually futile, because if Xia Yun really stripped those mages, the next newspaper would report about the big pervert. Not long ago, through Hades' relentless efforts, Xia Yun learned the dragon annihilation magic. Then Hades went into seclusion. Before entering seclusion, Hades made plans for the finances of the demon heart, leaving all matters to Uncle Braid, who used gravity magic and instructed the other young ones to diligently practice magic. In the end, he called Xia Yun aside and assigned him a long-term task, sending him undercover without a specific target, just to find any light guild to infiltrate. This made Xia Yun suspicious that Hades wanted to shift the blame. If he couldn't afford to raise him back, then why pick him up? The financial situation of the demon heart has indeed not been good lately. But didn't Xia Yun just learn the dragon annihilation magic? After that, he could barely sustain himself by consuming souls. Only the occasional extra meal would require more food. How much could the extra meals cost? Could Hades be any more stingy? Although he grumbled and complained, Xia Yun ultimately accepted the undercover task. Once Hades immersed himself in the magical world, he would lose interest in everything, including the development of the Demon Heart Guild. If Xia Yun stayed, the Demon Heart might really not develop well. Without Hades' guidance, the Demon Heart held little appeal for Xia Yun. The only person who gave him a sense of familiarity was the young brother from the Hua Academy. The other kids were all a bit off, either obsessed with fighting, being battle maniacs, or immersed in their misguided notions of evil, thinking every day about how to tempt others into darkness, referring particularly to Urusha. Xia Yun had no interest in counseling children's psychology. After all, these guys would either die in the end or turn good, and he wouldn't stay in this world forever. Once he returned to the Pirate King, it would be hard to intervene in their fates. Xia Yun decided that if there was a chance, he would at most save Urusha and President Hades. He could offer no help to the others. Before leaving, Hades gave him a communicator, telling Xia Yun that if necessary, he would contact him. But after that, it was as if Hades forgot Xia Yun. The communicator seemed broken. It could neither vibrate nor extend or light up, just an ordinary stick. Eventually, the Demon Heart Guild squeezed out a bit of cash, and after giving it to Xia Yun, exiled him. Xia Yun was not familiar with the geography of this world, so he wandered around while looking for graveyards, using the dragon annihilation magic to consume the lingering souls. I must say, Xia Yun felt that his endurance had greatly improved. In the past, he could only extract other souls as materials to make homies. Now he could restore his stamina by consuming souls, making his entire capability system a bit more wicked. But ultimately, it was just a half-baked dragon magic. Apart from replenishing stamina by consuming souls, he hadn't learned anything else. Hades didn't even know how the spirit dragon roared or elbowed. The so-called profundities were even more unknown. Thus, the seemingly impressive dragon magic only added a passive ability for Xia Yun. But Xia Yun was already very satisfied. His exploration level in the world had suddenly skyrocketed to 20. Just 5 more and he could return. I must say, Xia Yun felt that he had come to the right place. Although the shape-shifting magic did not grant Xia Yun more permissions, it still gave him the ability to disguise himself, allowing him to take on a normal person's size. The giant magic greatly enhanced his combat power, while the dragon annihilation magic improved his endurance. If he were to return to the world of the Pirate King now, and during a group battle with enough cannon fodder around, Xia Yun was confident he could display royal-level power before any of those cannon fodder died. It's worth noting that in the original work, Big Mom had a bounty of 500 million berries by the time she was 10, and that was before the bounty skyrocketed for decades. By this calculation, Big Mom at 10 was at least at the royal vice level, and Xia Yun, who had worked harder and had more adventures along the way, would undoubtedly be even stronger. But no matter how strong one is, it is hard to resist the prejudice of the world. In this world, Xia Yun had already been spread as the big ghost. After being expelled from the guild, Xia Yun was not in a hurry to go undercover. He wandered and tasted food along the way, familiarizing himself with the geographical environment. Xia Yun had his own goal. It was time to obtain an immortality buff. So after figuring out the general direction, he trekked through mountains and rivers, attacking graveyards, thoroughly purifying a wave of lingering souls unwilling to leave. One night, after a day of hunger, Master Xia found a new graveyard, dispelling his shape-shifting magic to revert to his original form. This had become Xia Yun's recent habit. He originally thought it was easier to eat in his original form, but since gaining the title of the Big Ghost, Xia Yun felt he needed to take better care of himself. He shouldn't care too much about others' opinions. Being large is just being large. Now, apart from shrinking his size to avoid attracting attention while blending into towns, he also made sure that Zeus and Prometheus minimized their sizes, hiding in his backpack. But when there were no people around, Xia Yun still used his original form. Souls come, souls come. Xia Yun activated the Soul Song. This spellbook, which he often flipped through, had already allowed him to master the basic soul summoning magic. There were many hidden souls in the graveyard. Through the erosion of time, these souls had become pure energy bodies with little to no consciousness left, so Xia Yun felt no psychological burden when consuming them. With the ability of the Soul fruit, Xia Yun was not afraid of the mixed consciousness of the souls. If he could extract purity from the souls of the living, how much easier would it be with those who were already dead? As soon as these souls entered his stomach, they were instantly washed clean. Are you the legendary big ghost? And you're still just a child. While Xia Yun was eating, he was usually less vigilant, and now he was approached. Under normal circumstances, Xia Yun would move in the dark. The summoned souls only emitted a faint light, failing to clearly imprint Xia Yun's figure, causing most of the magic users who came to hunt him to be unable to discern his true appearance. But coincidentally, the newly arrived magic user seemed to be a light type mage, starting off with a flash grenade. Xia Yun did not even turn his head. That strong beam of light had already dazzled his eyes. Did you just say that nickname? Xia Yun was a bit angry. He had previously vowed that if any more mages came to hunt him, he would knock them unconscious and strip them of all their clothes. Now that he mentioned Chow really came. There was indeed someone who liked to hear voices seeming rather old, but it didn't matter. He loved to bully the elderly, and he would strip even an old man of his clothes. After all, being old, he probably wouldn't need them anymore. Xia Yun slowly turned his head, but to his surprise, he did not find a single person after scanning the surroundings. As Xia Yun was puzzled, he felt a bump on his calf. Rude child, I'm right here. The elderly voice came from below. When Xia Yun looked down, he discovered the source of the voice, an extremely short and thin old man. Xia Yun estimated that he might not even be a meter tall, and unfortunately he was bald on top with only sideburns and a bit of hair left at the back. He was also flamboyantly draped in a bright yellow coat, which was probably meant for children, but the craftsmanship was quite exquisite. Though Xia Yun had not seen him before, which felt somewhat offensive, the old man was usually broad-minded. Considering Xia Yun's height, he thought it was forgivable. Upon seeing this little old man, Xia Yun first felt a wave of sympathy and decided to retract the punishment of applying body magic on him. He was already so small, making him any smaller would be too much. However, after sizing him up for a while, he found him somewhat familiar. After quickly searching his memory, Xia Yun felt things were stabilizing. This must be the elder of my novice village. Indeed, the newcomer was Makarov, the third guild master of Fairy Tail. Anyone who crossed into Fairy Tail would be naturally picked up and brought to the guild by him. Although the process was a bit complicated, Xia Yun had finally met him. It was quite a coincidence that the urban legend Xia Yun created had already attracted the attention of the Magic Council. Although Xia Yun had not caused any dangerous incidents, the council still notified various powerful magic users to keep an eye out if they got the chance. And just so happened Makarov was nearby. When Xia Yun activated his magic to summon souls, the magical energy he emitted was still immense, drawing Makarov's attention. Upon seeing Xia Yun's form, Makarov immediately understood the reason behind the so-called urban legend. Seeing such a gigantic Xia Yun, Makarov instinctively thought he was a poor child, perhaps a product of some force's experimentation. Even with such a past, he only fed on souls in the graveyard and did not harm the town. What a kind-hearted child. Thinking this way, the usually emotionally expressive Makarov was almost brought to tears. Meanwhile, Xia Yun was left bewildered by Makarov's overwhelming emotions. Why does this little old man want to cry the moment he sees me? I haven't even done him any favors. Could it be that this is his family's ancestral grave, and I consumed the souls of his ancestors? Child, you must have undergone many magical experiments, right? Just look at you, you've swollen up like this. Xia Yun, old man, what are you imagining? Xia Yun was very angry. It was clearly a sign of health. Why did he say it was swollen? But in the next moment, Xia Yun's eyes turned, and a mischievous idea popped into his head. Although Makarov took in all kinds of people, wouldn't it be even better if he could get a little closer? Xia Yun activated body magic, quickly shrinking himself to a normal size, transforming into the image of a handsome child, and said to Makarov, "This is my true form." That was just the effect of the giant magic, which made it easier to eat. Giant magic. Makarov was instantly startled, jumping up. The magic he used most often was indeed giant magic and light magic. But he had never heard of giant magic that could make a person gain weight. That's right, it was taught to me by a long-bearded old man wearing an eye patch. Xia Yun was hinting that Hades had taught him magic. When Hades faced off against Makarov, Makarov had no idea that Hades was the president of the Heart of Demons. Hades had done a great job of keeping secrets, so utilizing his connections to get closer to Makarov was no issue. Sure enough, upon hearing Xia Yun's description, Makarov immediately thought of Hades. His giant magic had also been taught by Hades. Makarov had not seen Hades for a long time, but he did not doubt too much, he simply felt delighted. He had no idea that the second guild master was already over 100 years old and still alive. Makarov's father had passed away when he was 4, and his mother had died right after giving birth to him. It could be said that Makarov was raised by Hades and his magic was taught entirely by Hades. Strangely enough, before falling into darkness, Hades was also most skilled in dark magic, yet he had trained many proficient in light magic among the 10 great saints. Before meeting Xia Yun, Hades' teaching journey had been smooth sailing, bearing abundant fruit. At this moment, Makarov looked at Xia Yun and felt a deep sense of kinship. This was a student taught by the second guild master. Even if he had not joined the guild, yet he could be considered a child of fairy tale. Makarov decided to show Xia Yun a trick. He cast magic, slowly enlarging his body, and the rapidly growing size tore through his clothes, leaving only his oversized shorts intact. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a muscular old man, standing dozens of meters tall. To showcase his abilities, Makarov decided to make a grand display. He reached out his hand towards Xia Yun, intending to lift him in his palm, and then introduced the Fairy Tale Guild to him in his giant form. Makarov instinctively felt that the reason the second guild master taught Xia Yun magic was to bring him to Fairy Tale. Knowing that Makarov meant no harm, Xia Yun did not resist allowing Makarov to hold him. Then, Makarov's grand display failed. Why is this child so heavy? Makarov was taken aback. He could not lift Xia Yun at all. This child looked just like an ordinary size. How could he be so heavy? Xia Yun, who had lied about his weight, felt somewhat embarrassed and pulled out Zeus, who had been sleeping and waiting in his backpack, preparing to fly up and meet Makarov's gaze. Zeus had just woken up, still a bit grumpy, not sensing any threat. He simply refused to work, cooperating with Xia Yun's act. Having mixed with Prometheus for too long, Zeus had picked up some of his bad habits and was no longer as eager as he had been at the time of his birth. While Xia Yun was quietly bargaining with Zeus, the awkward Makarov had already retracted his magic and transformed back into the short old man and somehow pulled out a new set of clothes to change into. Child, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Makarov, the 3rd guild master of Fairy Tale and one of the 10 great saints. As you have seen, I also use giant magic. The elder who taught you giant magic should be our second guild master, Lord Hades. Did he tell you anything? Of course he wanted me to join Fairy Tale, Xia Yun replied without hesitation. Makarov's face instantly lit up with joy. Oh, did Lord Hades say this? Yes, that old man said that Fairy Tale is currently in a transitional phase and the new generation is too weak, facing the risk of decline. The current guild master is doing poorly and needs the help of a 100-year-old elder like him. So after encountering me, he said I have great talent, taught me magic, and wanted me to join Fairy Tale. The elderly man, over 100 years old, did not say such words, but the old man in his 80s was blushing with embarrassment. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Makarov did not expect that Xia Yun would lie and deliberately trick him, believing that President Hades would be very dissatisfied with his work. It's no wonder, after all, that was President Hades who had guided him and many other powerful individuals during his tenure, while during his own term as president, the Fairy Tale Guild only had guildarts to hold up the fort. Moreover, guildarts magic was not taught by Makarov, it was innate. If one were to count, it seemed he had only taught Makar and Wakaba, 2 mages who couldn't even reach a rank. The more Makarov thought about it, the more ashamed he felt. For someone like Makarov, who placed the guild above life itself, the denial from the former president was more painful than being killed. Oh, is that so? I'm truly ashamed. It's no wonder, after all, it is President Hades. The poor little old man was toyed with, and the power of words was even greater than Xia Yun had imagined. Xia Yun also did not realize that one sentence of disbelief could cause such significant psychological harm to an 80-year-old man. Makarov seemed to shrink a few centimeters, and his sparse hair appeared even more precarious. Makarov's reaction left Xia Yun utterly bewildered. In the past, such teasing between him and the bearded man was merely an appetizer. Xia Yun had mocked the bearded man more than once, as he was far inferior to the mountain of a man in terms of both follicle count and combat power. The bearded man asserted that a smooth-faced kid like Xia Yun was just envious of his beard, and he could talk to him again when his own hair became a messy affair. If it is President Hades who recommended you, then come with me, young one, I will take you to the guild. Makarov, deeply hurt, led Xia Yun towards the guild, but remained largely silent along the way. He was actually a warm and humorous old man. This made Xia Yun feel even more ashamed, and combined with the president's height, it gave Xia Yun a sense of what it felt like for Pan Jinlian to say that Wu Dalong was inadequate. Thus they traveled in silence. Makarov brought Xia Yun to the guild's entrance. Due to his low spirits, Makarov, in desperate need of psychological comfort, did not follow through with all the usual procedures and directly headed to the dense forest behind the guild to seek solace from his old partner Granny Porlisika. The two of them, one having lost his wife early, the other never married, likely had a history together. Left at the guild's entrance, Xia Yun looked at the towering wooden building before him with its reddish-brown exterior walls and green roof. Thanks to President Hades' long-term vision, the guild had early on occupied a prime location in the city center, allowing it to be situated in the heart of Magnolia Town. Even before entering, the raucous sounds could not be concealed. The guild was always very lively. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Yun pushed the door open. Without Makarov leading the way, Xia Yun, back to his usual size, felt for the first time how low his presence actually was. Could it be that a decrease in size also led to a decrease in presence? Ignoring the beer bottles and the mess of tables and chairs along the way, Xia Yun approached the bar counter. At this moment, the future barmaid Mira was still a little girl, years away from joining the guild. There were no women at the counter, just two young men on duty. One with a deep blue slicked-back hairstyle was desperately downing drinks, while the other with a pompadour was smoking heavily. The two of them drank and smoked as if avenging past grievances, and their antics made Xia Yun tighten his gaya on his head. He still sported a pink cotton candy-like hairstyle, and everyone thought it was permed. Standing next to these two made it easy to trigger a passive reaction. The slickback one was named Makar, while the pompadour was named Wakaba. Both were fixed NPCs in the original work. At this moment, neither of them had stepped into the grave of marriage, appearing still quite vigorous, but that would likely change soon. In a few years they would turn into uncles. A group of uncles nearby was egging Makar on to drink 10 cups in one go, even though his belly was already swollen like he was pregnant, while encouraging Wakaba to hold 50 cigarettes in his mouth, despite his appearance resembling a pea shooter. With children present, these two still proudly displayed their bad habits. A brown-haired little girl about the same age as Xia Yun was already eager to join in. Makarov had instructed Xia Yun to find these two to handle his guild application, which actually had no special process. Just find a random place on him to stamp. Are you two still sober? The president asked you to help me with something. Adhering to the principle of politeness, Xia Yun waited until Makar finished his drink and Wakaba finished his smoke before speaking. Makar, with good drinking capacity, remained sober and said upon hearing Xia Yun's voice, "Oh, what a handsome little friend. What is your name? You just said the president asked us to help you. Oh, what's the matter? Do you want to issue a request?" The word handsome instantly struck a chord in Xia Yun's heart. It had been a long time since anyone had called him that. This made Xia Yun's lips involuntarily lift, and he secretly decided that if he ever got caught cheating, he would certainly help him cover it up. "My name is Charlotte Claude. I'm here because the president brought me to the guild. I want to join Fairy Tale." Cough cough. Charlotte, you became a mage at such a young age. That's quite impressive. What kind of magic do you use? Would you like to learn my smoke magic? It's quite cool and practical. Wakaba, meanwhile, accomplished the feat of smoking 50 cigarettes at once, coughed violently, cleared his lungs, and asked Xia Yun. Xia Yun had no interest in his smoke magic. Both he and Smoker from the Pirates were merely supporting characters, and this ability was not cool at all. "No thanks, big brother. I use giant magic." Xia Yun replied leisurely. He didn't want to reveal too much at first meeting. The powers of the Soul Fruit and the magic of Dragon Slayer were too bizarre. Not everyone could accept that he manipulated souls and consumed them. Giant magic. Upon hearing this, the onlookers got excited. This was the magic used by the president, and this child could use it as well. Wakaba quickly asked, "You can also use giant magic just like the president. What is your relationship with the president?" Xia Yun, who was usually quite mischievous, prepared to play tricks again. "There's no special relationship. I'm just the president's illegitimate child." "Oh, so you're the illegitimate child." Before Makarov and the others could react, he had just heard that Xia Yun was there to join the guild and was rummaging for stamps and special pigments, wanting to let Xia Yun choose a color he liked. When he finally understood, he accidentally knocked over the pigments. Illegitimate child. The entire guild fell silent for a moment, like a pause button had been pressed, then erupted into a cacophony of noise. So he is the president's illegitimate child. The president is actually such a person. You could tell after all, the president is quite lecherous. This kid's hair color is pink, but it's quite rare. Don't you think it's a bit of a coincidence? Are you saying, Lord Porliusica? That's impossible. Lord Porliusica is so old, this child looks no more than 10. At that time, Lord Porliusica should have already. The noise and discussions were endless. Sensing it was enough, Xia Yun decided to clarify he had already done enough to Makarov today, and if he didn't, Makarov's old face would be even more embarrassed. However, just as he was about to speak, the guild's door was suddenly pushed open with great force, making a loud noise. A delinquent boy around 15 or 16 years old stood backlit. His golden hair stood on end, emanating a fierce lightning aura. With a face so handsome it made Xia Yun envious, he wore a dark expression, and his gaze precisely pierced through everyone, landing on Xia Yun. Illegitimate child. Laxus. he exclaimed, overwhelmed by the sudden revelation of having an uncle and the grand secrets of his grandfather. Shoo! Quiet down, does anyone know where the guild master is? Hurry and inform him. The guild members fell silent, only able to whisper amongst themselves. The boy who had just burst in had more rights than anyone else present to inquire first. As he was the legitimate grandson of the guild master, the sudden emergence of an uncle was nearly unbearable for a rebellious 15 or 16-year-old. At this moment, Xia Yun felt incredibly awkward. Even with his thick skin, he didn't know how to save face. Spreading rumors was fun at the time, but the aftermath was a funeral pyre. Laxus remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Xia Yun. Noticing Laxus' somber expression from his youth, Xia Yun realized he was awaiting an explanation. It was just a joke. I'm still a child. My words shouldn't be taken seriously. I have no relation to Master Makarov. I merely reminded him of his youth with my magic when I arrived. By the honor of my beard. No, wait, by my own honor. That doesn't seem to work either. In any case, I swear it was just a joke to test your reactions. Don't worry, even though the master could produce a grandson as handsome as you, he could never have a son as handsome as me. But I didn't expect you all to distrust the master's character so much. I was told before coming that you were all good people. It's truly disappointing. To so easily suspect the master's character, can you really call yourselves members of the guild? Hurry and copy the guild rules 100 times as punishment. Without a shred of hesitation, Xia Yun quickly unleashed a series of moves. I'm just a kid, I swear, passing the blame, turning the tables, and changing the subject. The guild rules probably don't cover this, and didn't you just spread rumors? In Fairy Tail, it seems the people are a bit smarter than those in the world of One Piece. Someone immediately saw through the truth, and didn't give Xia Yun an escape route. Having just joined the guild, Xia Yun was unfamiliar with the members. He couldn't even tell who had undermined him. Otherwise, he would have summoned the ancient Ina and used the renowned Grand Staircase to throw him down. Laxus slowly approached Xia Yun with each step, making the lightning around him more dazzling. Although Xia Yun knew he was in the wrong, he didn't feel Laxus currently had the strength to match him, so he remained calm. Come outside for a fight. A loudmouth like you, even if introduced by Grandpa himself, I wouldn't agree to you joining the guild. If I lose, it's my skill that's lacking. If I win, you must leave immediately. At 15 or 16, Laxus was still a delinquent dressed with a unique style and a very distinct personality. In this phase of adolescence, a boy's pride is at its peak, and he can ignite at the slightest provocation. Even if he wouldn't soften his words towards Makarov, hearing his grandfather's reputation sullied pushed Laxus' patience to the limit. Laxus, don't be too impulsive, he's still a child. Makarov jumped out from behind the bar and pulled Xia Yun behind him. He understood Laxus' temper, though this kid was out of line. Facing Laxus could be dangerous. Forget it, handsome with the slick-back hair. Xia Yun respected him in return since Makarov had also called him handsome earlier. Let's handle this. I was wrong, so I'll just train with this young fellow. Don't worry, I'm still quite strong. Upon hearing this, Makarov, who was initially ready to intervene, had no choice but to back down. Laxus shouldn't be so reckless. Fortunately, the guild's resident doctor, Dr. Polachak, wasn't out, and given their similar hair color, he should be able to save this kid. Very well, let's fight outside. Hearing Xia Yun's response, Laxus chuckled lightly, revealing his sharp canines, with lightning crackling around his hair, making his already flashy hairstyle even cooler. But in the next moment, he vanished to the outside clearing of the guild at a speed nearly untraceable to the naked eye. This move surprised Xia Yun. He seemed to have forgotten one of his shortcomings, his lack of speed. Both the older sister and Xia Yun had been troubled by attack speed. Even with high offense and defense, slow attack speed and low accuracy coupled with his large frame made it easy to take damage while missing against smaller, faster opponents. However, having already issued a challenge, no matter how fast he was, it couldn't break through his defense. At most, it would allow this boy to vent, treating it as a small electric therapy. Not having Laxus' speed, Xia Yun slowly walked out of the guild. With each step, he grew larger. By the time he exited the square, he had completely unraveled his body transformation magic, reverting to his original form. A chubby child 5 to 6 meters tall. When the crowd saw Xia Yun's original form, they thought he had used giant magic. While curious about why the magic made him fatter, they no longer doubted this was indeed the guild master's magic. Seeing Xia Yun's appearance, Laxus' pupils constricted. Despite how annoying this kid was, he indeed seemed to have inherited his grandfather's magic. Teenagers are generally hot-headed. When alone, they can even use tree holes to vent their frustrations. Now that he had a reason to unleash his anger once he started, Laxus didn't hold back. Once Xia Yun steadied himself without even a greeting, Laxus transformed into lightning and suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, a straight punch already slammed into Xia Yun's chin. Xia Yun's speed was indeed a critical flaw. This was also a reflection of the differences in the world's power systems. In the world of One Piece, few strong individuals specialize in speed. Caught off guard, Xia Yun took the punch heat in. However, the effect was minimal, it only made his chin wobble slightly. Laxus, who missed his punch, immediately retreated to create distance. At the same time, he was shocked the sensation of his strike was definitely off, both hard and soft, absorbing or deflecting all his attacks. And his proud lightning seemed to have inflicted no damage at all, judging by Xia Yun's nonchalant expression. Damn, this isn't like Grandpa's giant magic. Is the trait thick fat? Laxus muttered under his breath, but Xia Yun heard him and frowned at Laxus' description. What thick fat? Do you even know how to play? Don't think just because I'm in the wrong I won't hit you. Unconvinced, Laxus transformed into lightning again and unleashed his fastest speed, delivering dozens of attacks in an instant. But whether it was punches, kicks, or his proud iron elbow, all were ineffective. These attacks only created ripples on Xia Yun's skin before having no further effect. Although these attacks didn't trouble Xia Yun, merely standing there without retaliating wasn't his style. Laxus was very fast. Without the help of observation haki, Xia Yun might not even be able to catch him. But still, Laxus could hit him countless times, as long as Xia Yun didn't have a clear understanding of weight. If he hit Laxus once, he would kneel and beg him not to kill him. Huff, huff. Laxus gasped heavily. The rapid burst of energy had taken a toll on his stamina. Even though Xia Yun stood there hardly launching any significant counterattacks, the psychological pressure on Laxus was unprecedented. Where on earth did this monster come from? His attacks had no effect whatsoever. At that moment, Laxus abandoned the thought of keeping any cards hidden. With his combat wisdom, he quickly understood that to deal with someone like Xia Yun, he either had to unleash his full power at once to break through the defense or continuously wear him down until he was exhausted. Looking at the panting Laxus, Xia Yun showed grace and didn't pursue. Laxus was merely exhausted, not incapable of movement. But in Laxus' eyes, this was sheer disdain. The defiant youth turned his frustration into power, gathering his magic to prepare a big move. Roar of the Thunder Dragon. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. A burst of golden light erupted as a massive pillar of lightning shot from Laxus' mouth, carrying an extreme high-voltage current, fiercely crashing towards the opponent. At the moment of impact, an explosion occurred, scattering smoke and dust. Roar, as the opening move of the Dragon Slayer magic series, is a technique used by every Dragon Slayer mage. It imitates a dragon's breath and possesses remarkable offensive power, but its greatest weakness is that the user becomes momentarily stiff while maintaining the magic until the roar ends. Xia Yun was waiting for this opportunity. What a bold claim! Remember to brush your teeth next time. A giant arm swiftly rose from the smoke and dust, pushing against Laxus' roar and lunged towards him. In that moment of stiffness, Laxus couldn't interrupt the magic or escape and was seized by Xia Yun. At that moment, he felt the tightness that Chang Mianbao experienced when Xia Yun first grabbed him, like he was about to die. Seeing Laxus nearly rolling his eyes from the grip, Xia Yun quickly released his hold. After all, he was still a youth and couldn't endure such immense pressure. Moreover, it would be unacceptable if Makarov's precious grandson was seriously injured. Being new, he needed to be mindful of the president's dignity, and since the origin of this battle was due to his rumors, Xia Yun felt a bit guilty. Cough, cough, cough. Finally able to catch his breath, Laxus took deep breaths while coughing. If Xia Yun had squeezed a little harder just now, he might have truly injured his internal organs, primarily his lungs. At this moment, Laxus' pride was strong of facing the one who had just insulted his grandfather and now humiliated him. He felt an overwhelming fury surge within him, yet he was unable to move. The earlier clash made him realize he was definitely no match for Xia Yun. Losing was losing. Ultimately, he was outclassed. Laxus bit down on his sharp, white teeth, clenching in frustration, kneeling on the ground. Seeing him like this, Xia Yun felt he should do something. After all, he was there as an undercover, and offending the president's grandson right away might not be ideal, even if the president himself wouldn't particularly care. Zeus stopped sleeping. It's time to wake up and receive guests. Xia Yun rummaged through his bag, pulling out Zeus, then showcased his superb skills, quickly rubbing him to forcibly activate the dozing Zeus. Zeus, do you see that blonde-haired boy? Give him a shock. Zeus was already familiar with the electric shock therapy, thinking it was just another unfortunate soul who had angered the boss, so he unhesitatingly unleashed a lightning strike. But what Zeus didn't expect was that his proud Yang Yongshin technique had no effect whatsoever. When the lightning struck the blonde-haired boy, the anticipated screams and burnt smell did not materialize. Laxus opened his mouth and consumed the lightning that Zeus had unleashed. This is one of the most overpowered aspects of Dragon Slayer mages. They have means to recover, and just this ability can completely counter mages of the same elemental type. Xia Yun himself possessed the ability to consume souls to replenish his strength, and he certainly knew what Laxus needed at that moment. Zeus' charging function is something you deserve. With a bolt of lightning, Laxus' stamina had been significantly restored, unaware that Zeus was preparing to increase the voltage, while Xia Yun stopped him. You just use Dragon Slayer magic, right? I noticed you really enjoy shouting out the names of your techniques before using them. That last move was the Roar of the Thunder Dragon. The Roar series is a trademark of Dragon Slayer mages, but unfortunately, even if Xia Yun could use this technique, he had no intention of doing so. Transforming precious souls into energy to spit out is simply too inefficient. Laxus did not elaborate further. Upon seeing Xia Yun summon Zeus and unleash lightning at him, he understood that Xia Yun was quite familiar with Dragon Slayer magic. At this moment, he looked at Zeus with a somewhat fiery gaze. What kind of creature is this? It can actually unleash lightning. For him, a Thunder Dragon Slayer, this was undoubtedly a significant power enhancer. Noticing Laxus' somewhat perverted gaze, Zeus was not afraid. Being immune to lightning did not mean he was immune to fire, and Prometheus hadn't shown up, yet the boss was still standing behind, and if necessary, he could call for help. Seeing Laxus, who was energized after consuming a bolt of lightning, Xia Yun couldn't help but marvel. Dragon Slayer magic truly lived up to its reputation as the magic bestowed upon the protagonist by the original author. What if several Dragon Slayer mages of the same type gathered together? You spit out a bit, and I spit out a bit. Could they achieve a self-circulation? Would they reach an alternative human centipede achievement? Xia Yun shook his head vigorously, trying to forget this vulgar scene. He saw Laxus' fiery gaze directed at Zeus, and began to explain. This is my partner, also family. You can regard it as a special magical creation, but Zeus is truly alive, more like a magical beast. Injecting one's soul into a thundercloud is still too horrifying. Besides, if the curious folks in the guild found out, they would undoubtedly pester Xia Yun for demonstrations. At this moment, Xia Yun didn't want to reveal the powers of the soul fruit. The current power system was sufficient. So when explaining to everyone, he simply referred to Zeus as a special magical beast. Then Xia Yun pulled Prometheus out from his backpack, allowing it to greet Gaia as well. These three creatures were impossible to hide, as they spent every day together. The members of Fairy Tail were also seeing such a magical creature for the first time. However, their acceptance was generally very good. Now it was Zeus who was very interested in Laxus. This was the first time he had seen someone who could consume his lightning. Zeus' character was inherently somewhat lively. After Prometheus and Gaia introduced themselves, he flew to Laxus' side, excitedly asking, "Did you just eat my lightning? How did you do that? Was it tasty? What does it taste like? The weather here is so mild, nothing like the previous place where storms would come out of nowhere. Prometheus still has fire to eat, and I've been hungry for a long time. Can you use lightning? You just ate my electricity. Can you give me some of yours?" Laxus, in his second adolescence, spoke very little and was prickly like a hedgehog, resisting everyone. Faced with the enthusiastic and unafraid Zeus, he felt a bit awkward. But Zeus did not mind at all, continuously pestering him. Just as Zeus had mentioned earlier, it hadn't tasted lightning in a long time. When the gluttonous personality acted up, even Xia Yun couldn't stop him. After being pestered by Zeus for a long time, Laxus finally relented and charged up to unleash a bolt of lightning. Being a thundercloud itself, Zeus was immune to lightning. Eagerly swallowing it down, he closed his eyes to savor the moment and made the following comment. It's a very unique flavor, is it? Because it carries magical power. It truly is different from the taste of naturally occurring lightning. But it's quite delicious. Just too little. Kid, your body can't handle it. You look so weak. That's because I just had a fight and have no stamina left. Also, your lightning tasted pretty good. Thanks for the compliment. Eating lightning, can you recover your stamina? Then that's no problem. Zeus and Laxus reached an odd harmony. You feed me a bit, and he'll feed you a bit. If it weren't for Zeus having a cartoonish appearance, the scene would have been somewhat disgusting. Laxus had already been defeated, but unfortunately, he was neither a female knight, nor was there a goblin here, and no special achievement to be gained. It was simply a defeat, and there was no reason to stop Xia Yun from officially joining the guild. At this moment, Makarov and Wakaba, who held the stamps, were still asking Prometheus and Gaia various questions. Xia Yun grabbed the collars of both of them, reminding them it was time to get down to business. Ultimately, under Xia Yun's suggestion, a pink badge was stamped on his left arm. Originally, the Big Mama also had a tattoo on her arm. Although he was very curious about what kind of tattoo could leave a mark on the Big Mama's skin, did they use an incredible-sized needle? From today onwards, you are a member of Fairy Tail. Everyone, let's celebrate the joining of a new member with a feast. Xia Yun suspected that Makarov was sabotaging him. On the day Xia Yun joined the guild, Makarov, feeling down, did not participate actively, and instead went to seek comfort from Bolyakasi. When he returned, he found that rumors about him were flying everywhere. Although Xia Yun clarified that he was not a bastard child, many guild members witnessed Makarov go. Even though he knew Xia Yun was joking, Makarov was still furious when he heard from other guild members about the joke regarding Xia Yun being a bastard, nearly suffering a heart attack. Although this child used the same magic as him, which should have felt familiar ever since his appearance, he had caused Makarov's aging heart significant distress on 2 occasions. So even if Makarov was trying to sabotage Xia Yun could actually accept it. The key issue was that this old man dared to act, but not admit it. On the second day of joining the guild, the true identity of the graveyard big ghost was exposed and became known throughout the city. Everyone knew that the fairy tale guild was shining bright, while demons came to submit. The recently sensationalized graveyard big ghost turned out to be a child who had joined fairy tale, and the only one who knew this information was Makarov. On the third day of joining, a new rumor emerged claiming that the newly joined member Xia Yun was actually a fat person with a body fat percentage of 300, weighing an astonishing amount, and that his current appearance was due to magic. The only one who knew this information was still Makarov. On the fourth day of joining the guild, counter removed Xia Yun's favorite dessert, and instead introduced a bitter melon juice for weight loss, launching a special weight loss week at Fairy Tail that day. On the fifth day of joining, Makarov suddenly announced a ban on guild members under 9 years old from undertaking missions alone, and Xia Yun happened to be 8.5. On the sixth day of joining, Xia Yun nearly exhausted all the travel funds that Hades had given him. Hey dear President, I have already apologized to you and your precious grandson. Don't be so stingy, okay? To apologize, I have lent Zeus to Laxus for 3 days. When he comes back, he will obviously be smaller. He has already been drained by your grandson. Makarov sat behind the counter looking calm and kind, but at that moment in Xia Yun's eyes he seemed so treacherous. He chuckled lightly and replied, "You are overthinking it, Charlotte. As the president, I have always been the fairest. All right, President, let's not beat around the bush. Let's make a deal as long as you don't target me anymore. I will do my best to accommodate. Even regarding your marriage with Boliokasi, I will try my best to speak about it." Hearing this, Makarov almost lost grip on his wine cup and choked on his beer. What nonsense are you talking about? I have absolutely nothing to do with her. And you expect me to forgive you. It's all because your rumors are getting more and more serious. Don't, President. Actually, I know you are secretly enjoying this, right? The money Hades gave me is almost running out. Although I can live in the dormitory without paying rent, I can't afford meals. I must go out to take on missions. Why do I need to look for a teammate? You know my strength, rank missions are nothing to me. Upon hearing this, Makarov became serious, his gaze piercing as he stared directly at Charlotte. He stood on the bar counter, placed his hand on Xia Yun's shoulder, and said earnestly, "Charlotte, I know you are strong enough to complete most missions on your own, but do not underestimate the power of companionship. In Fairy Tail, the bonds between partners are what truly matter. Each of our members is a pillar for one another. You must learn to trust the strength of your companions." As he became serious, Makarov's scalp began to sweat, and Xia Yun could see his own reflection in Makarov's bald head. Momentarily distracted by his own handsome face in the reflection, Xia Yun did not pay much attention to what the president was saying. Seeing Xia Yun lost and thought Makarov could no longer hold back, he quickly enlarged his arm and struck Xia Yun on the head, successfully wrecking the guild's bar counter. "You unlikable child, I absolutely will not let you undertake missions alone until you find a partner, so give up on that idea. If you have no money for food, go work at a restaurant. After all, they are always anxious about dealing with leftover food." With that said, the furious Makarov turned and left. Recently, the gossip about him and Boliokasi had reached her ears, making Boliokasi, who already disliked humans, even more averse to meeting people. He had spent several days coaxing her, and only just yesterday was he allowed to step into her door. Today, he needed to keep coaxing her again. Xia Yun then climbed up from behind the counter. Valuing companionship was also a feature of Fairy Tail, but until now Xia Yun still did not know whom to team up with. Since crossing over, the only one who seemed to get along well with him was still Huiyuan, who was stuck in the demon heart. However, due to that little chubby boy's insufficient strength, Hades had explicitly forbidden him from going out, keeping him at the base to practice magic. Who should I find? Xia Yun scanned the guild. Of those around his age, there was only a girl named Kana, but Kana was currently following Makarov to learn bad habits and had no time available. Moreover, taking such a little girl on missions would only limit them to crank tasks, which wouldn't earn much money. The rest seemed to be familiar only with Makarov and Wakaba, but these two seemed to have found girlfriends recently, as if they had made an agreement. Although dating costs more as veteran magicians, they still had some savings, and now they were immersed in love with no interest in taking on missions. After pondering, Xia Yun realized he had only one choice. "Fortunately, I had the foresight to plant a spy within the enemy's ranks. Now is the time to utilize this spy." That night, the night was as dark as ink. Makarov, sent home by Boliokasi, went to bed early as he needed to prepare breakfast early the next day to apologize. In the bushes outside Makarov's home, two figures quietly met. Snow Mountain, eternal cold, alone on a May peak. The two figures asked and answered, aligning with the secret code. "By the way, boss, what do these two phrases mean? While they have a romantic flair, do we really need a secret code? I am a cloud, as surely no one can imitate me, right? Do you understand the importance of ritual? Stop nitpicking and come report to me." Indeed, the spy Xia Yun referred to as Zeus. Ever since that day Zeus fed Laxus a meal, the two had become friends who fed each other. Currently, Laxus had not yet formed his Thunder God squad. Though he did not voice it, he felt incredibly lonely within. Finally, Zeus, who was unafraid of him, had come into his life, bringing him joy. Zeus was sent with Xia Yun's mission to toy with Laxus' feelings. The clever Zeus immediately recalled how Long Mianbao treated those female giants by feeding them. After all, Laxus himself was literally eating lightning. And for humans, flying had always been a dream, as Zeus excelled at taking people for a flight. Thus, in the past few days, one could often see Zeus flying around the city with Laxus. If someone could get a little closer, they would discover that Laxus had dropped his disguise, smiling like a normal young man. In just a few days, Zeus had fully raised Laxus' affection levels. It was time to cash in on that affection. Don't worry, boss, Laxus is currently very close to me. We have completely conquered him. This kid is actually at Sundara. He won't say it, but he is quite lonely inside, and the key point is that he's a rich boy who doesn't lack money. He will definitely agree to take on missions with us. When the time comes, we will complete the mission together, and during the settlement, I, Prometheus, and Gaia, along with you, boss, will take 45 of the share. After all, we are all partners. Well done. Truly worthy of being my soul homies. Xia Yun was in high spirits, constantly praising Zeus. Laxus, you have been chosen as my teammate. Huh, team up with me. I don't wanna. Laxus replied with impatience, showing no intention of accepting Xia Yun's invitation to team up, even putting his headphones back on. Since the day they fought, Laxus had become quite familiar with Zeus, yet he had hardly communicated with Xia Yun himself. Now early in the morning, to directly ask him to be his teammate, Laxus expressed no interest. Since I have sincerely invited you, you should promptly agree with trepidation. Xia Yun yanked off his headphones and shouted loudly into his ear. Why on earth would you invite me to be your teammate? Why not invite Kana? You two kids can just play house together. I don't want to babysit. The young man in his rebellious phase spoke irritably. How could he underestimate playing house? Sakura Nini would absolutely not tolerate that. Hey, did you hear that, Mikao? Does this guy look down on me? Xia Yun poked Mikao, who was once again working part-time as a bartender, and sarcastically remarked, I wonder which powerful guy was almost crushed to death by me with one hand a few days ago. Who could that be? So hard to guess. Laxus momentarily found himself at a loss for words, feeling a bit embarrassed, but he merely huffed at Xia Yun before turning to leave. Wait. Xia Yun grabbed Laxus' sleeve. This kid who learned to wear a vice admiral's coat at such a young age relied on his non-sloping shoulders to wear it snugly. It's because your grandfather put me in a tough spot. He strictly stipulated that no one under the age of 9 can go on missions alone, so I need to find a teammate. If I don't take a job soon, I'll run out of money, and then I might have to do some really outrageous things. Laxus remained unmoved. What can you do? Xia Yun chuckled, pulling Zeus closer and shaking him towards Laxus. I am Zeus, boss. I always say 1, and he doesn't dare to say 2. If I run out of money, Zeus will have to go sell himself. For the past few days, I've seen you flying around the city having a great time. That must feel pretty nice, right? I bet there are many people lined up wanting to fly. If you don't team up with me to take on missions, Zeus will have to go down to the streets. He'll have to take clients every day. If he doesn't make at least 8 sales a day, I won't take care of him. Just imagine the Zeus who was once so close to you now reduced to a plaything for other tourists. Can you really bear it? You two are truly a pair of ill-fated lovebirds. All right, stop saying disgusting things. Laxus shivered violently, feeling nauseated by Xia Yun's description. However, at that moment, Zeus was aptly displaying his acting skills, staring at him with wide eyes. Laxus' eyes were filled with conflict. That Sundara has left the building, a real man should be straightforward. Don't hesitate, just team up with me. I promise I won't let you down. Teaming up with me comes with an implicit benefit, right? You're a dragon slayer, aren't you? You can't use transportation, but with Zeus around, it'll be much better. Xia Yun pushed a little harder. Sometimes a teenager in his rebellious phase is merely driven by pride. As long as you give him a proper way out, he'll come down the stairs as quickly as Kuna. Since it's for Zeus sake, I agree, but I want to make it clear that I won't accept mundane tasks. In the end, Laxus still accepted Xia Yun's team invitation. He's ultimately just a guy who complains, but is honest at heart. With the goal achieved, Xia Yun was very happy. Don't worry, I have already found a task. It's in a rank. Xia Yun dragged Laxus to the task board, shoving aside someone who had been indecisively choosing but had never made a decision, and tore off a task notice. Then he quickly slapped it in front of Laxus. I've been choosing for a long time, and this is the one that suits us best. It's a special task from the Magic Council to resolve the haunted Ghost Sea and restore the passage for merchant ships. Laxus peeled the task notice from his face. He was a very responsible person, carefully reading the information on the task notice word by word. Task name: Resolve the Haunted Mist Sea. Actual client: Fiori, Kingdom Maritime Merchants Association. Task situation recently: an important supply island chain in the southwestern sea area of Fiori Kingdom, the Cradle Atoll, was suddenly enveloped in mist. All ships entering the island for supplies lose consciousness after entering the dense fog. When they wake up, they find themselves already leaving the island chain. Although the crew members suffer no physical harm, they all claim to have dreamed of ghosts. The staff originally stationed on the island chain have not sent any messages, and to this day, no one has been able to uncover the truth. Task reward: if the truth behind the mist is uncovered but unresolved, a reward of 7500J will be given. Resolving the mist will grant 1500J. Laxus pondered. The task rewards are quite high. Even in strength task wouldn't be much better. Of course, the actual issuer of the task is the Fiori Kingdom Maritime Merchants Association, a monopoly capitalist, so the bounty is naturally high. I've been watching for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that there have been no casualties with this task, it would probably be classified as strength by now. So what do you say, are we doing it? I have no problem, but you know I'm a dragon slayer. I can't use transportation. If the final battle happens on the ship, I might not be able to fight. And I don't know anything about sailing. Can you handle it? Xia Yun chuckled and reassured him that Laxus was overthinking. You can rest easy, you just keep your heart in your pelvis. Although I'm not quite up to par in another world, I'm determined to be the pirate king in this one. No one understands sailing better than I do. We won't even need a ship, just having Zeus will suffice. Don't underestimate Zeus, he can grow very large, and it's no problem carrying both of us. If worst comes to worst, you can ride Zeus, and I'll ride Prometheus. Prometheus can also fly. Hearing this, Laxus stopped hesitating, briefed on the travel preparations, and went home to pack. Xia Yun had nothing much to prepare. Since arriving, he had been broke. He spent the last bit of cash Hades had given him converting it all into durable food, packing a large suitcase. The city where the guild is located is by the sea. Xia Yun had jumped into the sea shortly after arriving, and here the sea was not cursed, allowing him to fully experience the joy of swimming. The waters of Fairy Tale are quite mild with no extreme weather, so Xia Yun was not worried about the ocean here. What he feared the least were natural disasters. After Xia Yun and Laxus returned home to prepare their luggage, Makarov walked to the task board looking around. Not finding what he wanted, he asked those nearby, "Wasn't there a task for the Ghost Sea posted here before? Where did it go?" "Oh, Guild Master, it was just taken by Xia Yun. It seems he's teaming up with Laxus." Makarov slapped his forehead. "Oh no, I must stop them. This task has been raised to rank, and several rank mages who took on this task have yet to return. This task is dangerous. Compared to the seas of the One Piece world, the ocean of Fairy Tale is as gentle as a little girl. The sea is under a clear blue sky stretching endlessly without a cloud in sight, where the pure blue sky mingles with the equally deep blue ocean, truly embodying the essence of sea and sky as one. The sea breeze is soft and gentle, carrying a hint of salt, and the surface of the sea is particularly calm, with crystal clear, deep blue waters. Everything feels so peaceful and harmonious. Except for the two people in the air. It's all your fault. Knowing we're at sea, you didn't bring a map. Is this how you take on missions? Practicing lightning magic too much has fried your brain, hasn't it? It's your mission next. I thought you were prepared. You, on the other hand, brought nothing but food. You didn't pack anything else, and no one could come up with such a plan without 7 years of brain blockage. This is my first mission. It's normal not to have experience. Is this lack of experience? This is lack of common sense. But I'm still a child. I'm only 8.5 years old. How can you say such things? Suddenly, two sources of noise appeared in the tranquil sky. Xia Yun sat on Prometheus while Laxus sat on Zeus. The two shouted at each other, disturbing the picturesque sea surface like two boogers in the sky, disrupting everything. Xia Yun thought a lot, considering how to settle accounts after the mission, how to slap Makarov's face with the results, and what to eat afterward. Little did he know, not only did he lose his way, but Laxus did too. Since becoming a dragon slayer, Laxus had hardly taken on any missions that required sailing, and transportation was a significant constraint for him. Although Xia Yun's knowledge of sailing was decent, finding an island in the vast sea was still somewhat challenging. The mission letter included basic information about the sea area, but typically mages would look for a guide along the coast. Yet both Xia Yun and Laxus were inexperienced and assumed the other was prepared. Thus they set off casually, and it wasn't until they got lost that they began to brawl on Zeus. In a fit of anger, Xia Yun used 2 parts of his strength and landed 3 or 4 punches, sending Laxus' internal organs into disarray, erupting into wild laughter. Laxus, furious, felt as if smoke was coming out of his ears and summoned 5 bolts of lightning from all directions, yet upon steadying himself he saw that Xia Yun was unscathed. In the end, they had no choice but to separate and ride alone, but even apart they continued to bicker. They had already set off for a long time, and the supplies they brought were not going to be consumed quickly. With no turning back, things had reached this point, and they could only brace themselves to keep searching. Thus the two argued, and flew along roughly following the direction pointed out by the map. Fortunately, Lady Luck lifted her skirt, revealing a glimpse of an island that was just enough for Brooke to see the underwear. "Boss, look at that island ahead. There's a thick mist over it. Could it be the place indicated in the mission?" Ultimately, it was the more patient and observant Prometheus that identified the destination. Zeus only needed to bear Laxus while Prometheus was carrying Xia Yun. Even though its size had changed, the weight hadn't altered much. Hence Prometheus searched with exceptional diligence. Hearing its prompt, Xia Yun halted his quarrel with Laxus and looked in the direction indicated by Prometheus. According to the intelligence provided, the mission destination Cradle Atoll should consist of several small islands, but now a thick fog enveloped the entire reef from the coast to the interior from low to high, with no place left uncovered. The fog was dense and uniform grayish-white, as if the goddess of the ocean had tightly covered the entire reef with her cotton-like undergarments. From Xia Yun and Laxus' perspective, the island's terrain was all obscured in the mist, leaving only vague outlines. The reef was not small, but the thick fog made it appear isolated and silent. The boundary between the sea and sky had completely vanished, with the same grayish-white everywhere. Occasionally a breeze would pass, causing the fog to slowly billow, yet it never dispersed. Xia Yun stroked his chin, pondering how to act, but was momentarily captivated by the clarity of his jawline and could not come up with a good method. He could only say to Zeus, "Zeus, get closer," and drop Laxus down to scout the way. "I'll go to your eye, fuckbick." Laxus' protests fell on deaf ears. The final control still rested with Xia Yun. Ultimately, Xia Yun did not go mad, or perhaps Zeus, as a newly recognized friend, felt an unwillingness to act against him. Even though Zeus obeyed Xia Yun's command and flew straight towards the island, he did not throw Laxus from the sky, but instead entered the mist together. After all, Zeus was created using Xia Yun's soul. If Zeus were in danger, Xia Yun would be able to sense it to some extent. If Zeus were in danger, then Laxus' situation would likely not be good either, and when that time came, Xia Yun planned to charge in recklessly. He wondered if his giant form's mighty strike could shatter this mist, or if using the abilities of the Soul Fruit could turn this mist into his homies. But Xia Yun still intended to let Laxus scout the actual situation. Even if Laxus couldn't match him, he was still quite strong currently, at a solid A-class mage level, and was rapidly improving. He would reach S-class in a year or two. With his abilities, regular A-class missions were within easy reach. True protagonists usually make their entrance at the end. He could wait until Laxus couldn't handle it before making a grand appearance. Now shifting the perspective to Laxus. At this moment, Laxus, who had landed steadily, was fiercely pinching Zeus' cheek. He did not know that Zeus was created from Xia Yun's soul, but he understood that he had only known Zeus for a few days and could not compete with Xia Yun for his status in Zeus' heart, yet he was still very angry. Though they had not spent long together, Laxus had already learned to blame others for his misfortunes, cause trouble, and act unreasonably, from Xia Yun rapidly evolving into a mature adult. After venting a bit, Laxus scanned his surroundings. It must be said the area was indeed quite eerie. It was like the fog concealment technique from the neighboring Naruto series. The mist on the island was dense and uniform grayish-white and devoid of any other colors. As Laxus walked through the fog, he could barely see beyond 10 steps ahead, and even the ground beneath his feet appeared blurred. The mist seeped into every crevice, stone cracks, thickets, and low pits, merging the entire reef into a hazy whole. Laxus carefully explored, fully entering mission mode, displaying the qualities expected of a professional mage. Meanwhile, Zeus was struck by curiosity. Zeus' essence was a cloud, and clouds and fog are structurally quite similar, even identical. When Zeus felt hungry, he would directly swallow an entire thundercloud to replenish his energy. Thus he opened his mouth and took a big gulp of the surrounding thick fog. And for the first time in his life, Zeus experienced what it was like to have diarrhea. There's no reason for this. It shouldn't be like this. There's no justification. Why is this happening? Xia Yun mumbled to herself while trying to increase her word count. Zeus and Laxus had already entered the thick fog, while Xia Yun stood outside, beginning her own attempts. It had been a long time since she had used the talent of the soul fruit. After so long without injecting her soul, Master Xia felt a bit restless. Xia Yun condensed a large point of soul light and tossed it into the fog. However, this soul light was immediately rebounded like a marble. This was the first time such a thing had happened. Aside from the natural seafloor stone that could resist the powers of the devil fruit, Xia Yun could almost turn any lifeless object into a living one. The fact that the soul light was repelled could only occur under one condition: the fog itself was alive, possessing a soul. While Xia Yun was still pondering, a sudden thunder flashed within the fog. And it wasn't Laxus' yellow lightning, but Zeus' thunder. "My little Yun Yun is in danger." Xia Yun immediately panicked. "Prometheus, hurry. Let's go in quickly." This story goes back a long time, though it's lengthy. I'll try to be brief. Crackle crackle. 5 years ago when I was still a human, or just a few days ago, I was still a human. Unfortunately, I practiced a forbidden magic, and for that I paid with my life. Alright, the cloud next to me. How long are you going to make noise? I'm really sorry, I can't control it. Continuing the story, Zeus took a deep breath of the thick fog, and for the first time in his life, he felt the sensation of having eaten something wrong. The manifestation of this was constant discharges of electricity. Although aware that Zeus was having a stomach issue being a cloud, it was merely releasing lightning, so Laxus did not feel disgusted. However, based on the baseline of being human, Laxus suppressed his appetite due to the lightning released by Zeus' stomach issues. Thus, the lightning flashes that Xia Yun saw from outside the fog were actually Zeus having a stomach problem. After Zeus finished inhaling the fog, an elderly female figure slowly materialized. Laxus immediately launched an attack. A bolt of lightning struck fiercely, but instantly passed through the figure, causing no harm and shattering the rocks behind. Then this figure expressed that she meant no harm and began to tell a story until she was interrupted by Zeus. You continue while I'll try to endure. Although the figure's features were already blurred, Laxus could still sense her sigh. With Zeus' accompaniment, Laxus learned the full story. This world has many geniuses who exchange their talents at a young age, but more people live an ordinary life wanting to do something extraordinary in old age, yet always ending up making things worse. The elderly woman materializing in the fog was one of the latter. In her youth, she was an earth mage limited by her talent, achieving little in magic. Moreover, she was socially anxious and disliked interacting with others. After graduating from the Mage Academy, she took a position with the Fiori Kingdom's Maritime Trade Association, which had to be said offered excellent benefits. Her usual work involved using magic to maintain the reef's topography and continuously reclaiming land, extracting rocks from the seabed of distant waters to increase the land area of the islands. She was quite satisfied with this lifestyle until 5 or 6 years ago, when during a vacation, she accidentally obtained a magic book. Finding her job a bit dull, she started researching the magic documented in the book. This research lasted several years, transforming her from a near-retirement middle-aged woman to an elderly woman on the brink of retirement. Having lived a compliant life, she decided to take a wild chance and test the magic she had studied for years. Due to her limited talent, she only recently figured out that this magic was a longevity spell. To activate this magic, one needed to prepare a piece of land that was highly compatible with oneself. After completing the drawing of the magic array, one had to choose a special day to perform the ritual, ultimately achieving the goal of tightly binding oneself to the land and using its magic to nourish oneself and extend life. Everything seemed tailor-made for her. She had measured most of the land on the cradle reef with her footsteps, and a significant portion was land she had reclaimed herself, making it highly compatible with her. The urgency brought by aging finally prompted her to activate this magic on the last day before retirement. But what she did not expect was that this longevity magic had a rather terrifying side effect. Simply put, she became the land's bound spirit. The so-called longevity merely preserved her consciousness, while her physical form transformed into this thick fog, quietly enveloping the land. If the effects above already made her regret deeply, the events that followed terrified her even more. She discovered that her fog-like body was automatically attracting the souls of dead creatures, turning the entire cradle reef into a massive nurturing ground for spirits. This is also why so many ghosts gathered here. Sailors passing through would lose consciousness and dream of ghosts. At the moment the magic succeeded, she had transformed into fog, which also possessed the ability to automatically absorb magic power. Anyone whose magic power was lower than hers while alive would slowly have their magic power devoured. Thus, the mages that came to investigate all went missing. Those who remained on the island were mostly mages with some magic power, so they also fell into a coma here, unable to send messages. Upon reaching this point, she also realized that the so-called magic book was likely deliberately circulated by some evil dark mage. If this trend continues, the island will soon transform into a ghostly sea filled with spirits and immense magic power, a place that would be a great boon for mages practicing specific magics. Whether for magical advancement or crafting special magical devices, it would be a place where efforts yield disproportionately large results. If the person who released this magic book was still alive one day, it might be taken over by him. Thus, this elderly woman despairingly awaited the final judgment of fate until Laxus and Zeus arrived. Laxus' magic power had already approached strength. The fog she transformed into could not absorb Laxus' magic power, and as for Zeus, he was even bolder, daring to directly consume the fog, and it seemed to be no problem. These two might just be the key to her liberation. Both of you, to break this, you must completely kill me. Do not have too many concerns, I am already considered dead. If this is not resolved in time, my colleagues and the visiting mages will be in danger. Moreover, the number of ghosts is increasing, and once a certain number gathers, they will also have offensive power. If we don't hurry to resolve this, things will get even more troublesome. On the left side of the island is my residence. I activated the magic in the backyard there. The altar must be completely destroyed to resolve everything here, so come with me. As soon as the old woman finished speaking, a massive fireball, like a meteor, fell from the sky, plunging directly toward the direction she pointed. Boom! The sound of a massive explosion followed. Buffet. Xia Yun utilized a descending movement technique, and the fireball, just now, was naturally from Prometheus and Xia Yun. As soon as he landed, ghosts began to attack from all directions. However, unlike the ghosts Xia Yun had devoured earlier, these were clearly malevolent spirits. They resembled Dementors from the Hogwarts set, cloaked in black, with indistinct facial features save for a pair of blood-red eyes that emitted a chilling light along with long sharp claws. The ghosts floated in midair, moving swiftly. Upon spotting Xia Yun, they did not rush to attack. Instead, they surrounded him. Interesting. They seem highly intelligent, or perhaps someone is directing them. Regardless of whether they have a master, they've come to me, who I'll treat it as a buffet. Xia Yun released the physical transformation spell, reverting to his original form. With his mouth wide open, he generated a terrifying suction force, drawing in the unsuspecting ghosts that had ventured too close. The taste is quite strange, like strawberry chocolate-filled dumplings, but it's not inedible. After devouring one or two, Xia Yun assessed the flavor and provided his remarks. These ghosts were clearly modified, showing signs of artificial creation rather than being the result of natural death. The magical energy contained within these ghosts was evidently added by an outsider, and it appeared to be crafted by the same individual, as the magical sensation was identical. Moreover, these ghosts retained a certain amount of painful resentment, which made them quite aggressive. However, as long as they are ghosts, regardless of what they are mixed with, their primary composition is still the soul. As long as it's a soul, Xia Yun dared to consume them. Feeling the ghosts being rapidly digested within him and converted into stamina, Xia Yun released his restraints and began actively hunting these ghosts. He also confirmed that these ghosts definitely had a master. After noticing Xia Yun's predatory behavior, they continued to swarm around him like flies. Before long, 20 to 30 ghosts had been devoured. However, the surrounding ghosts numbered at least 300 to 400, providing Xia Yun with ample opportunity to feast. Xia Yun wanted to see just how long the individual behind the scenes could endure. When Xia Yun had consumed about 20 to 50, the ghosts began to exhibit their aggressiveness, screeching and charging towards him. Soul Shock. Xia Yun unleashed his new technique. This move was developed after practicing Soul Song for quite some time. Combining the ability of the Soul Fruit, it could instill fear in souls weaker than his within a certain range, causing the particularly weak to submit on the spot. The effect appeared somewhat akin to Conqueror's Haki. Xia Yun was preparing to study how to combine this technique with Conqueror's Haki, perhaps allowing him to develop his own unique Conqueror's Haki effects in the future. These artificially created ghosts, in terms of soul mass, were likely inferior even to ordinary people. Their attack power was relatively high due to certain characteristics, but under Xia Yun's intimidation, they all collapsed, unable to maintain their float. This made it easier for Xia Yun to gather and devour them. Shut up. Aren't you afraid of ruining your stomach? The figure hiding in the shadows could no longer contain himself, revealing his form and attempting to stop Xia Yun. However, he did not reveal his true appearance, instead wearing a mask and a hood, with the only identifiable feature being his dark red hair peeking from beneath the hood. His stature was small and his voice suggested he was a middle-aged man. You needn't worry about that. With such wicked dark magic, tell me, which faction do you belong to? Which dark guild member are you? Seeing his appearance along with the ghosts from earlier, Xia Yun deduced that this individual must be a certain independent dark mage. In the realm of dark mages, the name Hades is renowned, famed throughout. Even if one does not know his real name, the title of Demon Heart's guild leader commands respect from the majority of dark mages. To be honest, Xia Yun was somewhat impressed by his ability to create ghosts. Impudent brat, you judge by appearances. I am a legitimate light mage. The hooded middle-aged man did not reveal his identity, but denied Xia Yun's assumption. Xia Yun smirked, believing he was merely grasping at straws, a light mage behaving so sneakily. Those ghosts were created by you, weren't they? This doesn't seem like something a light mage would do, and this thick fog is probably your handiwork as well. Surrender obediently, or I will have to eliminate you on behalf of the fairies. The middle-aged man chuckled ominously. From what you say, and the mark on your arm, you must be from that detestable fairy tale, right? What a brazen brat. If you have the ability, come and try it. Dark corruption. Without adhering to martial ethics, the middle-aged man attacked first. The purple-black magic coalesced into two skeletal figures that slithered around Xia Yun's body, wrapping around his neck. Soul Devour. The middle-aged man commanded again. The two skeletal figures opened their indistinct mouths, emitting a dreadful wail before sucking in forcefully. However, nothing happened. From the name of your technique, it can devour my soul. You dare to show off here. Xia Yun extended his hands. As the wielder of the Soul Fruit's ability, he could casually touch souls, crushing the two skeletal figures as easily as squashing bugs. Taking advantage of the middle-aged man's moment of shock, he rapidly enlarged his arm and smashed it down towards him. The middle-aged man conjured a magical shield to take the blow, but the overwhelming force shattered the magical shield, sending the middle-aged man flying. This move is giant magic. What is your relationship with Makarov? Regardless of whether the middle-aged man was careless, the fact that he couldn't even withstand one of Xia Yun's attacks indicated he was a lightweight, allowing Xia Yun to relax his guard. He scratched his ear and replied, "Nothing much, just a bastard child." What? That hypocritical Makarov has a bastard at his age. Does he even qualify to be one of the 10 holy mages? Charlotte, if you dare to spread rumors again, I will not let you off. Before the middle-aged man could finish being stunned, a bolt of lightning flashed and kicked Xia Yun squarely on the chin, the attacker being Laxus. For some reason, he seemed somewhat attached to this position. The middle-aged man appeared to recognize Laxus, and upon witnessing this scene, he was even more shocked, pointing at Laxus and saying, "I recognize you, you must be Makarov's grandson." A bastard child and a legitimate grandson are both here. Makarov isn't also here, is he? At this moment, Laxus was not in the mood to focus on this matter and shouted loudly at the middle-aged man, "That guy isn't Grandpa's child, he's a habitual liar." The middle-aged man snorted coldly. "Identical magic, and yet you still want to argue. It's just a petty squabble among magic families. I never expected Makarov to be such a person. No wonder there are rumors saying he is an old pervert. But out of respect for him, I won't hold it against you today." With that, he transformed into a ghost and swiftly departed, even leaving behind the ghostly soldiers he had created. Xia Yun had no intention of continuing the pursuit of the middle-aged man who was hiding and revealing himself. Although he was quite tempted by his ghostly manufacturing skills, the mission still took precedence. Laxus was currently immersed in the fact that his grandfather's reputation continued to be tarnished. He was sulking and unwilling to acknowledge Xia Yun, heading straight for the location pointed out by the female magic soldier. Xia Yun shamelessly followed him, saying, "Don't mind me, I just wanted to use the president's name to scare him a bit. I didn't expect him to actually know the president." The outcome was rather good, wasn't it? The president's reputation was indeed quite effective. It scared him away in an instant. However, Laxus still ignored Xia Yun. After a while, Zeus finally arrived, accompanied by the unfortunate female magic soldier. After listening to Zeus' account, Xia Yun realized that the middle-aged man they had just encountered was likely the true instigator. It was highly probable that the magic book had also been leaked by him. He had heard the news and rushed over to harvest the crops. With his ghostly soldier manufacturing skills, this Misty Sea was practically tailor-made for him to create his soldiers. Now that the instigator had left, the remaining work posed no difficulties. Under the guidance of the female magic soldier, the two successfully found the core magic circle. "Next, please both of you exert your full power and destroy it." Laxus glanced at the magic circle. Destroying it was not a difficult task, but he still spoke up. "If this magic circle dissipates, you will perish as well, right? Isn't there really any other way?" The female magic soldier sighed. "Alas, one must always be responsible for their actions. It was my greed at the time that activated this magic. If this is not dispelled, the staff on the island and other magic soldiers will be in mortal danger. And in this state, I can hardly claim to be alive. If you hadn't just driven away that guy, I would likely have become his slave, which would have been even worse. Then let it be as you wish. Thunder dragons, roar. Wait, spare him." Xia Yun, who had been following Laxus, finally spoke up again. Laxus was angry again, giving him the cold shoulder all the way. No matter what Xia Yun said, he wouldn't respond, leaving Xia Yun at a loss as to how to talk to him. Now he only knew the story of this female magic soldier. Upon seeing Laxus preparing to destroy it violently, Xia Yun felt there might still be a chance for rescue. The female magic soldier had transformed her entire body into dense mist, which also contained her own soul. Thus, Xia Yun couldn't turn this mist into a home eyes, but after understanding the situation, he thought of another method and decided to give it a try. "You're too impulsive, Laxus. You still need to practice, young man. Let me try first." Laxus interrupted, and his roar choked a bit. He didn't even mind Xia Yun taking advantage of him, turning to glare at Xia Yun. "What can you do? That magic soldier has left, but that doesn't mean he won't return. If we don't hurry to solve this problem, it will lead to a disaster in this sea." "Judging by appearances, huh? Do you really think I can only use giant magic? I know a lot about Dragon Slayer magic, but don't you have any thoughts?" Seeing Laxus' slightly probing gaze, Xia Yun continued. "In the end, the relationship between you and your grandfather isn't that deep. He didn't even tell you that I am also a Dragon Slayer. The power comes from the spirit dragon mastering the power of the soul. Although I can't roar elbow strike or use other ultimate techniques, I can manipulate souls and consume them. You saw it just now, right? I consumed those ghosts of the middle-aged man. Don't you care about me at all? Didn't you have any doubts at that time? Aren't you even afraid of me getting a stomach ache? Faced with Xia Yun's probing about Soul's laxist demeanor was very cold. You always stuff everything into your mouth. Stop talking nonsense. Just try your method quickly. Seeing the icy laxist, Xia Yun could only mumble softly, so cold treating your uncle from the rumors like this. Although he complained verbally, he continued working. Xia Yun had already developed a plan. The dense mist itself possessed a soul. He couldn't turn it into a home eyes, but that didn't mean he couldn't extract the soul. Xia Yun addressed the phantom created by the female magic soldier, saying, "What should I call you?" The female magic soldier was taken aback and instinctively replied, "Bianca, you can call me Bianca." "All right, Bianca. Life or die." As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Yun unleashed his conqueror's haki for the first time in the fairy tale world and activated the magic of soul intimidation with his magic power. At the same time, his massive form leaned down, staring intently at Bianca. The conqueror's haki itself possessed an intimidating effect. Its powerful aura swept across the entire island. Even Laxus, standing aside, felt immense pressure, let alone Bianca, who was facing Xia Yun directly. In Bianca's eyes, Xia Yun's figure became increasingly towering, exuding a crushing sensation from the very essence of the soul. A deep-rooted fear arose in her, being a half-ghostly entity. Life. Bianca trembled in fear, barely able to speak coherently, but ultimately still held a desire for life, choosing to answer that she wanted to live. Hearing this answer, Xia Yun chuckled lightly, straightened up, and reached out his hands to grasp the mist enveloping the entire island. "Come out to me." In the next moment, the phantom that Bianca had formed instantly dissipated, and the mist that had shrouded the island seemed to lose its adhesive quality, transforming from dense and thick to a natural fog. It began to slowly flow and disperse. In Xia Yun's hands, a white point of soul light appeared. Indeed, Xia Yun had successfully extracted Bianca's soul with ease. Although he could extract the souls of living beings, they would turn into soul materials afterward, having no effect apart from being used for home eyes. After learning the Dragon Slayer magic of the soul, the extracted soul could replenish stamina. Coupled with Xia Yun's recent studies on soul songs, he could roughly predict that the nature of the extracted soul had changed. However, this was also his first time using it, and he used Bianca as an experiment. Looking at Bianca's soul in his hand and the dissipating mist, Xia Yun thought for a moment. Ultimately, there was still no suitable vessel, so he reintegrated the soul back into the mist, transforming it into home eyes. Although it seemed a bit redundant in the process, extracting Bianca's soul from the mist and then re-injecting it, the reality was entirely different. It was akin to taking money out of someone else's wallet and then putting it back into your own. Although it was still the same money, could it be the same? Bianca had already transformed into Xia Yun's home eyes. Indeed, the soul song enhanced Xia Yun's understanding of souls, and he could now extract a person's soul and directly transform it into home eyes. I must say it was truly wicked. However, just after completing all of this, Xia Yun felt his body become weak for the first time as a wave of exhaustion swept over him. It felt like a sage's time, akin to the middle-aged man's lack of stamina. As a being of immense physical strength, Xia Yun had never felt such fatigue, and his eyelids could no longer resist the urge to droop. But with the last of his will, he thought that Laxus was beside him, so there shouldn't be any danger. Thus, Xia Yun gave up resisting the drowsiness and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Bianca, transformed into home eyes, rapidly absorbed the mist that had originally enveloped the island, ultimately taking on the ethereal form of an elderly woman. In that moment, the mist that had covered the entire island completely dissipated. "Congratulations, the surgery was very successful, and you are now a girl." Summer Yin slowly woke up and heard this from Lacases just as he was about to open his eyes. Zeus stopped teaching this guy strange phrases. Summer Yun had full confidence in his second brother, believing there was no scalpel that could ruin him. And this phrase was taught by Summer Yun to Zeus, a perfect tactic to deal with the children in the orphanage who loved to sleep in. It was simply infallible. It scared them so much that they dared not wet the bed the next day. Although generally speaking it was Summer Yun who woke up later, he was always lenient with himself, but strict with others. Whenever he couldn't sleep, he would wake up early to play pranks. It was evident that Zeus had led Lacases astray. It was hard to learn well in youth, but easy to go astray. In the future, Lacases might not become a typical eccentric young man, but it was uncertain what he would ultimately become. Summer Yin sat up straight, after a nap the fatigue had dissipated. He still maintained his original form, and even sitting down, he could look down upon everyone present. "Lord Charlotte, hello." As the transformed home eyes Bianca saw Summer Yin wake up, she quickly bowed to him. Although in her perception Summer Yin seemed to have become her master, she was still quite willing if it meant she could avoid death. After all, this child was also a member of the Light Guild, and she had heard of the name Fairy Tail. Although they often acted recklessly, they had always been at odds with dark guilds. Poor Bianca, ultimately unaware that Fairy Tail and the Dark Guilds were intertwined to some extent. From the outset, they were hardly righteous. The second-generation guild master was nearly becoming the head of a dark guild, not to mention the undercover agent right before them. Summer Yun didn't pay much attention to this. After all, it was just a highly intelligent homais. Moreover, his identity was currently in a clear state with Lacasses watching beside him, so he naturally couldn't show any capitalist behavior towards Bianca. So Summer Yun merely nodded slightly to Bianca. "TSK, in the end, I still didn't manage to deceive you." He saw that Summer Yun didn't even touch below to confirm he was lying. Lacasses was somewhat disappointed. This guy spread rumors everywhere, and ever since he met him, he had always been at a disadvantage. It was truly not easy to trick him. Standing on the other side of Bianca, Lacasses spoke again, and it was then that Summer Yun noticed an old man standing next to Lacasses. The third-generation guild master Makarov had arrived. "Are you that concerned about your grandson? You have to follow him on a mission, guild master." Noticing Makarov, Summer Yun teased him, but Makarov paid no mind and continued speaking to himself. "Well done, children. The rating of this mission has been raised to ins-level task, and yet you managed to complete it so excellently. It truly brings joy to this old man. Charlotte Lacasses has already told me what happened earlier. I have no intention of probing into your secret, but please be cautious in the future and try to minimize the use of such soul-manipulating magic. If the Magic Council finds out, they will definitely keep a strict watch over you. Extracting someone's soul and injecting it into another object. I've never even heard of such a thing. If some politicians get wind of this, they would probably make you restless for a lifetime. At that point, either they will try to control you or eliminate you." This was not Makarov's alarmist rhetoric. Even though this is a world of magic, there are still powers of royalty and nobility. To be able to extract someone else's soul, does that not imply the possibility of soul exchange? If this can indeed be done, everyone who takes pride in their identity will feel an immense sense of crisis. Rest assured, Guild Master, I cannot reach that level. This is simply due to Bianca's special situation. Summer Yun laughed it off. As for whether he could do it, he was not too certain. Perhaps he really could exchange souls. The unreasonable nature of the devil fruit is comparable to magic. If the surgery fruit can achieve consciousness exchange, it stands to reason that the soul fruit can achieve soul exchange, but Summer Yun had not developed it yet, so he could only wait for the future. However, Guildmaster, you just mentioned that the task level has been raised to S. Has the commission increased? Summer Yun was more concerned about money than Makarov's reminder. In this world, there are not many pirates, and mountain bandits are too poor. Moreover, he was a white household, so he had to rely on missions to earn money. Therefore, as soon as he heard the task level had increased, Summer Yun immediately thought whether the commission had also risen. Rest assured, you will not lose out. The task has been upgraded to S level, and the current commission is already 3 million J. But now the more pressing matter is, how should this lady be handled? Charlotte, can you explain Bianca's situation? Upon hearing Makarov mention her, Bianca straightened up nervously. Although her body still seemed to be composed of mist during the time Summer Yun was unconscious, she had also tested it out. This form could still use magic. She could even eat, although the only thing she could consume was mist, but the sense of fullness and taste felt no different from eating. Surviving was no easy feat. Retaining this body brought Bianca immense joy, but she still knew that her future fate was in Summer Yun's hands. Summer Yun felt that the former Bianca was at most a level mage. After being transformed into a mist homais, her actual combat power should have increased, as she could now be immune to physical attacks, but her magical power was still level, which rendered her of little use. Moreover, she was quite plain-looking and older, making it difficult for her to serve as a secretary. After some thought, Summer Yun decided to present himself as a selfless figure to Makarov. Guild Master, Bianca's current situation is due to my magic, but in reality, she remains an independent individual. What should we do in the future? Let her choose for herself. Upon hearing this, Makarov smiled with satisfaction, thinking that this child, while often talkative, had a good heart. With his experience, he could still sense Summer Yun's absolute control over Bianca, but Summer Yun was still willing to grant Bianca her freedom. Bianca, do you have any plans for the future? Me? Bianca was taken aback. I don't know either. The situation here was ultimately caused by me. The company might seek compensation from me, but I'm retired now. To be honest, I don't know where I should go from here. Makarov pondered for a moment and said, why don't you come to our guild? In your current state, you are still somewhat eye-catching. The matron in the girls' dormitory of our guild is getting a bit old and is in need of an assistant. Is that really possible? Two Lacasses poked Summer Yun. Why are you so excited? It's nothing, ew, I'm just happy for her. Summer Yun repeatedly waved his hands to dismiss the matter. But as for the reason for his happiness, only he himself knew. Summer Yun did not express it verbally. In truth, he could control homais, and having a homai serve as a dormitory manager in the girls' dormitory left plenty of room for maneuvering. Why do you take 4/5? Calm down, young man. Of course I'm distributing it per person. Look, Zeus gets 1 share, Prometheus gets 1 share, Gaia gets 1 share, and I get 1 share. There are 4 of us, so isn't it reasonable to take 4/5 of the task's remuneration? Reasonable? What nonsense. Zeus is one thing, but that fireball and your hat have been sleeping the whole time, right? Those two didn't participate in the task at all, so why should they get a share? And don't think I don't know that all the money Zeus receives goes into your pocket. At this moment, Laxus was angrily arguing with Xia Yun, pounding the table. He didn't really care about the money, he was just fed up with Xia Yun's excessive behavior. After Xia Yun secretly received the commission from Markelov, he gave Laxus 1/5, keeping the rest for himself. No matter how much Laxus pressed him, he just claimed he had already spent it, acting like a greedy treasure that only takes in and never gives out. Laxus was extremely dissatisfied with the distribution ratio. If Xia Yun hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have even noticed that Prometheus and Gaia also participated in the task. Laxus, are you denying the partnership of Prometheus and Gaia? Have you already forgotten about companionship and bonds? Do you still deserve to be a member of Fairy Tail? Master, come here quickly. Your grandson has completely gone astray. Before you pass away, hurry up and depose this grandson who doesn't understand the importance of partnership and make me the prince. Bang, bang. This is so embarrassing. Stop arguing. Markelov punched Xia Yun and Laxus on the head twice. These two had been arguing about the commission for the whole morning, drawing the attention of everyone in the guild. But there was nothing to be done as Xia Yun had already used an old-school approach, and the hat was on. Moreover, Markelov knew about Xia Yun's financial situation, and he was indeed a bit short on cash lately, so he could only take a side. All right, Laxus, let's let this go. To be honest, it was Xia Yun who resolved this crisis, so let's just give him a bit more. Hearing someone backing him up, even if it's a short person, Xia Yun felt particularly confident. Did you hear that? Laxus, your grandpa has spoken, and it's a fair statement. Let me add 2 more words. I was the one who led you to the destination, I was the one who drove away that hooded middle-aged man, and I was the one who solved the mist. Throughout, it seems you didn't play any significant role, did you? So what's wrong with me taking a little more? Next time you come to ask me to team up, I won't agree. Laxus angrily tossed his sleeves and stormed out of the guild. Laxus wasn't actually that angry. He knew he didn't play a significant role in this task. He wouldn't mind if Xia Yun took a little more, he just wanted an attitude. Xia Yun was really infuriating. Don't, Laxus. Didn't we cooperate quite well? We took down its class mission right away. Don't be mad. He'll give you a bit more. How about 300J? A full meal is different from a feast. Xia Yun could still distinguish this clearly. If Laxus refused to team up with him anymore, he would miss out greatly. Xia Yun quickly understood that Laxus' nature was that of a tsundere. A tsundere teenage boy has no market. But as long as he's a tsundere, he can actually be easily coaxed. Before long, Laxus forgave Xia Yun, and the two continued to team up. Due to their powerful strength, they quickly made a name for themselves. Their combination received a loud and shameful name in the Magic Weekly: Thunder Titan. Thunder naturally refers to Laxus, while Titan refers to Xia Yun. Xia Yun usually used giant magic the most, or simply reverted to his original form by releasing the transformation magic. Although the name is both childish and shallow, it has spread, and the two have no choice but to accept it. After getting familiar with Laxus, to save expenses, Xia Yun often went to Markelov's house to mooch off meals. After all, he was one of the 10 great saints, and since the main cast of destructive maniacs hadn't yet joined the guild, there was no need to continuously pay various compensation fees. So Markelov had plenty of money. The affluent lifestyle was almost suffocating Laxus, and Xia Yun decided to share the burden with his good teammate by quickly depleting the food supplies at Markelov's home. Fortunately, Xia Yun still had some self-awareness. Even with the financial resources of President Hades, he could be drained to the point of a fiscal crisis, so Markelov's savings weren't enough for him to squander. So during mission times, he would briefly switch back to the large ghost form in the graveyard to consume souls. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Xia Yun had officially turned 9. After undoing the transformation magic, his size officially surpassed 6 meters. As for his current weight, since he didn't have such a large scale, he never cared about it. However, due to consistent training, Xia Yun had become slightly thinner. It's okay, I'll be fine when I hit puberty. Once I hit puberty, I will definitely slim down quickly. By next year's second half, I will definitely weigh 6 tons. Xia Yun always encouraged himself. Half a year is neither long nor short. It would allow Xia Yun to officially obtain the qualification of an A-class mage. Although his strength far surpassed that, age played a factor, and higher levels would require him to age further. Laxus, on the other hand, was officially targeting S-class mage status. In the original storyline, he would have needed another year or 2, but now Xia Yun had appeared. Originally, Laxus was one of the strongest in his age group, and since the Fiori Kingdom was not a major power, there weren't many mages around, which left Laxus in an invincible yet lonely state. It wasn't until he met Xia Yun that he realized what a true genius is. Despite being much younger, he possessed the strength to defeat him in an instant. This also instilled a sense of urgency in Laxus. Unwilling to lose, he trained harder and occasionally challenged Xia Yun. Although he would always lose badly, his strength steadily improved. As for Xia Yun, his greatest gain was in the exploration of souls. It is said that one who has never eaten pork has at least seen pigs run. After eating enough pork, one can understand the 100 methods of cooking it. Having consumed enough souls, Xia Yun became more adept at infusing them. His understanding of souls steadily improved, and finally, on his 9th birthday, his exploration level reached 25. Xia Yun could return. Although he had yet to experience many things, none of the main cast had made an appearance. He hadn't even seen the so-called strongest in the guildarts, and he had no idea where that red-haired Shanks-like uncle had gone. Besides, when considering the connections in Fairy Tail, the one he had the deepest bond with was actually Laxus. Although they always bickered and fought, they went on missions together all the time, allowing Xia Yun to smoothly lead Laxus away from the typical teenage norm. However, Xia Yun decided to return to the pirate world first. Considering the time, he had almost been gone for a year. If he delayed any longer, Whitebeard might start burning paper for him. Now he needed to come up with a reason that would make the guild members reasonably accept his long absence. Everyone, let me tell you something. I have discovered my destined profession. I am going to set sail. I will definitely become the Pirate King. Your Big Daddy is back. Upon returning to the world of One Piece, Xia Yun shouted at the top of his lungs. Unfortunately, no one responded. Xia Yun's return point was exactly where he had walked out, in a sea area not too far from the giant nation of Elbaf. The vast ocean here stretches endlessly. Although it is still a sea where one cannot see the end, the ocean of the One Piece world feels inexplicably more mysterious and profound than that of Fairy Tail. Fortunately, the weather in this sea area is perfect at the moment with no wind. The sea surface is extremely calm. Occasionally, schools of fish leap out of the water only to quickly disappear, showcasing the ocean's abundance. At this moment, Morgans the News King has not yet been born. According to official records, he is about 53 years old, and Xia Yun is a full 15 years older than him. So the seagulls have not yet become workers, freely soaring in the sky and making sporadic cawing sounds that are not annoying. The world of One Piece quietly showcases its charm. Now let's revisit the abilities Xia Yun obtained in the Fairy Tail world. 1. Body magic. Not much use in combat. The mental damage from Shrinking Ding Ding and European Pie will not be discussed for now, but it allows Xia Yun to reduce his size, making him the size of an ordinary person. 2. Giant magic. A massive boost in combat strength allows Xia Yun to transform into a giant several dozen meters tall. Unlike Big Mom, who needs to sacrifice her lifespan to grow, Xia Yun can grow painlessly, although the duration is insufficient. 3. Soul Song magic enhances understanding of souls, nearing the ability to extract a person's soul and perform exchanges. 4. Dragon Slayer magic. Unfortunately, he cannot use the dragon's elbow strike or iron fist, but it improves endurance and enables the skill to consume souls to replenish stamina. I must say, after going through a cycle, he has become much stronger. Xia Yun can now barely exert royal-level combat strength. Xia Yun is confident that as long as he grows steadily, he will surely reach the king level in the future, standing shoulder to shoulder with Harold and Rox. Only in this way can he truly honor his talent. A few days ago, when Xia Yun left, he shouted that he wanted to become the Pirate King. I must say the reason Xia Yun found was indeed quite poor. What does it mean to set sail to become the Pirate King? Fairy Tail is a serious guild. It does not allow banditry. Until later, when they saw that Xia Yun did not seem to be joking, the others finally realized that he truly wanted to go out for a long time. As the guild leader, Makarov is the patriarch of all guild members, but he cannot interfere with the personal freedom of guild members. Since this is what Xia Yun wants to do, he did not stop him. The only one who reacted significantly was the tsundere youth Laxus. Lacking peers to play with, Laxus was actually quite lonely. Moreover, the people in the guild tend to see him as the grandson of the guild leader rather than treating Laxus as an independent individual, which leads to a slight sense of distance between him and the guild members. Xia Yun was the first person to treat him equally, although sometimes Xia Yun did not treat him as a person. However, after getting used to Xia Yun's nature, Laxus no longer took it to heart. When he suddenly heard that Xia Yun wanted to set sail and become the Pirate King, Laxus found it hard to accept. It was only after Xia Yun promised that he would return to see him and bring him gifts that Laxus stopped being angry. After a fairy tale-style farewell party, Xia Yun set off. At the moment before setting off, in his backpack, the communicator given to Xia Yun by President Hades began to vibrate, but Xia Yun, immersed in the joy of returning, did not notice. Returning to the world of One Piece, Xia Yun felt the sky was high and the sea was vast. If it weren't for his remaining sanity, he would have loved to dive into the sea and swim a few laps. Having not seen his little brothers for over a year, Xia Yun now felt an overwhelming urge to return, but he seemed to feel like he had forgotten something, yet he could not recall what it was. Xia Yun patted Zeus under him and the other two homies, asking, I feel like I've forgotten something. Did I make any promises before I left? After a long absence from the scene, Gaia answered, Boss, I remember you seem to have promised the children of the Lamb House to find a new homeland for them. We should probably find an island or a country first, otherwise we won't be able to explain what we have been doing for a year. With Gaia's prompt, Xia Yun finally remembered this matter. Before leaving, he told the children of the Lamb House that he was going to explore the outside world to find a true homeland for them. The land of giants ultimately belongs to the giants and not to them. Now that Xia Yun has returned, the promise has yet to be fulfilled, so he must quickly find an island, whether inhabited or not. They must look for one first. Zeus, hurry. Set off. There are a lot of islands out there waiting for us to grace them. From today, their big daddy is coming. Yes, boss. X3. Not only Zeus, but Prometheus and Gaia were also extremely excited. Although Xia Yun's strength has significantly improved over the past year, the three of them had not appeared much, and usually only Zeus would be a little busy. Prometheus and Gaia were mostly in a state of slacking off. Prometheus was fine as he could talk to fire magic users like Makarov, but Gaia, not to mention, usually had no one to communicate with. After more than a year, she really missed her brother Tetsu. They were all very excited to return to the world of One Piece. Zeus changed direction and headed away from Elbaf. There are many islands in the New World, and they are in a high position, so they are not worried about not finding an island. With Zeus and Prometheus around, there is no worry about food in this bountiful sea. A single lightning strike from Zeus can kill numerous fish, allowing Xia Yun to fill his stomach without worrying about endurance. The only downside for Xia Yun is that the souls of these unthinking fish are almost negligible. Even if consumed, they do not replenish much stamina. Zeus' mobility, being able to fly freely, is still quite impressive. Although his instantaneous acceleration ability is not strong, Zeus' long-distance traveling capability is undoubtedly top-tier, faster than any ship Xia Yun has ever ridden. In the New World, the most dangerous aspect is always the unpredictable weather. Sudden thunderstorms and inexplicable snowfall can destroy entire fleets. However, this is not a problem for Xia Yun and his group. Zeus's main course is these thundercloud storms. The world of fairy tale does not have so many terrifying natural disasters, and Zeus has not had a chance to feast for a long time. Thus, after traveling for a short while, they discovered a vast area of raging thunderstorms ahead. Without any hesitation, Zeus flew straight toward the storm. Coincidentally, under the thunderstorms, several unfortunate ships were rocking precariously amidst the fierce winds and lightning. Seeing these ships that were about to sink, he immediately saw an opportunity to spread his kindness. Zeus, go deal with that storm first. Oh, I have my eyes on those ships and their people. All right, boss. Grr. It seems I'm truly unlucky to have been caught up by you, but I won't be easily defeated. In the midst of the storm, a tall and sturdy young boy stood at the bow of the ship holding a wooden stick he had found somewhere, loudly proclaiming his unyielding spirit and fighting will to the approaching enemies. In the world of One Piece, unseen places are filled with desperate struggles. Beneath the comedy and fantasy lies the cruel reality of conflict that defines this world. The sky looked as if it had been splashed with ink. Thick clouds hung low and winds tore from all directions, blowing waves into towering heaps. This robust boy, though one could tell from his laughter that he was no ordinary person, was not in a favorable situation at the moment. The ship he was on was a bit small and quite dilapidated for his size. In this weather, the ship was tossed atop towering waves only to plunge into the depths in an instant, the wood creaking as if it might splinter apart at any moment. Rain pelted the boy's face, soaking the tattered shirt he wore. He was likely around 14 or 15, in the transitional phase from childhood to adolescence. Wearing a black hood, his hairstyle was indiscernible. His build was somewhat plump, yet exceptionally strong, with a pair of strikingly sharp, inverted triangle eyes that appeared fierce, but more than that, resolute. Perhaps due to being in a growth spurt, the boy had some sparse fuzz on his upper lip. Possibly from drifting at sea for too long, his skin was rough, adorned with many recently healed scars. A bolt of lightning flashed, illuminating his tender, yet determined face, and the slaughter began. However, in the next moment, the sky changed, leaving the people on the ship unable to focus on fighting. A childish, clear voice rang out from above, contrasting sharply with the massive volume. Aha! What a feast! In the eyes of those present, a cloud darker than the storm above swiftly approached, strangely possessing facial features. Its round white eyes gleamed with a greedy light, and it grinned, revealing serrated teeth. Without needing to say much, this was indeed Homai's Zeus. It opened its mouth wide, unleashing a terrifying suction force. Thunderclouds began to twist and swirl, transforming into thick black currents rushing into Zeus' maw. The lightning ceased abruptly, and the heavy rain came to an immediate stop. After a short while, the storm vanished. The sky revealed a clear, deep blue, and Zeus floated high in the air, contentedly licking its lips. Burp. Those battling on the ship were stunned by this scene. They witnessed the facial features on the cloud and saw it devour the thunderclouds, a sight never before seen, even in the New World. While some were still in shock, others had already reacted. The tall, sturdy boy quickly shook off his surprise, swinging the wooden stick in his hand and striking the nearest enemy on the head. In an instant, brain matter splattered. In terms of strength, this child was truly monstrous. Seemingly accustomed to such acts, he was not deterred by the bloody scene. Instead, he swiftly continued to wield his wooden stick, charging toward the next enemy. Damn it! Be careful, everyone. This little brat may be of a special race or have giant blood. He's incredibly strong. We must capture him. Such a unique little brat is worth a fortune. Capture him and sell him to the celestial dragons, and we won't have to worry for half a year. Clearly, the group fighting against the boy was a slave capture team. They recognized the boy's value and prepared to seize him. However, the slave capture team overestimated their combat strength and underestimated the boy. The reason this tall boy wanted to escape was not because he feared the slave capture team, but purely due to concern over the weather. In the face of a powerful storm, even he risked capsizing, but now that the storm had dissipated, it was time to teach these oblivious fools a lesson. This boy, tall in stature, moved with extreme agility like a ferocious tiger unleashed. His movements were astonishingly quick, and his sturdy arms possessed strength far beyond that of his peers. He maneuvered swiftly across the narrow deck, the heavy stick crashing down on pirates, the sound of bones breaking clearly audible. The pirates attempting to encircle him screamed in agony as they fell one after another. Shattered brain matter and broken bones covered the entire deck. Please, please, spare me. In no time, this boy had reduced the entire slave capture team to just their captain, who had previously strutted around, now kneeling at the boy's feet. Only when the boy truly approached could one feel his towering height and strength. Though he appeared to be only 13 or 14, he was nearly 4 meters tall. Even after killing so many, the boy still showed no mercy. He raised the wooden stick in his hand again and slammed it down fiercely. Grr! His wild laughter mixed with the sea breeze carried the boy's intimidating aura far and wide. Clap, 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 clap. A round of applause came from above. Not bad, little brat. You're so strong at this age. I have high hopes for you. I, Charlotte Ding. Charlotte Claude, will call you the second strongest. How about coming to be my little brother? I promise to provide food and shelter. The sturdy boy's pupils suddenly constricted, and he looked up sharply. The cloud that had just gorged itself was now hovering nearby. On this cloud stood a child even larger than he. Although he appeared to be much younger than himself, his stature was at least 6 meters tall, and he was severely overnourished, plumper than the boy. Even with girlish pink hair, his imposing presence was undeniably that of an extraordinary person. The strong boy felt a sense of dread, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, trickling down past the sparse fuzz on his upper lip before finally landing on the deck. He thought to himself, this guy might be quite strong. That cloud beneath him just consumed the entire storm. Damn, he actually has the ability to control storms. Observing the vigilant boy before him, Summer Cloud did not waste words and tossed over a fish freshly roasted by Prometheus. After showing a bit of goodwill, Summer Cloud spoke. Don't worry, I mean you no harm. I just want to make a friend. Summer Cloud had been observing from above for quite some time. This boy was indeed somewhat strong. The stick he wielded to beat pirates faintly shimmered with the color of armament hockey. At his age, to be able to cultivate armament hockey combined with his innate physical prowess, he already possessed the strength of a pirate worth over $1 billion, and considering his age, his future was boundless. Thus, Summer Cloud felt a desire to recruit him. Without a powerful uterus in this life, building a force might need to rely on his own overwhelming presence. He wondered if relying on his powerful aura could conquer this boy. Although he was not very old, this boy clearly had been at sea for a long time and had a degree of perception regarding goodwill and malice. He did not sense any intent to harm from the person before him. Moreover, he had indeed been hungry for a long time. The fish that Summer Cloud threw over was perfectly roasted and emitted an enticing aroma. Driven by hunger, the boy finally relaxed his guard, picked up the fish, and began to eat heartily. Seeing that the boy was no longer so wary, Summer Cloud jumped down from Zeus, landing heavily on the ship, causing the old vessel to creak in protest, then spoke. I already mentioned my name. Now let me formally introduce myself. I am Charlotte Claude, 9 years old, from Elbaf. What about you? The sturdy boy finished the entire fish in a few bites, and after swallowing, he answered in a deep voice, Thank you for your hospitality. I am Edward Newgate, 15 years old, from an unknown small place. What did you say your name is? Xia Yun's eyes widened in shock, his pupils trembling. If he heard correctly, did this child just claim to be Edward Newgate? My name is Edward Newgate. Is there a problem? Hearing Xia Yun's astonished shout, the child repeated himself. Of course there's a problem. Xia Yun initially wanted to rely on his father's prestige to see if he could win him over, but suddenly he encountered the man with the strongest pirate king vibe. A lifelong bachelor with countless children, and he loves raising them. Many of the children he adopted were taken in from a young age. In terms of experience, he is like the kindergarten principal of pirate kings. Someone who merely resembles him in appearance and clothing should not even think about comparing. No, it's nothing, just that your name is exactly the same as an old acquaintance of mine. It brings back memories. Xiaoyan spoke evasively while his thoughts raced. Could it really be this coincidental? This child is actually the young Whitebeard. Speaking of age, it matches perfectly. Whitebeard was 72 when he died 2 years later. Big Mom made her debut at 68, which means 2 years ago she was 66, and Whitebeard is 6 years older than her. Xiaoyan is 9 years old this year, so Whitebeard is about 15. It seems like this young man's age really does fit. And with his height, physique, and aura, although he has just begun to grow facial hair and has yet to form his signature crescent shape, he is still not quite Whitebeard at best, just a little stubble. It seems he hasn't obtained the tremor fruit yet, but this boy could very well be the strongest man in the world in the future. Edward Newgate. And just to clarify, I don't want to be your little brother. I will never submit to anyone. One day, I will make others carry my name and roam the seas freely. In terms of age, you are younger than me. You just said you are 9 years old. Indeed, you are from Elbaf, a giant. And to be so tall at just 9 years old is impressive. This is my first time seeing a giant. So primarily based on age, I must decline. It was clear that the young Whitebeard misunderstood, thinking Xiaoyan was a giant, especially since Xiaoyan had just introduced himself as being from Elbaf. Combined with his size, it was hard not to misinterpret. No, I just live in Elbaf and am quite familiar with it. In terms of bloodline, I'm still a pure human. Giants are much larger than I am, and their ages are 3 times ours. A 9-year-old giant is equivalent to a 3-year-old human child. If I were truly a giant, I would have only recently weaned. Xiaoyan explained to Whitebeard. Oh, is that so? That's the first time I've heard of it, but please allow me to refuse. I will not recognize anyone as my boss. Xiaoyan was not too concerned about this. Upon realizing that the young man before him was the future Whitebeard, he essentially gave up. After all, this is Edward Newgate. Even if he were to join the Rocks Pirates in the future, his relationship with Rocks would be more like a partnership. A person with powerful conqueror's haki like him could never truly submit to another. Although Xiaoyan was very confident that he was definitely stronger than Whitebeard at this age, the current Whitebeard had not yet acquired the tremor fruit and was not in his peak power phase. Xiaoyan was confident he could easily crush him. However, a forced relationship is always bitter, and such a man is not easily quenched. Forcing Whitebeard to call him Big Brother would serve no real purpose. The future Whitebeard is undoubtedly a formidable force. If he wishes to confront him, it's necessary to recruit Whitebeard. While it may be impossible to take him as a little brother, gaining an ally is still worthwhile. Whitebeard's character is beyond question, and while he is not yet truly powerful, investing in him now could lead to him owing a favor. With Whitebeard's loyalty, he would undoubtedly fight for his brothers. Forget it, it's fine, but it's just my habit, but this means you owe me a personal favor. If I hadn't dealt with the storm earlier, you would have had a much tougher time handling those slave-catching pirates. Determined, Xiaoyan began to pua him, even though he knew that without his help young Whitebeard could still easily handle those pirates, but the credit for such things once claimed is mine. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, Zeus cooperatively released a few bolts of lightning to assert his presence. Do you know about devil fruits? This is my devil fruit power. This cloud is called Zeus, and it can be used for travel, release lightning, and even consume storm clouds. Very useful. Young Whitebeard said nothing, merely gazing enviously at Zeus. He had set sail at a very young age, and after so many years in the New World, he was quite familiar with devil fruits. However, he had yet to encounter a devil fruit that truly captivated him. After all, once consumed, one could no longer swim. Unless it was a particularly good devil fruit, he had no desire to add a weakness to himself, but seeing Xiaoyan's capabilities made him somewhat envious. Consider me indebted to you. If the opportunity arises, I will repay you, but right now, I have something important to do. I will remember your kindness. At that moment, Whitebeard seemed to truly have pressing matters. After replying to Xiaoyan, he hurried to the helm, skillfully turning the ship's wheel and unfurling the sails. Is there something urgent? Xiaoyan asked. Whitebeard, still busy, did not look up, but continued working as he answered. My companions are likely to be captured by those slave-catching pirates. I need to hurry back and save them. This group of pirates has had their eyes on us for a long time, constantly harassing us. Their captain is quite strong. After being chased by them, my companions and I agreed to escape separately, but unexpectedly their captain did not follow me, and instead went after my companions. So my companions may be in danger. I must go to their pirate base to ensure their safety. Family has always been the most important thing to Whitebeard. He was born in a small country in the New World, a weak and impoverished nation that couldn't pay the celestial dragons, so the navy did not protect his country. Thus pirates ran rampant, and he had to venture out to sea at a very young age. Perhaps it was the turmoil of his childhood that made him value family bonds so highly. At this moment his companions might be in danger. If he didn't go to rescue them, he wouldn't be Whitebeard. Hearing this, Xia Yun was overjoyed as the opportunity had come. He was considering how to make Whitebeard owe him more. To put it bluntly, the earlier favor was merely a small kindness. Even without Xia Yun, Whitebeard could have easily dealt with those slavers. He had only chosen to flee because he was uncertain about the weather. Xia Yun looked at the busy young Whitebeard and decided to help him once more. After all, he would have to deal with him more in the future. Hey, does this ship hold any special significance for you? For example, is it your first ship since setting sail? A gift from a girl who admires you? A partner you absolutely can't part with? Is it named Mary? Whitebeard looked puzzled. Not really, it's just an ordinary ship and I took it from them. That's good, then watch this. Xia Yun extended one hand, casting a point of soul light, which swiftly entered the ship. That's right, Xia Yun planned to turn this ship into a homie. Once given life, the ship could sail automatically without needing to steer or adjust the sails, making it very convenient. This is my ability, turning death into life, bestowing souls. Don't be too shocked, yet do you know where to go? Whitebeard looked at the ship that was coming to life, exclaiming in wonder, but he still did not forget the matter at hand, southwest in the Totland Sea. I heard there used to be a kingdom there, but it was taken over by those slave-catching pirates a few years ago. It seems the royal family was all killed. That sea area has very convenient transportation with many surrounding islands and many unique races living there. Thus it was targeted by the slave-catching pirates, and their captain chose to establish a base there to facilitate the capture and sale of slaves from special races. Totland Sea. Xia Yun recalled something and felt it was quite a coincidence. He had inadvertently triggered a main storyline mission and was worried about how to explain it to his little brothers. What? Do you know that place? I've heard of it, but I feel a connection to that sea area. The Totland Sea, the future location of the country established by Charlotte Linlin, is home to over 30 islands, forming a vast archipelago. In the original work, the Big Mom Pirates transformed the entire country into a fairy tale-like realm using various unique food-related devil fruits. They even expended tremendous effort to turn the sea into pink cotton candy, with each island representing a different food theme. As long as Charlotte Linlin remained sane, Totland could indeed be considered a paradise in the world of pirates. However, this sea has now become a living hell. The Caged Pirate Crew, a pirate force active in the New World that survives by capturing slaves, was formed over a decade ago by the infamous pirate Dorian. Benefiting from the bizarre humans and special races in the New World, this pirate crew has grown increasingly powerful in recent years, reportedly due to their connection with the celestial dragons. As for how this connection was made, rumors suggest that Dorian, the leader of the Caged Pirate Crew, was remarkably handsome in his youth and had close ties with high-ranking officials of a certain celestial dragon CP organization, possessing a warm-hearted friendship. In short, they have no trouble selling the slaves they capture. Around 8 or 9 years ago, they set their sights on the Totland Kingdom. Like many small nations in the New World, this kingdom lacked powerful warriors and could not afford to pay the celestial dragons, making it vulnerable to rampant piracy. The royal family served only a symbolic role and could neither protect the citizens nor exploit them due to insufficient armed forces. Due to its unique geographical position, it caught the attention of the Caged Pirate Crew. A royal family that has not joined the world government is no different from a village chief. Killing them is just the same as killing a commoner. In the span of a single night, the Totland Kingdom fell. It is said that only a small number of royal members managed to escape by boat, while the rest were slaughtered. From then on, the Totland Sea became a hub for the slave trade. In stark contrast to the future fairy tale, the central island of the Totland Sea is completely surrounded by massive iron bars. The towering fences rise from the coastline, encircling the entire island and forming a gigantic cage. Dorian, the leader of the Caged Pirate Crew, is a user of the cage fruit, the same fruit as the future naval beauty Black Tina. It is evident that Dorian's mastery of the fruit far exceeds Tina's. He can even cover the entire island with black fences. The twisted black bars surrounding the island are not of a single shape. They often weave individual cages, each containing a slave on the verge of death due to disobedience. Should we give this ship a name? Call me Big Brother, and I can gift it to you. How about this? Since I see you are growing a beard, shall we call it the Little Beard? Or the Gudrian would work too. Just look at how fast it runs. It must be suitable for blitz warfare. The scene shifts to Summer Yun, who is currently aboard the ship, pestering the young Whitebeard. Though hope is slim, he hasn't given up. What if Newgate is charmed by his generosity and charisma? Newgate was initially very curious about the sentient ship Hamiez, but with Summer Yun's incessant chatter, he lost his curiosity. Anxious to rescue his companions, he was grateful for Summer Yun's assistance, but he truly couldn't understand how this enormous child could be so talkative. Throughout the journey, Summer Yun's mouth had not ceased. Even though he had ignored him for a long time, he continued to speak to himself. Navigating whale, turn right now, we are almost there. Can we speed up a bit? I'll do my best, Lord Newgate. Ignoring Summer Yun's unreliable name suggestions, the young Whitebeard named the sentient ship Navigating Whale. He had always had a soft spot for whales, and his future ship was named White Whale, but he hoped this vessel could navigate and lead him to find his companions. Charlotte, please keep it down, we are almost there. Summer Yun wisely fell silent as Newgate was clearly very agitated. Since Newgate explicitly stated that they should approach stealthily, they did not want to attract attention. Zeus flying overhead was too conspicuous. They had come by ship. As they neared their destination, Summer Yun and Newgate finally saw the current state of the Totland Sea and the densely packed black bars and hanging cages on the main island. Even from a distance, they could smell the nauseating stench of blood. Damn it, how could they turn my island into this? Is this really the cake island of my future? How much effort will it take for me to successfully transform this? Summer Yun muttered angrily. This was supposed to be his designated future territory, and now it was in such a wretched state. Even if it isn't his yet, it still made him somewhat furious. Just like Lu Bu before obtaining Diaochan seeing Dong, Zhuo made him inexplicably feel cheated. Summer Yun decided he must punish the caged pirate crew well with ample seaweed egg drop soup. Newgate steered the ship slowly, approaching the back of the main island's harbor and docking behind a large reef. This spot typically wouldn't have ships docked. Only sentient, agile, and perceptive ships like Hamiez could navigate freely in this reef-filled area. Peering through the reef, Newgate observed the harbor. He wasn't sure if his companions had been captured, so he could only wait at the harbor to see if any slave-hunting ships returned. If none came, he would have to investigate the island. While Newgate anxiously waited, a cheer suddenly erupted from the harbor. The captain is back. The captain is back. Dorian, the captain of the slave-capturing ship Iron Cage, stood at the bow of the ship, the first to enter the harbor. From Summer Yun's perspective, he could barely make out a flashy middle-aged man. Even in the unpredictable weather of the New World, he insisted on wearing an elaborate suit and coat, each piece adorned with intricate, splendid patterns. If one got close to Dorian, they would feel an unsettling sense of dissonance. It was clear he must have been handsome in the past, but it was equally apparent that he now appeared quite ugly. Now in his 40s, Dorian's skeletal structure remained distinct with high cheekbones, a straight nose, and sharply defined jawline, not resembling a middle-aged man whose features had softened over time. However, his entire face was covered in deep wrinkles. Not the gentle crow's feet or smile lines, but rather the kind of wrinkles formed from maintaining a sinister expression combined with his pale skin that appeared so from a layer of powder resembling a court jester. As the ship docked at the pier, a group of chained individuals was being escorted onto the island. At that moment, Newgate was filled with rage. His worst fears had come true. His companions had been captured. Newgate's suspicions were confirmed. The pirates pursuing him were not the main force. The true powerhouse of the caged pirate crew, Captain Dorian, was leading his subordinates to hunt down his companions. Without him, his friends had all been captured. If he doesn't rescue them, they will undoubtedly be sold as slaves to the royal nobility of various kingdoms, or even more tragically, become slaves of the celestial dragons, subsequently leading a life more miserable than death. Calm down, Newgate. Do you know the capability of this flashy captain? Is he strong? If he's really strong, I can still call for help. Him not bragging. I actually know a remarkable monster who is also a king of a nation. He owes me quite a favor. As soon as I give the order, his son will automatically come over as my hostage. If I can't deal with this, that won't be necessary. In a normal unknown situation, I'm not particularly afraid of this captain. However, we are in his home turf. He is a user of the cage fruit, and he has developed this devil fruit deeply. All the fences on the island are made using his abilities. Fighting here gives him a significant advantage. I need to come up with a good plan. So you just said that this captain can only match you evenly, right? Then this is no problem at all. Upon hearing Newgate's statement, Xia Yin instantly lost all reservations. At this moment, Newgate had not yet fully developed, and his strength was limited. Even on the way, he had already demonstrated his armament haki to Xia Yun. Amidst Xia Yun's incessant chatter, he had infused the wooden stick in his hand with armament haki, and fortunately, relying on reason, he refrained from doing anything excessive. However, compared to Xia Yun, who had already unlocked his potential, the current Newgate was still lacking. Since this captain could only take on the young Whitebeard, Xia Yun easily overpowered him. Gaia, it's time to go. All right, boss. Gaia, the giant hammer, had been holding back for a long time as she was from Elbaf and was quite combative herself. After spinning in the air a few times, she transformed back and landed heavily in Xia Yun's hands. Stop, stop, stop. There's still a hostage in his hands, and don't act impulsively. Newgate noticed Xia Yun's eagerness to rush in and quickly voiced a halt in a moment of urgency. This Captain Doria is a ruthless character who excels at using hostages to capture everyone on the ship in one fell swoop. If you charge in directly, my companions will definitely be taken as hostages, and they will be in even more danger. Tisk, what a hassle. Hearing Newgate's warning, Xia Yun had no choice but to stop. He was here to do a favor for young Whitebeard. If things went awry, Newgate wouldn't necessarily blame him, but the effect would definitely be greatly diminished. Then what do you suggest? Huh, what are you doing? Xia Yun, awkwardly stopping, retracted Gaia the giant hammer, but when he turned around, he saw Newgate smearing ash on his face, and the first smear was right on his philtrum, making him look more like he had a little mustache. I want to blend in and disguise myself as a shipwrecked traveler. This island is entirely built for capturing slaves. They won't mind adding one more to their collection. Looking at the burly and robust Newgate, Xia Yun felt speechless. He clearly looked very strong. Would the guards really be fooled and let him in? Besides, judging by Whitebeard's earlier words, he had presumably crossed paths with this captain. Just smearing some ash on his face, even if it was on his philtrum, would only increase the sleaziness. If that captain saw him, wouldn't he recognize him immediately? His companions would still face disaster. Not everyone is as oblivious to faces as Luffy. Seeing Newgate searching for ash to smear on his face, even reaching for a nearby rock, his disguise remained utterly clumsy. Xia Yun's eyes sparkled as he thought of a brilliant idea. Alright, don't disguise yourself as a slave anymore. I have a great plan. Watch this. Xia Yun commanded Gaia to transform back into a hat and placed it on his head. Then he activated the body-altering magic he learned from the fairy tale world, gradually shrinking down to the size of an ordinary child. Don't ask, just know that it's the magical devil fruit. I am a soul fruit user capable of manipulating souls. Just consider that I shrank my own soul and projected it onto my physical form. Newgate stared in shock as Xia Yun transformed from a child, even bigger than him, to a height of about 1.4 meters, and from a previously plump figure to a normal physique. Now devoid of fat, the current Xia Yun was a cute 9-year-old boy, causing the priest to exclaim in astonishment. Zeus and Prometheus will stay here with you. I will disguise myself as a shipwrecked person. They haven't seen me, so it will definitely be easier for me to blend in than for you. Thank you so much. I will always remember your help. Newgate was not being pretentious. He knew Xia Yun's strength, but for a stranger he had just met to go to such lengths, he was still moved by Xia Yun. Has that team not returned? Did something happen? Yes, Captain. The first mate and his crew have yet to return. They may have encountered some bad weather. I wouldn't be so sure. The kid they're chasing is quite strong. I have fought him before, and he was able to break through my barriers in an instant with tremendous strength. You may not realize it, but that kid is likely from the Bacania tribe, a race known for its huge physique and incredible strength. Even if he is not yet of age, his combat ability is quite formidable. But luckily I have captured his companion. That kid might return. Put these guys in special collars. Also, since the first mate and his crew may not be coming back, you will be the first mate from today onwards. Thank you, Captain. You guys, what are you waiting for? Hurry and bring the fine wine. The captain has worked hard all day. If you laze around any longer, you'll become slaves too. In the center of the island stood a massive fortress constructed entirely from stone. This place was formerly the king's fortress of Totland, now turned into the base of the prisoner pirate crew. The outer walls of the stone castle were covered by Doria's black iron bars, yet the interior was decorated in an exquisite manner. Captain Doria truly knew how to enjoy himself, as the interior of this base was more luxurious than most royal palaces. The banquet hall's floor was polished smooth white marble, shining brightly enough to reflect shadows. All the exposed walls and ceilings of the castle were adorned with various sculptures lavishly gilded. The ceiling featured artwork created by hard-working artists. Captain Doria sat at the main seat of the banquet hall with a long table piled high with various foods and ostentatiously adorned with a large bouquet of fresh flowers. This pale, middle-aged man tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, waiting for fine wine. Before long, 2 teams of strikingly good-looking waiters entered the banquet hall. Although they were dressed quite revealingly, one team was male and the other female. All the waiters wore black chains made from Doria's devil fruit ability around their necks. As soon as Doria exerted force, it could instantly tighten and suffocate them. These 2 teams of waiters were carefully selected from the slaves he had captured, serving him personally. As a primary distributor, it was normal to keep some good goods for himself. While Doria was eating, no one dared to make a sound. Everyone quietly waited for him. At that moment, a small leader stealthily emerged from a secret door, careful not to make any loud noises, tiptoeing over to the newly promoted first mate and whispered about certain circumstances. After hearing the first mate raised his hand, signaling him to leave. Once Doria finished eating and cleaned his hands in a pure gold basin filled with rose petals, the first mate stepped forward to explain the situation just reported by his subordinates. Oh, a pink-haired child with a delicate appearance. This is indeed rare. Perhaps he could fetch a high price. Bring him in to have a look. The door to the reception hall opened, and a group of armed pirates entered leading a child whose hands were shackled. In a place where no one noticed, the marble floor the child walked on seemed to bear immense pressure, subtly hinting at a feeling of cracking. Captain, this is the child who encountered a storm at sea. According to him, the whole ship capsized, and he doesn't know if his family is still alive. Looking at this kid's delicate skin, he might have been a noble before. Doria stood up and slowly approached, carefully scrutinizing the child. Even with his extensive experience, he recognized the child's inherent value. Indeed, he was an exceptional piece of goods. Achoo! 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 As Doria got closer, the child unexpectedly sneezed loudly 3 times in succession. This instantaneously interrupted Doria's train of thought. This child shouldn't be a noble, he lacks proper etiquette, and needs to be properly trained. As long as we kill this captain, those black bars should be of no use, right? Yes, that's right. If possible, it would be best to strike a fatal blow. Then he won't have the chance to manipulate those black bars. Don't worry, I understand. But, before formally infiltrating, Xia Yun confirmed some information with Newgate, yet, just before leaving, Newgate seemed hesitant to say something. However, Xia Yun did not pay it much mind. This Doria was clearly limited in strength and was no match for him. Even if he couldn't bring Zeus and Prometheus to avoid drawing attention, he still had Gaia. In fact, even empty-handed, Xia Yun was confident he could easily defeat Doria. After all, aside from the peculiar fruit abilities, Doria's strength was likely on par with that unfortunate pirate captain Xia Yun encountered on his first voyage, who was effortlessly eliminated by the bearded man. With his charming appearance and the low intelligence of the minions in the world of One Piece, Xia Yun smoothly blended into the island. After simply disguising himself as a child who had encountered a shipwreck, he was promptly picked up by pirates, with the pirate, who found him eagerly reporting to his superior. Xia Yun soon met Doria. However, upon their first meeting, Doria delivered a blow to Xia Yun. This flamboyant middle-aged man was dousing himself in an overpowering scent. The sickly sweet blend of floral fragrances was so strong, it was dizzying. Even standing 10 paces away, Xia Yun felt as if his nostrils were being violated. Doria pulled out a handkerchief, wiped his hands, and a cruel smile stretched across his lips. The overexertion of his expression made the wrinkles on his face even more pronounced, and the layer of white powder on his face was falling off in flakes. Take this little brat to the dungeon. Keep a close watch on him. Yes, Captain. The pirates escorting Xia Yun immediately stood at attention, tugging at the chains binding Xia Yun's hands as they prepared to take him to the dungeon. Xia Yun hesitated, wondering if it was time to act. In his earlier calculations, it would be best to deal a fatal blow to Doria. Now that they were so close, it was the perfect opportunity. The surrounding pirates were nothing more than cannon fodder and posed no threat to him. Just as Xia Yun was hesitating, Doria changed his mind. Wait, take this little brat to my room. I'll interrogate him myself. Yes, Captain. Hearing Doria's new orders, the pirates escorting Xia Yun shuddered slightly, their eyes casting sympathetic glances at Xia Yun, but they still obeyed the command and changed direction. Xia Yun, although he didn't voice it, he was screaming inside, what's with this situation? No, wait, I'm still not of age. This is a freaking American drama. Doria is a pure pervert. Looking at his attire, he doesn't seem like a religious person at all. Why is it so suffocating? Is this still my future cake island? It should be renamed Epstein Island. Just now he assaulted my nose with perfume, and now he wants to assault me. Is this the price of becoming handsome? Just wait, Doria. If I don't beat you to a pulp, it'll be because you've cleaned yourself up. Ugh, no, that's disgusting. For him, it might be a reward. I'll aim for the head. If I don't smash your brains out, I'd be showing mercy. Although he was shaken inside, Xia Yun followed the pirates. Even if being alone with someone like Doria felt creepy and disgusting, if Doria didn't have any peculiar exposure fetishes, this would be the best opportunity to eliminate him. Doria's room was at the top of the castle, and the entrance was a heavy iron door. A careful examination revealed that the entire door was woven from black bars. Not only this iron door, but every inch of the room's interior was first lined with black bars before the decorations were piled up. It was uncertain how the workers managed to achieve this. It must have been difficult for the client to satisfy all their demands. The room was filled with the same perfume that Doria wore, thick enough to suffocate. In the center of the room stood a massive bed obnoxiously shaped like a heart, and instead of curtains, there was a canopy fixed to the top, made of densely woven black bars, forming a complex geometric grid. One must admit that Doria was very concerned about his safety. In his sleeping area, everything in sight was a creation of his own abilities, perhaps providing him with a sense of security. Are you ready, Gaia? Yes, boss. I can't hear you. Gaia. Don't worry, just be ready. After the pirate minions led Xia Yun into the room, they exited. Fortunately, this room was spacious enough. After all, it used to be a royal member's bedroom, and there was ample height. To avoid raising Doria's excessive vigilance, Xia Yun had yet to revert to his original size, and Gaia also tried to shrink as much as possible, hiding behind Xia Yun. Gaia needed a bit of time to transform from a hat into a hammer. If Doria turned out to be a fast-paced fighter, missing would be a disaster, so it was better to become a hammer in advance. Xia Yun and Gaia were ready, just waiting for Doria to step through the door to deliver his final judgment. Waiting idly without taking action was never Newgate's style. While Xia Yun shrank his size and successfully blended in, Newgate couldn't sit still and ultimately decided to infiltrate stealthily. Perhaps Xia Yun really overestimated the level of the pirate minions in this world. With Newgate's conspicuous figure, he effortlessly blended in and even more easily disguised himself as a jailer infiltrating the dungeon. Despite being a massive dungeon housing numerous slaves, the security was almost non-existent. Faced with someone who was clearly not a colleague, the jailers showed no suspicion. The stone dungeon was divided into small rooms by black bars with oil lamps lighting every few meters. The wicks burned dimly underground, casting small yellow dots of light that could not illuminate the entire dungeon, merely providing the jailers enough light to see the path. Aside from the passage, all other spaces were jail cells with slaves packed into iron cages of about 15 square meters like sardines in a can. The vertical iron bars from floor to ceiling firmly restricted their freedom, and each slave wore iron collars created by Doria's abilities. Even a few of the more valuable slaves wore explosive collars favored by the celestial dragons. Clearly, Doria had developed the abilities of the Barriera fruit to a significant extent, possibly even awakening them. He had achieved what Tina could not. Not only had he filled the entire island with creations from the fruit, but he had also developed the ability to control these black bars remotely. Even if he could not manipulate them freely from a distance, as long as it was within Doria's line of sight, he could control them. Newgate was fortunate. He successfully found his captured companions, who were all locked in the same room, and each bore injuries from their fierce resistance before capture. Upon finding his companions, Newgate was instantly filled with excitement. He looked at the jailers in front of him, and without hesitation unleashed Kaido's sneaky attack technique. Perhaps Kaido learned it from him, striking them on the back of their heads, quickly taking them down. Anxious, Newgate rushed forward, tearing apart the iron bars, and approaching his companions, wanting to use his immense strength to break the collar off their necks. "Wait, Captain. That collar can't be forcefully removed. The jailer who put it on us said it's specially provided for celestial dragons to control slaves. If we break it violently, it will immediately explode, and we won't survive. We must find the key." Excited, Newgate abruptly stopped, furrowing his brow as he murmured, "If that's the case, we still have to rely on Charlotte. I hope he can successfully deal with Doria."